It's a funny thing for a man to be running for president with all the politicians against him.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who lived in the White House, dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Before we bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President, a word or two. Rarely before in the history of our country has the office of the presidency been of such vital importance as it is today. As you know, the Constitution is very specific about the powers and duties of the president, making him somewhat subject to the will of the Congress in domestic matters, but almost entirely on his own in our dealings with other nations. Our foreign relations are vital to every one of us, and the president is our personal representative in such matters. Into this important picture enter the Mr. President stories, telling in warm, human terms of the adventures, the troubles, and the joys of the men who have been holding the highest office in the nation. You, our listeners, have the added thrill of testing your historical knowledge when you try to identify the president of each story. Test your knowledge now by listening to Mr. President. And now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Today's story starts when the president was elected but not yet inaugurated. Listen closely and see if you know which president this happened to. It was late in the afternoon and the president had had a hard day, and it seemed as though it was never going to end.
Now then, Mr. President, if you will consider the merits of this man from Parkersburg, he has a shining record of service to his party.
How about service to his country?
Oh, you're not going to catch me, Mr. President. The man who serves his party well serves his country best. Now then, suppose we consider the record of this man. He did a lot of work for us in the election. You do owe men like that something, Mr. President.
I think it's a matter of record, Mr. Lamb, that all the politicians were against me in the last election. I don't feel that I owe them anything.
Well, now, somebody elected you, Mr. President.
Oh, yes, indeed, somebody did. The people elected me.
The people?
Yes, you've heard of the people, haven't you, Mr. Lamb?
Which people?
The American people.
Mr. Lamb, I think the president's a little tired.
I'll say I'm tired. I'm tired of the attitude of politicians like you who start saying, gimme, 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 before a man's even in office.
I'll come back tomorrow. Good night, sir. Good night, Bissell. See you tomorrow.
Good night. You, don't want to look over any of this mail before you go home, do you?
Well, if I don't, I won't even be able to see my desk tomorrow.
Oh. Better close the windows. There's a storm on the way.
It's going to snow.
Huh? How'd you know? Papers say so?
No, my corn says so.
Oh. I see.
Listen to this letter, will you? I was injured while celebrating your election. I will appreciate it if you will send me $1,000 as compensation. Because if you hadn't been elected, I wouldn't have been celebrating, and if I hadn't been celebrating, I wouldn't have had any whiskey, and if I hadn't had any whiskey, I wouldn't have been hurt. Below is the address where you can send the money.
Well, that's a nice kind of logic, isn't it?
Yes, it's a big responsibility being president. A man suddenly has 100 million children.
Yes, you're the head of a mighty big family, Mr. President.
Well, maybe I had better let the mail go until tomorrow. I'm going home. I'll see you at the meeting tonight.
How's baby?
Oh, you never saw anything like her in your life.
She talk yet?
Can she talk? She's over a year old. She can recite the Constitution from beginning to end.
I bet she can. Well, here, let me help you with the coat.
And another thing, she isn't always trying to get a job for somebody.
Here you are at last, darling. Oh, what a cold kiss.
Yeah, I kept it on ice for you. You know, that storm outside is a humdinger, all right.
Uh-huh. Come on in front of the fire.
That feels better.
I baked a pie for dinner.
What kind?
Lemon meringue.
Oh, the same kind you baked the night you got me?
I got you.
Yes.
Now, see here, my good fellow, you got me.
Oh, nonsense. You set your cap for me the first time you saw me. And to your everlasting credit, you got me.
You're right. And you know what it was that made me fall in love with you, Mr. President?
Why, of course. I was handsome. I was brilliant. I was charming.
No, it wasn't any of those things. It was your modesty.
You know, it's so peaceful here. I think here at home with you and Ruth is the only place I'm safe from the offer seekers right now.
Oh, that reminds me. Speaking of Ruth, a letter came for her today.
A letter for Ruth? My daughter?
Mm-hmm. Here it is. She asked me to give it to you to read.
Oh, let me see it. My dear Ruth, I belong to the Mugwumps, and one of the most sacred rules of our order prevents us from asking favors of officials or recommending men to office. But there is no harm in writing a friendly letter to you. Oh, for heaven's sake, this is really going too far. Even a 1-year-old child isn't safe.
Go on, finish.
A friendly letter to you and telling you that an infernal outrage is about to be committed by your father in turning out of office the best consul I know, Captain Mason, Consul General at Frankfurt, just because he is a member of the party last in office, and now a member of your father's party wants his place. Oh, well, I'll send this through the regular channels tomorrow morning.
Now, skip to the end.
I can't send any message to the president, but the next time you have a talk with him concerning such matters, I wish you would tell him about Captain Mason and what I think of a government that so treats its efficient officials. Signed Mark Twain.
It's a nice letter, isn't it?
Yes, hand me that pencil and pad, will you, my dear?
What are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to write an answer for Ruth saying that she took the liberty of reading Mr. Twain's letter to the president and that he desires her to thank Mr. Twain for his information and to say to him that Captain Mason will not be disturbed in the Frankfurt consulate.
Good.
You like that, huh?
I like it. But the members of your party won't.
Oh, well, you have to make an exception once in a while to keep a good man in office, even if he is one the other thought was good, too. Come on, let's have that stew at 8 o'clock, huh? And soon, because Daniel has to go into the lion's den tonight.
Now, see here, Mr. President, you have a responsibility to your party, whether you like it or not.
I also have a responsibility to the people, Congressman Jones.
There are plenty of members of your own party fully qualified to hold that office in Frankfurt.
I'm not going to take a good man off a job.
Maybe you should have been run for office by the other party. You want them to hold all the jobs.
I want the best man for the job. I don't care what his party is.
Well, it's time you started caring.
Now, see here, I'm the President of the United States.
Yes, and you're representing a political party, a fact you find remarkably easy to forget.
You seem to forget I'm also representing a country.
Gentlemen.
I'm sorry, Jones. I lost my head.
I'm sorry, too, sir. May I say a word, Mr. President?
Yes, of course, Wilson. Go ahead.
Mr. President, the party system has its drawbacks as well as its merits. Now, precedents have been set. We're expected to follow them. We don't give out the usual political jobs. We weaken the structure of our own party. Now, we can't leave members of the opposition in any key positions. We'd look like fools.
And besides, we've made certain promises, and we have to keep them.
All right. I give up. Make your appointments. I'll keep out of the political appointments as much as possible. But that man stays in Frankfurt.
But the man in Frankfurt is a member of the opposition.
He's a good man, and he stays.
All right, Mr. President. I'm sure that everyone will be agreeable to him staying as long as they know this will be the last appointment of this nature.
I really can't understand or imagine why anyone ever wants to be a president. You can't do anything.
Mr. President, do we have your word that you will keep all future appointments within...
Yes. I'll keep all future appointments within the party. And now, if it's all right with the party, I think I'll go home and go to bed.
Hello there, Mr. President.
Well, who's that?
John Wise.
Oh, you. Hiya, John. I couldn't see you very well through the storm.
Well, I thought that perhaps you weren't speaking to members of the opposition party.
Oh, now, don't you start on me. I've had a very hard day.
Well, it never occurred to me that you'd still be riding the elevator.
Why? Does your party own it?
No, nothing like that. You've been hunting lately? I have 2 fine new dogs.
No, I haven't done any hunting. Everybody's been hunting me.
Well, here we are. Lots of seats this lane.
Well, thank heaven.
How Francis and the baby?
Oh, they're fine. I hope their old man holds out.
Oh, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing but politics.
Say, I've been hoping for a chance to talk to you privately. I wanted to speak to you about a man.
Not a man and a job.
Well, it amounts to that, yes.
Oh, not you too, John.
Well, this is a most unusual case, or I wouldn't consider presuming on our friendship. It concerns the postmaster of Walkerton, Virginia. I got him his appointment.
I'm sorry, John, but a matter like that is out of my hands. I promise tonight to keep all future appointments within the party.
This man is a deaf mute, Mr. President.
A deaf mute?
Yeah. And a job like he has now is one of the few jobs in the world that he can perform, and perform well. When he got the appointment, it opened a whole new world to him. It gave him something to be interested in, something to live for.
I see. He is a member of your party, of course.
Well, not a very active one.
Well, what's his name?
J. Marshall Turner.
Turner of Walkington, Virginia.
That's right.
I see. John, Wilson Bissell is going to be the Postmaster General. You talk to him about this right after the inauguration. If he won't help you, come to me and I'll see what I can do. In fact, I'll see what I can do anyhow.
See, now, where was I? Oh, yes, 10, 11, 12. Those are all the bags, I think.
Oh, here's another 2.
Where's your inauguration address?
In my coat pocket.
The men came for the trunks. The baby's things are in that bag.
Francis, you and Maxwell get along pretty well, don't you?
Oh, of course, dear. Why?
Well, Maxwell is handling a lot of the detailed work in the post office department for Bissell. I want to put a bee in his bonnet, but because of the nature of it, I can't do it personally.
Now, what are you up to?
Well, there's a postmaster in Walkerton, Virginia.
How nice.
Yes. He's a member of the other party.
I knew you were up to something.
Now, I am, of course, confident that if the members of my party knew this man's story, they would insist that he be kept in office. But just to be on the safe side, I'd feel better if his papers were lost for the time being.
You want his papers lost?
Well misplaced. I don't want the matter to come to anyone's attention for a while.
You know, sometimes I think you're seeing a little too much of those boys down at headquarters.
I am, aren't I? Well, will you put the bee in Maxwell's bonnet?
He's to hunt for the papers of the postmaster of Walkerton, Virginia.
Right.
He's to find them, and then he's to lose them.
That's the idea.
And why are you taking such an interest in the postmaster from Walkerton?
Well, I've always liked the Bible story about the sparrow's fall, my dear.
The sparrow's fall?
Yes. The postmaster is deaf and dumb.
Oh.
And he, above all people, should be protected by the President of the United States. I'm going to keep him in office by fair means or foul, by hook or by...
Hook?
Yes, by golly, by hook or by any crook I have to use.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Have you heard of the Red Cross's $60 million bargain? Well, perhaps $60 million doesn't appear to be a bargain, but it is when you realize what the Red Cross does with this money. The sum it will need in 49 for its tremendous day-to-day job. For example, when disaster strikes, the Red Cross goes into action at once to aid victims. And after the emergency is over, the Red Cross continues with rehabilitation work. Then there's the new Red Cross National Blood Program, with the aim of helping to save lives and prevent needless suffering. All blood and blood products are furnished without charge. Veterans can remember the Red Cross's services to the armed forces. This work still goes on. For all this, the Red Cross needs $60 million, a bargain in any language. So, give to the Red Cross. You can help through your Red Cross. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Have you guessed who the president was who was having such trouble with the office seekers? Listen closely, and we'll continue the story in Washington. Once he was in office, the days were even busier.
Gentlemen, please.
I tell you, I've got to see the president right away. My time is valuable. I can't wait here all day.
The president is in conference. Why don't you come back tomorrow?
Madam, I swung 17 precincts to the president. I think I'm entitled to a little more consideration than I'm getting.
You think you'll be much longer, Francis? I have the entire list of postmaster appointments for him to look over.
I hope not, Billy, but I don't know how he's going to manage with all he has to do today. He can't see everyone.
This is supposed to be his afternoon for appointments. Mine was for 3 o'clock. It's already 3:30.
Would you just give him this list of appointments, Francis, and I'll get in touch with him later?
I'd be glad to, Billy.
I'll drop by this evening.
Hello, Francis.
John, how nice to see you.
Well, I feel a little like a fish in the wrong fishbowl, but I must see the president. Do you suppose he has a moment?
Do you see all these people?
Well, I knew that he'd be pretty busy, but this is a very important matter, Francis.
Oh, does it concern the postmaster of Walkerton, Virginia?
It does indeed. The president tell you?
Mum's the word, mate.
All right, matey.
The president's in a very important conference, but I'll see if I can get to him.
I'd appreciate that.
Wait here, John.
All right. Now, look at the advantages of this pedal, Mr. President.
Darling, there's a mob waiting. They're getting very impatient. And John Wise...
In a moment, Francis, in a moment. This is important. You were saying about the pedal.
Well, you can press this pedal and it becomes a brake.
Uh-huh.
Now, no matter how hard you push against the carriage, you can't move it.
Oh, say, that's pretty good.
This is the most advanced baby carriage on the market, Mr. President.
Well, do you like it, Francis?
Yes, I think it's very nice, but all those people out there, dear, and John Wise...
My wife has one of these carriages for our youngster, and she wouldn't be without it.
Oh. How old is your child?
A year.
Girl?
Oh, yes, indeed. The prettiest little lady in the world.
Is that so?
She has curls down to here.
Oh, really? Well, mine has curls down to here.
Down to her feet.
Down to her feet.
At a year old?
Well, she had it when she was 6 months old. How tall is your child?
2 feet. How tall is yours?
2 feet. 2 inches.
Well, mine may be that tall by now. I haven't seen her since this morning. What does your child weigh?
25 pounds.
Oh, mine weighs 30 pounds.
A little overweight, isn't she?
The doctor says she's perfect for her age.
Oh, that's funny. So does mine. You suppose you have a good man?
The best. Does she cry much?
Oh, never. She never cries.
That your kid?
Of course not. That must be some baby visiting in the White House.
Darling, I really hate to interrupt this important discussion, but there's so many people waiting.
All right, Francis, all right. I'll take the carriage. My secretary will give you a check as you go out.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Good day, sir, Madam President.
Goodbye. Nice to see you.
Oh, Mr. President.
Yes?
Do you use the rectangular fold or the triangle?
Well, I like the old-fashioned way myself.
That's what we use on ours, too. So your baby's right in style, Mr. President. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, goodbye. You know, I don't know why some fathers are so unpleasant about their children. You would think no one ever had a baby but that man.
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you think I should go to see if that was Ruth crying?
Oh, that's Ruth, all right. But the nurse is with her, dear. Shall I send Mr. Wise in?
Oh, is John Wise here? Why didn't you say so, my dear?
Never mind. It's too long a story. I'll send him in.
Beyond the treetop, when the wind blows, the cradle will rock. Well, come in. come in, John. Come on in.
I'm sorry to take up your time, Mr. President. I know how busy you are. How's the baby?
Well, I'm not like most fathers go around bragging about their children, but she really is an exceptional child.
Ah, I'm sure she is.
What brings you to Washington today, John?
Well, I received this paper from Richmond yesterday. It's self-explanatory. Here, look at the headline.
Bounced at last, wisest man must go. Congressman Jones triumphs after a hard fight. What's this all about, John?
Well, that's about our friend, the postmaster at Walkerton.
He's out of office?
Mm-hmm.
I see. I thought his papers were lost.
Well, if they were, they've been found again.
I'd hope this matter might not come up for a while. Did you see Bissell about it?
Yes, I did.
What did he say?
Well, he said he was familiar with the case, but that Congressman Jones insisted on putting a party man in the office, and there was nothing that he could do.
I see.
Have you signed the commission for the new postmaster?
No.
Well, then there's still time.
John, let me think this matter over, will you? You see, there's been so much ill feeling over the appointments I have already made outside the party that I'm quite, on the spot. I can't ignore my party completely, and I did give my word.
Oh, I appreciate your position, Mr. President.
Come over in the morning about 10, John.
Thank you, Mr. President. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I hope that we can have one of our hunting trips soon.
Yes, so do I.
Goodbye, Francis. See you tomorrow.
Goodbye, John.
Nice. Something smells good. What's that I smell?
You know very well what you smell. You smell corned beef and cabbage.
Oh, well, that's fine. Just what I want for dinner tonight.
Oh, but that isn't your dinner.
That isn't my dinner.
No. You know what the doctor said about your gout.
What am I having?
Cream chicken.
Oh, well, who's having the corned beef and cabbage?
Your servants.
Well, you give the servants my dinner and give me their dinner.
But your gout, dear, you...
Oh, nonsense. The gout is just a state of mind. I'm not going to have gout. I'm going to have corned beef and cabbage.
You'll be laid up again in the morning.
Oh, no, I won't. You'll see. I won't have a sign of gout in the morning.
There's no use carrying on like that.
Oh, but my foot hurts so.
Well, you would eat corned beef and cabbage.
Why should corned beef and cabbage go to my foot?
I'm sure I don't know.
Francis, must you stamp around the room like that?
Why, dear, I was moving very quietly.
Every time you move, it goes right through my foot. Oh! You did not quietly.
Oh, John, come on in. But you'd better tiptoe.
Oh, hello, John. I've come down with a bad case of corned beef and cabbage.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. President.
Oh, heavens, why don't I not
I'll
quietly?
get it, dear. Oh, not a moment's peace this morning.
Is the president in? Oh, there you are, Mr. President.
Oh, it's you, Billy. You know John Wise, don't you?
Yes, I know John Wise. Now, Mr. President, you promised us you would not interfere any further.
Billy, would you mind not shouting in the direction of my foot like that? It's throbbing so.
You're making fools out of your entire party. It's impossible to work with you if you're going to keep doing things like this.
Like what?
Like interfering with appointments. Now, we have a good party man in Walkerton, and he's been promised the job of postmaster, and he's got to have it.
Oh, what's your objection to the man who's in?
He's a member of the other party, and he's a menace to ours.
Oh, now, wait a minute. A postmaster in a small town.
This postmaster is a bad influence. He's a member of the opposition party, and he's an offensive partisan. He's continually talking against us.
He's what?
What did you say, Billy?
I said he's continually talking against our party. He uses the post office as a headquarters.
Well, that's what I thought you said.
We can't have men in office who are trying to undermine our influence. Why, in the position of postmaster, he can talk to everyone in town.
Billy, have you ever met this man?
Well,
Have you ever met him?
Well, I can't say that I've actually met him.
Where did you get your information?
From our man in Walkerton.
But you never actually saw the present postmaster yourself.
Well, no, but there are lots of postmasters in the United States that I haven't actually seen.
Billy, this man is deaf and dumb.
Is what?
He's a deaf mute.
Well, that's impossible.
Well, it's true, Billy. That's why we gave him the position. And believe me, that's the only reason I've been trying to keep the position for him.
Well, that's a very strange thing.
Yes, Billy, there are 2,000 post offices in Virginia. You may have 1,999 of them, but I want this one.
Mr. President, I don't blame you. I'm glad I came here today, sir. I'm glad of this reminder of the dividing line where politics end and humanity takes over.
Well, Billy, I'm so glad to hear you say that. I'm glad to know that beneath those politics there beats a heart that isn't completely stone.
Oh, politicians have hearts, Mr. President.
Oh, yes.
But we can't wear them on our sleeves like the chief executive can.
Well, I see what you mean.
Well, where is the port? Shall we drink a toast to the postmaster of Walkerton, Mr. President?
Port? Port with that foot? John, he can't.
Oh, Francis, I forgot you were here. Well, gentlemen, you drink your toast in port to the president, to the postmaster, and the president of the United States will join you in a glass of water. My foot feels much better already. I'm happy today. Happy about the postmaster, happy to be president. And happy to have a wonderful wife and the most perfect child that was ever born to a completely unprejudiced father. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
What's new in Filmland? Well, for one thing, this year's Academy Award winners have been chosen. The highly prized Oscars have been distributed to Sir Laurence Olivier, Jane Wyman, Walter Huston, and other outstanding screen players. And here's some great news. The Luella Parsons Show on most of these ABC stations this Sunday night will feature Academy Award winners as guest stars. If you thrill to Olivier's great performance as the melancholy Dane in Hamlet, and to Jane Wyman's thrilling portrayal of the deaf-mute in Johnny Belinda, then we're certain you'll want to be listening tonight to meet Olivier and other great Academy Award winners on the Luella Parsons Show. And now, here again is Edward Arnold.
Well, good morning, Mr. President. Out walking your baby, I see.
Yes, I see you're out with yours, too.
How do you like the carriage?
Oh, it couldn't be better. My baby's cutting her fifth tooth.
Only her fifth?
What tooth is yours on?
Her sixth?
Oh, well, you don't want them to be too toothy, you know. Tell me, what's your baby's name?
Glorietta. Glorietta Mayflow Smith.
Oh.
Depressing, isn't it? But my wife liked it. What's yours name?
Ruth.
Well, let's introduce him. After all, someday Glorietta Mayflow will want to tell her friends that when she was a year old, she met the daughter of the President of the United States, Miss Ruth Cleveland.
Yes, it was Grover Cleveland who had such trouble with the office seekers and who intervened to save the job of the deaf-mute postmaster in Walkerton, Virginia, and who liked to exchange dinners with the servants when the servants had corned beef and cabbage. Be with us again next week for another exciting story that happened in Washington to Mr. President. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture Little Women, starring June Allison, Peter Lawford, Margaret O'Brien, and Elizabeth Taylor. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by Leonard Reed. This story by Gene Holloway was based on incidents in the life of President Grover Cleveland. Music was composed by Basil Adlam. Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another...
I did not come here to make a cabinet for the ladies of this place, but for the nation.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President at home in the White House. the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
In a moment, we'll bring you Edward Arnold as the man in the White House. Many years ago, the president sat in a ladder-backed, cane-bottomed chair and read reports written by young men whose wages he paid out of his own pocket. No telephones plagued him, and he could come and go as he pleased. Today, the president sits in an air-conditioned office, surrounded by telephones, dictating into a wire recorder. From the ladder-backed chair to air conditioning, from then to now, many presidents have lived in the White House. Men of differing personalities, temperaments, and talents. Our Mr. President's job is to play them all, and he's done it. Yes, Edward Arnold has become the man in the White House. On the street, in stores, he's greeted with, "Hello, Mr. President, we like the show, and we know you'll like it, too." So here is Edward Arnold in today's story of Mr. President.
I have in mind today tell the story of a president at one of the most unusual set of circumstances that ever took place in Washington. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president this happened to. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. The president sat by our bedside, his anxious eyes never leaving her face. He knew. Oh, yes, he knew.
Darling, I'm so proud of you. So very proud, Mr. President.
Oh, Rachel, Rachel.
It is better this way. I'd never fit in the White House. It's a long way from the Hermitage to the White House. They're right about that.
Who's right about that? Who's right?
They're saying I'd attend your inauguration smoking a corn cob pipe. Did you know that?
Oh, no, no.
They've been saying terrible things about you and me, my dear.
They? Who is this mysterious they?
The ladies of Washington. The people who would have to receive me in their homes as the wife of the president. The people who would never receive me.
Do you think I'd go any place that you are not welcome?
They said I'd be a humiliation to you and a disgrace to the entire country when I went into the White House. I heard that.
It doesn't matter what you heard, my dear. You're my wife. I love you. I'm proud of you. I want you beside me when I take the oath.
I'll be there. I'll be there in my own way.
You're going to Washington with me. You can't die. I won't let you die. I won't let you die.
Don't be unhappy. It's God's will, dear. It's God. I love you, Mr. President.
Rachel. Oh, Rachel, don't leave me. Don't leave me.
Are you all right, sir? The doctor's on his way.
John, she's... It's too late.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, Rachel, my wife, listen to me. It isn't true. You belong to me. My wife. I failed you so. You'd be alive if it weren't for me.
Don't, sir. You did everything possible. She wasn't well. Her own lack of strength caused her death.
Don't you think it, John. Don't you think it for a moment. My wife died because I was elected President of the United States.
Your guests are waiting for you at dinner.
It's you, Peggy.
John is entertaining them. He asked me to come find you.
Oh, I was just sitting here by her grave.
It's cool out here.
Yes, she loved a night like this. She'd bundle up and hike for miles across this countryside. And then she'd come back glowing. Maybe other people didn't think she was beautiful. I don't know. To me, she was the most glorious woman that ever lived.
She was lovely.
Peggy, are you going to marry John?
I don't know.
He wants to marry you. Peggy, John Eaton's one of my closest friends. He stood by me like a rock all through this campaign. There isn't a finer, more loyal man in the world than John Eaton.
I know. But there's his career to think of.
What does his career have to do with his marrying you?
Oh, there's been so much talk about us already.
Talk? What kind of talk?
John was one of my husband's best friends. Naturally, when Mr. Timberlake was away at sea, John would come to call and see that my daughters and I were getting on all right. All of Washington made the most of that. Now, since my husband's death, there's been more and more talk about John Eaton and me. I've told him repeatedly he shouldn't even call, but...
Talk, slander, gossip, rumors. How many lives are these wagging tongues going to be allowed to ruin? How many more are they going to be permitted to murder? Peggy, believe me, the most successful career in politics is no recompense at all for losing the woman one loves. You saw what gossip did to Rachel and me. John stuck by me all through that. Don't let it wreck your life and his, too. Don't worry about his career in Washington. I'll take care of that. Well, Peggy, what do you say?
What can I say but yes and thank you, Mr. President.
Well, sir, speak up.
Well, General, it's not easy to tell you, sir, but the Tennessee delegation has appointed me spokesman, and it was something they felt ought to be taken up before any announcements went out, and after all, your inauguration is so close, and announcements will be going out.
My dear Colonel, I wish you would state your business and stop all this hemming and hawing.
Oh, well, sir, the fact is the Tennessee delegation and a good many other people in Washington feel that it'd be most gratifying to them if you could see your way clear to granting. May I have that glass of water, please?
Well, of course you could have a glass of water, Colonel.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, you didn't have to go to all that trouble to get a glass of water, Colonel.
Well, it wasn't a glass of water I come about, sir. The people wanted me to ask you if you'd consider if it'd be all right if it's all right to sit down, sir.
Why, I should say so. The people can sit down whenever they want to sit down, sir.
Oh, no, that isn't what I meant, sir.
Oh.
I just wanted to sit down because my knees...
What?
Don't seem to be all they should be today.
Oh. Well, why don't you see a doctor, Colonel?
Oh, it isn't anything serious. My knees get this way every once in a while.
Oh, well, I'm not inferring you should see a doctor about your knees, Colonel. Just about your cold feet.
That's very funny, sir.
Oh, now, come out with it, man. What did you come to see me about?
Well, the Tennessee delegation would like to suggest, sir, that you see, there are certain rumors to the fact that he's to be included, and they would like to respectfully suggest that he's excluded from your cabinet.
Who?
Mr. Eaton, sir.
And just what does the Tennessee delegation find wrong with Mr. Eaton?
Well, as a matter of fact, sir, there's no actual drawback to Mr. Eaton's presence. The drawback is entirely Mrs. Eaton.
Mrs. Eaton?
Sir, I am warning you, Mrs. Eaton will never be accepted into Washington. Why, even ignoring the presence of any scandal, her background's hardly much of a recommendation. Her father is an Irish innkeeper.
And my mother was an Irish housekeeper. My mother had to work in someone else's house to support us. I never realized that was a drawback in America.
Shall I speak openly, sir?
Say anything you've got to say.
Mrs. Eaton was seen far too often in the company of Mr. Eaton while her former husband was alive to make her acceptable to the ladies in Washington.
Is a woman not permitted to have a man as a friend without other women suspecting the worst?
Sir, I am forced to tell you that Mrs. Eaton will not be received in any official homes in Washington, and none of the ladies will call on her.
Well, Colonel, you may tell the ladies that I am not picking a cabinet for their personal pleasure. I am picking a cabinet to run the country. I've never asked a woman yet how to run a campaign, and I'm a little too old to start learning new tricks.
Well, I warn you, sir. This may turn into a battle.
Good. I like battles, Colonel. And if you care to read a little American history, you'll see that I know how to win them, too. John Eaton will be my Secretary of War.
Mr. Van Buren. I declare I haven't listened to such wit in months. I'm sure this is the gayest inauguration party the White House has ever seen.
And I'm sure you're the most beautiful woman that has ever graced a White House party, Mrs. Eaton.
He's right about that,
Oh,
darling.
now stop, both of you. You'll turn my head so far, I'll never get it back to normal.
Well, this is a merry little group.
Oh, good evening, Mr. President. Congratulations.
Thank you, my dear. Are you enjoying yourself?
Oh, heavens, yes. I've been cut dead by some of the best people in Washington tonight.
Only by the ladies, darling, not by the men.
Don't let it disturb you, my dear.
Disturb me, Mr. President. Oh, I love a good fracas just as much as you do. These languishing blue bloods will find out what it is to do battle with some red-blooded people.
Hello, Irish.
Hello, Irish, yourself.
We'll show them. We'll show them. Incidentally, Peggy, have you talked with my niece Emily tonight?
No, but she's been busy with a party this size on her hands.
Emily should make a charming first lady for you, Mr. President.
Yes, I'm very fond of Emily. My nephew made a good match when she accepted him.
Mrs. Eaton, I'm going to give a ball in a few weeks, and since I'm a bachelor, I wonder if you'd help me plan it.
Oh, Mr. Van Buren, you're very kind, and I do appreciate the invitation, but you're choosing a most unpopular hostess.
It's customary, Mrs. Eaton, during any sort of contest for a man to choose his side. So, will you do me the honor?
In that case, thank you, Mr. Van Buren. I shall be most honored.
Thank you, Martin. That's a very nice gesture on your part.
It isn't a gesture, Mr. President. It's a pleasure.
Will you excuse me a moment? I want to speak to Emily.
Of course, Mr. President.
How do you do? How are you? It's nice to see you. Oh, Emily.
Oh, I wondered where you disappeared to, Mr. President.
Emily, have you spoken to Mrs. Eaton this evening?
No, I haven't.
Do you intend to?
No.
And why not?
Have you any idea of the things that are said about her? You surely wouldn't expect me to recognize a woman of her reputation.
Mrs. Eaton is one of my close friends, Emily. If you and my nephew wish to remain in the White House, I expect my friends to be treated with courtesy. If you don't care to do that, then you'd better think about returning home to Tennessee.
I'll return to Tennessee before I'll associate with Mrs. Eaton.
That, of course, is up to you.
You don't mean that. You wouldn't turn down your own family for a woman like that.
I expect loyalty from my family as well as my friends. Good night, Emily. Oh, Martin, may I speak to you a moment, please?
Of course, sir.
Here in this room. Martin, I've been thinking a lot about Peggy's position and John's here in Washington. Have any of the ladies returned her calls?
Not many, Mr. President.
Which of the cabinet members' wives are against her?
Mrs. Branch, Mrs. Ingham, Mrs. Berrien.
Martin, what can we do? How can we combat this?
Well, sir, I can see that Mrs. Eaton is accepted by some of the prominent foreign ministers, Sir Charles Vaughan, Baron Krudner. That will help.
Well, if I don't accomplish anything else in my time in office, I'll solve this Eaton affair. I'm doing something about all the gossip, at any rate.
And what are you doing, sir?
I've sent out detectives to track down every single piece of scandal, every rumor, every insinuation, every innuendo. Each one is going to be tracked to its source and proven or disproven. I've put the best detectives in the country on it.
But do you think that will do any good, Mr. President?
It certainly will. When I have the reports back from the detectives, I'm going to call a cabinet meeting.
A cabinet meeting about Peggy Eaton?
Yes, sir. I'm going to treat this whole issue as a national problem.
But, sir...
We're going to have a cabinet meeting about Peggy's character. Gentlemen of the cabinet, I have called this meeting for the purpose of discussing the character of Mrs. John Eaton. There are certain individuals who have taken upon themselves to pass on various comments about her. I have examined every one of those comments, tracked them to their source, and had affidavits taken from the people interviewed. I have here some 90-odd pages on Mrs. Eaton. You will find, after study of this document, that she is above reproach. Now mark this, and mark it well. An indignity to Major Eaton is an indignity to me. If you are not prepared to work in harmony with him, I am prepared to accept your resignations.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
May I mention a few places to you? Listen a moment to these names. Kasserine Pass, Midway, Salerno, Guadalcanal, Casino,
Hollandia, Normandy, Leyte, Iwo Jima. You're proud of the meaning of those names. Prouder still of the men of the Army, Air Force, and Marines and Navy who made those names immortal. And you know, there's a great pride, too, for the civilian who recognizes that our armed forces are the healthiest, best clothed, best fed, best cared for military force in the world. And simply because we, the tax-paying citizens, refuse to have it any other way. And when we're proud of our country, it follows, quite simply, that we are proud of the men who serve it so well, at all times, in so many strange and distant places. Now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You probably guessed who the president was when all this happened. It really did happen, you know, in Washington just a few years ago. The gentlemen of the cabinet protested their innocence. They were the last people in the world who would want to harm Major Eaton and his family. They did not accept the invitation to resign, and the president walked out, satisfied that he had solved the Peggy Eaton problem. But the war was far from won.
Do you mean to sit there and tell me that he actually suggested that the cabinet resign?
That's exactly what I mean to sit here and tell you.
Oh, that Eaton woman. She's upset the entire cabinet. I told you almost 2 years ago about her, didn't I?
Yes, and on the whole, I really wish you hadn't. Eaton and Van Buren are the only members of the cabinet that seem to have the president's confidence.
I think it's a perfect disgrace the way Van Buren has taken up with Mrs. Eaton. And we ladies intend to do something about him, too. Don't you think for a moment we don't?
Why don't you ladies content yourself with just being ladies for a change? Huh?
Peggy Eaton's presence in Washington's social life is an insult to every gentlewoman in Washington. We do not intend to rest until both Martin Van Buren and John Eaton have resigned, and that woman has left this town.
Oh, are you going to let her leave? I thought you were going to have her burned at the stake.
Well, really?
Now, look, the old man feels pretty strongly about this Eaton business. Why don't you forget about it before you get me painted into a corner where I'll either have to resign or be fired? The president has made it perfectly clear he can get along without anyone who doesn't like Eaton.
That's only a bluff. Eaton and Van Buren will go. We cabinet ladies have been having meetings about it. You'll see. The president will soon find out which way the wind blows.
That Mrs. Eaton really is a stunning-looking woman.
You too?
If you're about to say Brutus, I wish I had the courage.
John.
Yes, Mr. President.
I'm having a cabinet dinner next week, and I want Peggy in the seat of honor at my right.
But, Mr. President, that's going pretty far. Do you think that...
I am the President of the United States, Mr. Eaton, and while I am the President of the United States, I will choose who sits at my right hand. And if they want to impeach me for it, let them try it. Is Peggy all right, Martin?
Yes, she's over there talking to the foreign minister.
Oh, yes. Well, it was a good dinner, wasn't it? Did you see the expressions on those old crows when I led Peggy in? We'll see who's boss around this town now.
Oh, Mr. President, my husband has gone to get my wraps. We're leaving.
Oh, really? Well, I hope you had a pleasant evening. Excuse me, won't you? Good night.
Oh, Mr. Van Buren, I'm amazed to see a man in the White House who cares so little for public opinion. And I'm astounded to see you and Mr. Eaton, who profess to be friends of the president, permitting him to commit political suicide by his association with the two of you.
My dear woman, you're speaking to me as though I were a child.
My dear Mr. Van Buren, I am, and you are. I suggest you take a little pains to find out just what people are saying about you and Mrs. Eaton. And the president and Mrs. Eaton.
I'm sorry to tell you this, Mr. President, but it is what people are saying, and it is best that you know.
They actually have the gall to suggest that Mrs. Eaton and I...
Yes, Mr. President.
Is there no limit to the lies that they will fabricate and spread?
If there is none, how far do you intend to carry this one?
I'll carry it until I win it, sir. Even though it is the end of my political career and the end of my administration. I'll not give up.
But, Mr. President, when people become a liability rather than an asset, no matter how much you like them, there is only one answer.
Well, I know who the liabilities are, Mr. Van Buren.
I wonder if you do, sir. I wonder if you do.
Peggy? What are you doing, sitting here alone in the dark?
Oh, thinking, John,
What about, darling?
about what a crazy world it is.
Hmm?
I heard a story from one of the maids today about
About the president and you.
Yes.
I hoped you wouldn't hear it.
Oh, John, we've got to do something. We can't let him sacrifice himself any further. This conflict can't be won. I realize that now.
President's quite a man for a fight.
This isn't a man's fight, John. No man can win it. And I realize now that no woman can win it either. Oh, I should never have married you.
Don't say that. I found all the happiness a man could hope to find with a woman. With you. I'd rather have you than be a cabinet member.
Well then, John.
Yes, Peggy. Yes.
John, Martin, you both look tired this evening.
Well, it's been a hard day.
Yes. Washington's certainly a divided camp these days, and Peggy and I seem to be the ones that have split it.
And I seem to have become something of a controversy myself. Mr. President, I've been thinking things over very carefully, and I've come to the conclusion that I should resign from your cabinet.
No, Martin, no. You know me very little if you think I will ever consent to the humiliation of a friend by my enemies.
I'm the one who's going to resign, not you, Martin.
John,
Mr. President, it's the only solution. Peggy and I have talked it over. And
I won't hear of it. It's a complete admission of defeat on all your parts.
Something bigger is at stake than admission of defeat, Mr. President. The reputation of a president, even the reputation of a country. But while you're in office, your reputation is the government's reputation.
It's difficult for an old soldier to lay down his sword, even when confronted with such irrefutable logic.
I've brought with me a letter of resignation.
I have a letter of resignation with me also, Mr. President.
Well, you don't leave me much choice, do you?
It's the only way, sir.
If you go, I'll be hanged whether any of the rest of them will stay. Tomorrow, I'm going to ask the resignation of everyone else in the cabinet. They've succeeded in scuttling the ship of state, and they're going right down with her. They may have won the battle, but they've lost the war. Well, John, I shall hope to give myself the privilege of calling on Peggy in a day or two, if we can arrange a time when the busybodies won't be at the keyholes.
Mr. President, I can't tell you how very sorry I am about all that's happened.
Oh, don't blame yourself, Peggy. Circumstances were against you, and of all the small, petty gossip that has surrounded you, not one thing has been proved to your discredit.
But I've hurt everyone who's tried to defend me. My husband, you, Mr. Van
Oh,
Buren.
now, don't feel that way. Your husband is very happy indeed to be your husband. And this will not hurt his career. You know, I have a good position in mind for him in the future. An overseas post.
Oh, thank you for that, sir.
As for myself, you didn't hurt me because, Peggy, as much as I like and admire you, I wasn't really fighting for you as much as I was fighting for her.
I know that. But it doesn't make me any the less grateful.
And as for Martin Van Buren, well, Peggy, I'm sending him overseas to be our minister to England, and because he became your champion, Martin Van Buren may one day be the President of the United States. But when he became your champion, I became his.
Mr. President, I don't quite know what to say except I love you very much.
I return the compliment, Mrs. Eden, to both you and your husband.
We can't be friends anymore, you know, Mr. President, not publicly. As long as John and I are in Washington, we can't be friends.
You know, one of these days, when I'm no longer president, we'll all be close again because in our hearts, my dear, We three will be friends as long as we live.
Yes, of course we will. But until that time, goodbye, Mr. President.
Goodbye, Mrs. Eden. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Sweeping throughout the length and breadth of America comes the music that has gradually become a part of our country. Songs that have been carried on from one generation to another, telling of the growth of America and reflecting other countries. The music that sings of America is an alive, vibrant kind. And you'll hear this same music on ABC's Sunday evening program, Carnegie Hall. This evening, the great tenor Lawrence Melchior will be the guest on Carnegie Hall. Gene Hamilton introduces and acts as commentator on each Carnegie Hall broadcast. So be sure to hear Lawrence Melchior with Dr. Frank Black conducting the concert orchestra on Carnegie Hall. On the air this evening over most ABC stations. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
Ladies in Washington who thought you would be easy to manage should have remembered that nickname of yours, Old Hickory.
Are you inferring I'm stubborn, Mr. Van Buren?
Stubborn? Ho, ho.
Mr. Van Buren.
I just wish you could live to read what history will have to say about that stubbornness and about that period in American history when the President of the United States was Andrew Jackson.
Andrew Jackson, who called a cabinet meeting to defend the reputation of Peggy Eaton, and who dismissed the entire cabinet save one, when John Eaton and Martin Van Buren felt it was necessary to resign. But years later, when Old Hickory was no longer president, they were indeed reunited, and Peggy Eaton was beside him when he died. Be with us again next week, won't you, for another exciting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and can currently be seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Technicolor musical Take Me Out to the Ball Game, starring Frank Sinatra, Esther Williams, and Gene Kelly. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It was produced and directed by William T. Johnson. Today's story by Gene Holloway was based on incidents in the life of President Andrew Jackson.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring...
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, duly elected leader of his people. This is your president. And these are the little-known stories of your president. The dramatic, exciting things that happen to him that you and I, as citizens, never hear about. The story behind the man you know as Mr. President. Let's visit Mr. President in the White House. It is evening, and only one window shows a light. A study on the ground floor. We find ourselves at the front door.
Come right in, please.
The President's expecting you. Through that door, please.
Go right in.
Some visitors for you, Mr. President.
Hello. Sit down, won't you? You know, before I moved in here, I had that idea, too, that the president is somehow more than a human being. But believe me, he isn't. I get aches and pains just the way you do. All kinds of things happen here in the White House most people never hear about. Let me tell you a true story that's hardly known at all. Now, which president was I when it happened? See if you can guess. Later on, I'll tell you who I am. It started the evening I came back to the White House after taking a long, brisk walk.
President.
Good evening, Captain.
Are you all right, Mr. President?
And don't I look all right?
Yes, sir, but where are McGrath and Cooper?
Well, I want to relieve your mind, Captain. They're the most pleasant bodyguards you've ever assigned to me.
Pleasant, but they're not supposed to let you out of their sight.
Well, I assure you, they didn't do it on purpose.
Oh, not again, Mr. President.
You'd have appreciated my strategy, Captain. I walked into the swamp, the one by the river. They did what I expected them to do. They ran around to the other side to pick me up. But I turned right around and came out where I went in. Hannibal did that once to the Romans. You know, I hate being followed, Captain.
Those two young men are going to catch it from me.
Oh, don't be hard on them, Captain.
And I'm going to catch it from Miss Sarah.
Oh. Well, I won't tell her if you won't.
I can't fool Miss Sarah. Neither can you.
I was enjoying myself thoroughly until you said that, Captain.
Sorry, Mr. President.
Well, however, it was fun while it lasted. Can't you just see poor McGrath and Cooper running around that swamp, waiting for me to come out? Oh, my. Good night, Captain. Good night.
Good night, Mr. President.
Oh, Captain.
Sir?
Don't you say anything to Miss Sarah.
I'll do my best.
Good night. Come in.
Your breakfast, Mr. President?
Oh, you can push those papers off the table, Ralph.
Yes, sir. Fried ham this morning, sir.
I'm not very hungry.
With 2 eggs like the sun coming up.
I'm not hungry, really.
And corn muffins.
Hmm?
And orange marmalade. Coffee.
Well, I suppose I ought to eat something.
You know, you shouldn't read so late, Mr. President.
Ralph.
Sir?
These dishes.
Sir?
Haven't they broken the rest of this set yet?
Well, they try not to, sir.
Well, it's very hard to enjoy ham and eggs against the background of youths and maidens disporting themselves amid some kind of ruins.
Well, the food sort of covers them up, though, sir.
But not these sheep on the edge. Whose dishes were they, anyway?
Well, these was Mrs. President Harrison's dishes, sir. For family use only.
Oh, this is a very humbling experience, Ralph.
Humbling, sir?
As president, I can make or break men's careers. I'm the commander-in-chief of the Army and the Navy, and I can write insulting letters to the potentates of 50 foreign lands. But I cannot get rid of these confounded broken dishes. It's a reminder, Ralph. There is no such thing as unlimited power.
Yes, sir. More coffee, sir.
Please, Black.
Black, you was up reading too late, Mr. President.
I was up late, but not reading, Ralph. That cold strike.
I wonder what it is that makes cold people so stubborn, sir.
Oh, I hope we'll be finding out soon.
Mr. President.
Hmm?
Before you go downstairs.
What is it, Ralph?
Miss Sarah, sir.
Well, what about her?
About last night, sir.
Oh, she's angry, huh?
You know how she gets, sir.
I'd rather face an angry mob outside the White House than Miss Sarah when she is, you know.
Yes, sir. You should have thought of that last night, sir. Before you lost the guards in the swamp.
No. Maybe she's over it by now, huh? I can see you don't believe that either. Well, come along, Ralph. Miss Sarah or no Miss Sarah, I've got a cold strike to worry about. Good morning, Miss Sari.
Good morning, Mr. President. Oh, excuse me.
What?
Your tie was crooked.
Oh, thank you. Now, I want you to take
Did you sleep well, Mr. President?
Oh, yes, fine. I want you to take a memorandum.
You don't look as if you had.
Well, I'm never boisterous in the morning.
I can tell when you've had enough sleep and when you haven't. And why?
Exactly. That's why I want you to take an important memorandum
When you
to
don't
Senator...
sleep well or enough, there's usually a reason.
Oh, I don't know.
This time I don't know what it was, but I know what it should have been.
Of course, the cold...
Conscience.
What?
Conscience. The uneasy conscience of a small boy with evil in his heart.
Oh, what towering nonsense.
Small boys of your type think it's amusing to play pranks. Pranks that worry their elders half to death.
Now, Miss Sari...
If I've begged you once, I've begged you 100 times. Don't go around without your bodyguard.
Well, it's irritating to be followed.
That's not important.
Oh, isn't it?
It's not you they're guarding. It's the President of the United States.
Well, he can be irritated, too.
And last night, losing those two poor boys in a swamp, if ever I heard a childish trick...
Now, I was testing out some military strategy. Hannibal did it to the Romans. He went a little way into...
Mr. President, please.
Well, forgive me this time, Miss Sari.
It isn't a joke. Why, only this morning, the guards at the gate stopped a young man trying to force his way in.
Well, why'd they stop him?
We had no appointment. No one knew him, and he behaved strangely.
Oh, I wish I could see more people.
Well, you can't see everybody who comes here. Besides, you have visitors all day long.
Not generals and cabinet members and senators. People. What do they do with the young fellow?
They send him away.
You know, the more I think of him, Well, never mind, Miss Sari. I've made up my mind to act on the cold strike.
How?
I made up my mind last night while I was not sleeping. You see, it wasn't conscience. It was the cold strike.
I'm sorry. You said you wanted to send a memorandum?
Yes, chairman of the Senate Labor Committee. So, I have decided not to wait any longer for the striking coal miners and the mine operators to settle their affairs by themselves. Therefore, today I am inviting a committee of the miners and the committee of the operators to meet here in the White House within 10 days. I will introduce them to a sociologist of national...
What?
A sociologist. S-O-C-I-O...
I know how to spell it. I just didn't understand it.
To a sociologist of national standing who will endeavor to compose their difference. This memorandum is for your private information. Send that over to the Senator by the messenger, will you, Mr. Sari?
Certainly, Mr. President. And the letters of invitation?
Miss Sari, I'm really sorry I distressed you over the guards.
Well, I'm sorry I spoke so harshly, Mr. President.
Shake hands.
Yes. The letters of invitation?
Oh, yes. Gentlemen, send identical copies to each group.
Yes, Mr. President.
Gentlemen, for almost 4 months, the strike in the anthracite mines of Pennsylvania has been strangling the nation. Many thousands of miners and their families face cold and hunger. Further, the strike is paralyzing other industries dependent on anthracite, bringing suffering to other peoples, thousands of men, women, and children. These intolerable facts of human suffering outweigh all other considerations and lead me to take...
Mr. President, the chairman of the Senate Labor Committee.
Oh, yes, of course.
Will you come in, Senator?
Thank you, Miss Sarah. Mr. President, as chairman of the Labor Committee of the United States Senate, I protest. I mean it, sir.
Sit down, Senator. Why?
They won't come. They'll turn you down. We'll be worse off than we were before.
I don't see how we can be.
They'll think it's a trick. A snare.
They ought to know the President of the United States doesn't set snares.
They're mean, tough-minded men. Both groups. I mean it, sir.
Listen, Senator. If we, all of us, the whole country, we've been waiting and waiting for them over 3 months to get together of their own accord. I thought we could wait them out. Now I'm convinced we can't, and I've got to act.
Act by all means, but don't crawl to them.
Well, what do you suggest?
Call those fellows in here one by one. Take their hide off, one by one. But set them down opposite each other. With you watching them, it'll only make them more stubborn than ever.
Senator, thank you for coming. I'm afraid you haven't changed my mind.
Mr. President, I'm not of your party, and so I should be glad to see you make a mistake that may discredit your administration.
Restrain your joy for a while, Senator.
I'll take no joy in your failure, Mr. President. I'm speaking to you as a man and a fellow citizen.
And as a man and a fellow citizen, what do you advise?
What I've been saying. Don't do it. I mean it, sir.
Senator, in my memorandum, did you notice that I'm going to introduce these committees to a sociologist?
Of course.
But he's really an expert on labor affairs. You see?
Not exactly.
If I called him a labor expert in the invitation, certainly I'd frighten the miners and the operators. But a sociologist? They'll be curious, Senator. And he won't talk to them about wages and profits. He'll talk to them about the social effect of the strike on the whole country.
If your meeting fails.
I am president of all the people, Senator, not of some of them. I'll call out the National Guard to operate the mines.
Excuse me, Mr. President. Your next appointment.
Right away, Miss Zachary. Senator, you will keep this absolutely quiet, won't you?
My word, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Senator. Well, you have a full list ahead of you today, Mr. President.
What next?
A congressional delegation from Iowa on behalf of federal road building. Committee of the Women's League for Better Citizenship to present you with a plaque. Luncheon with the cabinet. Well, that's the last of them, Mr. President.
And that's the last time I'm going to make appointments after dinner. Thanks for staying so late.
Oh, it's only 9 o'clock.
Oh, why don't you go home?
I'm not tired. Besides, I've got a little more work to do.
Well, leave it for the others in the morning.
Well, I'll be in my own office. I'll close the door, and you won't even know I'm here.
You won't disturb me. I'm only going to sit here a while and think a little.
Good night, Mr. President. Oh, Curry is the guard in the corridor tonight, so if you take a walk later...
I know. Good night, Miss Zachary. Curry,
Yes, Mr. President.
is that you pacing up and down?
Orders, Mr. President. I'm on duty.
Yes, well, very well, Curry.
Yes, sir.
Curry,
Yes, Mr. President.
Curry, Captain Drew was telling me your wife is quite ill, isn't she?
Yes, sir, she is.
It must worry you a good deal, hmm?
She's a rare woman, sir.
Yes. Keep thinking about her. 1, 2, 3, 4. How is she? 1, 2, 3, 4. Why doesn't Mary get better?
Alice.
Huh? Oh, yes, Alice. Yes, well, why don't you run home and see how she's feeling, Curry?
I'm not off duty till morning, sir.
Oh, nonsense, Curry. Go over and see her now.
But my orders, sir, Captain Drew...
No one will be the wiser, Curry. And take your time. Come back later, and if Captain Drew asks any questions, I'll take the responsibility. Go ahead, Curry.
All right, sir. I'm very grateful, sir, because only this evening my wife... Thank you very much, sir. I won't be long. I'll go the back way.
Who are you?
I want to talk to you, Mr. President.
Well, that's not the way to come in here.
I tried the front gate this morning.
Well, then you, Oh, you're that young man.
Yes, I couldn't get in. You haven't got time for people like me.
Well, certainly you understand...
I only understand one thing. Once you were for us, now you're against us. I don't have to understand anything else.
Us?
Look at my hands, Mr. President.
Well?
They got that way from mining coal, anthracite, in Pennsylvania. Now you know who I am.
Sit down, won't you? Let's talk this over.
Talk? I'm not here for that. Only one thing I'll say. It's got to be done.
What?
Move away from the desk.
Why?
Move away from the desk.
Very well. What's got to be done?
You were the man who was going to be for us. For the first time, we felt that this room was part of every house in the country. It's bad to have an enemy. It's worse to have a friend turn into an enemy.
I don't understand you.
Yes, you do, Mr. President. Coal miners believed in you, too. Look at us now. Cold, hungry, starving. You want it that way, but it can't go on.
I don't want it.
What turned you against us, Mr. President? What did we do to you? Why are you fighting us?
I'm not.
The strike would be over if you didn't prevent it.
I prevented how?
You're siding with them.
You're wrong.
Look at this, Mr. President.
A gun is dangerous only according to the man holding it.
This gun is dangerous.
You'll be caught. There's a guard right outside that door. There are guards all over the grounds.
They didn't see me coming.
The noise of a shot.
Mr. President, I'm going to kill you.
Why?
You're my enemy. Our enemy.
No.
We've been striking for 3 months, some of us for 4. The bosses won't talk to us because you get no more credit at the company stores. No food. My brother's wife was going to have a baby. He's got a right to have a family, hasn't he? She got sick. Where's the doctor? Look for a doctor. No doctor. He couldn't take her to another town. I can ride rails, but she was sick and she was going to have a baby. 2 days ago, she's not going to have a baby. You killed it, Mr. President.
What can I say to you? What can I possibly say to you?
It's late for that question.
You've got to wait.
Wait. What for? This will end the waiting. Maybe you want to pray.
I have prayed.
This is how it should be. Clear and clean.
I can prove to you the delay is almost over.
If I let you talk, you can prove anything.
But today I took action to end the strike.
I saw nothing in the papers.
It won't be in the papers, not for 10 days.
10 days? In 2 days, my brother's baby.
Men representing you and your friends. They're coming here to the White House. They'll meet your bosses, the mine owners.
I'd be a fool to believe it.
Face to face, they'll settle the strike. They're going to find out what it's costing the whole country.
What about us in the coal towns? We come first.
We all come first.
Fine words. We've heard them all.
Let me prove to you what I say is true.
By waiting 10 days? No.
Let me go into the next room.
Oh, no, you don't.
To get some papers to show you.
You'll signal a guard.
I don't know your name.
Lovsky.
Mr. Lovsky? Behind you is an open door to a small room where my daily records are kept. There's a large flat desk with several filing trays. In one of them are copies of 2 letters I wrote today. They're what I want you to see.
Don't press any buttons.
There aren't any in there. All right?
All right. Walk past me. Just to the door.
Here?
Yes. Now I'm behind you. Walk ahead to that desk.
It's about 1, 2, 3, 4 paces.
All right. I'll get those letters.
You know, if I die, the vice president moves in here. That's the law.
Yes, I remember that from school.
He'd have to do about the same as I do, the same as I did about the strike.
He wasn't our friend. He might not be our enemy.
You know, people think the president of the United States is the most powerful man in the world.
It isn't your power I'm thinking of.
But there are lots of things a president can't do. Unless people break the law, he can't compel anybody to do anything.
You can make a law.
Only the people can do that. And here we are.
Come back in this room. Careful.
Oh, I'm being careful, very careful.
Put those letters down on the desk. Now, step back. Further. Further, Mr. President.
Now read the letters. I won't jump at you.
I'm reading them. And I can see out of the corner of my eye. It's a good trick for a miner. I can see a crack in a face. Drops of water. Crack in a piece of timber.
I promise you I won't move.
Gentlemen, almost 4 months, the strike, strangling the nation, many thousands of miners and their families face cold and hunger. These intolerable facts of human suffering outweigh all other considerations and lead me to take action.
Tell me, Mr. Lovsky, do you think they'll come, your people?
What? Why, it's what we wanted, Mr. President.
It's all right. It's all right.
I'm not crazy, sir, but my brother, his wife, everything, and it was wait.
I know.
Call the guard, Mr. President.
Lovsky, will you do me a favor?
Favor, sir?
Yes. Will you be going back home now?
I never expected to.
I want you to. I want you to tell your friends what I'm doing. Only the miners. Tell them I'm not the friend who turned into an enemy. Make that plain, Lovsky. Say to them I've seen the president and he is working hard to end the strike. Will you do that, Lovsky?
Can I say, Mr. President, that you're on our side?
Think a moment, Lovsky. I can't be on anybody's side now, can I?
I have seen the president, and he's working hard to end the strike. We wait only 10 days.
I only hope they believe you, Lovsky. Sometimes it's hard to make people believe you.
Well, I'll be going now, Mr. President. I can catch a fast freight.
No. A presidential courier must travel properly. Will this be enough?
Oh, why, yes, sir. Good night, Mr. President.
Lovsky, not that way.
Stop where you are.
What is that now? What in heaven's... Captain Drew, Captain!
Mr. President, I'm coming around front.
No, come here, through the window, Captain, please.
Mr. President, we caught this young fellow here.
Oh, yes, I see. And what are you going to do with him, Captain?
He goes to jail, sir.
Now, Captain, I want this man to leave as secretly as he came. And quickly, Captain. The message he carries is very urgent.
Yes, Mr. President. All right, young man. On your way. I'm very sorry.
Goodbye, Mr. President.
Good luck, Lovsky. Miss Sherry, I thought you'd gone hours ago.
I've been working. Did you get your thinking done, Mr. President?
Thinking? Oh, yes, indeed.
I didn't disturb you in there, did I?
No, I didn't even realize you were there, or you must be very tired, Miss Sherry.
Oh, I always feel invigorated when I've finished a hard job. Don't you?
Usually, yes. But this evening, sometime, I feel otherwise.
You weren't disturbed in any way?
No.
Everything was quiet?
Miss Sherry, I'm really worried about you. You must be very tired.
You're awfully anxious to get rid of me.
No, not really. Sit down. I'll send for some tea.
I could swear you've been upset by something. Don't you want to tell me? Don't you think you ought to?
Miss Sherry, I don't know what... Yes, come in.
Mr. President,
Oh, yes, Curry. Well, Curry, thanks for looking in. Everything is fine. Thank you, Curry. Good night, Curry. Now, Miss Sherry,
Pardon me, Mr. President. I just wanted to give you this.
Oh, thank you, Curry. Thank you very much. Well, good night, Curry.
Open it, Mr. President.
Open it?
Curry obviously hopes you will.
Thank you, Miss Sarah.
Huh. Cookies.
My wife wanted you to have them, sir. She was that grateful.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Curry. And don't mention it. By all means, don't mention it.
I told her how you let me off.
Oh, don't mention it, Curry. Don't mention it.
Anyway, thank you, sir. Good night, sir.
Good night. Miss Sherry, have a cookie?
Why wouldn't you tell me about Lovesky of your own accord?
Ah, Miss Sarah, you were eavesdropping.
You were afraid I'd be angry about Curry.
I wish you'd take a cookie.
Oh, boy, a little boy so pleased with his games that he doesn't care what he does with his life. His life that isn't his life.
Well?
I listened at the door, frozen stiff. Any sound would have set that gun off, but I suppose that insane young man will worship you the rest of his days.
Why, you're crying, Miss Sarah.
Now I know what it means when they say enough to make the angels weep.
And you are an angel, Miss Sarah.
Oh, that isn't what I mean, and you know it. I can't stand another minute of it. I'm going home. Sir, if you ever move from here the rest of your life, I'll have you skinned alive.
Good night, Miss Sarah. Yes, that's how it happened. All the Cole fellows, both sides, met in the White House, the way I asked them to, and settled the strike. That was the first time they'd ever done a thing like that, and so we made a little progress. The next summer, we had Lovesky down for a visit, and he was getting along fine. Among other things, he told me his brother was expecting another baby. After that, too, I was careful not to be careless anymore about the guards. I hated to see Miss Sarah get so upset. Well, have you figured out yet who I was when all that happened? It was in 1902, and it was Teddy Roosevelt who had my job. Yes, when Theodore Roosevelt was Mr. President. Drop in again next week, won't you? I've got another story, and I think you'll enjoy it. Good night.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold, is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. Tonight's script was based on two incidents in the life of Theodore Roosevelt. This recording was directed by Charles Powers, with music composed and conducted by Bernard Green. Next week, Mr. President tells you about the ghost in the White House.
The following program was transcribed from its earlier network release.
The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our country, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. The true human stories of Mr. President. Let's visit Mr. President in the White House. It's evening. The only one window shows the light, a study on the ground floor. We find ourselves at the front door.
Come right in, please. The President's expecting you. Through that door, please.
I'll go right in. Some business for you, Mr. President.
Hello? Sit down, won't you? Why, of course it's all right. You know, before I moved in here, I had the idea that the president is somehow more than a human being. But believe me, he isn't. I get aches and pains just the way you do. All kinds of things happen at the White House here, things people never hear about. Let me tell you a true story that's hardly known to all. Now, which president was it when it actually happened? I'll tell you later on. But meanwhile, see if you can guess.
It started the evening I came back to the White House after taking a long, brisk walk.
Mr. President.
Hello, Captain Drew.
Are you all right, Mr. President?
Well, don't I look all right?
Yes, sir. Only where are McGrath and Cooper?
Ah, Captain, they're fine young fellows. They're the most pleasant bodyguards you ever assigned to me.
Pleasant be. They're not supposed to let you out of their sight.
I assure you, they didn't do it on purpose.
Oh, not again, Mr. President.
You'd have appreciated my strategy, Captain. I walked into the swamp, the one by the river. They did exactly what I expected. They ran around to the other side to pick me up again, but I turned right around and came out where I went in. You know, Hannibal did that once to the Romans. I hate being followed, Captain.
But we've got to guard you, sir. Yesterday, a bomb came in the mail. This morning, more of those threatening letters. Oh, McGrath and Cooper are going to catch it from me.
Don't be hard on them.
And I'm going to catch it from Miss Sarah.
Oh. Well, I won't tell her if you won't.
I can't fool Miss Sarah, sir. Neither can you.
You know, I was enjoying myself thoroughly until you said that, Captain.
I'm sorry, Mr. President.
Well, however, it was fun while it lasted. Can't you just see poor McGrath and Cooper running around and around that swamp? And waiting for me to come out. Good night, Captain.
Good night, Mr. President.
Oh, Captain.
Yes, sir?
You won't say anything to Miss Sarah?
I'll do my best, Mr. President.
Good night, Captain.
Your breakfast, Mr. President.
Oh, come in, Ralph. You can push those papers off the table.
They're all about the coal strike, sir.
I know them by heart, and much good it does me. Push them aside.
Yes, sir. The senator's on his way upstairs, sir.
Oh, he's back from New York?
Evidently. Here he is, sir.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Oh, good morning.
May I join you for breakfast?
Well, isn't this our regular day, John? Sit down.
Yeah, thanks.
A fried ham this morning, gentlemen.
Well, I'm not very hungry.
I love fried ham, Ralph.
With eggs on top like the sun coming up.
No, I'm not hungry, really.
Oh, but I am, Ralph.
On marmalade and coffee, too.
You'll pardon me if I begin, Mr. President.
Well, I suppose I ought to eat something.
Yes, sir.
Ralph.
Sir?
My toast. Where's the butter?
Your diet, Mr. President.
Now, where did Miss Sarah get that idea?
So, you on a diet, too? My wife made me adopt hers.
My wife, too.
This is very humbling experience, Ralph.
Humbling, sir?
I'm President of the United States. I'm responsible for millions and millions of people, but I can't get butter on my toast.
It just goes to show you, sir, there's no such thing as unlimited power.
Yeah, you're right. Newton learned about gravity from an apple. We learn about power from toast.
And sometimes the most baffling problems yield to the most simple solutions, Senator.
Mr. President, I'm glad to find you in this mood.
What?
I chatted with Captain Drew on my way in.
Oh, I think I know what's coming.
Did he tell you of all the angry letters last week?
The usual thing, John.
But so many more from the coal states, blaming you for the strike going on and on. From the farm states because prices have crashed. Many of those letters threaten your life, Mr. President.
Well, what good would it do killing me?
And there was a bomb in the mail the other afternoon.
John, I'm not responsible for every crazy fool.
You are responsible for your own safety.
It's not as serious as all that.
Don't you realize what would happen to the country if you... No, one shot would be enough. In this crisis, an assassination would bring chaos, even anarchy. The future of this nation is at stake.
I know.
Coal is up to $20 a ton. Schools are having to close, hunger, illness. But it's not only the miners. There's not a single person untouched by this tragedy. This economic stalemate has affected every home in the nation. People's nerves are wearing thin.
No, you don't have to tell me all of that.
I beg your pardon.
More coffee, gentlemen?
Please.
Make mine black, Ralph.
Yes, sir.
John, what luck did you have?
Hendricks came down with me on the train from New York last night.
In response to my interpretation?
Yes, with a new plan for ending the strike. It was prepared by Hendricks and the leading operators.
They aren't giving in.
I told Hendricks I was breakfasting with you, so he gave me this piece of paper for you.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's short enough.
Oh, yes, it's short enough.
Now, let's see.
As representative of the mine operators, he asked me to appoint a 7-man commission to arbitrate the strike. But there's no representative of labor provided for.
No, sir.
Well, we'll never get the men to go back to work unless their views are heard in all fairness.
No.
Almost a year ago, we started trying to get these people to agree and to get them together. We failed, and always for the same reason. This plan isn't really new. It leaves us exactly where we were at the beginning.
Maybe, Mr. President, but maybe there's something we can do.
No, not at this time, at any rate.
Well, then I'll be going. I'm sorry my news wasn't better.
Well, you did your best, John. Thank you.
Good day, Ralph.
Good day, Senator. Mr. President, before you go downstairs.
What is it, Ralph?
Miss Sarah, sir.
Well, what about her? Oh, I'd forgotten. She's angry, eh?
You know how she gets her.
Well, I'd rather face an angry mob outside the White House than Miss Sarah when she's, well, you know.
You should have thought of that last night, sir, before you lost the guards in the swamp.
Well, Miss Sarah, or no Miss Sarah, I've got the coal strike to settle. Good morning, Miss Sarah.
Good morning, Mr. President. Excuse me.
What?
Your tie was crooked.
Oh, thank you very much. Now, I want you to take a
Did
little...
you sleep well, Mr. President?
Oh, yes, fine. I want you to
You don't look as if you had.
Well, I'm never boisterous in the morning.
I can tell when you've had enough sleep and when you haven't, and why.
That's it, exactly. I want you to get Mr. Hendricks...
When you don't sleep well or enough, there's usually a reason.
Of course. The coal strike.
Conscience.
What?
The uneasy conscience of a small boy with evil in his heart.
Oh, what towering nonsense.
Small boys of your type think it amusing to play pranks that worry all of us half to death.
Now, Miss Sarah...
If I begged you once, I've begged you 100 times. Don't go around without your bodyguard.
Well, it's irritating to be followed.
That's not important.
Oh, isn't it?
It's not you they're guarding. It's the President of the United States.
Well, he can be irritated, too.
And last night, losing those 2 men in the swamp. If ever I heard a childish trick.
You know, I was testing out some military strategy. Hannibal did it to the Romans. He went a little way into a swamp.
Mr. President, please.
Oh, all right. Forgive me this time, Miss Sarah.
It isn't a joke. With that bomb in the mail, the crazy letters threatening your life.
Miss Sarah, I want you to call up Alvin Hendricks at his hotel. Have him come over as soon as he can. Also call up the senator. I'm ready for the next step in the coal strike.
You've decided what to do?
Miss Sarah, I'm sorry I distressed you over the guards.
I'm sorry I spoke so harshly, Mr. President.
Shake hands.
Yes. You wanted me to call the senator.
Yes, and have him come back at the same time Hendricks does. Miss Sarah, I thought I was licked. Now I think we're going to get somewhere.
Mr. President, Mr. Hendricks.
Now, Mr. Hendricks, good morning.
Mr. President?
I hope we make more progress today than we did the last time.
I hope so, too, Mr. President.
Good. Now, your plan asks me to set up a commission. It's to include an Army or Navy engineer, a mining engineer, a coal merchant, a federal judge, a churchman, a government representative, and a sociologist. With all these, I agree.
You're doing the country a service, sir.
But you've got to go further.
Further? How?
The miners have to be represented, too.
You mean add a representative of the miners to the commission?
This plan won't work unless you do.
Why not? The entire anthracite industry is behind it.
Mr. Hendricks, we've tried time and time again to settle this strike without sitting down with both sides represented. I'm convinced that unless a representative of labor has a chance to meet with you, this plan is doomed to failure, too.
Mr. President, ours tied. The coal operators need
Mr.
your
Hendricks,
help.
the president cannot take sides.
We agree to accept the commission's decisions. Why can't the miners?
Mr. Hendricks, this strike has lasted for months and months. I want the operators of the miners to get together. The price of coal is skyrocketing. Industry is at a standstill. People all over the country are suffering. Winter is coming, and you know what that means. Cold, hunger, illness.
Schools will have to close. Hospitals will be affected. These are intolerable conditions, human factors. And they outweigh any other consideration.
We're upset about these things, too, Mr. President.
Then compromise.
Well...
You've got to.
We respectfully suggest that you appoint any individuals you like, as long as they stay within the 7 categories named in the plan. But to add a new one now...
In plain language, Mr. Hendricks, you flatly refuse.
Yes. We've already come so far, Mr. President. Can't you understand our position?
I can't accept a plan I know will fail.
And apparently this discussion is getting us nowhere.
I agree with you, Mr. Hendricks.
Good day, sir.
Good day, sir. Goodbye, Mr. Hendricks.
Miss Sarah.
Mr. President.
Miss Sarah.
Come in.
Mr. President, the country will fall into chaos.
Wait and see. Ready, Miss Sarah?
Yes, sir.
A letter to Mr. Hendricks. Dear Mr. Hendricks, I have carefully considered our talk this morning, and I have decided to accept your plan as it stands.
As it stands.
Mr. President, you dismissed Hendricks not 30 seconds ago. You could have accepted the plan then without arguing about it.
Oh, no. I got him to say what I wanted him to say.
What?
That as long as I stayed within the 7 categories, they'd accept any individuals I named.
I don't understand.
Well, listen to the rest of the letter. These will be my appointments. Military engineer, Brigadier General John M. Wilson. Mining engineer, E.W. Parker. Judge, George Gray. Coal merchant, Thomas H. Walker. Bishop John Spaulding. United States Commissioner, Carol P. Wright. And as the sociologist...
What?
Sociologist. S-O-C-I-O...
Oh, I know how to spell it. I just didn't understand you.
As to the sociologist, you will meet him at the time of our conference in Illinois.
Mr. President, who is this sociologist and why are you keeping him such a secret?
The sociologist will be E.E. Clark, Grand Chief of the Order of Railroad Conductors.
E.E. Clark? But, Mr. President, he's the very kind of man Hendricks and his crowd have refused to accept.
You heard Hendricks say they would accept any sociologist I name. Do you know what a sociologist is, John?
Well,
A sociologist is an authority on social problems and conditions.
Thank you, Miss Sarah.
And, John, wouldn't you say that the head of the Conductors' Union is an authority on social problems and conditions?
Well, I suppose the miners will accept Clark.
Why, certainly. They know him and respect him.
But will Hendricks and the operators?
When they sit down with him, it'll be too late to back out.
Yes, but if they do back out, if the whole plan fails...
I'm president of all the people, not only some of them. I'll call out the army and operate the mines myself.
Excuse me, Senator. Your next visitor, Mr. President.
Good luck, Mr. President. I'll be anxious to know of the results. Good day, Miss Sarah.
Goodbye,
Good day,
Senator.
Senator.
Well, Miss Sarah, what next?
You have a full list ahead of you, Mr. President. A congressional delegation from Iowa on behalf of federal road building. After luncheon, a committee of the Women's League for Better Citizenship to present you with a plaque. Last of them, Mr. President.
Well, that's the last time I make appointments after dinner.
Well, I'm sorry. You have one more.
Oh, Lord, no.
He's due in a moment or so on an appointment made by one of our congressmen. I'd better ask him to come back tomorrow.
No, it's all right. What's his name? What does he want?
Well, his name is Carlson. He's a farmer, I believe.
Well, there's no need for you to stay, Miss Sarah.
Oh, it's only 9 o'clock. Besides, I have a little more work to do.
Well, you've done enough for today, Miss Sarah.
I'll be in my office, Mr. President. I'll close the door. You won't even know I'm there.
Well, you won't disturb me.
Oh, Curry is the guard in the corridor tonight, so if you take a walk later...
I know. Curry? Curry?
Oh, yes, Mr. President?
Is that you pacing up and down?
Yes, sir. Orders, Mr. President.
Mm-hmm. I see. Very well, Curry.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Curry.
Yes, Mr. President.
Curry, Captain Drew was telling me your wife's quite ill, isn't she?
Oh, yes, sir, she is.
It must worry you a good deal, huh?
Oh, she's a rare woman, sir.
Well, why don't you run on home and see how she's feeling, Curry?
Well, I'm not off duty till morning, sir, and Captain Drew told me to...
no one will be the wiser, Curry. Take your time. Come back later, and if Captain Drew asks any questions, I'll take the responsibility. Now, go ahead, Curry.
Well, all right, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I won't be long. I'll go the back way.
Yeah, that's better. Oh, come in. Curry, I thought that you were... Oh. Well, who are you?
Excuse me, Mr. President. I have an appointment. Usher told me to come in.
Oh, yes. Well, come in. It's Mr...
Carlson, sir. Emery Carlson.
Oh, yes.
I had a hard time getting this appointment, Mr. President. You haven't got much time for people like me.
Well, certainly you understand that
I only understand one thing. You're against us. I don't have to understand anything else.
Us?
Look at my hands, Mr. President.
Well?
I got that way from plowing, from hoeing hard ground, from years of work wiped out by the banks.
Well, sit down, won't you? Let's talk this thing over.
Talk? I'm not here for that, Mr. President. Only one thing I'll say. It's got to be done.
What?
Move away from that desk.
Why?
Move away from that desk.
Very well. Tell me, what's got to be done?
You're our enemy. You're bad for the country. You've closed down the mines. You're letting the banks take our farms. It's bad to have an enemy. It's worse to have a friend turn into an enemy.
I don't understand
you. Yes, you do, Mr. President. Farmers believed in you once just like the miners did, and look at us now. In debt, farms taken over by the banks, squeezing us to death. Miners starving, too. You want it that way, but it can't go on.
I don't want it that way.
What turned you against us, Mr. President? What did we do to you? Why are you fighting us?
I'm not.
We'd have had our farms now if you didn't prevent it.
I prevented how?
You're siding with them, with the banks.
Oh, you're wrong.
Look at this, Mr. President.
A gun is dangerous only according to the man holding it.
This gun is dangerous.
You'll be caught. There's a guard right outside that. There are guards all over the ground.
There's no guard outside. I came in that way.
Then the noise of the shot.
Mr. President, I'm going to kill you.
Why?
You're my enemy. Our enemy.
No.
For 20 years, I worked to keep my own farm. Now it's been taken from me because I couldn't pay my taxes and the mortgage. No one will give me credit. What chance have the farmers got as long as this strike goes on? What chance has anybody got?
What can I say to you? What can I possibly say?
It's late for that question.
The coal strike will be ended.
In favor of the miners and of us. What about us?
The whole country will go back to work.
Fine words. We've heard them all.
Let me prove what I say is true. Let me go into the next room.
No, you don't.
To get a letter to show you?
You'll signal a guard.
Mr. Carlson, behind you is an open door to a small room where my daily records are kept. It is. In one of them are copies of a letter I wrote today. That's what I want you to see.
Don't press any buttons.
There aren't any in there. Is that all right?
All right. Walk past me. Just to the door.
Yeah?
I'm behind you. Walk ahead to that desk.
Well, it's about 1, 2, 3, 4 pages.
All right. Now, get that letter.
You know, if I die, the vice president moves in here. That's the law.
I remember that from school.
He'd have to do about the same as I do. He couldn't help the farmers or force the miners and operators to settle.
He could make a law.
The president can't compel anyone to do anything. Only the people can make a law. Oh, here we are.
Come back in this room. Careful.
I'm being very careful.
Put it down on the desk. Now step back. Further, Mr. President.
Now, read the letter. I won't jump at you.
I'm reading it.
I promise you I won't move.
What's this mean?
We're forming a commission to end the strike.
A commission?
Yes, the operators have steadily refused to meet with a representative of labor. But they have agreed to meet with a sociologist.
Well?
If you'll read that letter, you'll notice that the name of the sociologist is left blank.
Yes, I see.
Well, just for your information, Mr. Carlson, and confidentially, our sociologist will be E.E. Clark, Grand Chief of the Order of Railroad Conductors.
A union?
Yes. The operators have agreed to meet. If that doesn't work, I'm calling out the army to work the mines. When coal is coming out of the ground again and people are working again, won't they be able to buy more food? Your corn and wheat and everything else the farmer grows? Does that look as if I'm letting you down?
Crazy. I get crazy. A man gets tied into a nutty. He has to do something.
Mr. Carlson, you realize that I have to turn you over to the guards.
Yes, I know.
Threatening the life of the president is... Mr. Carlson, I think you'd better give me that gun.
Yes. I know I was wrong. I guess it's too late to be sorry. Go ahead. Call the guard.
You know, Carlson, I believe you're sincere. You were wrong, but... See here, Carlson. Go out that door and down the hall. At the end of the corridor, you'll find a guard. Ask him to take you to Captain Drew. Turn yourself over to the captain. And then I'll... Well, it may go easier on you that way.
I'm still glad I came here, Mr. President. Because I found out we were wrong about you. God bless you, sir. And help you.
Good luck, Carlson. Why, Miss Sarah, I thought you'd gone.
I've been working. Where's Curry?
Curry? Oh, he,
Didn't I hear you and Captain Drew talking in the corridor?
Yes, he was asking me a lot of questions. Oh, you must be very tired, Miss Sarah.
Questions about what?
Miss Sarah, I'm worried about you. You must be very tired.
You're awfully anxious to get rid of me.
Oh, no, not really. Sit down. Shall I send for some tea?
I could swear you've been upset by something. Don't you want to tell me? Don't you think you ought to?
Miss Sarah, I don't know what you... Oh, the door. Yes, come in. Oh, yes. Curry. Well, Curry, thanks for looking in. Everything is fine. Thank you, Curry. And good night, Curry. Now, Miss Sarah, I want you...
Pardon me, Mr. President. I just want to give you this, sir.
Oh, thank you, Curry. Thank you very much. Well, good night, Curry.
Open it, Mr. President.
Open it?
Curry obviously hopes you will.
Thank you, Miss Sarah.
Cookies.
My wife wanted you to have them, sir. She was that grateful.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Curry. And don't mention it. By all means, don't mention it.
I told her how you'd let me off, sir.
No, don't mention it, Curry. Don't mention it.
Well, anyway, thank you, sir. And good night, sir.
Good night. Miss Sarah, you have a cookie?
Why wouldn't you tell me about Carlson of your own accord?
Miss Sarah, you were eavesdropping.
You were afraid I'd be angry about Curry.
Well, I wish you'd take a cookie.
A small boy, a little boy, so pleased with his games, outwitting his elders that he doesn't care what he does with his own life.
Well,
I
what?
listened at that door, frozen stiff. Any sound would have set that gun off, and Mr. President, I've got to make you see it. One shot from that gun tonight, and everything you're doing would be smashed. So much depends on your life. And it isn't your life, it's the miners and their families, the farmers and the senator and Captain Drew. And you don't belong to yourself. You belong to all of us. You've got to be careful.
Well, I'm sorry. I promise you I will be from now on. Why, Miss Sarah, you're crying.
Now I know what it means when they say enough to make the angels weep.
And you are an angel, Miss Sarah. You're right, and this will never happen again. Forgive me, please.
Forgive you? You? I just can't stand another minute of it, and I'm going home. And if that Curry ever moves from here for the rest of his life, I'll have him skinned alive.
Good night, Miss Sarah. Well, Well, the miners and the operators did accept my appointment with Mr. Clark as the sociologist. Alvin Hendricks was certainly surprised when he recognized Clark as head of the conductors' union, but he stuck to his word. The commission was set up and the strike was settled. That was the first time a thing like that was ever done, and so we did make a little progress. After that, too, I was careful not to be careless anymore about the guards. I learned my lesson. Besides, I hated to see Miss Sarah get so upset. But it was fun leading McGrath and Cooper around that swamp the way Hannibal did the Romans. Have you figured out yet who I was when all that happened? It really did happen, you know. Yes, it's a true story. And it happened in 1902. And it was Teddy Roosevelt who had my job then. Yes, when Theodore Roosevelt was Mr. President. Drop in again next week, won't you? I've got another story I think you'll enjoy. Good night.
Edward Arnold will soon be seen with Clark Gable, Deborah Carr, Sidney Greenstreet, and Adolphe Menjou in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's production of The Hucksters. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold, is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Tonight's script by Paul Milton was based on two incidents in the life of Theodore Roosevelt. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our country, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's evening, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy day. Only one window on the ground floor shows a light. We enter and find ourselves in the President's study.
Good evening. Sit down, won't you? Did you ever realize what a magnifying glass Washington is? It makes a good man seem like a saint and a weak man seem like a master criminal. It makes white whiter and black blacker, as you'll see in tonight's story. Now, I'll tell you later on, of course, which president this story happened to. But meanwhile, I think you'll be able to guess. Very early one Saturday morning, I was playing golf with the man I'd recently appointed head of the Veterans Bureau. His name was Charlie Holt.
Well, 3 down, 2 to go, Mr. President.
Yeah, the par for this hole is 5, Charlie.
It's been done in 4 with a good putt.
Well, then you watch me.
Well, say, wait, that's a new putter you've got there, isn't it, sir?
Yeah, brand new. Now, how far would you say the ball is from the hole?
Oh, 15 feet.
Now watch. Nah, too short, too short.
Well, I'll conceal the hole, sir. We'll go on to the next one.
Now, just a minute, Charlie. All right. I'm going to play it out.
Oh? All right, sir.
If I can't make you 3-foot putt now, I'll throw this club into the river, that's all.
Wait a minute. Hold it, sir. Another twosome coming along.
Oh.
Hello, Holt.
Hello, Bar.
Oh, friend of yours, Charlie?
Not exactly.
Beautiful morning, Holt.
Isn't it?
Yes. Mr. President, this is Mr. Barr.
Good morning, Mr. Barr.
Mr. President, how's business, Holt?
All right.
Still doing business only with your friends?
If you do business with people, they're apt to become friends.
Then how does anybody get to do business with you over there in the Veterans Bureau? My company's been trying for months, without luck.
Mr. Barr, what kind of business?
Surplus Army goods.
Oh.
Nice to have seen you, Holt. Goodbye, Mr. President.
Goodbye, Mr. Barr.
All right, sir. It's your putt.
Charlie.
Yes, sir?
That was rather a pointed remark Barr made about doing business only with friends.
Oh, he's got it in for me, sir. He's one of those people who read personal motives into everything. Your ball, sir?
Well, why should he?
His company entered bids on a supply of surplus sheeting, and I couldn't accept the bid. So he thinks I had a personal reason. Surely you have cranks of that kind to deal with, too?
Don't we all? Now let me make this putt.
All right, sir.
Oh, no. Misfired it. I tell you, I'm going to throw this putt into the river now.
Oh, golf is a great leveler, sir. Even the President of the United States can get angry at a missed putt.
It's silly, isn't it? All right. One more chance. Let me your putter, will you?
All right, here yours.
Oh, well, there at last. Your hole, Charlie.
Say, how about making the game more exciting, sir?
Playing on our heads?
No. Say, $10 a hole, not counting the first, of course.
Oh, no, Charlie. I play golf for enjoyment. But I hear you've been playing cards for good-sized stakes.
Oh, rumor always exaggerates, sir. Especially in Washington.
You like stories about how good I am at golf, huh?
Yeah. Washington's like a magnifying glass, isn't it? The least thing swells up into a mouth.
Naturally, with the whole country watching us all the time. Miss Sarah?
Did you enjoy your golf, Mr. President?
Oh, I had a wonderful time. I'm almost as good as Charlie Holt now.
What shall I do with this stick?
Stick? That's not a stick. It's a club, a golf club.
Very well, a club, but it's broken. Shall I throw it away?
Well, if you have a distant relative you don't like, you can give it to him.
I've no relatives I dislike that much.
Miss Sarah, you've heard some of those stories about Charlie Holt losing at gambling, haven't you?
The newspaper men have told me.
Well, do you think that's true?
They seem to be. Is anything the matter?
Well, an odd thing happened on the golf course this morning. A businessman named Barr came by and made some very pointed remarks.
About gambling?
No. But this fellow Barr dropped a hint that Holt's running the Veterans Bureau purely for benefit of his friends. That is, the selling of surplus supplies left over from the war.
Mr. President, did you say the man's name was Barr?
Mm-hmm.
Or did you catch his first name?
No, it wasn't mentioned. Why?
Well, a letter from a man named Barr just came by messenger. I have it here in my folder.
Was it addressed to me?
Yes, I was about to send it over to Mr. Holt. Oh, here it is.
Oh, thank you. My dear Mr. President, I was not joking in my remarks to Charles Holt. My firm has been unable to close any contracts with him, even though we have consistently bid higher than certain other firms. H.W. Gorman, for instance, to whom Mr. Holt seems very close. I feel the situation is grossly unfair and deserves your attention. Respectfully yours, S.K. Barr.
It may be pure malice, Mr. President.
Yes, that's what Charlie suggested this morning, and maybe it's true.
What?
Well, I mean, to Charlie Holt, the whole world is a friend. That's what I liked about him when I first saw him working with the veterans in Honolulu. I liked his sincerity, his interest in his work. Just the same, the last place I want anything to go wrong is in the Veterans Bureau. The country owes those men too much.
Do you want to talk to Mr. Holt about it? I can send for him.
No. The man I want to talk to is Bob Spear in the Surgeon General's office. I've got a job for him.
Mr. President, I'd much rather you gave the job to someone else.
Well, you're the best man in Washington for it, Bob.
Charles Holt's a higher official than I am. I'm sure you see the peculiar position you're putting me in, sir.
Well, I've got to know what's going on in the Veterans Bureau, Bob. How else can I find out?
Ask Holt himself, sir.
Oh, I have, but not about this letter yet, but other things. And before I make an issue of it with him, I want a confidential report from you.
Suppose he finds out what I'm doing, sir.
Oh, don't worry about that. I'll tell him myself the first chance I get. But what I want you to understand why I've asked you to do this job. You're the Surgeon General. You're connected with the Veterans Bureau without actually being Charlie Holt's assistant, and you're familiar with the organization.
That's all true, sir, but...
And finally, if you have nothing to gain or lose from whatever you find out, would you do it, Bob, as a personal favor to me?
All right, sir. I'll work as fast as I can. It's quite true, Mr. President.
How bad is it, Bob?
The Veterans Bureau is a snarl of inefficiency. There's no question it may cost the government millions of dollars.
How exactly?
In the sale of surplus supplies from the main storage depots. Perryville's the largest one.
Uh-huh.
As you know, sir, the Bureau is charged with selling excess supplies, but only after veterans, hospitals, and the public health service get what they need. The trouble now is that goods are being sold, gauze, bandages, drugs, soap, blankets, towels, and so on. These goods are being sold so rapidly that the hospitals and the public health service are not getting what they need.
Well, what's your explanation of the reason?
The general inefficiency of the organization. And I'm afraid that's the plain responsibility of Charlie Holt.
Well, that's an outrage, Bob. Carelessness at the expense of men who have been fighting a war for us. I've got to be sure that supplies that ought to go to them and to the public health service go there and nowhere else. And that taxpayers' money isn't wasted. Bob, you stay here. Miss Sarah.
Yes, Mr. President?
Miss Sarah, arrange for Charlie Holt to come and see me today as soon as he can. Sit down, Charlie.
Thank you, sir.
I've asked Bob Spear to sit in with us because this involves him as well as you. So I asked him for a report on how the Veterans Bureau is running.
I'm sorry you didn't ask me, sir. I'm the director of the Bureau.
Charlie, it's my job to run the government as best I can. Besides, we owe extra consideration to veterans. I'm afraid your feelings and Spear's and mine run a poor third.
Well, I'd like to have Bob tell what he reported to you, sir.
Bob?
I don't mind, sir. Charlie, I told the president what everyone in the Bureau can see very plainly. It's a mess of inefficiency.
Accusations like that are easy to make.
Charlie, this is more serious than you realize, and it's a very painful interview for me. I had a great deal of faith in you, and your sympathy with veterans and their problems, and your ability as an administrator. But I'm sorry to say I can't bank on that faith anymore.
You can't? I don't understand.
I've got to remove you from office.
I see.
I haven't any choice. If anything is seriously wrong in the Veterans Bureau, you'll be blamed, of course. But the final responsibility is mine, and I can't take a chance. What excuse would I have?
Bob, you don't believe there's anything really wrong in the Bureau, do you?
I think inefficiency is wrong.
Mr. President, would you listen to my side of the situation?
Why, of course.
I had a choice to make, Mr. President, to be cautious and picayune and let the goods dribble out into use. And nobody would have been satisfied. I'd have been accused of inefficiency. But instead, I decided to get the supplies out of our warehouses, out where they'd do some good. I went fast, yes, deliberately, because speed seemed more important than caution. Well, I was wrong, Mr. President. I'm sorry I've embarrassed you.
Mr. President.
Yes, Bob.
From my knowledge of the Veterans Bureau, sir, I'd say that everything Charlie's told you is, well, an accurate picture of events. I mean, perhaps if he had time, he could straighten the situation out.
Charlie, do you think you could?
If I have your confidence again, sir?
Charlie, I don't want to remove you. I hated to think I could be wrong about a man. I'll give you a chance to get the Bureau running properly.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. I promise you won't have a thing to worry about.
Well, Holt, nice to see you. What may I do for you?
I'm afraid I've got some disappointing news for you, Gorman.
Oh? Anything wrong?
Yeah. The president has run across certain information.
Oh?
He's putting a lot of pressure on me, Gorman. I'm going to have to take it easy.
Meaning?
We'll have to hold up on our shipments to your firm.
Yeah, but see here, Holt, we've got a contract.
It's just until the pressure is off.
Yes, but by then the chances of making our profits may be gone. Then we'll have to insist on delivery, Holt.
Insist?
Certainly. Actually, you have nothing to fear. The president doesn't dare make any trouble about it.
And why not?
He'd be making more trouble for his own administration than for anyone else.
Yeah, but wait a minute. If they prove that this is
Holt,
the truth...
you're in this too deep to back out to. Now, just as the president is. You just forget your fears and keep those goods rolling out to us. Nobody dares make any trouble for any of us. And you stand to make a very tidy sum personally. I don't think the president will object once he learns what it will mean to his administration if he does.
Mr. President, I saw it with my own eyes. It's incredible.
Take it easy, Bob. What's the trouble now?
Since our interview with Holt, I've been watching the situation naturally.
Good.
Mr. President, I've uncovered not more inefficiency, but corruption on a gigantic scale.
Charlie Holt's?
Judge for yourself, sir. In Perryville, I found freight cars being loaded with 75,000 towels, billed out at 3 3/8 cents apiece to an eastern firm, a Gorman firm.
Gorman? Uh-huh.
These towels cost the government 19 cents apiece, and Holt's virtually giving them away to a private company when the Public Health Service needs them and can't get them.
Bob, you yourself said such things came from plain inefficiency.
I thought so, too, before. But when I got back to Washington, I looked up that contract. There was no inefficiency connected with that. It was highly efficient and crooked. The Gorman firm had made the lowest bid, not the highest.
Is that the only case you found?
By no means, sir. Just on a quick survey of other contracts, I'd say that Holt has sold over $3 million worth of supplies for only $600,000. And for only one reason.
You mean some of the buying companies are paying him secretly?
I can't believe it. But it must be. How else could Holt live and spend as he does on his salary of $10,000 a year?
You know, Bob, I felt Charlie Holt was well suited to the job, and I was wrong. I felt he was honest and efficient, and I was wrong again. Not only once, but twice. And now I don't see much ahead except a major scandal. Well, I can't go back and do that part of it over again. But I can stop it from going any further. Miss Sarah?
Yes, Mr. President?
Miss Sarah, I want you to prepare an executive order of the Veterans Bureau.
Yes?
Suspending all sale and shipments of Veterans Bureau supplies at Perryville.
That's very strong action, Mr. President.
Why wait?
Is that all to the order, Mr. President?
No, second paragraph. No further contracts shall be fulfilled until it is certain that all needs of veterans, hospitals, and the Public Health Service have been met. And drop everything else, Miss Sarah, and get that order prepared. And Miss Sarah.
Yes?
I want you to get Charlie Holt in here as quickly as you can. I want to ask him some questions.
Mr. President, we've been looking for Mr. Holt. He's not in his office or anywhere in the Veterans Bureau.
He's not at his home either? Then try the country club, all the hotels. I want him found before another day's go by.
Mr. President.
Have you found him?
Well...
Out with him, Miss Sarah.
He left Washington last night for New York and sailed for Europe. He's gone.
Gone. All right, Miss Sarah. A memorandum to the Attorney General.
Yes, Mr. President.
Please subpoena all sales and purchase records of the Veterans Bureau. Surgeon General Spear will show you ample evidence of corruption by Charles Hunt. He has fled to Europe, but he must be found and brought back. This case is of the utmost urgency.
I'll send this over at once, Mr. President.
It's rotten, isn't it?
You think so much damage has been done already?
Exactly. If there was one thing I wanted right in this administration, it was the treatment of the men who suffered in the war. Now all I've got to show for that is a mass of graft and a runaway thief. Couldn't be much worse, could it?
Mr. President, you recall that Mr. Gorman who wrote for an appointment?
Gorman? Oh, yes, I do.
Oh, shall I show him in?
Yes, all right.
He's a merchandise wholesaler from down east. I'll show him right in. Mr. Gorman, will you go in, please?
Thank you.
Come in, Mr. Gorman. Well, what can I do for you, sir?
You're a busy man, Mr. President. I'll make my point quickly.
Good.
It's about Charles Holt.
Go ahead.
I gather it's the government's intention to prosecute him?
Yes, as soon as he's found in Europe and brought back here.
I expect it'll be a major scandal.
I expect so.
I always regret scandals, Mr. President.
I do, too.
I like, when possible, to avoid them.
I do, too.
It's my thought that the Holt scandal can be avoided.
Is it? How?
By not prosecuting him.
What's your interest in this, Mr. Gorman?
I'll come to that in a moment. My thought is that nothing can be cured by a trial of Holt. It'll do a lot of harm.
A lot of harm's already been done, Gorman. To veterans, to the public health service, to the taxpayers.
The harm I have in mind is to you and to this administration.
What are you getting at?
It seems to me the government has a choice. On the one hand, to table the charges against Holt. Oh, remove him from office, of course, but let interest in his case die away.
Well, he's already resigned. What's the other choice?
To try him as you intend and make new trouble for yourself and the government.
Oh, I see. This is a threat. You're the one who'll make that new trouble.
Not deliberately, of course. Only in defense of my firm's legitimate interests.
And what are they?
We have a number of contracts with the Veterans Bureau signed. But we've not yet received the goods because of your stop order. Those contracts were made in good faith, Mr. President. If they're not filled, we'll have to sue the government.
Gorman, you're no fool. You know you're trying political blackmail, don't you?
I'm only pointing out the choices you have and the price attached to each. I'm trying to be fair.
Gorman, when we get our hands on Charles Holt, he's going to stand trial if it rips open every contract the entire government has. Then you can sue, and the courts will throw your contracts out because they were made by fraud.
I doubt if that can be done without Holt here, and you haven't got Holt. Our contracts will stand up in court, Mr. President.
Gorman, I'm an older man than you, but I'll give you just 30 seconds to get out of the White House, or I'll see you out myself. Now get out!
Mr. President. Mr. President.
What is that?
Wake up, sir. It's almost 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock? Well, why didn't you wake me up earlier, Ralph? Hand me that robe, would you, please?
Here you are, sir. I was going to wake you sooner, only I didn't have the heart.
Well, I've got work to do.
I know, sir. Only I thought it wouldn't hurt if you on a rest a little while. One night anyway.
Well, it wasn't a long rest, Ralph. I didn't get to sleep till after 5.
Oh. Worrying about Mr. Holt again, sir?
No, I can't seem to think of much else. Is the tub ready for me?
I'll have to warm the water a little now, sir.
I've started dreaming about him, Ralph.
And in your dreams, you caught him, sir?
That's the only place we have caught him so far.
What'd he be wanting to wear today, sir? The blue suit?
Yes, that's all right.
Of course, maybe I'm too practical-minded, sir.
Is there such a thing, Ralph?
About this Mr. Holt. Here he is, sir, gone to Europe. Isn't that just about what everybody would want?
Well, why wish him on Europe, Ralph?
I mean, just so he isn't here. That's the main point. And here's everybody trying to get him back. Seems mighty impractical, Mr. President. A blue tie with a blue suit, sir?
Anything, Ralph, anything.
That Mr. Holt seemed like such a nice man.
Yeah, I thought so too, Ralph.
My sister thought that about her husband once, sir. Guess we all make that mistake about some people.
Yes, indeed we do, Ralph. I'm quite sure we do. Let's see who that is, Ralph.
Right away, sir.
I believe the president's expecting me, Ralph.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Spear, Mr. President. Come in, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Ralph.
Oh, good morning, Bob.
Good morning, sir.
Excuse my not being shaved and dressed. Ralph let me oversleep.
No matter, sir.
Now, sit down. Have you been making any progress?
Not a great deal, sir. Got a staff of auditors going through the sales records and analyzing the contracts. There's not much on the face of them to prove they were fraudulent, except, of course, that the bidding was dishonest.
It means we need Holt here very badly, doesn't it?
Worse than ever. Provided he feels like telling us the details we need to know.
And if we don't find him, then we can't prove those contracts fraudulent. The Bureau will have to turn over millions of dollars in supplies. We're not in a very happy position, Bob.
Oh, I'll see who it is, sir.
Mr. President.
Come in, Miss Sarah.
Mr. President, excuse me, but I knew you'd want to see this message right away.
Charles Holt located in France. He will be returned to the United States within 10 days. Miss Sarah, we've got him. Have him brought here the moment he arrives. Charlie, I want to give you a chance.
Well?
I want to give you a chance to undo some of the harm you've done by telling us the whole story from your side. We need that information. Will you do it?
Is that why I've been brought here, Mr. President?
Yes. I wanted to talk to you quietly.
Talk to me? No. No, I know what it is. It's been the same from the very beginning. Men like Barr, he had it in for me. I told you that. And Spear, the same thing. Cheap, ambitious tricksters willing to tell any lies to tear down a better man.
Charlie, what in heaven's name are you talking about?
And finally, they persuaded you, didn't they, sir? You said you believed in me, but I know now what that was worth. You plotted with them. That wasn't enough, was it? Now you've dragged me in here so you can crow. Is that it? Well, all right, go ahead. I can't stop
Charlie,
you.
get hold of yourself.
I've had time to think, Mr. President. And I wasn't guilty of anything worse than carelessness. You said so yourself.
Then why did you run away?
Because I never expected you to turn against me. Is that what being president does to men? Do you forget your friends and listen only to liars and to
Hold,
schemers?
listen to me. We know you're guilty of corruption on a large scale. We know you ran away out of shame and fear. But now you've got a chance to make it a little easier for yourself and a lot easier for us.
Is this another cheap politician's trick?
Hold, You can help us if you will, by telling us about every fraudulent contract you made. How much was paid? What individuals were involved?
It is a politician's trick. First to ruin my career, and then you expect me to help you.
Listen, Holt. Holt, I'll give you one more chance to stop this wild talk.
One more chance? You can put me in prison till I die. I'll never help.
Don't you realize what you're doing? If you don't help us, those crooked contracts may stand up.
There are no crooked contracts.
The people you've already robbed will lose millions more. Think what you're doing.
I was driven out. I had to run and hide.
Charlie, you're being loyal to thieves.
I'm not.
You've twisted this thing into your own mind until you don't know the difference between truth and lie.
Don't I?
You think everyone's against you when you've only turned them against yourself.
Oh, no.
Now you haven't even the courage to admit what you
Stop
did. To save some shred of your self-respect. Now you accuse me, you lie, and you twist, you
Stop it! Stop it! I think...
Do you realize what you did? Now you listen to me.
Damn it. No.
I gave you every chance, but every time you turned rotten. I gave you a final chance and you lied.
Please.
Always lied. Now get out of here!
No. Please.
Excuse me, Mr. President. Mr. President, what has happened?
Ralph, show Mr. Holdout. For the moment, he's unable to talk, but maybe he'll find that he can by the time he gets into court. Take him away, Ralph. I tell you, Bob, he was completely off balance. He really seemed to believe he was the victim of some plot or other.
He always did seem quick to blame other people, Mr. President.
Mr. President, another report on the Holt trial.
Did they put him on the stand, Miss Sarah?
Just before the noon recess. And he said he's willing to give full details on everything that happened while he was director of the Veterans Bureau.
Well, now, that's better.
Well, if he doesn't change his mind, Bob, that means we can get those contracts canceled.
I think I'll go over to the court, sir. I'd like to hear the rest of his testimony.
All right, Bob, and drop in later. I want to hear all about it.
I'll do that, sir. Good afternoon, Miss Sarah.
Good afternoon.
Oh, what a relief, Miss Sarah. What a relief. Now I can breathe for the first time in months.
I'm glad to see you cheerful again, Mr. President.
No, I'm not really.
What? Why?
Well, Charlie Holt was my friend, Miss Sarah. Can I ever trust another man again?
Does it make so much difference, Mr. President? As long as other men trust you?
But will they, Miss Sarah? Will they? Well, have you guessed which president these incidents happened to? The time was 1923. The man we've called Charles Holt, the president, did in fact come to blows, and later that official, the director of the Veterans Bureau, really went to prison. The president, of course, was Warren G. Harding. And this incident was his first intimation that he had many corrupt officials in his administration. Warren Harding was one of our most tragic presidents. A man of great personal integrity, he never got over the treachery of so many men around him. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about the White House and Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Good night.
Edward Arnold appears as Mr. President by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Green Dolphin Street, starring Lana Turner, Van Heflin, Donna Reed, and Richard Hart. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story by Paul R. Milton was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Warren G. Harding. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adler. Be sure to listen again next week when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President. Now, here's a special program note. Tomorrow night, Break the Bank contestants will try for $3,220 in cash. Be sure to hear Break the Bank tomorrow night. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's evening. The old mansion is resting quietly after a busy day. Only one window on the ground floor shows a light. We enter and find ourselves in the president's study.
Good evening. Sit down, won't you? Isn't it strange how often the same facts look different to different people, and how much trouble can come from it? That's what the president faced in tonight's story, as you'll see later on. Of course, I'll tell you which president it really happened to, but meanwhile, maybe you'll be able to guess. At the time of this story, my Secretary of State was a man I'll call Martin Barrows, who never let himself get excited. But one morning, even though he appeared as calm as ever, I knew he was worried.
Mr. President, I just received this dispatch from our minister in France.
Even without reading it, Martin, I can tell from your face that there's trouble.
You'd better read it just the same, sir. Here you are. It's short enough.
The government of France has failed to pay the first installment on the 25 million francs due the United States under the Secretary Treaty of last year.
And our minister in Paris wants instructions.
They're obvious, aren't they? Tell him to make another effort to collect.
I don't think that'll do much good, sir.
Well, frankly, neither do I. We need something more, don't we?
Yes, Congress has been watching this treaty ever since we negotiated it. Senator Johns especially will be very happy to hear there's trouble.
Hoping we'll let the treaty lapse? I know. I see more trouble than that, Martin. On one side, Johns and the people who do a lot of trade with France. They oppose the treaty in the first place. They'll criticize any effort we make to enforce it. But we must make every effort. We must establish and maintain a strong foreign policy so that France and every other country will respect American sovereign rights.
Well, no matter what we do, we'll be in hot water, sir.
Well, what do you think we can do?
Delay.
Delay? What for?
Well, surely France intends to pay. There's no real question about that. But maybe they're having some troubles of their own. If we give them a little time, everything might smooth over.
I'm sorry I don't agree with you, Martin. In fact, I've got a different idea.
Yes?
You send a stiff note to France saying that we insist on being paid promptly, that we negotiated the treaty in good faith, and that we can't understand their failure to pay and their failure to explain.
I'm afraid that'll only get Senator Johns on the warpath, sir, and won't collect the money either.
Martin, either the French intend to pay or they don't. A few words from us one way or another might not make a great deal of difference to them, but they will show our people that we stand firm in our foreign policy. We must take the lead in this matter. I have no doubt that Johns will object, but he'll be on the defensive.
He's not an easy man to put on the defensive, sir, or to keep there.
Well, we can try, can't we? Send that note, Martin. Make it strong. And we'll see if it doesn't get results.
And let me say this to my colleagues of the Senate. The President has seen fit to address a very stiff diplomatic note to France for her failure to pay a few miserable francs on an old debt. I must remind the President, France is not an enemy. She's our best friend in Europe. And she's not some benighted country at the ends of the earth. She's a friendly, civilized nation with which our citizens do a vast trade every year. By what right does the President put this trade in danger? Who is he to ignore the wishes of American citizens and to insist on a treaty which should never have been drawn in the first place?
Gentlemen of the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee, I'm delighted to appear before you to explain the administration attitude toward France. We regard her as our friend, but even friendship calls for firmness. I beg you not to be swayed by the passions that Senator Johns is trying to arouse.
Passions, does he say? It's typical of the Secretary of State and of the President, whose servant he is, to accuse me of rabble-rousing. But that cannot hide the issue. By what right does the President deliberately make an enemy out of a friend? I call on the people to give him their answer.
May I come in, Mr. President?
Yes, please do, Miss Sarah.
I wanted you to see these letters, Mr. President.
Oh, what are they?
They're about the French situation, most of them in support of Senator Johns, criticizing you. But there are three I especially wanted you to see. These three, sir.
Also against me?
Yes, very much so.
I'll leave them on the desk. I'll read them later.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. There's one you should read right now.
Well, it's been a long day, Miss Sarah, and please...
Then I'll read it to you. Mr. President, France is the greatest friend we ever had. Why do you fight with her? Do you want war? I do not want to die in a war against friends. But if you plan to start such a war, it would be better if you died. Either my life or yours, there is no other choice.
Well, all right, Miss Sarah. Turn that over to the police
It's
and
not
go...
signed, Mr. President, naturally.
Then throw it away. What about the other letters?
There are two more in different handwritings, but also threatening your life, sir.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it, Miss Sarah. Some people get excited too easily.
Yes, I guess I'm one of them. Only I don't think it's too easily. Won't you be careful?
Well, I'm always careful, Miss Sarah.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes, Miss Sarah. Instead of worrying about that, tell me what to do about the French failure to pay.
They've refused a second time? Why?
I don't know. Barrows doesn't know. The French Chamber of Deputies simply doesn't vote the money.
I suppose what Senator Johns says encourages them to think you won't really do anything.
Johns, is he at it again?
Just this afternoon, Mr. President. He held the floor of the Senate for over an hour.
I'd like to see a copy of his speech.
I'll have it for you first thing in the morning.
Now, do that, will you? And ask Martin Barrows to come over at the same time, please. It's bad, Martin. I read every word of John's speech yesterday, and when it reaches France, I can just see them deciding that I haven't got Congress behind me.
Well, you can tell them that our minister to explain that Johns is speaking only for himself.
That wouldn't be quite true. There are a lot of people who agree with him. And the trouble is they think this is a simple business. Martin, I think I'll send a special message to Congress about the situation.
I'd still advise delay, sir.
No, Martin. No more delay. The more the French government feels it can delay, that'll be bad. I've prepared the draft of the message, Martin. I'll see how this sounds to you, especially this paragraph. I feel bound by my office to report to the Congress that the French failure to pay creates a dangerous situation. Unless payment already overdue is soon received, I shall have to ask Congress to seize all French assets in this country.
Johns is here with another gentleman.
Oh, thank you, Miss Sarah. Come in, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Will you need me, Mr. President?
No, I don't think, Miss Sarah. Thank you.
Very well. Excuse me, Senator.
Well, Senator?
Mr. President, may I present my good friend Henry Pointer?
How do you do, Mr. Pointer?
Honor, Mr. President.
Sit down, gentlemen.
Of course, sir, you're aware of my opposition to the course you're taking towards France.
Very much so, Senator.
I'm particularly upset by your message to the House and Senate. Seizing French assets in this country would be a most unfriendly act.
Not paying a debt is an unfriendly act, too, Senator.
I'm sure the French government has a good reason for not paying, sir.
Maybe, but they haven't told us what it is.
No matter what it is, sir, Mr. President, it occurred to me that you might think my opposition is purely political.
Well...
that's why I brought Mr. Pointer with me. He's an important businessman with many connections in France. He's in touch with many banks and merchants that carry on a large trade with France, both import and export. I want him to tell you his view.
No, I'm delighted. Well, Mr. Pointer?
I'm a businessman, Mr. President. I understand nothing about politics.
Oh, that's too bad, Mr. Pointer.
But I do understand business, sir. And to me, this situation regarding France is nothing but plain arithmetic.
Mr. Pointer, I'd better tell you I'm not an expert in arithmetic.
And it's not a difficult subject, sir. My business brings me in touch with many firms that do business in France. You know that our annual trade with France far exceeds the amount France owes us under that treaty.
Yes, I know that much about arithmetic.
When a businessman is confronted by a choice, Mr. President, he tries to take the least expensive one.
Naturally.
We see that we can't have both our large French trade and the payments under the treaty. So we say, forego the treaty payments and let the trade go on.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Pointer, I agree with you that we have a choice, but not the one you say we have. The choice I see is between our government being weak or being strong. Don't you care about that?
That's not a fair question, Mr. President.
Well, yes, it is, Senator. Mr. Pointer?
Of course I want our country to be strong, Mr. President. And she can be strong by means of more foreign trade.
Right. Then the only difference of opinion we have, Mr. Pointer, is in what way do we want her to be strong and respected?
Yes?
My office binds me to maintain the position of our country in foreign relations. And if I don't, you'll see trouble you never suspected before. Now, let me ask you something else as a businessman. If I let France fail to pay her debt to our government, how long do you think it would be before your private customers in France fail to pay you?
Well, we wouldn't permit it, sir.
Relations between individuals are different from relations between governments.
Senator Pointer, Mr. Pointer, maybe you'll think I'm old-fashioned, but I believe that one trouble with relations between governments is that there are not more relations like that between individuals. I don't see why you expect individual Frenchmen to honor their debts when their government doesn't.
Mr. President, that argument is unsound. We're not dealing with theories. We're dealing with a hard fact of international relations.
Exactly, Senator. And if it's a hard fact for us, I wanted to make sure that it's a hard fact for France, too.
Have you heard yet, sir, how the French government feels about your threat to seize French property in this country?
No, I haven't, Senator. But I'd imagine that our man in Paris, Barton, is at the French Foreign Office today finding out the answer to just that question.
Good morning, Monsieur Barton. Please to sit down.
Thank you, sir.
It is a pleasure to see you looking so well, Monsieur Barton. It tells me that you continue to enjoy Paris.
I can't help enjoying Paris, sir. May I ask you...
I have never been to your country, monsieur, but it gratifies me that so many Americans love Paris and France. It means our countries must always be friends.
Of course, sir. Now
there is a bond between our nations, monsieur, which nothing must ever be allowed to break.
May I ask, sir, have you a reply for me to our request for payment under the treaty?
I have, Monsieur Barton. I regret to say it, but I have.
I'm anxious to send it to Washington.
Monsieur Barton, last night our Chamber of Deputies passed a bill which set aside enough money to pay the entire amount under the treaty.
That's wonderful, sir. That makes me very happy.
Contain yourself, Monsieur Barton. There is more to it. The bill forbade us to pay out the money.
What?
Until your president apologizes to France for his recent message to your Congress.
Apologize?
Our Chamber of Deputies is very thoughtful. It has even outlined the apology in detail. We will pay the money when the President of the United States is ready to tell us that he regrets the misunderstanding which has arisen, that it was founded on a mistake, that your country never meant to question the good faith of France, nor to take a menacing attitude toward France. Voilà, monsieur.
I don't understand, sir. The original mistake, as you call it, wasn't ours. It was yours, in failing to pay on time and in not explaining the delay.
Monsieur Barton, in your country, Congress is the supreme power, is it not?
Yes.
Here, it is a Chamber of Deputies. You understand, monsieur?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, will your president apologize?
I can't answer that, sir. Let me send this reply to Washington.
Of course, Monsieur Barton. And now, let us speak again of Paris. It is May, and in May the boulevards are like paradise. Do you have anything like our boulevards in your Washington?
More letters, Mr. President.
Good or bad?
Well, at the beginning, most of them were against you. Now the division seems to be about even, but
Yes?
there are more letters threatening your life,
Oh,
sir.
throw them away, Miss Sarah. They don't mean anything.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. President.
Surely.
Oh, come in, Mr. Barrows. Mr. President, Secretary of State Barrows.
Well, what is it, Martin? I didn't expect you.
No, sir, but I knew you'd want to see this reply from Paris. They refuse to pay until you've apologized.
Apologize? For what?
Look at this part of the reply, sir.
Well, at least they voted the money.
Will you apologize, sir?
Martin, for heaven's sake, how can I? And what shall I apologize for?
Well, it would do two things, sir. It would silence Johns, and it would put the money in our treasury where it belongs.
It would do a third thing you're forgetting. It would weaken our position all over the world. We'd be apologizing for asking for money that belongs to us. And how about here at home? I'd be offending a great number of Americans.
That's cheaper than war, Mr. President.
War? Who said anything about war?
Well, here's a second dispatch from Barton in Paris. The French Naval Ministry has ordered its fleet into readiness.
On account of a squabble over money?
Evidently.
Martin, it's hard to understand the French government. They failed to pay, they demand an apology, and they threaten us with force. Now, we certainly can't back down.
But, Mr. President, if only...
No, Martin, I don't believe they mean it, and it would be worse than ever if we went crawling before an empty threat. I think it's time for another report to Congress. I'm going to ask that money be voted to bring the Navy to full strength.
It'll frighten the country, sir.
I want you to send new instructions to Barton. Tell him to explain that I can't apologize because we haven't been wrong, but that we have no hostile intentions. Tell him to insist they pay up.
But suppose they don't, sir?
Then tell Barton to come home.
Recall him?
Yes, recall him, Martin, so we can have a full report from him. Now, would you like to help me prepare my message to Congress?
Prepare the Navy? Recall our representative from France? Those steps are uncalled for. They can only lead to one thing, and that is war. Shall we go to war because another friendly nation owes us a small amount of money? I say that every loyal American will resist this dangerous proposal with every power within his command.
Senator Jones? Senator Jones.
Oh, hello, Mr. Pointer.
I heard your speech, Senator. It was magnificent. Those things needed to be said.
Well, I'm afraid mere words won't do much good.
Maybe not. Isn't there any way the president can be stopped?
Not when half the country follows him and really believes our national honor is at stake.
But the other half doesn't believe that. And nobody wants war just on account of a debt.
Well, they don't realize it may come to war. Unless they believe my speech today.
And if they don't?
I don't know.
Senator, nobody wants war. Now, if in your speeches you can show that the president is personally responsible for this grave situation, I think the rest of the people will come over to our side.
The president, for reasons of his own, is trying to embroil our nation in a war. And what is the issue? A little money. Yet the president offends a friendly nation. He treats her like a dishonest beggar. Has he lost his mind? What kind of man have we in the White House? I ask you, is he fit to guide our destinies when he tries to drag us into a war nobody wants? I say to you, he is not.
Secretary Barrows to see you.
Oh, what is it, Martin?
You've heard how Senator Johns is talking about war.
Yes, yes.
Well, he's blaming you personally.
Well, that's all right. It is my responsibility.
As if you wanted war for its own sake.
Excuse me, Mr. President, but you're expected at the funeral of Congressman Ennis.
Oh, yes, yes. Martin, come along with me. We'll talk things over on the way out and back. Are you ready, Miss Sarah?
Presidential party are in the front. Do you want me to take your cane now, sir?
No, I'll keep it, Miss Sarah. Thank you. This way, Martin.
All right, sir.
Mr. President! Mr. President, wait.
What's the matter, Miss Sarah?
Oh, that man over there.
Who is he?
Oh, never mind. Miss Sarah gets alarmed at anything.
But he's behaving strangely. I think
Look
perhaps...
out, Mr. President!
You're taking us into war. Then you should be the first to die.
Put that gun down.
You're going to die, Mr. President.
Mr. President. Put that gun down, you fool. Drop that gun.
You won't get away.
And you won't get another chance. Drop that gun.
No, get back.
I said drop the gun.
Mr. President, are you all right?
Yes, yes, of course, Miss Sarah.
So lucky his gun misfired.
It's lucky I had my cane with me.
Do you know that man, Mr.
I
President?
never saw him before. Ladies and gentlemen, just a moment, please. Please be calm. There's been no harm done, and the prisoner has already been taken away. Please be calm, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. President, if I have anything to say about it, you're going to have guards with you from now on, day and night.
Well, if you insist, Miss Sarah.
Miss Sarah's right, sir. You can't be at the mercy of any maniac who might get near you.
Maniac, Martin? I'm afraid I don't agree with you.
What?
Quite honestly, I think that assassination attempt was part of a plot. Feelings have risen so high over the French situation.
Plot, Mr. President? Well, who could be back of it?
Well, I know who encouraged it.
Johns? Pointer?
Yes. Of course, I don't mean they actually hired that poor fool to fire at me. But the kind of speeches John has been making is more than enough to inflame unthinking people. I'm sure the police will discover some kind of conspiracy.
Oh, that's dreadful, Mr. President.
It's not important in itself, Miss Sarah. The point is how to quiet Senator Johns and the rest of them. And how to prevent this thing from actually carrying us into a war nobody wants.
Mr. President, there's always the possibility of apologizing to the French government.
Martin, why can't I make you see how impossible that is? Again, I'm not thinking of myself. I'm thinking of the impression the whole incident creates among other governments.
Well, I expect we'll have word soon that Barton will be on his way home from Paris.
Frankly, Martin, I don't see a thing we can do until we get Barton's confidential report. We've just got to wait till he gets here.
Gentlemen of the Senate, I deplore the attempt on the life of the President. And I wish to propose a bill. A bill for the permanent cancellation of our treaty with France. Put an end to our efforts to collect this money. Or if we don't, more lives may be at stake.
Mr. President, if Johns keeps this up, we'll never persuade France that we really insist on being paid.
I have no way of shutting him up, Martin. He has every right to talk. We've got to wait for Barton. And then we'll see if there's anything we can do.
Mr. President, Mr. Barton.
Come in, Mr. Barton. We're mighty glad to see you.
How do you do, sir? How do you do, Mr. Barrow?
Hello, Barton. I hope you have some good news for us.
Mr. President, just before I left Paris, I had a long, unofficial talk with the foreign minister. He says the French government is anxious to make the full payments under the treaty, but they're trapped by public opinion.
Oh, in what way?
When the treaty was negotiated, there were some groups in France that opposed it, and ever since, they've fastened on any excuse they could find to make trouble.
Martin, that's just that's happened to us. Mr. Barton, did the French foreign minister have any suggestions?
No, sir. He only wanted you to understand that the government is helpless at the moment. If they pay the money without some official satisfaction from us, they'll be thrown out of office.
Bad, isn't it?
Yes, we'll just have to find some way of giving them that official satisfaction.
If we crawled now, our prestige abroad wouldn't be worth a penny. And I've been thinking of another approach that might get us all out of this trouble.
The French would be very grateful, sir.
Martin, do you think the British government would offer to mediate?
Mediate? How?
I think both we and the French could agree to abide by any decision the British arrive at. They have nothing to lose or gain either way, and that means we'll get a perfectly fair decision. It'll save us from being pushed into war by hotheads in France and here.
I don't know, sir.
I'm sure the French would accept the idea, sir.
Martin, will you ask the British ambassador?
Well, of course, sir, but I am not very hopeful.
Well, have you got any better ideas, Martin?
Senator Johns.
Oh, Miss Sarah. What is it?
Are you free to come to the White House, sir?
Now? I'm just about to deliver a speech on the floor of the Senate, Miss Sarah.
Well, the President's very anxious to see you, Senator, before you make that speech.
Well, I don't
It'll
know.
only take a few minutes, Senator. The President won't keep you long.
All right, Miss Sarah. I'll be right over.
Sit down, Senator. I hope I didn't inconvenience you.
I've postponed my speech, Mr. President. I haven't canceled it.
Well, maybe you will, though, after I've told you one or two things.
For example, sir?
First, I want to apologize to you.
Why?
When that fellow tried to shoot me, I was convinced it was a deliberate plot.
On my part? I bitterly resent that, sir.
No, not on your part, but the result of the inflammatory speeches you've been making. I was wrong, and I want to admit it to you.
Well, that's very handsome of you, sir, but how do you know you were wrong?
Well, a number of physicians examined the man and pronounced him insane, the poor fellow. He believes he's the heir to the British throne.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sir, you may count yourself lucky his gun missed fire. But I'd better admit that I was guilty of some plotting against you.
No.
Yes.
What?
The bill I proposed to cancel our treaty with France. And I'm not going to give up that idea.
Well, let me tell you the second thing I want you to know. The British are going to mediate our quarrel with France, and already the French government has agreed to abide by the decision, whatever it is. And so have we. You know what the decision will be, don't you?
I assume it will be that France must pay.
And she will. We know that much. Senator, both of us have what we want. I've protected our international prestige, and our trade with France will be on a firmer ground than ever before.
This is a happier result than I expected in the beginning, Mr. President.
Well, frankly, I thought it would turn out this way.
Well, I'll be getting back to the Senate now, sir.
To cancel your speech?
Not entirely, sir. I'll simply change the subject matter.
I see.
May I announce the news you've just told me?
Oh, of course, Senator. Thank you for coming very much.
Good day, sir.
Good day, Senator.
Good day, Senator John.
Miss Sarah.
Mr. President, did it turn out all right?
Oh, fine, Miss Sarah. You know, I don't like Senator Johns, and he doesn't like me. But if he ever leaves the Senate, I'm going to miss him.
I don't think I would, Mr. President.
You see, it's easy sitting in this room and in this chair to think you're always right. Every president needs a man like Johns to remind him there might be two ways of looking at a thing.
Mr. President, I wish you'd remember that sometimes when I'll make a suggestion.
Oh, I will, Miss Sarah. I will. On condition you agree I'm always right.
All right, Mr. President.
Except when I'm wrong, Miss Sarah. That's fair enough. Well, have you guessed which president this story was about? The time was 1835, and Andrew Jackson lived in the White House then as Mr. President. It's quite true that for a brief while the United States and France faced the danger of war, and that an attempt was made on President Jackson's life. Jackson himself helped to overcome the would-be assassin, who was later found to be insane. And Martin Barrows, the Secretary of State in tonight's story, was in reality Martin Van Buren, who later became president. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about the White House and Mr. President I'm sure you'll enjoy. Good night.
Edward Arnold appears as Mr. President by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Producers of Sinclair Lewis, Cass Timberlane, starring Ben Spencer Tracy, Lana Turner, and Zachary Scott. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story by Paul R. Milton was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Andrew Jackson. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be sure to listen again next week when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President. Now, here's a special program note. Tomorrow night, hear Corpus Delicti, the baffling Sheriff Show mystery about a murder and the strange disappearance of the body. That's the Sheriff Show tomorrow night. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's Sunday. The old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Hello. Sit down, won't you? Vanity of vanities, all is vanities, saith the good book. And while the Bible doesn't mean it exactly the way I mean it, it does apply to our story, which is about the trouble caused by the vanity of one man. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president these events really happened to. But meanwhile, maybe you'll be able to guess. For some months, our country, unprepared as usual, had been at war. A bitter, bloody struggle. One morning, after a stormy cabinet meeting, I walked back to my own study.
No progress, Mr. President?
Did you ever drive a pair of horses, Miss Sarah?
No.
They have to move at the same rate, or you haven't got a team. And if you've got a lot of horses instead of only two...
The cabinet wouldn't appreciate being called a disjointed team of horses.
Oh, horses are fine. The trouble is I've got some mules in my train.
If you mean Secretary of War Miller, I'd have classified him with the peacock.
Oh, well, you're right. I don't think I ever met a man with so much vanity and so little basis for it. Anyway, I'm not going to put up with him any longer. I can't run a war and tame a peacock at the same time, so I'm going to turn the peacock loose. It's not a domestic bird anyway. It's wild. Let it enjoy its freedom.
Resign, Mr. President. Me resign? Why?
I don't want to hurt your feelings, Mr. Miller, but I'm afraid I've got to.
It isn't my feelings, Mr. President. It's far more than that. I'm thinking of the future of our country.
Oh, fine. So am I. Sit down, please, Mr. Miller.
I'm quite happy standing, sir.
It makes me a little uncomfortable to feel I'm talking to a statue.
What?
Please sit down, Mr. Miller. And thank you. Now, sir, we're in a war, and at the moment we're not winning. As we're talking here, young men of our country are dying. Families are being smashed. A powerful enemy wants to destroy all the rest of us. My job is to preserve our country. That's my only thought in everything I'm going to say to you. Do you understand?
Of course, but...
Now, let me go on. You're in my cabinet, Mr. Miller, not because you're qualified for the Secretary of War's job in any way, but because of political alliances and promises made in our party before the war started.
Why are you in the White House, Mr. President?
Because most of my fellow citizens chose me. And I've got to answer to them for everything I do. If anyone asks me now, why is your Secretary of War unable to manage his job, what can I answer?
Mr. President, I take exception to your whole attitude.
I'm sorry, but I don't think the War Department is being run very well. I've got to put somebody in there whom I can have more confidence in. And that's why I want you to resign.
This is the most outrageous thing that's ever been said to me.
Oh, please don't stand up again, Mr. Miller.
My feelings don't allow me to go on sitting. I say to you, sir, there's no greater patriot in all the nation than I.
I'm willing to believe it. However...
There is no man in Washington who takes his job more seriously.
No doubt about it,
And in the face of those two facts, you ask me to resign? Haven't you stopped to realize how you're humiliating me?
Mr. Miller, I dislike hurting people. But if I can avoid the death of one American soldier by hurting your feelings or anybody else's, I'll jump on him all day long. In your job, I want patriotism. I want hard work. But I want more than that. I want results. And I don't think you can give them to me.
You've been misled, Mr. President. The only reason for the present state of affairs in my department is the enormous pressure of events.
I know a little about the pressure of events.
And in a few weeks, all that confusion will pass.
You're only making this more painful for both of us. I've asked for your resignation. I'd like to have it, please.
I refuse to be made a scapegoat, a victim of... Why, the shame would last me the rest of my life.
Soldiers fighting and dying don't think about shame.
Mr. President, I beg you, try to understand what's happened, the problems I've had to face. I promise you that things will be improved in my department.
I'm sorry, Miller. It's too late for promises. My concern is for American lives. Your resignation will help save them. Well?
I refuse to resign. And I think, Mr. President, that if you try to force me to, you'll get more than you bargained for.
Mr. President, Senator Harper to see you.
Oh, thank you, Miss Sarah. Come in, Fred.
Good
Come
morning,
in.
Mr. President.
Good morning. I'm glad you're here, Fred. I want to sound you out about something.
All right, sir. Sound away.
If I nominate a new man for the cabinet as Secretary of War, will you support him when his name comes before the Senate?
A new man? Well, what's happened to Ben Miller?
Fred, I like to think I'm a tolerant man, and the Lord knows none of us is perfect. But I can't stand him anymore.
It's as simple as that.
Every bit.
Ah.
What's the matter?
Well, before you pick a new man, you have to get rid of the old one. Or have you done that already?
No, I haven't yet.
Well, is he so inefficient?
Peacocks are probably the stupidest birds there are.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Well, well, never mind. Yes, he's inefficient. He's vain. He doesn't use his office to help his country. He uses it as a platform for himself to strut upon.
Have you any evidence of inefficiency, sir?
The man himself, I'm sorry to say.
Oh. Well, I understand, Mr. President, but getting rid of him will be expensive.
Expensive? How?
You remember when you took office this term, sir? You were forced to make good on a number of political promises made by the party in your name. Well, Miller got into the cabinet on one of those promises. Only because he's so powerful in the Pennsylvania branch of the party.
Party isn't so important when you're at war, Fred.
Well, right now, national unity is almost more important than anything else.
You don't seriously believe that national unity depends on Ben Miller?
Well, no, not alone, of course. But these days, I'd be willing to pay almost any price to avoid the slightest strain on it.
Including a poorly equipped army and lost battles?
Well, almost.
So you suggest I keep the Secretary of War with all his inefficiency and vanity?
Oh, Mr. President, please. All I'm saying is wait a little while. A man of Miller's type with a political weight that he can swing can make more trouble outside the cabinet than in it, and can cause more battles to be lost.
Well, I think you're overestimating his strength, Fred. But if you're right, the problem is much too serious for me to risk any controversy now, which might split the country and retard our war effort. I'm trapped, Miss Sarah.
But, Mr. President, why can't you simply remove Mr. Miller?
Usually it's enough to ask a cabinet member for his resignation. But to remove a man, you need evidence, grounds that'll stand up before public opinion.
Your word that he's inefficient should be enough.
It should be, but maybe Senator Harper is right. Maybe Miller could rock the boat. Maybe my way of doing things isn't the only way.
Well, you're the one that's responsible.
I know, Miss Sarah. Miller made the usual excuses, and he did go through the motions of promising to improve his department. Well, let's see just what he can do. Sometimes if you take a man at his word, he has to make it good.
Mr. President, what are you talking about?
About Mr. Miller's personality. A peacock loves to strut. Miss Sarah, take a letter to Mr. Miller.
All right, sir.
Dear Mr. Miller, upon reconsidering the subject of our discussion this morning, I believe it is to the best interests of the country not to demand your resignation at this time. You indicated that you could improve your department. I trust that you will do so and that you will include evidence of such improvement in your War Department report to be attached to my annual message to Congress.
Is that all, Mr. President?
Isn't that enough to get Miller going?
A message that you wanted to see me.
Yes, Cummings. Come in. Close the door.
Certainly. But worried. What's the trouble?
Sit down, Cummings.
No, it's all right.
I dislike talking to a man who towers over me like a statue.
Huh? Oh, all right. Now what's got you dander up?
It's not a joking matter. I've been insulted.
Oh, that's bad, isn't it?
By the president.
That's worse.
But I've decided to ignore the insult.
Very generous of you. What did he say?
I've decided to ignore the insult and heap coals of fire on his head.
How?
Please listen, Cummings, and don't interrupt.
Beg your pardon?
I want to show him that the War Department is the model department of them all. In other words, I want you to act more quickly.
Why the hurry?
See here, Cummings, I've made the War Department funds available to you to buy military supplies. I've as good as presented you with $1 million or more in brokerage fees. But it's perfectly legal. I only did it to save time. I've done nothing wrong. And I'm still giving the orders.
Of course you are, Mr. Miller. When I said why the hurry, I only meant we don't want to make any mistakes.
I'll worry about mistakes, Cummings. Meanwhile, I want you to move much faster. Every factory must be drained of whatever we need immediately. Weapons, ammunition, clothing, medical supplies, everything. I want to make the president eat his... Well, I've got to prepare my report quite soon. And I want to impress the president with the efficiency of the War Department.
Mr. President, Representative Kent is here to see you, sir.
Kent?
He has an appointment.
He has? Well, I don't know what he wants, but you know what Kent's like. If he starts to talk too loud, you break in after a while, will you please?
I'll keep an ear cocked, Mr.
Thank
President.
you.
I'll bring him in now. Mr. Kent, will you come in, please?
Thank you.
Oh, come right in, Mr. Kent.
You look tired, Mr. President.
Oh, no.
You look much more tired than when I saw you last.
Well, you're a plain-spoken man, Kent.
Life's too short to be roundabout. What do you think of Ben Miller?
Why?
Well, now, let's not be roundabout or crafty, Mr. President. We belong to opposite parties, but we're in a desperate war. Nothing else counts. What do you think of Ben Miller?
He's a vain peacock and an inefficient war secretary.
Understood. But is that all?
That's all I know of, yes.
Want to get rid of him?
I'd like nothing better, but entirely between us, Kent, his vanity prevents me. Besides, certain political reasons interfere.
Understood. We're dealing with human beings, and human beings can't do anything without getting political, no matter what it is. My wife, for instance...
Yes,
Well, let me ask you. Political influence wouldn't protect Miller if he were corrupt, would it?
Corrupt? Is he? How do you know?
I don't know, but I suspect, and on a huge scale.
That surprises me, Kent. Can you prove it? Can anybody prove it?
Not yet, but my committee's going to investigate. Why don't you get rid of him anyway?
I told you why. Besides, he suggested that given a little time, he could run the War Department much better.
Do you believe him?
Not exactly. But, well, the President of the United States doesn't know everything just because he's President. And we all have our faults and weaknesses.
You're very tolerant.
Kent, I'm not tolerant of the way the war is run. I'm quite sure you understand.
I think I do. Good day, Mr. President.
One thing, Kent. I want to make you a promise.
Yes?
Let me have evidence that Miller is corrupt and he'll be out of office in 20 minutes. In other words, I'll back your committee.
Understood.
In return, I want you to support the man I recommend to take Miller's place if it falls vacant.
Understood. But this understanding had better remain a secret of our own.
Oh, certainly. Or my own party would fly at my throat.
Understood.
Yes.
Good day, sir.
Good day, and thank you, Mr. Kent.
Good day, Miss Sarah. Good day.
Miss Sarah,
Yes, Mr. President.
thank you for your help, even if I didn't need it.
He seemed quite peaceful today, didn't he?
The interview was quite surprising.
Oh, I'm very glad. What happened?
I'm afraid I can't tell you, Miss Sarah.
Oh, a secret?
Kent's and mine. Don't be offended now, please. Don't be offended.
You won't forget you're due at the fort this afternoon.
Oh, yes, the military review.
Well, you got to wear your heaviest coat, Mr. President. You're apt to be out there in the cold wind for over an hour. I suppose it was about Mr. Miller.
You suppose what was about Mr. Miller?
Mr. Kent's coming here.
You won't worm it out of me that way, Miss Sarah. Now, where did you say that heavy coat of mine is? Oh, General.
Yes, Mr. President.
There's a fine body of men.
Thank you, sir.
Don't you think so, Fred?
Certainly, sir. Mr. President.
Yes?
I've changed my mind about Ben Miller.
Oh?
I was wrong, sir. I think you ought to get rid of him no matter what it costs.
What made you change, Fred?
There's a fellow named Cummings who seems to be in Miller's confidence, sort of a broker. I've heard of him before, and he's not a very savory character.
Go on.
Well, I'm sure that if you forced Miller to resign and he threatened to make trouble, our knowing about his dealings with Cummings would keep him quiet.
Fred, I can't get rid of Miller.
What?
I'm keeping him in his job for the reasons you gave me.
But, sir, knowing what we know now...
What do we know? Sheer speculation. And look at those soldiers, Fred. Some of them are going to be killed in a few weeks. I think fewer will be killed if Miller stays in his job, at least for a while.
But what are you waiting for, sir? What changed your mind?
Gentlemen, the flag.
Miss Sarah, I'm ready now.
Very well, Mr. President. Is your message to Congress finished?
Yes, here it is. Now, how about the individual reports from the Cabinet Office that go with it?
Oh, they're all here. Navy, Treasury, Attorney General. What's funny?
What?
I don't see Secretary Miller's report from the War Department.
Well, it must be there.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. President, it's not.
Well, it may have gone astray. Send a messenger over to his office, will you, please? Otherwise, we'll be late getting this report out.
Mr. President.
Yes?
Mr. Miller's report isn't coming to this office.
Why not?
He's had it printed and sent to newspapers all over the country, sir, without your seeing it at all.
Miss Sarah, have every one of those copies recorded and get Miller in here to see me inside of the next hour. Miller, what do you mean by issuing your report to the newspapers without my seeing it first?
I meant nothing.
You know every cabinet member has to come with his report to me. And that all reports, including the president's, are issued together.
Yes, I know.
Then why did you ignore that rule?
Because I had something very important to say in my report, and I didn't want it buried among the reports of the other cabinet members.
You didn't want it. You didn't want it. And what about the efficiency and cooperation you promised me?
My report is part of that.
In what way? What does your report say?
Most of it is routine, sir. Normal operations of the War Department. But the most important section deals with methods of buying war supplies.
Is that all?
It also deals with the racial problem in the Army.
Miller, Miller, don't you know that's one of the most ticklish issues the administration faces?
Of course. My idea
I don't care what your idea is. It's not your business to set policy on a matter of this kind. I've ordered that report of yours recalled from the newspapers.
Mr. President, that's a deliberate insult.
Is that all you can think of, your feelings? If you've got a good idea about the Army's racial problems, I'll be only too happy to listen to it. But you know very well I can't have a delicate matter like that aired in public at a time like this. Now, after deleting the section on racial problems, I'll release your report along with the others. Good afternoon. Well, what do the papers say?
War Secretary's policy favored. It's one in favor of Miller.
Miller plan outspoken. That's two in favor. Mr. President, do you realize almost half the papers approve Miller's plan?
Yes, Fred, I do.
Here, listen to this. Miller's straightforward approach to the racial problem in the Army is commendable. This editor wonders why the President was so desirous of suppressing Secretary Miller's comments on this problem.
I'd like to know why so many papers printed that section after you cut it out, sir.
It's easy, Miss Sarah. When we ordered Miller's copies recalled, not all the papers responded. They were the ones who printed it so they could embarrass me.
Yeah, that must be it. Just listen to this. President suppresses part of War Department report. Does he seek to stifle independent expression? Oh, when are you going to get rid of Miller?
I don't know, friend. But remember, no road is so long.
I'm sorry, sir, to keep after you about this.
Oh, I know, Fred. I'm as anxious as you are, but until I'm in a position to prove...
President.
Yes.
A message from Representative Kent. He'd like to see you in the morning. It's important, sir.
Important? Mm-hmm. Well, maybe that road has an end after all, Miss Sarah. I tell you, Kent, I can't stand it much longer. You've come just in time.
I hope so, sir.
Well, let me hear what you found out.
You seem eager to prove another man a thief, sir.
It's not that, and you know it. Come on, Kent. Let me hear all of it.
My committee has completed its secret investigation of Secretary of War Miller. Here's a copy of the resolution I'm presenting to the entire House tomorrow. I guarantee you it will be passed.
Well?
Resolved that Benjamin Miller, Secretary of War, by investing Henry Cummings with the control of large sums of money and authority to purchase military supplies, has adopted a policy highly injurious to the public service and deserves the censure of the House.
Is that all?
Yes.
And there was no evidence of corruption?
Not exactly.
What do you mean, Kent? Now, come, don't keep me dangling.
There's no corruption on Miller's part or Cummings.
But that resolution?
There is no corruption, at least none that we found. In other words, Miller is honest. But he's fabulously inefficient. He's dangerous to our success in the war. Does that help you?
It doesn't solve the bottom problem, Kent. Oh, I can force him out of the cabinet, but he's got to go gracefully, if you know what I mean.
I do not.
If his feelings are ruffled, he'll tear my own party apart from under my feet. As I told you, it comes down to a problem of vanity, Kent. What other job can I induce him to take? That'll make him feel he's been promoted.
Understood, but I'm sorry I can't help you there. However, my promise to support your new man is still good.
Understood.
Good day, sir.
Good day. Miss Sarah?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kent's leaving, Miss Sarah.
Good day, Miss Sarah.
Good day. Mr. President, some letters and dispatches.
All right, put them on the desk, please.
I'll take this one back, Mr. President. I'm sure you don't want to worry about it. From our minister in Russia, he's asking to be relieved so he can come home and join the army.
We'll send it over to the State Department.
Yes, by the next messenger.
Thank you.
Was Mr. Kent's visit about Mr. Miller again?
Yes.
Is it still secret?
No, I thought I had a chance of forcing Miller to resign without any trouble. I was wrong, but I'm beginning to think Miss Sarah, let me see that letter.
Which one, sir?
The one from Russia.
Oh, sorry.
Minister to Russia, huh? Miss Sarah, I want to see Fred Harper right away.
Cummings, you've seen this congressional resolution?
Yes, I'm getting famous, I'm sorry to say.
You think everything's a joke. It's not a joke. Look at what a fool it makes out of me.
Oh, I don't think any resolution could do that.
Look how humiliating it is. Cummings, I wish I were out of this job. There were only some way I could get out of it gracefully.
Wait a minute, Mr. Miller. You're doing a wonderful job for our country.
And for you. You're making enormous profits for yourself.
You said yourself there's nothing illegal in it, and Kent's committee couldn't find anything wrong in it. Besides, it's the fate of all great men to be criticized.
Just the same, Cummings. I meant what I say. Come in. Oh, Senator Harper. Come in, sir. You know Mr. Cummings?
We've met, I think.
Yes, Senator.
Oh, Mr. Cummings, please don't go.
What is it, Senator?
I brought this note for you from the president.
Oh, thank you. Dear Mr. Miller, after much consideration, I have decided that your services to your country can be best utilized in a diplomatic capacity. I therefore recommend that you accept appointment. Senator Harper, what does this mean?
Just what it says, Mr. Miller.
He asked for my resignation and I refused. Now he's simply trying to kick me upstairs. This is humiliating, Senator. I'm giving the very best that's in me, and this is the thanks I get. A brief letter. He throws me a bone. Well, Senator, just tell the president for me, I'm not that hungry.
But I don't quite understand you, Fred. Wasn't he interested in the post?
Well, I told you, sir. He said you were throwing him a bone, so he couldn't have thought it was very important.
Not important.
And he seemed hurt by the fact that he was suddenly notified in a brief letter.
Oh, a brief letter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was quite angry, sir.
Well, of course he was. I don't blame him.
You don't what?
Look, Fred, I made a mistake about Miller. I want you to go back and see him again.
But he's already refused.
I want you to tell him I admit being hasty. I want you to tell him that, No, on second thought, don't tell him anything. I'll tell him myself at the cabinet meeting tomorrow.
Everything's ready, Mr. President.
All the cabinet here?
Everyone except Mr. Miller.
Well, there's no point in starting until he gets here.
Senator Harper's got... Oh, here he is now.
Mr. President, Miller has arrived.
Oh, thank you, Fred. That's fine.
Shall I escort him in, sir?
By all means.
I'll do it, Senator.
Thank you, Miss Zeta.
Ready, Mr. Miller? Mr. President, gentlemen of the cabinet, Secretary of War...
Oh, come in, Miller.
Mr. President, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, now that we have assembled, I should like to submit to you an important decision I've made. I need not remind you that we are still in a state of crisis, that we need not only help here at home, but strong support from abroad. And abroad there is no more important post at this time than that of the minister to Russia. So, gentlemen, I have decided to recall our present minister and to replace him with a man whose patriotism has been unquestioned, whose energies are tireless, a man who will be able to render services to our country abroad, not less important than those he could render here at home. I know of only one man whose qualifications can properly guarantee our friendly relations with that great country. Gentlemen, I submit the name of Benjamin Miller as Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary of the United States of America to Russia.
Mr. President, I am honored.
Not at all, Minister Miller. The honor and the pleasure are all mine.
In that case, I must tender my resignation as Secretary of War, Mr. President.
And I must regretfully accept it, Mr. Miller, but I am sure that your loss to us as a cabinet member will be more than compensated for by your contribution to our international relations.
Mr. President, I am so glad that's over.
So am I, Miss Sarah, so am I.
But you made the appointment even before he'd resigned.
Well, I had to take a chance, Miss Sarah. I had tried everything else, but his vanity got in the way. And there was only one thing I could do, appeal to that vanity. And the best way I could do that would be to expose it. Presenting my idea before the entire cabinet on such a patriotic basis, he didn't dare refuse. In fact, he seemed quite honored.
Imagine.
Well, while we can, Miss Sarah, let's try to see the funny side of it, huh? Now, at least, we don't have a mixed team of horses. We got rid of the peacock.
Yes, but what about the mules, Mr. President?
Well, I think we have only one mule left.
Well, who's that?
Hmm?
Oh, you mean...
Oh, now, don't be so polite, Miss Sarah.
Oh, no, Mr. President, you don't mean...
No.
You? A mule?
What's wrong with a mule?
Well, nothing, after all. A mule does do more work than a peacock.
Understood, Miss Sarah. Understood. Well, have you guessed which president it was who had so much political trouble getting rid of his Secretary of War? The time was 1862, and Abraham Lincoln was Mr. President. The War Secretary we've called Miller tonight was in reality Simon Cameron, who did in fact become minister to Russia. This was probably President Lincoln's most difficult period. With the war going badly and without public support, he had to make some of the most important decisions of his career. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Thank you, and goodbye until then.
Edward Arnold appeared as Mr. President by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Sinclair Lewis, Cass Timberlane, starring Spencer Tracy, Lana Turner, and Zachary Scott. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story, by Paul R. Milton, was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Abraham Lincoln. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be sure to listen again next week when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President. Now, a special program note. Tonight, 4 great shows are coming your way over this ABC station. Sunday evening hour, Walter Winchell, Luella Parsons, and Theodore Gilda on the air. Be sure to hear all 4. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliate, Mr. President, at home in the White House. The elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday. The old mansion is resting quietly after a busy day. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
How do you do? Sit down, won't you? Have you ever faced 2 separate problems at the same time that wouldn't stay separate? I mean, they keep getting mixed up in your head and finally get mixed up together in reality. That was the odd situation faced by one of our presidents. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president it really was. But meantime, maybe you'll be able to guess. It was a little after 12 o'clock the day my secretary, Miss Sarah, came into my study without my even hearing her.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Oh, yes, Miss Sarah. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were thinking about something?
Yes, Gold and my brother-in-law.
I beg your pardon?
I was thinking about Gold and I was thinking about my brother-in-law, and both of them keep getting tangled up together.
Maybe there's a connection between them.
Well, I almost wish there was. You know, I start out wondering what we can do to keep the price of gold steady and keep the country's business from crashing. And the next thing I know, I'm wondering how to warn my sister that her husband has, well, certain limitations.
I think I know what you mean.
Then I start wondering how to tell Jenny that, but you came in to tell me something, Miss Sarah.
Yes, your sister, Mrs. Cotton, and Mr. Arthur Cotton are in the dining room waiting for you.
Oh, great Scott, I forgot they were coming. I'd better be getting in there, huh? After you, Miss Sarah.
Thank you.
You're going to lunch with us, aren't you, Miss Sarah?
Well, I've already had my luncheon, Mr. President, thank you.
You don't like Arthur Cotton either, do you?
Oh, I simply got hungry early, Mr. President.
I suppose it's only that he's my brother-in-law. No man likes his brother-in-law and vice versa. Well, here we are.
I'll be at my desk, Mr. President.
All right, and thank you. Oh, hello, Jenny. How are you?
Oh, it's good to see you, Mr. President.
You're very formal, Jenny. How are you, Arthur?
Mr. President, it's always an honor to see you. I was saying to Jenny last evening before we left New York, not everybody can be the president's brother-in-law.
That's right, Arthur, that's right. There's a limit to all things. Jenny, how do you like living in New York?
Oh, Arthur and I are very happy. We have a lovely house. You must come and see it.
Oh, it isn't a bad little place, Mr. President. I picked it up in the course of my real estate business. As brother-in-law of the United States, I felt that...
Naturally, Arthur, naturally. Please sit down. I'm getting kind of hungry.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. President.
Oh, did you change your mind about luncheon, Miss Sarah?
Secretary Booker has just come, sir. He'd appreciate seeing you for a moment.
Oh, of course.
Mr. Booker, will you go in, please?
Thank you. I'm very sorry, Mr. President, but it's urgent.
It's all right, George. You know my sister and her husband.
You're looking very well, Mrs. Cotton.
Thank you, Mr. Booker.
And you, Mr. Cotton.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Oh, you can speak freely, George. It's quite all right.
This morning's report on the price of gold, sir, from New York. It's getting high again, above 140.
Mm-hmm. That is high.
I'd like your approval for my next action, sir. I want to buy in $1 million worth of government bonds, using government gold, of course.
If I may insert a word, Mr. President.
Yes?
Of course, I understand it. By buying up outstanding government bonds, you're reducing the government debt. But when you pay out gold, you'll drive the price of gold downward. As a businessman, may I ask if that's wise?
If the price of gold goes too high, it's bad for business.
Yes, but what of the men and the companies who need gold?
Well, they can pay a fair price, not too high, not too low. Go ahead, George.
If you approve the transaction, sir, I'll carry it out this afternoon.
Mr. President, you'll hit the gold market a very hard blow. Or maybe that's what you want.
No, Arthur, no. Our purpose is only to keep gold at a fair price. The only people who might suffer seriously from a drop in the price are speculators. And frankly, we don't care what happens to them. All right, George, go ahead as you planned today. Now, how about joining us for luncheon?
No, thank you, Mr. President. As I have your approval, I'd better get busy at once. Good day, Mrs. Cotton. Mr. Cotton.
Mr. Booker?
Nice to see you, Booker.
Mr. President.
Thank you for coming over, George.
Arthur, I didn't realize you knew so much about gold and bonds and high finance.
Well, tell her, Mr. President. Tell her she has a cleverer husband than she thought.
Arthur, I appreciate your interest in public affairs, but I think you can leave the decisions to me.
Well, but, sir,
Arthur's your brother-in-law, Mr. President, and he knows what he's talking about.
But, Jenny, Oh, let's forget the whole business and have luncheon, shall we? Sit down a moment, Jenny. Before you start back to New York, we've got to have a quiet word.
You want to criticize Arthur, I suppose.
I only want to warn you about him. I know you love him, but you've also got to understand him.
I think I do.
I'm not so sure, Jenny. I'm not so sure. The fact that he's married to you and you're the sister of the president seems to have gone to his head. I'm afraid he may talk about what he learns when he comes here.
You can trust Arthur.
Now, don't get angry, Jenny. I'm only saying this so that your marriage will be happier.
So you criticize my husband?
I only want to make certain he doesn't repeat anything heard here today. Or at any other time.
I can't insult him that way. Why, Arthur's the soul of discretion. If you loved me and wanted to see me happy, you wouldn't criticize Arthur.
Jenny, I'm not...
You'd do everything you could to make us happy. Your being president is a great honor for us. Why should we conceal it? Why should you make everybody think you're ashamed of me and of Arthur?
All right, Jenny, all right. Forget what I said. I'm sorry if I hurt you.
Now, come and see me again soon, won't you? Or perhaps I'll visit you in New York.
Beg pardon, Mr. Trent.
What is it, Norman?
Mr. Larkin is here, sir.
Well, show him in, Norman. Show him in.
Yes, sir. Mr. Larkin, come in, please.
Come in? Of course I'll come in. Hello there, Trent. How are you this afternoon, you old pirate?
Sit down, Mr. Larkin. Norman, close the door behind you, please.
Yes, Mr. Trent.
Well, Mr. Larkin, we have to talk about this morning's drop in the price of gold.
Yeah, it cost me nearly $1 million, Trent. How much did it cost you?
More than I care to admit. I'm sure I was just as surprised by the government's action as you were.
I'd like to believe anything ever surprised you, Trent.
But I don't propose to be surprised again.
No? How?
Arthur Carton is due here at any moment.
That real estate fellow, what good's he to anybody?
He's the brother-in-law of the president, isn't he?
Oh, I see.
I've had several talks with him, and he's just been to Washington and the White House.
What good is that? If that nincompoop were my brother-in-law, I wouldn't tell him a day of the week.
I think you underestimate Arthur Carton. I think he can influence the president to do as we wish. Don't you see, if the government stops selling gold to keep the price low, we can buy a great deal more and drive the price up to suit ourselves.
Trent, you can do all that yourself. Why invite me to come in with you?
I'll need money. Even more than I can put my hands on.
Oh, it'll be that big?
The biggest thing that ever hit the country, Mr. Larkin. Yes?
Mr. Carton by appointment, sir.
Of course, Norman.
Mr. Carton?
Hello, Trent. Hello, Larkin.
Hello there.
Help yourself to a cigar, Mr. Carton.
Try my dollar brand, Carton.
Well, thanks. But you didn't buy these on your gold profits this morning, did you, Larkin?
There's nothing funny about that.
Mr. Larkin, please. Mr. Carton, I trust you had a pleasant visit at the White House?
Oh, more than pleasant, Trent. Very informative.
That's so?
What would you like to know?
I think I understand you, Mr. Carton. After all, we're all businessmen, eh?
How much do you want, Carton?
Mr. Larkin, please. Mr. Carton, no doubt you're interested in making money?
Naturally. I've got quite a position to keep up. I'm the president's brother-in-law.
Yes, we know.
My idea is this, Mr. Carton. Let me invest some money in the gold market for you.
Well, that's very nice, only I haven't got much money to invest. Several real estate...
Oh, I'll take care of the whole thing. Any losses will be ours. Is that right, Mr. Larkin? And any profits, Mr. Carton, will be yours.
Well, that's very, very nice, Mr. Trent. Now, what happened yesterday was this. My wife and I were having lunch with the president.
We're not paying for social gossip, Carton. We want to know what the president's got in mind.
Well, of course. But what do you want me to do?
Arrange a dinner with us and the president where we can persuade him not to sell so much government gold.
Well, next weekend the president's going to West Point for the graduation exercises. Mm-hmm. He'll be in New York that evening.
I got an idea, Trent. Let's invite him for dinner aboard one of my boats of the Boston line.
That would be very private, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'll manage to have the whole vessel to ourselves. Can you arrange it, Carton?
Gentlemen, I promise you my brother-in-law will do anything I ask him. Anything.
President, I'm sorry there's fog on Long Island Sound tonight, but I hope it won't spoil your dinner.
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Larkin. Matter of fact, I'll take some more of that very excellent duck.
You do keep a good appetite, Mr. President.
Jenny, he's your brother. You could call him by his first name. Don't you agree, Trent?
I think I agree with your wife, Mr. Carton. The appearance of things is often helped by what you call them.
That sort of talk's not for me. I believe in calling a spade and a dollar a dollar.
Speaking of dollars, Mr. President, may I offer an opinion on your gold policy?
Of course, Mr. Trent.
And Trent's well worth listening to, Mr. President. What he doesn't know about money, nobody knows, and that's saying a lot.
My motive in speaking, Mr. President, is to help the country. I feel quite humble about that.
Mm-hmm.
I see our farm population, our railroads, our ships, our merchants, all facing losses as a result of your administration policy of selling gold to to keep the price down.
That's one side of the situation, Mr. Trent. The other is that if gold is too high, the same groups face losses too.
Nobody wants gold too high, Mr. President. Just about somewhere in the middle.
Mr. Larkin, did you ever try to swim a very wide river?
Oh, as a boy, I suppose so. Why?
When you were in the water, could you tell exactly where the middle was? I'd like to see the price kept in the middle, too, if I knew exactly where it was.
Experiment, Mr. President.
We are experimenting.
If you'll forgive me, sir, your experiments are all in the direction of a lower price for gold. Try experimenting in the other direction.
Jenny, can you reach me the salt, please?
Oh, of course. Pass it on, Arthur.
Here you are, Mr. President.
Oh, thank you very much. This duck is truly wonderful.
A lot of sense in what Trent says, don't you think, Mr. President?
I'm sure there is, or he wouldn't say it.
Well, Mr. President, I don't see why the price of gold can't go up indefinitely.
A moment ago, Mr. Larkin, you said you wanted to see it in the middle.
I'm sure Mr. Larkin meant the middle might be always higher.
It might or it might not. Ah, that's wonderful duck, Mr. Larkin.
Yes, I'll tell the chef.
Mr. President, I'd like to take Trent's thinking one step further.
Oh, would you, Arthur?
A liberty I may take as your brother-in-law.
Well, what is it?
I think Trent feels it's not the job of government to interfere with the natural course of business.
Gentlemen, I assure you that this administration will never interfere with the natural course of business.
Really, Mr. President?
If you can tell me whose business you mean.
Oh.
Mr. President, if you're ready, let me call for dessert now.
With pleasure, Mr. Larkin. Are you ready, Jenny?
Every bit.
Mr. President,
Martin, we've talked enough business here tonight. Here's a beautiful lady at the table. Let's think about entertaining her, shall we?
Oh, Mr. Larkin, you're a very intelligent man.
Of course I cut off the conversation. President wasn't committing himself one way or the other. Trent, you noticed that.
Yes?
Just the same, Larkin, you made a mistake. I know my brother-in-law. That's just his way. But I tell you, he was coming around.
All right, believe it if you like, you two.
Leaving us, Larkin?
I'm leaving this office. I'm leaving our agreement. Count me out, Trent.
Out? But, Larkin,
Count me out, I said. Good day, gentlemen.
Well, I hope you're not going to quit, Trent.
It looks hopeless, doesn't it, Mr. Carton?
Why, no. What I said to Larkin just now is true. I know my brother-in-law.
Knowing him is one thing. Influencing him is another.
You stand to make millions if I can get the president to stop selling gold. I stand to make whatever you've invested for me.
At the moment, it's increased to about $75,000.
$75,000? Trent, I'm not going to give up. Are you with me?
What do you suggest?
The president's going to be in New York again soon. I'll have my wife invite him to my house for dinner.
And?
And you, too. Without Larkin and his crude ways to spoil things, maybe we can make some headway.
The future of the country, Mr. President. Believe me, that's the only thought that moves me to appeal to you again.
It's a noble thought, Mr. Trent.
Excuse me, gentlemen. If you finish dinner, shall we go back to the sitting room?
Oh, by all means, Jenny. Though after all that dinner, I feel more like standing than sitting. How about you, Trent?
Oh, frankly, Mr. Carton, I make it a rule never to overdo.
Oh, Jenny.
Yes?
Let them go ahead. I want to talk to you a moment. I'll close the door.
I do hope you enjoyed the dinner. It's been so nice to have you here, Mr. President.
Jenny, you're getting as bad as Arthur. Certainly you and I can forget I'm president.
I'm sorry. I always make you angry so easily.
It isn't that, Jenny. But I must ask you to have a serious talk with Arthur. He's in deeper than he realizes.
Deeper? In what?
With Trent and Larkin. Arthur oughtn't even to associate with him.
But you, what about you?
I have reasons, Jenny. I've got to find out what they're up to.
Oh, you never did like Arthur. You were against our marriage.
Now, Jenny, please don't say that.
It's what you mean, and you haven't changed. And here's Arthur working so hard to help you, to get these brilliant men to advise
Jenny,
you.
for heaven's sake, these men trap me for some purpose of their own. That's plain as day. Arthur may not realize it, and you ought to warn him that I understand exactly what's going on. They're only using him.
You talk as if Arthur were a complete fool.
Sometimes I think he is. Sometimes I think he's worse than that.
What?
This gold scheme of Trent's is far too clever and complex. Arthur may get into serious trouble. If you love him, you'll tell him that.
I'll do no such...
Teaching you to anyway. Trent's waiting.
Arthur, I'm very tired. Tell Mr. Trent I enjoyed our discussion, will you please? Good night, Jenny.
President, Mr. Booker is
Oh, hello, George. How are you today?
It isn't my health that's in question, sir.
The health of gold, huh?
I want your approval to sell another 2 million in gold.
Has the price gone up again?
My reports from New York say that Frank Trent's still buying, keeping the price above 140, trying to get it up to 150.
George, maybe we've been making a mistake selling gold as we have been.
Do you want to change your policy?
Maybe.
I don't quite understand, sir.
I've got a plan, George. I'm going to Pennsylvania for a rest. Of course, you'll be under pressure not to sell from one side and contrary pressure from other sides. Simply keep your own counsel and come and see me in the country in a few days. We'll talk it over then.
Mr. Larkin, I don't see how you can let this opportunity slip.
What opportunity? The president's gone to the country for a week. What of it?
Tell him, Mr. Carton.
It's a little summer resort, Larkin, miles from the railroad and telegraph lines. News will be a little slower reaching him. Besides, Trent persuaded him over to our side.
Did you, Trent?
I didn't think so at the time, but for several days now there's been no sale of government gold. So it looks as if I did succeed.
You see, Larkin? Now come in with us.
Hey, Trent.
Yes?
If it's true the government isn't going to sell, we put millions into buying gold, we could corner the market, couldn't we?
Exactly. Then everybody in the country who needs gold would have to come to us. And we could put the price up as high as we like.
Take on that, Trent. We're partners again. Going down to the gold room now and get started. I'll pay 147. I'll take any part of 3 million at 147.
Hello, Trent. Going well, isn't it?
Beautifully, Mr. Carton, beautifully.
But you look worried. What's the matter?
It's only one thing. Our buying is creating a terrible stir in the financial district and in the newspapers. It may frighten the president.
What can we do about it, Trent?
I have one idea. You must write a letter to your brother-in-law, Mr. Carton. A letter urging him to disregard all this furor. Tell him there is no cause for alarm.
A letter? Where he is, it won't reach him for 3 days.
Oh, yes, it will. Norman! Norman!
Coming, Mr. Trent. Yes, Mr. Trent?
Norman, I want you to take Mr. Carton over to my office. He will write a letter to the president, which I want you to deliver.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and Norman, as soon as it's delivered, send me a telegram to that effect.
Mr. Booker,
What say, Miss Sarah?
you're shot. I'm afraid you're not paying attention.
I keep wondering what the president's gold plan is.
So do I.
Well, George, it's your shot.
Oh, yes, sir.
And now you, Miss Sarah.
Oh, watch this one.
Too hard, Miss Sarah. You don't know your own strength, do you? It's your shot, George.
Yes, sir. I wonder if the newspapers have arrived.
Well, we have yesterday's, and sorry you didn't bring them in when you came this morning.
I'd like to know more about Trent's and Larkin's gold buying.
Oh, give them rope, George. Give them rope.
Mr. President, that man over there, you seem to have a visitor.
Who is he?
What, does he belong to the hotel?
Mr. President. Oh. May I speak to you, sir?
What is it?
I'm sorry to interrupt your croquet match, sir. I've been sent from New York to deliver this letter to you.
Oh, thank you.
It's from Mr. Arthur Carton, sir.
Oh. Dear Mr. Perhaps you've noticed reports. Please don't take them seriously. No cause for alarm. All right, young man, there's no answer.
Then I'll be going right back, sir. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry to have interrupted, sir.
Oh, George, this letter from my beloved brother-in-law urges me not to be alarmed by reports of the rising market in gold.
But even yesterday, the price was going over 150.
George, when Arthur Carton says don't, that's exactly the moment to do. I've got to write him a letter. Miss Sarah.
Yes, Mr. President.
We're leaving for Washington at once.
Yep.
I want to send a telegram, please.
Yep.
Here it is, all written out.
Letter delivered all right. That right?
That's right. Letter delivered all right.
Mr. Larkin, Mr. Carton, look. A telegram from my man Norman.
Let me see. Letter delivered all right. What does that tell us?
No, you've read it wrong, Mr. Larkin. Look. Letter delivered. Period. All right.
Don't you see what it means? That's my brother-in-law's way of saying go ahead.
What?
He's right, Mr. Larkin. I'm sure of it. Go ahead.
Mr. President, we've got to act. We've got to break that high price. They've driven it over 155.
George, that's exactly what I've been waiting for. Now's the time to sell.
Good, sir. Up to 3 million?
3 million. Start with 5 million, George.
Mr. Trent, I'm back.
Oh, hello, Norman.
You received my telegram, sir? Letter delivered all right?
Yes, of course, Norman. Larkin's in there now, Will you repeat your message, please?
Letter delivered all right.
Norman, didn't it say letter delivered, period, all right? Meaning that the president said he understood the letter?
What? The president didn't say anything like that, Mr. Trent.
Huh?
And the telegram just said the letter was safely delivered.
Oh.
It must have got mixed up in transit.
Norman, we've made a terrible mistake. Not a word about this to anyone.
No, sir.
Trent, I've got to talk to you.
Yes, Mr. Carton.
I've just had a letter from the president. He's against what you and Larkin are doing, and he asked me what I stand to gain or lose.
You might tell him, Mr. Carton.
Well, I can't. I've got to be able to tell him I have no stake in this, or, well, he'll never speak to me again. And he's my brother-in-law. Trent, give me my money and let me out, will you?
It's about $100,000, Mr. Carton. I'll have a check drawn for you at once.
Oh, thanks very much. Goodbye, Trent. I'll come and see you next week.
Norman.
Yes, Mr. Trent?
Go out there on the floor and find my brokers. Tell them to stop buying gold and to sell.
Yes, sir.
And Norman, not a word to Mr. Larkin. Let him go on buying.
But he's your partner. You'd have to cover his losses.
That's true, Norman. On second thought, tell my brokers to sell, but not to sell to Mr. Larkin. Hurry, Norman. The market will break at any moment.
160. I'll take all or any part of 5 million at 160. No, I won't sell. I'm buying. Up to 5 million at 160. 5 million at 160. Come on. 5 million at 160. Come on.
The market is broken. By order of the president, the government is selling gold again.
What?
5 million. Larkin, you can't corner the market. You're licked.
Mr. President.
Oh, Miss Sarah, I'm sorry.
Thinking?
I'm trying to, and about the same two things, gold and my brother-in-law. And they still get mixed up together.
Look who's in the doorway, Mr. President.
Oh, Jenny. Oh, come in, Jenny, come in.
Mr. President, I was afraid to tell you I was coming. I was afraid you'd be too angry to see me, so I just came.
Why, of course, Jenny. You're my sister, aren't you?
A stupid one, I'm afraid.
Excuse me, Mr. President. I'll be at my desk.
I wish you wouldn't go, Miss Sarah. I know you didn't like my husband either.
Mrs. Carter.
What is it, Jenny?
You were so right about Arthur. He was entangled with those men, and I was so very wrong about it.
Well,
let me finish. I must have made you so angry. If it hadn't been for Arthur and my stupid insistence, you wouldn't have ever have seen them. This whole gold panic wouldn't have happened.
Jenny, let me tell you something. I'm glad it happened this way.
What?
Yes, Arthur was foolish, of course, but his fellows were up to. Once I knew the truth, I was able to lead them on to the point where I could smash their scheme once and for all. So you see, Arthur actually did me a service.
I'd like to believe that, Mr. President.
Miss Sarah.
Yes, Mr. President.
My sister won't believe me. Tell her how many times I told you I welcomed the situation.
Oh,
Oh, yes, it's quite true, Mrs. Carton. The president said to me many times, he said...
You see, Jenny, now let's try and forget the whole thing, We'll begin by your staying for luncheon. Will you?
Yes. If you'll let me borrow a room upstairs to change in.
Why, of course. Go ahead. And your bags will be sent up to you.
I'll try not to be long.
No. Miss Sarah, you're a very loyal secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President.
No. Miss Sarah, thank you. Well, have you guessed which president it was who fought the gold speculators and had a bad case of too much brother-in-law? The time was 1869, and Ulysses S. Grant lived in the White House then as Mr. President. The financier who fought were, of course, the sly Jay Gould and the rambunctious Jim Fisk. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about the White House and Mr. President I'm sure you'll enjoy. And thank you for dropping in. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appears as Mr. President by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Producers of Sinclair Lewis Cass Timberlane, starring Spencer Tracy, Lana Turner, and Zachary Scott. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. Our story, by Paul R. Milton, was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Ulysses S. Grant. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Same time, same station, when Edward Arnold brings you another story of the White House and Mr. President. Now, a special program note. A Sunday night radio fan, then tune in ABC for Luella Parsons. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer, and down the long hall to the president's study.
Come in. Sit down, won't you? You know, when you take on a new job, nothing helps more than knowing you have the confidence of the people who hired you. But when that job is being President of the United States and the people who hired you are the majority of the people, you must never forget that they can fire you as easily as they hired you. And the trust they have bestowed upon you can get you into a lot of trouble. Once it almost got us into a war. Which president was it? Well, later on I'll tell you. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. It was a morning I shall never forget. It was shortly after my inauguration. I was sitting at my desk in the White House when my secretary, Miss Sarah, came in.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Miss Sarah.
I brought in the more important letters and dispatches and a few papers to sign, Mr. President.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. They don't give you much of a chance to break in on a job like this, do they?
You'll catch on to it very quickly, I'm sure. Now, you have an appointment.
An appointment?
If you're ready for it now, sir.
Yes, I'm quite ready. Who is it?
Vice President Clinton wants to see you sometime this morning, but right now there's a newspaper man waiting, Mr. John L. O'Sullivan.
Well, the most influential opposition journalist in the country comes to see a man he bitterly opposed. Well, that could be auspicious, Miss Sarah, or it could be ominous. Well, let's find out. Show him in.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. O'Sullivan, the President will see you now.
Thank you, Miss Sarah. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. O'Sullivan. Can we shake hands? Of course, Mr. President. Well, it doesn't feel any different than any other hand, even though it wrote some rather strong editorials against me during the campaign.
Well, I see no reason, sir, why a political difference should interfere with one's personal respect.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I want to congratulate you on your inaugural address.
Oh? Why?
It was a very good speech.
Well, I'm sure you disagreed with every word of it.
Well, it did avoid the most important issue. It gave no expression to the will of the people and our manifest destiny.
Destiny? For what?
Well, as you know, sir, my paper has supported the policies of your predecessor.
Expansionist policies, yes, I know.
Call them what you will. I've always stood four square for liberty, not only for America, but for all the peoples of the world.
That's a fine sentiment. I agree, and I assure you, Mr. O'Sullivan, that I will use my good offices to defend freedom and liberty wherever they are threatened.
Well, this is very encouraging, Mr. President.
So you see, we have no argument after all.
Not any longer. Well, good day, Mr. President,
Good day,
and my congratulations and best wishes.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Sullivan. Good day, sir.
Leaving so soon, Mr. O'Sullivan?
Yes, goodbye, Miss Sarah.
Oh, have you met Vice President Clinton?
Hello, John.
Hello, Harry.
I see you have. Excuse me, gentlemen. I'll tell the President you're here, Mr. Clinton.
Courtesy call, John? Yes, very satisfactory one, too. Oh? Perhaps I had the wrong idea about the President. You know, he agreed with me.
About what?
Freedom. Harry, I think we can rely upon the President to use this office in the best interests of our country.
Mr. President, the British Charge d'Affaires is here.
Oh, thank you, Miss Sarah. Come in, Mr. Crampton, will you?
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
I've been rather expecting you to call, Mr. Crampton.
Good. Then I can come right to the point, Mr. President. You're aware, of course, that certain groups in your country are trying to organize a revolt in Canada against the mother country.
Well, I've heard rumors.
Mr. President, I know the previous administration was, expansionist-minded. Now, my government would like an expression from you on your attitude in this matter.
Very well, Mr. Crampton. I consider our treaties a sacred obligation, and I am determined to enforce the neutrality laws of the nation to the utmost. I am determined to prevent the execution of any schemes of violence against Canada or any other country. Is that sufficient assurance?
I could not ask for more, sir. But may I convey such a fearless and determined policy to my government?
By all means, Mr. Crampton. This is no secret policy. This is the firm neutrality stand of my administration.
You told me yourself, Mr. President, you would support the cause of freedom anywhere.
Yes, I did, Mr. O'Sullivan.
Then how do you explain your statement to Mr. Crampton?
I've already explained it. We have treaties and we have neutrality laws.
Then you don't want Canada to be free.
That is for Canadians to decide.
But the cause of freedom, Mr. President.
Wouldn't annexation be a better word, Mr. O'Sullivan?
Mr. President, it is our destiny to free the world from tyranny. Not only the Canadians, but the Mexicans and the Cubans.
Isn't it true that you supported the last administration's efforts to buy Cuba?
Spain refused to sell, so now we must help Cuba achieve her freedom. Mr. President, there are laws of political as well as of physical gravitation. And if an apple severed by the tempest from its native tree cannot choose but fall to the ground, Cuba, forcibly disjoined from its own unnatural connection with Spain and incapable of self-support, can gravitate only towards the North American Union, which by the same law of nature cannot cast her off from its bosom.
Dribble.
Dribble, sir? Those are the words of your illustrious predecessor.
Oh, they are? Well, none of my predecessors is president right now, and I am. And I intend to enforce the laws of this land.
And I intend to support red-blooded Americans who believe as I do, and are not afraid to fight for freedom.
We have treaties, Mr. O'Sullivan, and we have a neutrality law. Violation of either will lead to war. That is up to Congress, not to you and me. But I shall see that any violation will be dealt with by our courts. Is that clear?
It is clear that you are violating the mandate of the people, and no one dares stop the American people when they're on the march. General Lopez, I have the word of my friend General Gonzalez here in New York that you are well qualified to lead this enterprise of ours.
And my good friend General Gonzalez has assured me that you, Senor O'Sullivan, are a real patriot, and that I can trust in you.
Yes, very well. Now, if I supply the ships, ammunition, equipment, and a sufficient number of American recruits, how sure can we be of our reception in Cuba?
I, Narciso Lopez, give you my word, senor. Thousands of my fellow Cubans will arise at my signal. But, senor, what about your presidente? Will he not interfere?
He won't dare. The people are behind your struggle. And if he did interfere, he'd be out of the White House next election, maybe before. After all, General, you don't think I would commit my newspaper and my fortune to your cause if I didn't think we could succeed.
But these laws the Presidente speaks of...
What can the President do if liberty-loving Americans, well equipped with guns, of course, should happen to board ships in this country and then run ashore in Cuba?
Ah, yes. Oh, but one thing, senor. Please, could you keep these plans of ours out of your newspaper? Publicity, it is not very good for a revolution.
General, the American people must be kept at a high pitch of patriotism.
I understand, senor. This also helps to sell newspapers, no?
The people are hungry to read what we have to say. They believe in our destiny, even if the President does not.
Si, senor. Then I think I shall go at once to New Orleans. I will make all the arrangements. You will provide everything else that is necessary.
Good. I'll go as far as Washington with you, General. I want to see the Vice President. Maybe I can get somewhere with him.
Mr. President, the Vice President, sir.
No, thank you, Miss Sarah.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Well, Harry, sit down. What's on your mind?
Mr. President, I want you to understand that no one has more respect for the laws of this nation than I have.
Who said you didn't, Harry?
I can understand why you felt it necessary to take the stand you did about the Canadian situation with the British charge d'affaires.
Oh, didn't Mr. O'Sullivan like the stand I took about our neutrality laws?
Mr. O'Sullivan is... I don't want to be presumptuous, Mr. President, but I don't think you can sit on the fence in such a vital issue. You are either for freedom or against it. Or I put it this way. You're either with the voters or you're committing political suicide.
Now, wait a minute, Harry. I think you'll admit this is more than just a political game.
Yes, I do. But what could be greater statesmanship or better politics than to side with the people, our own people, and millions more in South America?
That's fine. If we can help these people to find freedom through negotiations and peaceful means, that's fine. But if you're suggesting that we take measures that will start a war in the name of liberty, a war in which we might lose our own freedom, just for a few votes, well, Harry, that might even be worse. It might be political suicide, yes, but it might be national suicide.
May I say, Mr. President, that you contradict yourself. On the one hand, you say you stand for liberty, but on the other, you insist on finding reasons for not supporting it. Well, Mr. President, one man cannot stand in the way of liberty.
Senor O'Sullivan, you were correct about your Americans. Your men from your west have enlisted with great enthusiasm.
Wait until you try the southeast, General Lopez. That's closer to Cuba. You'll find even more support there.
Good. Now, this is the plan. The first expedition from here in New Orleans is about ready to sail, and the rendezvous is Round Island.
Ah, excellent. As soon as your ships are loaded, I'll return to New York and get the second expedition started.
Mr. President, I have an urgent message here from the New Orleans District Attorney. It's addressed to the Attorney General. He wants you to see it, sir.
Oh, thank you, Miss Sam. General Narciso Lopez and an undetermined number of veterans preparing to sail from Island Rendezvous here. Destination unknown, but expedition is supplied with arms and ammunition. Under constant observation, but need force to prevent. Awaiting instructions, signed Logan Hunton, District Attorney, New Orleans. Miss Sora, will you take a message, please?
Yes, sir.
To Commodore Parker, United States Navy, Pensacola. You are hereby ordered to dispatch forces immediately to New Orleans to stop at all costs Lopez military expedition and return American citizens involved to our jurisdiction by order of the Commander-in-Chief.
I have good news for you, Mr. President, from New Orleans. When Commodore Parker's ship arrived, the Lopez expedition gave up and scattered.
Oh, that is good news, Jim. Better than I expected. We stopped Lopez, but does anybody know where he was going?
The New Orleans district attorney thinks it was either Mexico or Cuba, but he isn't sure which.
Well, an expedition against either one is a violation that could easily result in war.
I know, but we have forestalled that by your actions, sir.
For the moment. But we have to find out where Lopez planned to go. The next time he may slip through our fingers, out of our hands.
Yes, let's hope there won't be a next time.
I'm afraid we've got to assume that Lopez will try again. Tell the Attorney General to instruct all regional officials that we must know the destination of the expedition.
Yes, sir.
And, Jim, while we're keeping an eye on Lopez, we've got to do something about O'Sullivan.
O'Sullivan?
I'm sure he's behind all this. I only wish we could prove it. Well, there is one thing I can do. Jim, I'm going to call a cabinet meeting. Gentlemen, as you no doubt have been informed, prompt action by our Navy effectively stopped a dangerous filibustering expedition in New Orleans. But General Lopez, their leader, is still there.
Isn't it true, sir, that your prompt action not only stopped the expedition, it also prevented us from learning its destination?
Only temporarily, Mr. Clinton. Some of Lopez's eager young American lieutenants have admitted under questioning that they were bound for Cuba.
May I point out, Mr. President, these eager young Americans, as the Secretary of State has called them, had nothing to be ashamed of.
I'm quite aware of their feelings and their sincerity, Mr. Clinton.
Then you do not condemn them?
Not their sincerity. But you bring up a point that has troubled me. If these recruits feel so passionately about the matter, I expect that they will try again.
Where will they go this time?
Mr. Sewell, that, I imagine, will depend upon the decision of General Lopez or Mr. John L. O'Sullivan.
O'Sullivan? Really, Mr. President? Just because O'Sullivan is such a vigorous champion of a cause that finds such popular sympathy throughout the country, that doesn't mean that he is directing expeditions.
You may be right, Mr. Clinton, but for his sake and others who feel so strongly, I must take official precaution. Gentlemen, I am issuing a proclamation to the American people. And here it is in substance. Be it proclaimed that any armed expedition against a friendly nation is illegal and criminal, endangering the peace and compromising the honor of this country. The law specifically covers encouraging or even countenancing violation of our treaties of neutrality. It is the duty of all good citizens to prevent such violation, and I intend to enforce the laws without exception. I advise all zealots to stay well within the law.
Alas, Senor O'Sullivan, you were no more successful in New York than I was in New Orleans.
Well, if the president thought by his proclamation he could interfere with our plans permanently, he was mistaken. In fact, he himself has told us what to do.
The Presidente? I do not understand.
In his proclamation, the president specifically advised all Americans to stay within the law.
Oh, this is good for us?
Well, we have nothing to worry about unless we break the law, Lopez.
But, Senor, are we not back again where we started from? What we have to do, is that not breaking the law?
No, not at all. Now, just listen to me. The neutrality law has many holes. The government has to prove organization, enlistment, and intent, and find evidence of arms and ammunition. We still have all the men, and they're still there. Now, we'll just take the president's advice. We'll give each man one rifle.
One rifle? But, Senor...
No, wait, General. Just wait. I told you we were going to be within the law.
What do you mean Jim Lopez sailed? I thought the New Orleans attorney was on the job. What happened?
He was on the job, Mr. President. He made a complete check. But he had to allow the ships to clear the port. There was nothing he could do to stop them.
Well, he stopped Lopez before. Why not this time?
Lopez was obviously acting under expert legal advice. The Attorney General admits that the neutrality law is loosely drawn. You see, they claim to be emigrants.
Emigrants?
Yeah, that's what they call themselves. Passengers, settlers, migrating to a new land. And as such, they were allowed one rifle each, the customary equipment for settlers.
One rifle each isn't very much.
But once they cleared the port, they were provided with further supplies, smuggled out in small boats. In any case, they're at sea now and on their way to Cuba.
Emigrants, How many, Jim?
Reports vary, sir. Over 1,000, no?
Well, have a naval patrol called out for immediate duty, Jim, and order the naval commander at Pensacola to intercept the expedition. Pursue them all the way to Cuba if necessary. Notify the Spanish embassy, of course.
Yes, Mr. President.
And, Jim, I want the leaders. And I want them brought to trial.
That warship, Lieutenant. The Americans must have learned we attempted a landing off the Cuban coast. General Lopez, the Creole can never make it. The American warship will overtake us. Perhaps, Lieutenant. But they are still holding their fire. And as long as we have a chance, we'll... Oh, right over the bow, General. The next one will hit us. Yes, the Americans' marksmanship is much better than the Spanish. We will have to stop for them and surrender.
Ahoy there, Creole! Stand by! Orders by Commodore Parker, United States Navy, to Narciso Lopez. Proceed under guard of this vessel to Key West, where you will stand trial as leader of an illegal armed expedition.
Mr. President.
Oh, hello, Harry. Won't you sit down?
It'll only take me a moment, Mr. President.
I suppose you've come to tell me I was wrong in having Lopez brought to trial.
He was acquitted, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
If you had listened to me, you could have expected that decision.
I did expect it.
Then why did you bring to trial if you knew that no American jury would convict a man for leading such a popular cause?
Mr. Clinton, it is my duty to enforce the law. It was my belief that Lopez did violate the law. I had to bring him to trial to discourage future violations. But I have no control over American judges or juries. And that's a good thing, too.
I fail to see what that has to do with it.
It is our good fortune in this country to have the freedom to say and think whatever we please. So I couldn't expect good Americans with the heritage of freedom to condemn men who tried to give others the same kind of freedom.
The Secretary of State would like to see you.
Fine. Come in, Jim.
I have serious news, sir.
Well?
There were 52 Americans who left the Lopez expedition before it reached Cuba. They went ashore on Contoy Island. The Havana authorities found them there and have arrested them.
But you said they were separated from the Lopez party.
Nevertheless, sir, they face charges of piracy.
In conviction for piracy means death. And I thought it was all settled.
I'm afraid it is settled as far as we're concerned, Mr. President. There's nothing we can do about it. We'll have to let the Cuban courts decide it.
But we can't just sit by and do nothing about it.
If we interfere with another nation's legal procedure, we're risking war again.
Jim, I've tried to avoid war at almost any price. But these 52 Americans, it's a difficult situation. I've got to think this over.
Mr. President.
Mr. O'Sullivan, I'm sure this isn't another courtesy call.
Not exactly. I simply wanted to congratulate you on your failure.
Failure?
You succeeded in part. You broke up an attempt to free an oppressed people, just so you could prove yourself right. But that's where you failed.
And just how did I fail?
You know as well as I do, the court decided in our favor.
Yes, they did.
And now American citizens have been captured and will be sacrificed because of your action. What do you propose to do about that?
I don't know, Mr. O'Sullivan. What do you propose I do about it?
That's why I ask you the question, sir. You can do nothing. You yourself have convicted these men.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan.
What?
You have just helped me to make an important decision. And now, good day, sir.
Good day, Mr. President.
Oh, Miss Sarah?
Yes, Mr. President?
Get the Secretary of State over here right away.
Yes, Mr. President.
Jim, you told me we could do nothing about our men who were captured.
Yes, I did, sir.
O'Sullivan was just here to see me. He says there's nothing we can do about them. Now, Jim, when you told me that, I had to think it over carefully. But when O'Sullivan says the same thing, then I know there must be something I can do about it. Because he doesn't want me to do anything about it.
I'm afraid I don't follow your reasoning, sir.
If I don't take measures for these 3 men, they will be convicted and put to death. And that's just what O'Sullivan wants. With the temper of the people being what it is, it'll guarantee war.
But what do you plan to do, Mr. President?
Call the cabinet together at once. Gentlemen, you are all aware of the fact that 52 American citizens are to be tried by the Cuban courts on a most serious charge. I have decided that we must take every measure to see that they are released at once and return to this country.
That's fine, Mr. President. But aren't you being a little inconsistent again?
I don't think so, Mr. Clinton.
But after all, sir, by your own proclamation, you have practically branded these Americans as criminals and thrown them on the mercy of the Cuban courts. Now, if you go to their defense, this country is going to say, and say rightly, that this administration has no policy at all.
Mr. Clinton, you and the country knows the policy of this administration. Strict adherence to our treaties and our neutrality laws. The vigorous defense of these men is entirely consistent with that policy.
But you're risking the very war you pretended to avoid.
Apparently, gentlemen, you don't all agree with me. I'm sorry, but I have made up my mind. Jim, notify the Spanish embassy that if these American citizens are convicted and put to death, I will go before Congress immediately and ask for a declaration of war.
Can't I get you something to eat?
No, thank you, Miss Sarah. I'm not hungry. I'm still working on my message to Congress.
I wish there was something I could do.
Miss Sarah, everybody has told me what he thinks except you.
Why, Mr. President, I...
Do you think I'm so inconsistent?
All I know is that you haven't eaten properly for days, and you're ruining your health, and you...
That doesn't answer my question. Don't worry about it, Miss Sarah.
Mr. President.
Jim, I've been waiting for you. Has there been any verdict?
Yes, sir. 49 of the defendants were acquitted by the Havana courts.
49? What about the other 3?
Guilty. It's ridiculous. In each case, the evidence was the same.
Oh, the Spanish authorities must be trying to save face. Obviously, they think we'll settle for 49. They don't realize that 3 American lives are as important as 52. Jim, inform the Spanish government that I haven't budged an inch. Our original demand still stands. Acquittal and release of every one of those American citizens, or war!
Mr. President.
Yes, Jim, what is it?
Good news, Mr. President. The 3 defendants have been pardoned.
Oh, good, Jim. Spain must have realized that we meant what we said.
Oh, I'm so glad, Mr. President.
Oh, Jim, it looks like we solved 2 important problems. Now I can tear up my war message to Congress, which, of course, pleases me greatly. Now, would you answer my question, Miss Sarah?
Which question, sir?
Whether you believed I was being so inconsistent.
Well, no, but you did seem to contradict yourself a little at times.
Then you mean your answer is yes?
No, I didn't say that.
But that's what you think. Miss Sarah, I said all along that we would enforce our laws. We did. Those young Americans who were captured didn't violate our laws. They had already separated from the expedition.
Oh, I see.
Our own American courts had found the leaders of the expedition not guilty. Yet the Cuban courts were trying to convict men who didn't actually participate at all. So what was inconsistent about what I did?
Well, nothing. Nothing, now that it's all over. But it seemed at times.
That's just it, Miss Sarah. It seemed. You know, when you keep your eye on a straight line long enough, after a while you begin to think it's wavering. But that's only what you think, Miss Sarah. Actually, the line stays straight all the time. Well, have you guessed which president it was who wanted peace but not peace at any price? It was the year 1849, and Mr. President was then Zachary Taylor. The vice president who sometimes disagreed with his chief and was a little too ready to compromise was Millard Fillmore. And the Secretary of State who gave his strong support was John M. Clayton.
Actually, the Cuban problem did mean war with Spain before that country finally won her freedom in 1898. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about the White House and Mr. President. I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Appears as Mr. President by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Sinclair Lewis, Cass Timberlane, starring Spencer Tracy, Lana Turner, and Zachary Scott. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is created by Robert G. Jennings, produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. Our story by Milton Merlin was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Zachary Taylor. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be sure to listen again next week when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President. Now here's a special program note. Beginning next Sunday, February 1st, Mr. President will be heard a half hour later, 11:30 to 12 noon, over most of these same ABC stations. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold.
Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are the little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Each week, the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations brings you these interesting broadcasts of Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. In just a moment, Mr. Arnold will be with us. But first, I'd like to ask you, how many of our country's past presidents can you identify? Do you know how many presidents have held office? Well, each week, Mr. President brings to life tense and gripping moments in the life of one of our former chief executives, moments that most history books do not record. And you, as the listener, enjoy the thrill of trying to identify the president, as another page of history is unfolded in these absorbing and stimulating dramatizations. Mr. President gives you the opportunity to test your knowledge of the men who've lived in the White House. At the close of the program, the name of the president, about whom today's episode is based, will be announced. But first, try to guess who he is as his story is being told. Now, in a moment, Edward Arnold.
Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Hello? Sit down, won't you? Did you ever listen to a man sell a piece of property? It always has good soil and the grass grows green. But suppose that same man is buying that same piece of property. Then the soil's no good, and the grass, well, there just isn't any. You see, it's all the point of view, and that's the point of our story today. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president it really happened to, but meanwhile, you may be able to guess. It happened at a time when I was under vicious attack by members of Congress of my own party. Their real aim was to destroy the powers of the presidency. Near the climax of their campaign, my good friend William Evarts came to see me late one afternoon.
Mr. President, I am only one mortal man.
Well, I expect that's true, Bill.
I was up until 4:30 this morning working. I was in my office at 6:30 this same morning working. I've been in my office all day working. Henry Stanbury and I need another man.
Oh, I know you're working hard, Bill, but they haven't actually impeached me yet.
Mr. President, there's Johns and his tight little group in the Senate. There's Ferguson and his friends in the House. Between them, they can drive almost anything through both houses over you, sir.
You're a lawyer, Bill. Politics is never as neat and logical nor as quick as the law.
Mr. President, I don't see why... What can I do to make you see your danger?
Maybe I think it's simpler than you do, Bill. To begin with, I'm on the right side of the argument with John.
Simpler? If you're impeached, sir, it will be one of the great cases in our history. Accusers, the House of Representatives, judge and jury, the Senate, defendant, the President of the United States. I beg you to appoint another man to work with Stanbury and myself.
Bill, I wish you'd depend less on numbers and more on the tremendous fact that we are right. Rightness being right, truth, if you like, has a way of shining through almost any barrier.
Yes, sir, a very interesting reflection. But we have to help truth shine through. And we need another man to do it.
Well, all right, Bill. I'll think about it.
At last. Now I can work all night tonight with an easier mind.
Well, I'm glad it makes you feel better, Bill.
Well, please don't lose any time, sir.
I won't.
Goodbye, Miss Sarah.
Goodbye, Mr. Evans.
Oh, Miss Sarah.
Yes, Mr. President.
What sort of a day am I having tomorrow?
Oh, not too dull, not too interesting, sir. You didn't quite mean what you said to Mr. Evarts, did you, Mr. President?
Were you listening?
Well, the door was open and neither of you were whispering. Did you mean it, Mr. President?
Well, I had to tell him something, but he exaggerates the whole thing.
Exaggerates how much work he and Mr. Stanbury are having to do?
Among other things.
You never exaggerate, do you, Mr. President?
I don't think so. Why?
You're not exaggerating how easy your defense will be?
Well, I may never need it, Miss Sarah.
I see.
Now, what appointments have I got for tomorrow?
Well, first a congressional committee on the postal laws, then a housewife from Chicago with a cake in the shape of a railroad steam engine, then Judge Jeremiah Black to discuss a petition involving the Dominican Republic, the ambassador... Mr. President, Judge Jeremiah Black by appointment.
Oh, thank you, Miss Sarah. Good morning, Judge Black.
President, this seems like old times.
When you were Attorney General?
I was often in this room. It's good to be here again.
Well, how can I help you this morning?
My client, sir, is the Patterson Company of Baltimore, and the matter I have in mind has to do with foreign relations, which is why I've come straight to you with it.
And very properly. What is it?
On the edge of the Caribbean Sea, off the coast of the Dominican Republic, lies a tiny island that's rich in certain natural resources. It's called Alta Vela.
Mm-hmm.
Some time ago, the Dominican government leased the exploitation rights of Alta Vela to some Americans, and they've been working it.
Profitably?
I imagine so, sir. The difficulty is that their legal title to the island is far from clear.
Well, haven't they got a lease from the Dominican Republic?
Now, that's the nub of the question, sir. That country, as you know, has been distracted by revolution. The Americans now on the island got their lease from one of those brief revolutionary regimes. But my client, the Patterson Company, also has a lease on Alta Vela.
From the same regime?
No, sir, from the original government. Naturally, my client wants to have his lease enforced.
Well, Mr. Black, you've come to the wrong president. You ought to be making this plea in the Dominican Republic.
Well, their present government, we believe, has no jurisdiction over Alta Vela. We say it belongs to the United States.
The Dominican Republic may not agree with you.
And what we want, sir, is for this government to send a naval vessel to possess the island and to enforce our lease.
You want me to use force?
Well, it wouldn't be an act of conquest, sir. Only an act of enforcing legal rights, because the island is properly in American possession.
And your client wants to be installed on it?
Provided only our case is just. I know you'll find it so. Here are the papers, sir.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Fine. Now, I want to talk about something else. I'm not sure how good your case is.
Please don't prejudge it.
I'm not sure how good your case is, but I like one thing about your presentation of it. You're willing for me to decide it on its merits, on whether or not it's just.
Any man who is right can rely on justice, Mr. President.
Judge Black, you know that certain men in the Senate and in the House plan to impeach me.
I understand from Senator Johns that it's more than a plan, Mr. President.
Oh, are you friendly with him?
I know him. But I don't think his charges are founded either on fact or on law. I think his passions are carrying him away.
Then, how would you like to join my legal staff?
I?
Yeah. Bill Evarts and Henry Stanberg need a man of your standing and opinions. What do you say?
Why, sir, I'm overwhelmed. It would be a great honor.
Oh, never mind that. When can you start to work?
Immediately, sir. I don't quite know how to thank you.
Well, just help get up a good case, Judge, that's all. In the meantime, I'll put Evarts to work on the records of your Alta Vela claim. I'll try to give you a quick decision.
I don't quite know how to say this.
What's the trouble, Bill?
Well, I was enthusiastic when you first engaged Jeremiah Black as associate counsel. Now Well, it's this Alta Vela business.
Well, what about it?
Well, to begin with, when Black was Attorney General, a similar case came before him, and he ruled against it.
Oh, so now he's on the opposite side of his own fence.
Exactly, but there's nothing wrong in that. Something else worries me. The Alta Vela claim is a big case. The Patterson Company has powerful connections here in Washington. Suppose you reject Black's petition.
All right. Suppose I do.
Well, he'll have to fight you on that, while at the same time he has to defend you in your own case. Now, very few men can walk a tightrope like that.
Ah, Bill, I think you're exaggerating again.
Exaggerating?
This is a big government, and lots of different things go on in it at the same time. Besides, I think Black's a big enough man not to let himself be treated.
Maybe so, but why run the risk?
I don't see any big risk, Bill. I'm going to make up my mind about the Alta Vela claim without regard to anything but its merits. I expect Black to act the same way.
Mr. President, I don't think you're deciding my petition on its merits. In view of the facts I've marshaled, in view of the principles of law at stake, how can you rule against it, sir?
Judge Black, I'll give you one legal reason. My staff and I are satisfied that the lease held by the men now on Alta Vela is sound, and that the lease of the Patterson Company, your client, is defective.
Oh, but
now, just
sir,
a moment. I have two other reasons, Judge Black. One is that if the United States sent a vessel to seize Alta Vela, we'd only be using our strength unfairly against the weakness of the Dominican Republic. It would be little better than land grabbing on the European style.
But not if you...
And if... Now, just a moment. I have a third reason. Founded on simple justice, you believe your case is just, but I don't agree. I don't believe justice is made up of a complicated construction of legal reasoning. When a case is just, it's justice, it's rightness. It has a way of shining through, plain to see. You understand me?
I understand the words, sir, but I disagree with the sense. If American citizens can't expect justice from their own government, where can they look?
When you were Attorney General, Judge Black, and ruled on a case similar to this, you had a contrary idea of where justice lay.
The circumstances of that case were entirely different, sir.
Are you sure you're not changing your idea of justice to suit your own interests? Cutting the pattern to fit the cloth?
Mr. President, it's my duty as a lawyer to present my client's case in the best possible light, but I have founded it on simple right.
Unprovoked force can never be right.
How can you say it would be unprovoked? Aren't my clients being robbed? Aren't they being deprived of property without due process?
Mr. Black, I want to consider this matter closed and not discussed anymore between us.
As you say, Mr. President.
Thank you. Now, tell me, how are you getting on with Evarts and Stanbury? If it's agreeable to you, I'd like to have a general meeting toward the end of the week to see where we stand.
Patterson, I'm very sorry, but this morning the President ruled against us.
Very quick, wasn't it? Isn't there any court of appeal?
The Constitution charges the President with sole responsibility for foreign relations.
I've learned in business, if you can't do a thing one way, there's always another. Black, we think we can make about $10 million out of Alta Vela in the next 10 years if we get our hands on it. Yesterday, my partners and I put aside 1.5% of that figure as a fund to keep on pushing our claim.
Don't give up easily, do you, Mr. Patterson?
You know Senator Johns, don't you?
Yes.
Do you think he's in favor of our claim?
Johns always believes in American expansion.
Get his opinion of our claim in a letter. Then see if John's political friends won't sign the letter, too.
I see what you're driving at, and it might work, but... No, the President would hardly be impressed with the opinions of those men.
Mr. Black, people do strange things. How do you know it won't make him change his mind? Get the letter, Mr. Black, and send it to the President.
Senator John, sit down, sir.
Ferguson, you didn't sign that letter to Jeremiah Black about the Alta Vela claim.
Frankly, I don't see what good it'd do. The President doesn't care what we think.
Don't be a fool, Ferguson. It can help our friend Black, our friend Patterson, and it can embarrass the President. Now sign it, man. I want to get other signatures on it, too.
Mr. President, this letter just came for you by special messenger, sir.
Oh, thank you. From Black? Dear Mr. President, my client in the Alta Vela case has supplied me with the enclosed letter written by Senator Johns and signed, as you will see, by 3 other gentlemen. I'm sure you're... What's Black up to with Senator Johns?
What does Senator John's letter say?
Well, it's addressed to Mr. Patterson. Dear Mr. Patterson, I am clearly of the opinion that under the claim of the United States, its citizens have the exclusive right to exploit the natural resources of Alta Vela. I cannot understand why the President did not long since assert the rights of his government and sustain the rightful claims of its citizens to the possession of the island in the most forcible manner consistent with the dignity and honor of the nation. Signed, Ellery H. Johns, L.K. Ferguson...
Well, I thought you refused Mr. Black's petition, Mr. President.
Yes, I did, but I don't understand this. Here are 4 signatures, 4 men who are my bitter enemies, men who want to destroy the powers of the presidential office, and who want to impeach me because I oppose them. Still, they write this letter intended for me to see, asking me to rule in their favor at the same moment that they're trying to force me out of the White House. I don't understand it.
Well, it must be a trick, Mr. President.
A trick, Miss Sarah? Oh, no. I think it's more in the nature of a hint.
What are they hinting at?
Maybe a sort of a bribe. Or perhaps a better word would be bargain.
Bargain?
Yes, suppose I approve the Alta Vela award. Suppose those who ask it are the leaders in the impeachment proceedings.
You mean they would drop the impeachment charges against you if...
Quite a proposition, isn't it? And subtle, too.
Well, you've got to be practical, sir. It isn't much of a compromise.
You want me to buy those men with Patterson's money?
Well, you did think at one time the claim had merit, sir, and you can save yourself from everything you're going through.
Miss Sarah, tell Mr. Jeremiah Black I want to see him tomorrow morning.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Whenever there's a shortage of anything, it stands to reason that someone will be forced to do without. Right now, there's a tremendous demand for petroleum products. In fact, the greatest in history. To meet this demand, the oil industry is supplying more petroleum products than ever before, but still not enough to satisfy the demand. But remember this, there's no need for anyone to do without vital fuel oil. So do your share. Help by protecting your own supply of fuel oil, and don't waste a drop. You can save fuel oil in 4 easy ways. First, during the day, keep room temperatures at 68 degrees. At night, 60 or below. Second, keep windows and doors closed. Third, shut off rooms not in use. And last, keep your shades drawn at night. Remember, save fuel oil. Only if everyone saves will there be enough to go around. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
I suppose you may have guessed by now which president this story happened to. But wait and see if you're right. Early the next morning, though I didn't know it, Jeremiah Black was outside my study talking to Miss Sarah.
Miss Sarah, doesn't the president know I'm here?
Yes, he does, Mr. Black, but Secretary of State Swift had some urgent matters to discuss with him. They won't be long now, I'm sure.
May I have a piece of notepaper, please?
Yes, of course. Will this do?
Thank you.
A pen?
Thank you. I'll have to leave this note for the president. Quite short.
Leave it for him, Mr. Black. You'll be seeing him in a moment or so.
I'm sorry, Miss Sarah. I'll have to come back later. Please apologize to the president for me, will you?
Do you want me to give him that note?
The note? Oh, this? No. No, I've changed my mind, Miss Sarah. The wastebasket's a better place for it. I'll be back later in the morning, Miss Sarah. Later in the morning.
And he said he'd come back later this morning, Miss Sarah?
Yes, he seemed very agitated, sir.
What do you make of it, Bill?
Well, he must have been mixed up with that letter. Now he's afraid to face you, sir.
No, that's hard to believe of Black.
Mr. President, meanwhile, there's our work to be done. The House Impeachment Committee is preparing 11 specific charges.
Yes, I know.
Mr. President, can I possibly change your mind about the Alta Vela Award?
Miss Sarah, have you been talking to Bill again?
Well,
No, this was my doing, sir. There's some weight in what she says.
But I ought to be practical. Mr. Evarts, I have to live with myself.
But maybe you have a higher duty than to yourself.
To the office I hold, that's just the point. I can't bargain its rights away to save my personal skin.
No matter what happens, sir, whether you win or lose, it will ruin the rest of your term. Isn't that worth anything?
I'm thinking of the presidents who'll come after me. Johns and his friends are after a lot more than just me. They want to change the structure of our government. They want to destroy our great system of 3 equal branches and make Congress the sole ruler. That would be just as dangerous as our having no Supreme Court, or as the president being too powerful. If I can win that fight, Miss Sarah, the rest of my term is a very cheap price to pay.
Mr. President, do you want me to send for Mr. Black?
No. I want to see what he'll do by himself. We'll just wait and see.
Mr. President, did you see this in the Chronicle, sir?
What is it?
Jeremiah Black, defense counsel for the president, is said to have given him this message. Unless you can do something for your friends, it is useless for me to apply my personal and professional powers any longer where defeat stares us in the face. Did Mr. Black ever say anything like that to you, sir?
No, you know I haven't seen him for 2 days.
Oh, I'm just remembering something. The other morning while Mr. Black was waiting for you, he scribbled a note for you and then changed his mind and threw it into the wastebasket.
And you think somebody found it?
Well, he himself may have remembered and bribed one of the houseboys to find it.
You know, that article brings up some interesting questions, Miss Sarah. Why is he spreading the idea that I'm licked before the fight even starts?
Mr. Evarts would say to make you realize that with Black, your chances are better than without him.
Therefore, I ought to approve the Altavela claim now, just to keep Black as my counsel?
Yes.
He's picked the wrong man to try these games on, Miss Sarah.
Won't you let me send for him?
No, that's what he wants me to do. But I'm still going to wait him out.
Terrible, Mr. President. Just look at these papers.
Yes, Miss Sarah. What do they say?
Just listen, sir. Quarrel rumored between President and Counsel Black.
Rumored?
Yes. And this one. Jeremiah Black fails to attend meetings of President's defense staff. Is Black dropping President's case? Is President too guilty for him to defend? Mr. President, they will stop it. Oh.
I'll see who it is, will you please, Miss Sarah?
Yes, will you excuse me?
Miss Sarah, I'd like to see the president.
It's Judge Black, Mr. President.
Well, you've come at a most opportune moment, Mr. Black.
Mr. President, I assure you I have no part in this newspaper campaign against you.
Haven't you, Mr. Black?
The whole situation of the past few days has distressed me terribly.
It's distressed me, too.
In fact, sir, that's why I've avoided coming here. I simply needed time to organize my thoughts.
Are they organized now?
Mr. President, I thought at first I could keep these two matters separate, the Altavela claim and your impeachment defense. You yourself thought so.
No, were we wrong, Black?
No, it isn't what you think, sir.
You don't know what I think.
I'm sure I do. You believe I was trying to blackmail you with that letter from Johns and the rest.
Frankly, I took it as a hint that if I approved your claim, the impeachment proceedings against me might be dropped.
No such idea ever entered my head.
It certainly entered somebody's. Wasn't it your idea?
No, sir. Well, that's not important now, sir. My attitude today and from now on is based on only one thing: justice.
Everyone is always in favor of justice, just as everyone is against sin. The trouble is everyone is different, and they have different ideas of sin and of justice.
I am quite clear.
Oh, you're a rare man. Tell me.
I believe the Altavela claim of the Patterson Company to be absolutely, unquestionably just. If you refuse to grant that claim, I must virtually decline to act as your counsel.
My approval of the claim is a condition of your employment, is that right?
Oh, no, sir. I do not make it a condition, but I'm so convinced of the justice of the claim that your decision against it would be a misfortune for me. But I don't want any decision that doesn't meet your sense of right and justice.
Again, that question of justice. Justice to whom?
Justice to everybody. I believe your claim to be just. I believe your defense to be just.
Mr. Black, I depended on your sense of honor to keep the things unrelated. And I will admit the point did bother your conscience. But what happened to dull your conscience? What made you stop to start threats and innuendo and blackmail?
Those are dangerous words to use with
I know
sir.
the answer to those questions now. You deceive yourself with words. In your heart, you know you've tried rascally tricks on me, yet you walk in here with high-sounding talk of justice. Do you believe what you're saying, or do you take me for a fool?
Mr. President, how dare you talk to me like a schoolboy?
You talk about justice. Justice? Money, you mean. For Patterson, for yourself. For I don't know who else. But justice isn't one thing today and another thing tomorrow. If it's wrong for one man to steal from another, it's wrong for the United States to steal from a small, distracted country. But I never once heard you talk about that kind of justice.
You have no monopoly on honesty, sir, and I object to your talking to me as if you did.
I'm a simple man, Mr. Black. Right is right and wrong is wrong, and there is no middle ground where you're trying to stand. You seem to think that because I'm in trouble, you could force me to do something I wouldn't ordinarily do. But I'm not going to join you in the middle of the ground, and I won't make my country join you there either.
Mr. President, you're a stubborn, self-righteous man. No wonder you've driven them to impeach you.
I'm not worried anymore. There are always more of us, including the Congress of the United States, than there are of you. Good day, Mr. Black.
Mr. President, you shouldn't be here.
Is the Senate in session yet, Bill?
They began a few minutes ago, sir.
Yeah, I think I'm going in, Bill, and face them with you.
Well, you can't humiliate yourself, sir. You're the President of the United States.
A man shall be tried by a jury of his equals, Bill. I'm no better than the Senate, and the Senate's no better than any other man.
Mr. President.
What is it?
President, I was afraid you'd come here, sir.
Afraid? Why shouldn't I be here?
Miss Sarah, don't let him stay.
Please come back to the White House, Mr. President. If it goes against you, I wouldn't be able to...
Miss Sarah, you're getting silly and womanish.
Oh, you can be so stubborn.
Well, when Mr. Black said it, you didn't agree.
That was different. Now, please come away, Mr. President.
But maybe Bill needs help here. Those men are hard.
He has help. He has a just case, and justice always shines through any barrier.
Now they're opening the doors. Senator Johns is speaking. I'm going in, sir.
A very serious matter. Before the Senate of the United States, the President is charged with usurpation of the law, high crimes, and misdemeanors. Is counsel for the President in the chamber?
Yes, Senator Johns.
Mr. Black ready to make the opening address for the defense?
Mr. Black is not with us, Senator Johns. We are not as fully represented as I would like, Senator, but we are ready to depend on the simple justice of our case, to shine through any barrier.
Miss Sarah, you said that a moment ago.
You forget. You said it first, Mr. President.
Oh, did I? That's pretty good. Simple justice will shine through any barrier. All right, Miss Sarah. Now we can go back to the White House. Come on. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
For the third consecutive season, the curtain has gone up on Theater Guild on the Air. ABC is proud to bring you this stellar program every Sunday night. For Theater Guild on the Air has set a high standard for entertainment since its initial broadcast. Behind each fine broadcast of Theater Guild is a lot of preparation. First, a play is selected, usually one that's been a success on Broadway. Then it's adapted to radio by top-flight writers and cast with well-known stars. After that comes the long period of rehearsals under the expert guidance of well-known directors and producers. And when Sunday night rolls round, you can expect an hour of fine entertainment. Don't miss out on tonight's performance of Theater Guild on the Air, broadcast over most of these ABC stations. Now, here is Edward Arnold.
The time of our story tonight was 1868, and Andrew Johnson lived in the White House then as Mr. President, the only president who was ever impeached. The campaign against him was one of the most vicious ever waged against a president, but he won acquittal. It isn't generally realized that his fight against a few political schemers completely smashed their plans. The simple man who began life as an illiterate tailor was too much for even his shrewd enemies, and in later years was honored by election to the Senate from his native state of Tennessee. Come and see me again next Sunday, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appears by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of High Wall, starring Robert Taylor, Audrey Totter, and Herbert Marshall.
Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story by Paul R. Milton was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Andrew Johnson. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Madden.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another true story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Each week, the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you these interesting broadcasts of Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. Before we bring you Mr. Arnold, I want to point out that there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of Americans who have become the leaders of our country, the presidents of these United States. People today are more interested than ever before to know the intimate and inspiring facts about the lives of their former chief executives. That is why Mr. President has rapidly caught the attention of people everywhere. For here is the program that presents human, intimate anecdotes and incidents in the careers of our presidents, woven into the rich tapestry that is the American heritage. And you, as the listener, enjoy the additional thrill of trying to identify the president in the story being told. So test your knowledge of the men who've lived in the White House by listening now for the story of Mr. President.
Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Come in. Sit down, won't you? You know, when a man becomes president of the United States, there are certain things he's supposed to know how to do. There's one, though, that's been left out, and that's tightrope walking. It's something every president is sometimes forced to do, as you'll see in this story. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president the events really happened to, but meanwhile you may be able to guess. Few struggles that face a president are as hard as keeping our country out of war when almost everybody else is in it. That was what I was up against, especially one morning when my secretary, Miss Sarah, was having a battle of her own.
But why is he coming, Miss Sarah? What's happened? Will the president
Later, gentlemen, please.
Will it mean war?
I don't know.
The whole press room's anxious, Miss Sarah. We can't be kept waiting. The people want
Please,
to know.
Mr. Spencer, Mr. Taggart, Mr. Parker of the State Department is coming to see the president, but it's only a routine visit. Besides, if there's any news, you'll get it in the regular way.
But there's been a new announcement from the enemy.
Mr. Taggart, this country is at peace. We have no enemies.
Is that how the president feels?
How the president feels is nobody's business but his own. Won't you please leave him alone?
No, not when the whole country...
Excuse me, gentlemen, please. Good morning, Mr. Parker.
Good morning.
Will you follow me, please?
Thank you, Miss Sarah.
Mr. Parker, what's behind this visit of yours, sir?
It
means war, doesn't it?
Any statement on that subject will have to come from the president, gentlemen.
This way, Mr. Parker.
But, Mr. Parker, people want to know what you're going...
I'm sorry, Mr. Parker. They've been at me since 9:15. Mr. President, Mr. Parker.
Oh, good morning, Parker.
Good morning, sir.
Mr. President, Spencer and Taggart are pressing me for a statement to the entire press corps. Is there anything I can tell them, sir?
I don't know yet, Miss Sarah. Can you keep fighting them off?
Well, I'll do my best.
Thank you. Well, Parker, it's bad news, isn't it?
The worst?
What do they say?
Stripped of diplomatic verbiage, sir, their communication says one plain thing. They will no longer abide by their earlier promise not to attack merchant ships.
What else?
Merchant ships, they say, carry war materials, and they must attack them in self-defense.
That's the same old argument they've used before.
Further, they warn us to keep American citizens from traveling on any ship belonging to a belligerent. And finally, they warn that our own merchant vessels are in danger, too.
Parker, I don't know which makes me angrier, to believe myself that I'm a fool or to be taken for one. What do they expect me to do?
They hope you'll accept these conditions.
Oh, they must know I won't. They must know I can't.
Their point, sir, their point is that the European Allied blockade is strangling them and that they have a right to strike back.
On civilians, merchant ships, neutrals? That isn't war, it's murder.
Will you glance at this, sir?
What is it?
It's a preliminary draft of a reply rejecting their conditions. I thought it might save you some time.
Don't you realize that outright rejection of their conditions will put us into the war?
Well, war is a terrible thing, Mr. President. But I'm afraid victory for the aggressors would be worse. I want to see civilization survive.
So do I, Parker. But I happen to think that peace is the key. You can't cure war with war, Parker. And that's not the course I'm going to follow.
Is there any other course, Mr. President?
Yes. Peace. I've been wondering for months what we could do if this situation came about. The thing we're faced with now. A desperate threat to our rights as a neutral. And the unreadiness of our country for war. I have another course, Parker. I can't guarantee you or anybody that it's right, but we've got to try it. I want to offer the services of this country to bring about a peace conference. And at once.
A peace conference? But why would any of the belligerents talk peace now, Mr. President? Each of them thinks they can win.
What do they mean by win? If this war continues much longer, real victory for anybody will be impossible. Victory will be just as exhausting as defeat. And it'll breed another war in the future.
Well, I'm afraid that's theory, sir. We've got facts to face.
I'm willing to gamble that Europe's got a dozen statesmen who'll face just one fact. That in a long, bitter war like this, there aren't any victors. Only victims. Put your reply back in your desk, Parker. I hope we'll never need it. Meanwhile, we'll sound out the various countries about a peace conference. At least I'll find out who wants peace and who doesn't.
But we've got to make some reply to this note, sir.
We won't answer it at all, Parker.
What?
Not until they attack an American ship or injure American citizens. I hope we never have to answer it.
Very well, sir. I'll get to work on the conference plan.
Not a word to anyone outside about it, Parker.
No, sir. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye.
No, gentlemen, you cannot see the president. Oh, sorry, Mr. President. I can't get rid of them.
Well, you shouldn't be bothered with that, Miss Sarah.
Oh, I don't mind, Mr. President. In fact, I like you.
Naturally, a lady likes to be surrounded by men.
Well, that's not what I meant, Mr. President.
Well, I'm sorry, Miss Sarah. I was only joking.
Yes, I know.
Besides, it isn't too bad now. Not if I can keep out of trouble and keep Senator Johns from making speeches till we get the peace conference arranged.
And how can we, the Senate of the United States, sit in silence when the President fails in his plain duty? We are told our ships are going to be sunk, and he takes no action. American lives are going to be lost on the high seas, and the President does not open his mouth. Everything this nation stands for is flouted by a contemptuous, arrogant government, and the President does nothing. I call upon him to defend our rights in the only possible way, to come before Congress and demand a declaration of war.
Senator Johns, I'd appreciate your sitting down.
I prefer to stand, thank you.
I don't mean this personally, Senator, but when you stand, you have a tendency to orate at me. Now, couldn't we just talk across the desk?
Very well.
Thank you. Now, I invited you to visit me today to ask you a favor. I want you to stop drumming up war feeling.
Of course you do, Mr. President, but I'm certainly not going to stop. Why should I?
Because, frankly, you're embarrassing the administration.
That's exactly my intention, sir.
Senator, I'm trying to do a very difficult thing. I'm trying to assert and defend our rights as a neutral without getting into war.
That's tightrope walking, Mr. President. Are you trained for it?
Well, I'm learning, Senator. And if you, all of you, would restrain yourselves, I think we might get through. You see, I have reason to hope that the war may be ended within 6 months.
Ridiculous. Neither side can win in 6 months.
Will you give me time to make sure?
How much time?
30 to 60 days, no more.
Oh, you got some plan of your own in mind?
Exactly.
What is it?
I'm sorry, Senator. I can't tell you. I can't tell anyone.
Mr. President, I refuse to walk into such an obvious trap. There's a presidential election next fall, and I want my party to oppose you for not going to war. And you want to muzzle me just to make re-election easier for you? Sorry, Mr. President, you'll have to do better than that.
Senator, let's both put country before politics. Will you take my word as President of the United States that I need your help? That I have a plan to bring about peace? And that I can't disclose it now without ruining it entirely? My word as President, Senator.
I can't very well refuse that, sir. Very well. I give you my promise. But suppose some American ships are sunk before your plan works.
I'll still hold you to your promise.
But will the country keep silent?
I don't know, Senator. That's one of the great risks of tightrope walking.
Senator John.
Morning, Kitchen.
We haven't heard any war speeches from you the last few weeks, Johns. You haven't gone and changed your mind, have you?
No.
Mind you, I'm right glad you're quiet. Only it makes me wonder. Still think we're going into the war?
Kitchen, I hoped we'd march in. Eyes open, determined. But the president evidently wants to back us in. Very well. He's putting himself and your party in an impossible position. And I don't mind that at all.
Oh, so that's it. Well, Johns,
Gentlemen, there's news.
What is it, McLemore?
An unarmed Allied ship's been attacked. Americans on board were injured.
Oh, that's terrible.
Besides that, a freighter's been sunk, and our ships have been warned not to enter the war zone.
This is very bad news, McLemore.
Kitchen, what about your precious neutral rights now?
We'll find a way to defend them, John.
With words or bullets?
War won't solve this problem, Senator.
Do you mean this president of yours will take this lying down?
Certainly not.
And what's he going to do? What's he going to do anyway?
For a declaration of war, McLemore?
It's certainly something important, Kitchen. A joint session of Congress.
He certainly kept his intentions secret. I've talked to a dozen men close to the president. Not one of them have any idea what he intends to say today.
No, not even Miss Sarah seemed to know this morning.
No. Oh, here's the president.
Here he is now, Kitchen. Well, we'll soon know.
Gentlemen of the Congress of the United States, the President.
Gentlemen, it is with deep humility and a recognition of the serious responsibility which rests upon all of us at this moment that I have asked to appear before you. Chaos stalks the continent of Europe. There are those who believe this is of no concern to us. They are wrong. Events in Europe today cannot but bring a share of ruin to all the world. The intangible threat is great. But more than that, American lives have already been lost because of one belligerent government not only ignores our rights as a neutral, but also flouts the laws of decency and humanity. I now issue this solemn warning. Unless that government should now immediately abandon its present methods of warfare against passenger and freight-carrying vessels, this government can have no choice but to sever diplomatic relations at once. And I add now another warning to both sides in this frightful war. Victory, whoever wins it, will be empty. The spoils will be nothing but ruined cities, starving and desperate peoples, a civilization rent by hatred. It is too late for victory. There must be peace.
Bravo, Mr. President, bravo.
Mr. President. Huh? What? Oh, Parker, what are you doing here?
May I speak to you at once, sir?
Yes, of course. Let's step out of this crowd. General. What is it?
We've had our first reply to your request for a peace conference.
From the European allies?
On the contrary, sir.
What?
The very people you've warned today are the first to answer. They've officially asked for more information.
Oh, that's wonderful, Parker.
I may be cynical, sir, but I don't think they're doing this because they want peace. They feel they're winning and they're willing to quit while they're ahead.
I won't be as cynical as that just yet. Not until European allies refuse, and I'm banking everything on my hope that they won't.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Whenever there's a shortage of anything, it stands to reason that someone will be forced to do without. Recently, the President pointed out to us the tremendous demand for petroleum products, in fact, the greatest in history. To meet this demand, the oil industry is supplying more petroleum products than ever before, but still not enough to satisfy the demand. But remember this. There's no need for anyone to do without vital fuel oil. Help by protecting your own supply. Don't waste a drop. You can save fuel oil in 4 easy ways. First, during the day, keep room temperatures at 68 degrees. At night, 60 or below. Second, keep windows and doors closed. Third, shut off rooms not in use. And last, keep your shades drawn at night. Remember, save fuel oil. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Do you know yet which president this story really happened to? Well, before you decide, remember that great events often seem to repeat themselves. 5 times we fought when almost all the civilized world was fighting too. Later on, remember, I'm going to tell you which president and which war this was. A few days after my appearance before Congress, we began to feel the rising pressure of public opinion.
Mr. President, as members of your party, we want your support for a resolution I want to move in the House of Representatives.
All right, McLemore.
Kitchen and I are behind you, sir, in your efforts to keep us out of the war. Now, I've got some ideas that may make that easier. For instance, sir, American citizens traveling on ships that are apt to get sunk.
Well, they have that right, McLemore.
Well, if I were drowning, sir, an abstract right wouldn't be much consolation. Now, I propose that we refuse to give passports to American citizens traveling into the danger zones. Let them stay home and out of danger.
Why, putting neutrals on armed ships is like an army using women and children as a shield,
But
sir.
you misunderstand our policy, Congressman. We can't object to any government destroying ships carrying war materials. But we do object to destroying the lives of neutrals. Your resolution would destroy our whole diplomatic position.
We're thinking of American lives, Mr. President.
I understand, but in the long run, we can only save lives by protecting rights. And the only way we can do that is to use international law.
Pirates care nothing for international law, sir.
We've got to make our own policies that'll keep us out of war. That's the kind of international law I want to see.
Gentlemen, I beg of you to drop this plan.
Why, sir? You don't want war either.
You'll force us to retreat. We can't relax 1 ounce of effort in defending our rights.
Even if it leads to war, then it surely will.
Gentlemen, give me a few months, weeks. I have reason to hope we can protect our rights and avoid war. Only a few weeks more, gentlemen.
President, they're impossible.
Sometimes you give up too easily, Parker.
We've had replies from both sides, sir, in reference to the peace conference. We know their conditions for a negotiated peace. Both sides will negotiate if they're sure that they'll have their own way. It's impossible to reconcile them.
I had hoped, Parker. I had hoped that among all those warring nations there'd be at least a dozen good statesmen.
Well, you have to appreciate the position those men are in, sir. They've led their people in terrible sacrifices. They can't stop the war without something to show for it.
They'd have peace to show for it. That's what people want. All right, Parker. Thank you for coming over.
Yes, sir. Goodbye, sir. Good afternoon, Miss Sarah.
Yes, Miss Parker. Mr. President, Senator Johns is here, sir.
Oh, yes. Well, ask him in, Miss.
Senator Johns.
Thank you. Come in, Senator.
Mr. President, my father was a small-town banker, and he taught me one thing. Mortgages must be paid on time.
And you're here to collect yours, hmm?
60 days ago, we exchanged promises, Mr. President. I've kept mine.
Until a few minutes ago, Senator, I was ready to keep mine.
You were ready?
I did have a plan to bring about early peace, Senator. I haven't got it anymore. It failed completely. You're released from your promise of silence.
I warn you, sir, that means I'm going to campaign for war.
I can't stop you, Senator.
Well, very well, sir. Good day.
Good day, Senator.
Good day, Miss Sarah.
Good day.
Miss Sarah, will you come in here, please?
Yes, certainly, sir.
Well, I'm off the tightrope, Miss Sarah. We've got a lot of work ahead of us.
Did Senator Johns push you off the tightrope, Mr. President?
No, events have done it. Now I want you to arrange a meeting here tomorrow. Call Congressman Kitchen, McLemore, and Flood.
Yes, very well, sir.
And make it clear nobody wants to know how he was invited, or they were invited.
What time do you want to see them, Mr. President?
Well, any time that's convenient.
May I suggest 7:30 in the morning?
What?
Well, if you want the meeting kept secret, it'll have to be held before the newspaper correspondents come in, and so the nearer sunrise, the better, sir.
Well, that's what we'll call it, Miss Sarah. The Sunrise Conference. Gentlemen, my secretary has told you why this meeting had to be so early.
Is there no emergency, Mr. President?
Yes, Congressman Kitchen, but not quite the kind you expect. Until this week, I hoped I could bring the warring nations together for a peace conference. I'd hoped they might be so exhausted they'd be glad to end the destruction. I'm sorry to say this attempt failed. The nations of Europe seem bound to destroy each other and themselves.
And we're lucky, Mr. President. We can stay out of it.
That's why I've called this meeting. Gentlemen, I no longer think we can.
What? But why, sir?
I think the issue has grown bigger than our neutral rights. I think that Western civilization itself is at stake. I think that there's real danger that the European allies will lose the war. And then we'll face a world ruled by a gang of murderers.
There's an ocean between us, sir.
It's not big enough.
If it comes to war later, we can fight off anybody, Mr. President.
Mr. McLemore, I'm not thinking only of our own survival. I'm thinking of the immediate fate of the entire Western world. Another year of war, and it won't make any difference who wins. Every nation will have been sent back 100 years. Gentlemen, the war must be ended within 6 months, and now I know only one way to end it. We must enter it on the side of the European allies.
What? Do I understand you, sir? You mean to ask Congress for a declaration of war now?
Exactly, Kitchen. And as you're the leader of our party, I need your support.
The House will never vote war, Mr. President.
Nor would the Senate, sir. I promise you, speaking for myself and McLemore and Flood and dozens of others, we'll fight it to a standstill in Congress.
Gentlemen, I know I'm asking you for a big decision at very short notice. But there's so little time now.
You can't hurry the people this way, Mr. President. You can't take them into war. We can't take them into a war it's clear they don't want.
Senator Johns says the people do want it.
Johns is a hothead.
Believe me, Mr. President, a declaration of war is impossible.
It is imperative. I know how you feel now because I felt that way too. As long as there was any hope of a just settlement, it was right that we stay out. There is no longer that hope. Now is exactly the right moment for us to go in, and in 6 months we can restore peace. If we go in now, it will cost us fewer lives, less bitterness. Can't you see it?
Peace will cost us no lives at all, sir.
Peace may cost us the future of civilization.
Mr. President, this country is sufficient to itself.
McLemore, you've got to wake up. There's no room in your public life anymore for that kind of attitude. It's small, ignorant, blind. I can't let ideas like that stand in my way.
Are you threatening us, sir?
I will if I must. To make you see. I'm willing to take all the responsibility, but we must enter the war now. And any man who stands in the way will be smashed.
Mr. President, you forget yourself.
The situation is so desperate that I'd even provoke a war to end it sooner. If you won't support me, we'll hand the enemy's ambassador his passports, and they'll declare war on us.
That's a trick, sir.
But think of the cost of not doing it.
Mr. President, we're not rulers, we're temporary leaders, and there's a big difference. This country wants peace. Our party wants peace. That's the position you prepared for us, and we're proud to occupy it. You can't change now overnight, no matter what your personal opinion may be, or ours. We can't lead the people any faster than they want to go.
War will come eventually, gentlemen.
Maybe so, sir, but our duty and yours is to express what the people want now. Why, it would be fatal to take a divided country into war.
Gentlemen, do you believe we've got to continue as the party of peace at any cost? That I've got to continue as the president who wants peace at any cost?
It's the only way we can re-elect you, sir.
I'm not thinking of that.
Mr. President, you cannot possibly expect the support of the Congress at this time. Therefore, you'll not have the support of the people. And without that support, if you take this nation into war, you court defeat.
Gentlemen, is there no way I can make you see? Won't you support me? Help get the Congress to support me. Very well, gentlemen. I can see you're determined. I can do nothing more. I can only hope that you and the people don't sleep until it's too late.
Mr. President, under the circumstances, it would be fatal if anyone learned of this conference.
I won't mention it again. I have no choice but to bow to you.
Mr. President, will you be able to defend a position you no longer believe in?
I won't let you down, gentlemen, or myself. I promise you.
Mr. President.
Yes?
I'm afraid it's about the newspaper correspondence again.
Well, they're certainly giving you a rough life, Miss Sarah.
I'm afraid they've heard rumors. They're asking if you changed your ideas.
The truth is yes, but the official answer is no.
Well, they've asked if you would have a peace plank in the party platform.
The official answer is yes. You know, I'd like to tell the truth, Miss Sarah, but I can't. Just at the moment when I know that war is inevitable for us, I've got to go on saying we can keep out.
Don't go on saying it, Mr. President.
I've got to, Miss Sarah. Don't you see? Until the Congress and the country are unified on this issue, we don't dare tip our hand to a potential enemy. I'm back on that tightrope again. I can only hope I get a chance to jump off before I fall off. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
Drew Pearson is the commentator who broke the headline news recently for his splendid work in organizing the friendship train food shipments to France. Mr. Pearson was awarded the French Legion of Honor Medal. A keen student of national and world questions, Pearson, whose Washington column is the most widely published in the world, is also currently celebrating his 15th year as a top-flight radio analyst and predictionist. When you hear him broadcast Sunday nights, you hear the inside story on the most important and significant news of the day and predictions of things to come. Yes, you'll meet history in the making and headlines to come when you join us for Drew Pearson on the air tonight over most ABC stations. Now here again is Edward Arnold.
As I said earlier, we've been in several wars, some of them involving almost the entire world. We fought the French in Indian Wars, our Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, and then 1917 and 1941. But this story actually took place in 1916, when Woodrow Wilson held the secret Sunrise Conference and tried to take us into war over a year before we finally entered. As you know, he was reelected as the president who kept us out of war. When it appears, it was Congress who actually did. And today we generally agree that Woodrow Wilson's fear of worldwide exhaustion was only too well grounded. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President and the White House I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of High Wall, starring Robert Taylor, Audrey Totter, and Herbert Marshall. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story by Paul R. Milton was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Woodrow Wilson. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Join us again next week, same time and station, when Edward Arnold brings you another story of the White House and Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are the little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Each week, the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations brings you these interesting broadcasts of Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. In just a moment, Mr. Arnold will be with us. But meantime, how extensive is your knowledge of our country's past presidents? For example, can you name the president who was almost impeached because of his wife? Or the president who had a habit of bathing in a river back of the White House? There are so many colorful anecdotes about our former chief executives that it's not surprising we find the lives of American presidents so fascinating. And so, like our own lives, we often feel their stories are our stories, too. Each week, Mr. President removes the pedestal from under our famous leaders to reveal them as they were, human beings whose desires and ambitions were much the same as yours and mine. Listen now to this story and see if you can name the president it is about.
And now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Hello. Sit down, won't you? You know, power does strange things to people. Sometimes it lifts them so high off the ground they can't see anybody but themselves. Sometimes it dazzles them so much they can't see anything at all. And sometimes it breaks them, especially when they have forgotten where their strength came from. Yes, even the most powerful men sometimes take a tumble. The danger is they can spread ruin all around them when they fall. And that's what almost happened in this story. Later on, of course, I'll tell you who was president when it happened. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. One day, a president came to see me, a very big president. Oh, not the president of the United States. That was my job. But he was the president of the Bank of the United States. His name was Anthony Nichols. My secretary, Miss Sarah, came in to announce him.
Mr. President, I'm afraid Mr. Nichols is getting very impatient.
Well, he's no more impatient than I am, Miss Sarah. I suppose he's come to gloat because Congress has passed the bank charter bill.
By a good majority, sir. There's a strong sentiment for the bank.
Of course. With all the money he controls, Nichols can buy anything and anybody, or thinks he can. Miss Sarah, his bank is so strong already, he's setting himself up above the government itself. And if we give him any more power, he can be the virtual dictator of this country.
If he's that bad, somebody better stop him before that happens.
Somebody's got to stop him. Miss Sarah, but he's a clever man, and he won't take orders. Well, have him come in.
Yes, sir. Mr. Nichols, the president will see you now, sir.
Thank you, Miss Sarah.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nichols.
How was your vacation, sir? Did you enjoy yourself?
Mr. Nichols, I always enjoy myself when I'm around my grandchildren.
And your health, sir?
Oh, much better. Much better, thank you. You seem to be in fine spirits yourself.
Why shouldn't I be? After all, Congress has passed the bill to recharter my bank.
Yes, I know. By the way, what was your hurry?
Hurry?
Well, you still have 4 years to go on in your present charter.
Well, 4 years isn't very long in terms of our country's welfare. You and I know, sir, that national prosperity depends on the confidence of the people in our financial well-being.
Exactly, and very well put, too.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
What worries me is that with most of the government funds deposited in one bank, yours, Mr. Nichols, that bank has a rather formidable amount of power, if it should ever want to use it.
Why should we want to use it? We are not in politics.
With all your power, you don't need politics. Only politicians.
Maybe if you paid more attention to politicians.
Well, maybe, yes. I wish you'd tell my doctors that. You know, they're always advising me to take it easy.
Well, I can't imagine you taking it easy, sir.
Well, I can. 4 years in office, 4 years of headaches. Sometimes I think I'd like to spend the rest of my life just swimming and fishing, sitting in my garden at home, playing with my grandchildren. What more could you ask for?
You talk as though you're not going to run for re-election.
And then when I think of doing nothing for more than 2 or 3 weeks, well, I don't believe I could stand that. And now, Mr. Nichols, what was it you wanted to ask me?
You've already given me an answer, Mr. President.
Oh, I see. Well, tell me, how is everything in Philadelphia?
Splendid. In case you're planning to do any campaigning, why not drop in to see me at Chestnut Street?
And look over the enemy's camp? I might do that, Mr. Nichols.
Well, we'll be glad to see you. Good day, Mr. President.
Good day, sir.
Goodbye, Miss Sarah.
Goodbye, Mr. Nichols.
Come in, Miss Sarah, will you, please?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. Nichols seemed to be very pleased with his visitor.
He's very pleased with himself, Miss Sarah.
Well, I must say he strikes me as a gentleman.
Oh, he's a gentleman, all right. He can afford to be. He's got practically all the money of the United States right in his pocket.
Figuratively speaking, of course.
Oh, of course.
But you were so angry before you saw him. What did you tell him, Mr. President, that made him leave here looking so pleased?
I didn't tell him anything. That's why he's pleased. He thinks I've given up. Oh. Congress has passed the bank bill. Election is coming up. Naturally, he doesn't expect me to make any trouble. But, Miss Sarah, I'd just like to see Mr. Nichols' face when he reads this message.
What is it?
It's my veto.
Veto?
My veto over the bank charter bill. Just listen. When the laws undertake to add artificial distinctions to make the rich richer and the potent more powerful, the humble members of society who have neither the time nor the means of securing like favors for themselves have a right to complain of the injustices of their government.
Favors alike on the high and the low, the rich and the poor, it would be an unqualified blessing. In the bank charter bill before me, there seems to be a wide and unnecessary departure from these just principles.
Well, Mr. Nichols, he didn't mince words in his veto, did he?
It's a ridiculous and inflammatory document, Senator Johns.
Long enough to win over enough of the Congress to sustain his veto and defeat our bill. Don't underestimate his strength. He has a remarkable appeal to the voters.
A demagogue. He tells them what they want to hear. But it's easier to lose popularity than to win it. Senator, we've got a real issue now. If we spread the word around that this veto of the president's against the bank charter can bring chaos and actual ruin to the entire country, we can defeat him for re-election. You have a big job ahead of you, Senator. You have to talk to the entire country.
And I want to say to you, good people of Philadelphia, that another vote for that man in the White House is a vote for chaos. I say to you, he must be defeated. I am sure that the enlightened citizens of New York State will go to the polls and repudiate the ruinous policies of this inept administration. Say to you, you people of Indiana, the backbone of our nation, that when the sun rises tomorrow morning, you will see to it that we have a new president.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Miss Sarah.
Attorney General Brooke is here to see you, sir.
Oh, thank you. Come in, Roger.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Oh, thank you, Roger. It's a beautiful little girl. 8 pounds, too.
I beg your pardon?
A new granddaughter arrived this morning.
Oh, then my congratulations on that, too. I was referring to your reelection.
Oh, that. Thanks, Roger. Well, now we can go ahead. We've got a clear mandate from the people. Probably the only reason they kept me here is that I gave notice I was going to destroy Nichols' power and his bank. And now I've got to do it.
Good. You know I'm with you, Mr. President. I've always regarded Nichols as a menace to our policies.
Now, look here, Roger. This isn't a fight between Nichols and myself. It isn't even a fight between the bank and the government.
Then what is it, sir?
The age-old fight between aristocracy and democracy, between despotism and popular government. And, Roger, it's not the first time we've had to fight this out, but I hope I can make it the last time.
That may not be too easy, sir. Before we're through, we may have to close every bank in the country.
Oh, that would be too bad. And I hope we won't have to do it. But whatever we do, Roger, we've got to get the jump on Nichols. He isn't going to take this lying down. He'll start passing out money and buy up all the support he needs. So I'm going to start withdrawing government funds from the Bank of the United States at once.
Just a minute, Mr. President.
Oh, the Attorney General has an objection?
I only want to point out that you can't do that. It can be done only as an executive act by the Secretary of the Treasury. And Mr. McLean's sympathies are with the bank.
Oh, I've attended to McLean. I made him the Secretary of State.
Oh, very good, sir. But who are you going to get to replace him?
Well, I've appointed young Bill Duane. He's a good boy.
From Philadelphia, isn't he?
That's right, Roger. I have an idea it'll take a good Philadelphia lawyer to deal with the Philadelphia banker, so I'm calling a cabinet meeting at once.
And I maintain, Mr. Brooke, that if we try to withdraw these deposits and place them in a select group of state banks, this action could be called an arbitrary exercise of power. And that's just what it would be.
Gentlemen, please, just a moment. After all, under the law, these funds can only be withdrawn by the Secretary of the Treasury. So while this debate is vastly interesting, I think it might be more enlightening if we heard from him. Well, Mr. Duane?
Well, Mr. President, I feel duty-bound to give an honest opinion. I'm afraid that such precipitous action could very well be ruinous to the business of the country.
In other words, you won't do it.
Good for you, Mr. Duane.
Gentlemen, obviously we don't all agree. But for the record, let's just call it a family argument and leave it at that. However, there's one thing I'd like to have you think about. There cannot be 2 presidents of the United States. It has to either be me, here in the White House in Washington, or Mr. Nichols in his Greek temple in Chestnut Street in Philadelphia. Gentlemen, the meeting is adjourned. Oh, yes, Mr. Duane, I'd like to see you for a moment. And Roger, will you stay, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. President, but I had to give my honest opinion.
No, of course you did, and I admire you for it.
Thank you, sir.
But that doesn't help me. I need a Secretary of the Treasury who will carry out my policy.
I've already expressed myself, sir. I'm afraid that if we do withdraw funds from the bank, it will start nothing but trouble.
And if we don't, we're headed for bigger trouble. I'm sorry I have to say this, Mr. Duane, but if you're not with me, you're against me.
If you're suggesting that I resign, sir, I'm afraid I'll have to refuse.
In that case, I'm afraid I'll have to handle the matter myself. Good day, Mr. Duane.
But, Mr.
Good day, Mr. Duane.
Good day, Mr. President.
Roger, you know something?
Yes, Mr. President.
I like that boy. He stands by his guns. But I'm still going to have to fire him. We can't have cabinet members who refuse to follow the policies of the administration.
That's the second Secretary of the Treasury who has refused.
Well, I'm going to find a Secretary of the Treasury who will. Wait a minute, Roger. There is somebody who understands my position and who will go along with me all the way.
Who is that?
The Attorney General. You.
Well,
it's your job, Roger, if you'll take it.
With pleasure, sir.
Splendid. Now we can start taking some of the silver out of Mr. Nichols.
Nichols.
Done what, Senator Johns?
The new Secretary of the Treasury has given official notice that government deposits will not be made in the Bank of the United States after the last day of this month.
Well, what else did you expect? Senator, my bank doesn't entirely depend upon government funds. We are in a strong position. We're solvent and we're creditors. But to make our position even more secure, I am immediately calling in all loans from the state banks and restricting their credit.
But, Nichols, the smaller banks depend on you.
Exactly. If we call in their loans, they'll have to clamp down on credits to merchants. That will stifle business everywhere.
But that will start a depression, perhaps even a panic.
And only one man will be responsible, the president. Before we're through, Senator, he'll have to come to me on his knees, begging to reach out of the bank.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
If you've been thinking about a job where you can learn as well as travel, the United States Navy has a future to offer you. The President and Congress have made the peacetime Navy one of the most extensive vocational schools in the world. Navy men train for careers in radio, aviation, electronics, and diesel engineering. It is also possible for a Navy man to continue his academic studies or attend his own choice of the Navy's specialist schools. There's good pay, too, in the Navy. Beginners make the equivalent of $78 a week with major living expenses provided free. So if you're between 17 and 31 years of age, why not sign up with the United States Navy by visiting your local Navy recruiting office tomorrow? Remember, few other careers offer you as great an opportunity to build a successful future or to serve your commander-in-chief and country. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Do you think you know yet who the president was in this story? Remember, the fight between special privilege and democracy is as old as the history of our country, and many of our presidents have had to deal with it. Later on, I'll tell you which one this was. I had found a means of putting pressure on Mr. Nichols, but now he was putting the pressure on me. I sent for Roger Brooke, my new Secretary of the Treasury, and when he arrived, Miss Sarah was with him, holding a strange object in her outstretched hands.
Mr. President, I thought maybe
Oh,
you...
good heavens, Miss Sarah. What kind of a bird is that?
Well, I suppose it was a bird. That is, several birds at one time, Mr. President. The Black Hawk Indian tribe sent you this war bonnet headdress as a token of its esteem for the great white father.
Well, I'm glad someone esteems me.
It's not that bad, Mr. President.
Sit down, Roger. Well, Miss Sarah, don't just stand there holding that headpiece. Put it someplace.
Yes, sir. It's very spectacular, isn't it?
Yes. Well, Roger, is Senator John still haranguing the Senate?
Oh, he just finished. For the most part, it was drivel, but very eloquent drivel. You know, Mr. President, in a way, it's flattering to have a man spend 3 solid days giving a speech telling everybody how wrong you are.
Well, he can't be very sure of himself if it took him that long.
And I'm sorry to say, sir, that he and other powerful leaders that favor the bank did make an impression on the Senate. They've passed a censure against your policy.
They what? They... Nichols isn't back of this. Putting pressure on the smaller banks. Choking off credit.
Please, Mr. President, you're not supposed to get too agitated.
Miss Sarah, don't quote doctors to me.
Sir, after all, you know you do have a...
Yes, I do have something the matter with me. And there's no use putting a fancy name to it. It's called Anthony Nichols. Roger, what about the state banks?
And when Nichols called in their loans and stopped their credit, that started the depression. It hit them first, and they're getting pretty shaky.
Well, I thought we were depositing government funds with them.
Yes, sir, but no bank can exist on government's deposits alone. They've got to have business, and business is at a standstill.
All right, if I can't rely upon the state banks to support me, I can rely upon the people. Miss Sarah, didn't I tell you to put that Indian war bonnet down someplace?
Well, sir, I was just trying to figure out where it might look best in this room.
Well, it'll look best on my head at this point. Here, let me have it. There. Now let those fellas come and see me in this.
You look a little frightening, Mr. President.
I'm afraid they don't frighten that easily, Miss Sarah.
Don't worry, Roger. The people will come along with us, and then we'll whip Nichols.
Well, Well, Senator Johns, what have you accomplished so far?
I've had committees organized in all parts of the country to protest the president's action.
Good. When do they start?
Immediately. The president thinks the people are on his side. Well, he's going to be mighty surprised.
Mr. President, I have some more petitions. Here's one from New Hampshire complaining of financial distress due to removal of deposits.
New Hampshire?
And others from New Orleans, Connecticut, North Carolina, and Kentucky. They all say the same thing, Mr. President.
You mean they all think we're wrong, Miss Sarah?
Mr. President, I am delegated to protest against your policy, which is bringing disaster to the country. You must restore the deposits.
Yes. Well, thank you very much, sir, for taking the trouble to come to see me.
The people I represent all depend for their very lives on the financial stability of this nation. Mr. President, they're frightened by this appalling situation.
I know. And thank you very much, sir, for expressing your opinion. Miss Sarah, aren't there any resolutions in our favor?
Well, so far, Mr. President, we've received 17,000 in our favor, but there are 151,000 against us, sir.
It doesn't look much like it now, Miss Sarah, but you know something? I still believe the people are with us.
Mr. President, Senator Johns would like to see you,
Come
sir.
to deliver one of his 3-day speeches, no doubt.
Well, I can tell him you're busy.
No, I want to see him. He came here because Nichols told him to come. Now, Miss Sarah, I think it's about time to give Mr. Nichols some of the medicine I've been taking. Tell the senator to come in.
Yes, Mr. President. Senator Johns, the President will see you now.
Thank you, Miss Sarah. I suppose you're rather surprised I've come here, Mr. President.
Since that speech you made about me, Senator, nothing you did could surprise me.
That was politics, sir. I have come to see you now on a much more serious matter.
You mean there's something more serious than politics to you, Senator?
I have come to you because our country is threatened with the greatest crisis in its history.
Well, that's a very good reason, sir.
Because you have seen fit to withdraw deposits from the Bank of the United States.
Mr. Nichols' bank.
From the Bank of the United States. And what is happening? Money has been deflated. People are hoarding. Banks are shutting down. Business is at a standstill. The whole country is in a panic.
Senator, you may be in a panic. Mr. Nichols must be in a panic, or you wouldn't be here. But I'm not in any panic.
Well, sir, it may be easy for you to remain calm in the face of disaster. But if you had traveled about the country as I have, and seen the fear in people's eyes, seen the face of hunger, the specter of poverty, the ghosts of our national aspirations...
Oh, why don't you save that for the Senate? I've listened to you talk. Now I want to tell you something. Sooner than restore the deposits or reach out of the Bank of the United States, I'd face the torture of 10 Spanish Inquisitions. And sooner than live in a country where such power as Mr. Nichols prevails, I'd seek an asylum in the wilds of Arabia.
I only want to talk about the panic in our country.
Senator Johns, if you're in such a panic about the panic, you came to the wrong man. You want to go to the man who started the panic. Don't come to me. Go to Nichols.
Mr. President, I have been delegated by my committee, a nonpartisan committee, to come to you, sir, for relief.
Relief? You've come to the wrong man, sir. If you want relief, don't come to me. Go to Anthony Nichols.
Mr. President, the currency of the country is in a dreadful condition.
It is? Well, then why come to me? I'm not a banker. The man you want to see is Anthony Nichols.
Mr. President, we are a delegation bearing a petition of 10,000 signatures. We deplore the depressed condition...
So do I, gentlemen, so do I. But you've brought your petition to the wrong man. Take it to Mr. Nichols. He can relieve the country by just giving one word. I say go to Anthony Nichols.
It's you, Senator Johns. Come in.
I had a hard time getting in with that mob outside.
Senator, I thought you said you'd arranged for the petitioners to go to the president.
I did. It's not my fault that the president sent them over here. I told you what he told me. He'd rather go to Arabia.
I don't care what he told you.
Senator, the bank has taken its course, and it will not be frightened or deflected from its duty by any driveling about relief to the country.
But the people are demanding relief.
The action of the Congress is what I'm interested in. I'll squeeze the economy of this country until Congress acts in my favor. Money still talks, Senator Johns, and I happen to have the money. If the president persists in his suicidal attitude, then he'd better make his accommodations right away for that asylum in the wilds of Arabia.
Miss Sarah, any word from Mr. Brooke yet?
No, sir. Congress must still be debating the bank issue. I left word to have him sent in as soon as he arrives, though.
Good, good. You know, Miss Sarah, I'm worried.
You don't look worried, Mr. President.
It's too quiet. It's too quiet. Something ought to be happening. I'm beginning to miss all those delegations, and with Congress still in session, well, it's just too calm.
If I may say so, you could do with a little quiet. You've had enough excitement the last few weeks.
Ah, Miss Sarah, I thrive on excitement.
Mr. President.
Oh, Roger, come in. What happened?
Everything in our favor, sir. The bank is finished.
Finished? How?
Congress passed 4 resolutions that all support our position, and also demanded an investigation of the bank's affairs.
Good, that's fine.
But didn't Senator Johns say anything?
Oh, yes, and he was eloquent, too. Everybody applauded.
Oh, but the vote was counts, huh?
Oh, of course. And another thing. You'll be glad to know the Senate has withdrawn its censure of your policy.
Well, that's nice of them.
Huh?
And Nichols' own bank has filed suit against him for misappropriation of funds of more than $400,000.
Well, there's nothing petty about him.
And he seemed to be such a gentleman.
He set a clever trap for you, Mr. President, but you pushed him into it.
Well, all I can say is I'm glad he won't have a chance to call my bluff. And just between us, I don't think I'd like living in Arabia for the rest of my life anyway. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
For the past 2 seasons, Theater Guild on the Air has set a high mark for excellent entertainment. Entertainment that's hard to top for sheer quality of writing, acting, and performance. If you were a Theater Guild listener last year, you heard some of the most interesting broadcasts on the air. Helen Hayes in Alice Sit by the Fire, James Mason in Bill of Divorcement, George Sanders in Escape. And if you're a new listener to Theater Guild on the Air, you're in for a full hour of absorbing entertainment each Sunday night this year. This season will bring many of your favorite plays and some recent Broadway successes. Don't miss each Sunday night performance of Theater Guild on the Air when it's heard over most of these same ABC stations. Now here again is Edward Arnold.
This story happened from 1832 to 1834, and Mr. President then was Old Hickory himself, Andrew Jackson. Nichols and his bank were a serious threat to the government and the free economy of our nation. But President Jackson destroyed this financial monopoly and wrote the most important veto in our history up to that time. The opposition, which was voiced by Senator Johns, included such famous American statesmen as Henry Clay and Daniel Webster. But all of them together were no match for Old Hickory. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of High Wall, starring Robert Taylor, Audrey Totter, and Herbert Marshall. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story by Milton Merlin was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Andrew Jackson. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another true story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are the little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
In just a moment, Edward Arnold and our story of Mr. President. But right now, I'd like to ask how many of our country's past presidents can you identify? For example, do you know how many presidents have held office? Are you familiar with the major events that took place during the terms of James Monroe or Theodore Roosevelt? Well, each week, Mr. President brings to life tense and gripping moments in the life of one of our former chief executives, moments that most history books do not record. And you, as the listener, enjoy the thrill of trying to identify the president as another page of history is unfolded in these absorbing and stimulating dramatizations we present each week. Mr. President gives you the opportunity to test your knowledge of the men who have lived in the White House. At the close of the program, the name of the president about whom the episode is based will be announced. But first, try to guess who he is as his dramatic story is being told.
And now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Come in. Sit down, won't you? Did you ever want an apple badly and then not get it until after you'd had a big dinner and couldn't eat it? It's an early lesson in life, that you've got to get what you want when you need it most, or it's no help to you. That's what I was up against in this story. And later on, of course, I'll tell you which president these events really happened to. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. One of the most ticklish and dangerous jobs a president has is reorganizing his cabinet. He has to get rid of the men he doesn't want. One morning after a cabinet meeting, I came back to my study in a fine anger.
Mr. President, I can tell Mr. Spencer wasn't there.
I'm not putting up with it any longer, Miss Sarah. Have Senator Harper come to see me this afternoon. Fred, I've made up my mind to go ahead.
About Spencer, Mr. President?
I need harmony in the cabinet, Fred. There's the Southwestern Treaty to be put through. I've got a domestic program to carry out. The platform we were elected on. And I can't do anything without a unified cabinet.
Is Spencer your only trouble?
The War Department is the nub of the Southwestern Treaty situation. When I took over from my predecessor, the entire cabinet was his. Now every man has changed but one. But we still have the change to make. And this is the time to get rid of Spencer, and he must go.
Well,
He's an able man. He's able enough, and I have nothing against him personally. In fact, I like him. But he doesn't fit into the cabinet anymore.
But that's a hard reason to give in a political situation like this.
I don't have to give that reason. He seems to have lost interest in being Secretary of War.
It'll take only a very little push to get rid of him.
But Spencer's immensely popular in the Senate. Sir.
I know that.
And he's one of the few men from a northern state that you have in the cabinet now.
I know that, too.
If
but
you
on the
reject him from the cabinet, you lose his supporters in the Senate. And you need them, sir. The confirmation of any other man for Spencer's place would depend on how you get rid of Spencer.
Fred, will you give me credit for enough sense to handle Spencer properly? All I have to do is to get him to resign in the right way. I tell you, he'll jump at the chance to leave Washington.
Sorry, Mr. President. I'm afraid you've misunderstood me completely.
Have I, Spencer?
I'm very satisfied with my post. I'd be sorry to leave it.
Oh, I see.
If I failed you, of course, that's different. But unless you can make me believe that, I'm afraid you'd have to force me out of the cabinet.
Oh, no. I don't want to do that. You see, I simply got the impression you were, well, not happy where you were. You've missed a number of cabinet meetings.
That brings up a subject I'm anxious to talk to you about, sir. My son, Philip.
Oh, yes. He's in the Navy, isn't it?
Some time ago, sir, while aboard an American naval vessel in a Brazilian port, he got drunk and grossly insulted a British junior officer. He's been dismissed from the squadron and returned home. I've been having some very serious talks with the boy, sir. In fact, that explains my absences from the cabinet meetings and my general preoccupation. If you'll help me in this matter, sir, I can promise you a much better job in the cabinet.
Well, how can I help you?
I want to have Philip assigned to the naval training ship Somers.
Why, that particular ship?
Well, she's commanded by Alexander Slidell Mackenzie.
Oh, yes.
A fine disciplinarian, a man of very high personal integrity. I think he can do Philip a great deal of good.
The assignment ought to be easy to arrange, Spencer.
Commander Mackenzie refuses to accept Philip aboard the Somers.
Oh, just a moment. Miss Sarah?
Yes, Mr. President.
Miss Sarah, how long is it since I've inspected any naval vessels?
4 months, 2 weeks, and 3 days, unless my memory fails me.
It never does. It's high time I visited the Navy Yard, isn't it?
I'll have the Secretary of the Navy arrange it, Mr. President.
And make sure the training ship Somers is in the yard, will you? I'm particularly interested in going aboard her.
President of the United States.
Mr. President, I'm Commander Mackenzie, captain of the USS Somers. Welcome aboard.
Thank you. A very ship-shaped vessel, Captain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will you step into my quarters before you go ashore again?
Thank you.
Right here, sir. After you, sir.
You're very snug here, Captain.
Well, she's a trim little ship, sir. I'm proud of her.
When do you sail again?
In 2 days, sir, for African waters.
Have you a full complement?
We're even overcrowded, sir.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Did you have something in mind, Mr. President?
I understand you refuse to accept young Philip Spencer aboard here.
I'm allowed some latitude in picking the men I'm to train as officers.
Oh, I'm not questioning that, Captain Mackenzie. I was only going to ask why.
May I be perfectly frank, sir?
Please do.
I'm familiar with young Spencer's record. I've seen many better men than he broken for less serious offenses. With all due respect, if his father weren't a high government official...
Captain, I deplore persuasion as much as you do. In this case, I've been wondering if young Spencer hasn't suffered from it instead of benefiting.
I'm afraid I don't follow you, sir.
At the age of 20, Captain, not many of us are, well, balanced.
I've seen the record of Spencer's escapade, and I don't want that kind of young man aboard.
Captain, what if I were to say that you're the only man who might be able to save young Spencer?
If I'm flatly ordered to take him aboard, of course I shall, Mr. President.
Oh, I don't want to order you. I want to persuade you. His father's a very fine man. It would be a tragedy if his son turned out badly, only for a lack of a little understanding. Think it over, Captain, and let me know, will you? Spencer will be anxious. Oh, hello, Spencer. I'm sorry to keep you waiting.
Don't mention it, sir. Hello, Senator Harper.
Mr. Spencer.
Sit down, gentlemen.
Mr. President, may I ask...
I don't know yet, Spencer. I saw Mackenzie yesterday, and
I left it up to him.
I'm very grateful, sir. If he refuses, I don't know what I'd do.
I've got to tell you frankly, Spencer, I'm not optimistic. Mackenzie is a man who takes his job very seriously. I didn't want to order him to take your son, and also, quite frankly, I think we'd better assume that he'll refuse.
My wife will... Mr. President, Senator, I apologize for intruding my personal affairs, but Philip is our son.
Spencer, in the event that Mackenzie refuses, would you prefer a less exacting job than the War Department?
I don't understand, sir.
Well, the Treasury Department, for instance.
I thought you were satisfied with me in the War Department, Mr.
Oh,
President.
yes, I am. But if your son is a worry to you in thinking of the cabinet meetings you've had to miss,
I understand, Mr. President. If Commander Mackenzie refuses, I may have to resign from public life entirely.
Mr. Spencer.
Yes, Senator Harper.
I'd like to ask you a personal favor.
Well, of course.
If you do resign, would you come before my committee of the Senate and explain?
Fred, that would be very humiliating for Spencer.
I'm thinking of something else, sir.
I see.
If Mr. Spencer resigns, some members of the Senate may think it was not of his own will.
Mm-hmm.
That would be very damaging to the President, Mr. Spencer. I'm sure you understand.
Yes, of course, Senator. I understand. I'll be happy to do it. You see, Mr. President,
Mr. President, this just arrived for you from Commander Mackenzie. It's marked urgent,
Oh,
sir.
thank you, Miss Sarah. Well, listen to this, Spencer. Dear Mr. President, the Bible says the son shall be punished for the sins of the father. However, in this instance, I take the liberty of not agreeing with the Holy Writ. And as you pointed out, sir, it would indeed be a shame if a good man were lost for lack of a little understanding. In short, sir, if Philip Spencer will again apply for assignment to my ship, I shall approve his orders. Signed, Alexander Slidell Mackenzie, Commander, United States Navy.
Mr. President, you've done Mrs. Spencer and myself a service we'll never forget. Will you excuse me if I go and tell her?
Why, of course, Spencer, of course.
Goodbye, Senator.
Mr. Spencer.
Miss Sarah.
Goodbye, sir.
And, Mr. President, we don't have to talk anymore now about the cabinet, do we?
No, Spencer, not anymore.
Good day, sir.
Good day. Well, Fred?
Well, looks as if your plans have to be postponed.
Yes, at least until we see how young Spencer makes out with Mackenzie.
Mr. President.
Yes?
Mr. President, it's awful.
Well, what is it, Miss Sarah?
He was only aboard Commander Mackenzie's ship for 8 weeks, sir.
Philip Spencer, for heaven's sake, Miss Sarah, what's happened?
He's been executed, sir, for mutiny by Commander Mackenzie. He and 2 others. There's no explanation, only this report from the Navy Department that came last night. It's murder, Mr. President. Cold-blooded murder. To kill a young boy. What harm could there...
Oh, come in, Spencer.
I'll be at my desk, Mr. President.
Thank you. I just heard the news this moment.
When Philip was born, sir, my wife nearly died. When she heard this news, she said to me, I wish to God I had died.
Spencer,
I wish, too, that she died then 20 years ago. It would have been better than watching her die all night last night. Still though she was living. What could I say to her? That he wasn't a good son? That he'd be better off dead? A poor thing, but mine own, Your Honor. I read that somewhere, or heard it in the theater. Mr. President, I've got to take my wife out of Washington at once.
Of course, Spencer.
I'll be going, too, sir. I never want to see Washington again. It can only remind me. I'll give you my formal resignation later today, sir.
Resignation? Spencer, I feel a great responsibility in what's happened. If I hadn't persuaded Mackenzie to take your son, he'd be alive now.
You can't blame yourself, sir.
I can't help it, and I can't let you leave Washington until it's settled.
Everything is settled, isn't it, Mr. President? He can't be brought back to life.
As soon as Mackenzie's ship reaches port, I'm ordering a naval court of inquiry. We've got to know exactly what happened and how it happened. Until we do, Spencer, I want you to stay right here, and I don't want to hear any talk about resignation.
As you say, Mr. President. Will you excuse me now?
Of course, of course.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Spencer.
Senator.
Mr. President, the news of what's happened is all over Washington. People are horrified.
Naturally.
You know, it's strange how things come about, Mr. President. It appears that Spencer will soon be out of the cabinet after all.
What?
A number of men in the Senate feel very strongly about the situation, and they don't feel Spencer should be asked to stay in his post. They want to make it easy for him to resign, and so a couple of them are calling on him today.
Why?
Oh, to say that they'll understand perfectly if he wants to leave. God knows none of us would have wanted it this way, sir. But the cold political truth is that...
Fred, you've got to stop those men from seeing Spencer.
What?
Yes. I can't let him leave Washington before we find out if Mackenzie was justified or not. I owe that to Spencer, to Mackenzie, and to myself.
But this is your chance to solve your entire cabinet problem.
That'll have to wait, Fred, until after the inquiry. I can't use Spencer's grief as a stepping stone.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Have you ever paused for a minute in the rush of everyday living to ask yourself what it means to be an American? Well, it means every man is free to vote for the man he wants to be president or any other candidate for top government office. It means individual liberty, such as no other nation has ever known. Yes, the freedoms we enjoy are as natural to us as the air we breathe. And just as we rarely notice that air until it's cut off, so we tend to lose awareness of our freedoms and how essential they are. Yet what has happened in Europe during recent years proves that our liberties can be destroyed. That's why every one of us should be aware of our individual rights and take active participation in the affairs of our nation. We should fulfill the duties of American citizenship. Remember, freedom is our American heritage. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
I wonder if you've guessed yet which president this story really happened to. Well, keep trying, and later on I'll tell you who it was. As soon as Commander Mackenzie returned to port, a naval court held an inquiry into what seemed to be the official murder of 3 men of his crew, including Philip Spencer. Commander Mackenzie, of course, occupied the stand most of the time.
Commander Mackenzie, this morning you told us you learned that young Spencer was attempting to undermine discipline aboard your ship. Please go on from that point.
One day I was told by one of my officers that Spencer had approached him the night before with a complete plan for seizing the ship.
Go on, Commander.
We questioned Spencer and obtained possession of a paper he had prepared, entirely in Greek, in which he was proficient. When the paper was translated, we found it to be a detailed plan of the conspiracy. We knew then that the Summers was in real danger, as well as the lives of all the men for whom I had sole responsibility.
Commander, in your opinion, what was behind this conspiracy?
Young Spencer deeply resented discipline, sir, and had persuaded himself and others that I was unnecessarily harsh. He was a clever, glib-tongued boy, and he made the others believe that they could murder the loyal members of their crew, safely seize a ship of the United States Navy, and escape with her to safety. And learning that, I had no choice but to seize Spencer and question him. He immediately confessed to the entire mutinous conspiracy.
Continue, Commander.
I took the final decision only after long searching of my heart for what was right. My doubts vanished when young Spencer himself readily admitted that he deserved execution. I ordered his execution, and it was carried out.
This Naval Court of Inquiry finds that Commander Mackenzie is not guilty.
Miss Sarah? Miss Sarah? That's funny. Miss Sarah. Oh, there you are.
Good morning, Mr. President. I'm sorry to be late, sir.
Oh, that's all right. I was just getting worried. You didn't sleep very much, did you?
Just when the verdict was announced yesterday afternoon, sir, I looked at Mr. Spencer on the other side of the courtroom. I haven't been able to get his expression out of my mind. Mr. President, the execution of that boy was legalized murder. I heard every session of the trial. How could Commander Mackenzie have been cleared in the face of such evidence?
Miss Sarah, would you rather not stay here in the White House today? I can manage without you.
No, thank you. It's horrible, Mr. President.
I know it, Miss Sarah. I know it is. I couldn't sleep very much last night either. I was reading the trial record. Now I need some fresh air. I'm going to take a walk around the grounds. I'll be back soon.
All right.
Good morning. Good morning, Spencer. Were you coming to see me?
Mr. President, you aren't going to let that murderer go free.
What?
The trial has got to be another. You can't let that verdict stand. Mackenzie can't escape with praise.
What do you want me to do, Spencer?
Use your high office for justice, sir.
How?
Make Mackenzie stand trial again. Make him tell the truth. Make him pay.
You want vengeance, Spencer?
I want him struck down. Yes, I want vengeance.
On a man who did only his duty as he saw it?
As he saw it. Is that to be the protection of every brute who hides his murdering instincts behind a uniform? His duty as he saw it. What about his duty as others see it? The decency and human understanding.
Spencer, I understand your grief and your wife's, but you have no right to expect me to condemn an innocent man. You've lost all sense of proportion. Spencer, would you like to take leave of absence from Washington for a short while?
Oh, no. Maybe you can silence your conscience, but you won't get rid of me so easily.
I meant no such thing.
I'm not going to leave Washington because I understand perfectly why you want me to go. Good morning, sir.
Spencer. Spencer!
Senator Johns, may I?
Yes, come in, Spencer, come in. I just came into my office, Spencer. I was writing you a note of sympathy.
Senator, you speak for a large group of influential men in the upper chamber. Is it true that my staying in the cabinet is embarrassing to the president?
The president and I are not very close, Spencer, but we hear that's the case.
And is it true that if he forced me out, it would turn half the Senate against him?
That's a good political guess. What's in your mind, Spencer?
When you say, yes, the Senate would turn against him, what do you mean exactly?
We might smash that Southwestern treaty he's hoping to put through. We might block every other cabinet appointment he might make. Spencer, what the deuce are you getting at?
The president is using the death of my son to drive me out of the cabinet.
What?
He's protecting Mackenzie. He's using my feelings against me. He struck me from behind. Well, I'm going to strike him back. You'll find out how before today is over. Mr. President, you've wanted me out of the cabinet for a long time. Now I'm going.
What?
Here's my resignation. Let me add that by now the entire Senate knows why I'm resigning, and the newspapers.
Because of this distorted story you've told?
You can't ride roughshod over human beings, Mr. President. There's a price attached to it, and you're going to pay it. You can say goodbye to your Southwestern Treaty. You can say goodbye to getting any new men in your cabinet, except men the Senate wants you to have, because they won't confirm any others.
Spencer, you're all wrong.
There's my resignation, sir. Accept it and get me out of the cabinet.
Now, as you see here, you're attacking me as if Captain Mackenzie were wrong. He wasn't. You forget he found a complete written plan for the mutiny and that Philip confessed to it. Those are hard facts.
Do you or do you not want me out of your cabinet?
Yes, I did. But from the moment your son died, that stopped being important. I don't want to ride roughshod over anybody. And I'm not doing that with you.
Why bother to deny it?
Because you're too fine a man to let yourself behave like this. You've suffered a terrible shock of grief, but you've got to accept it. You said yourself nothing can bring Philip back, but you want me to do an unjust thing to ruin a man's career. What kind of monument is that for your son? And you know yourself you'd regret this action of yours. You'd come to know that you can't soothe your grief with meanness and revenge. That's why I refuse to let you resign. Look, Spencer. I refuse to accept your resignation.
Mr. President, you should have let him resign. Why did you refuse his resignation?
For the reasons I told him, I can't let him go on thinking as he does.
But he won't stay. He'll resign anyway.
Oh, maybe. Yes.
President,
Yes,
this
what
letter
is-
just came from Mr. Spencer.
Oh. He lost very little time, sir.
Uh-huh. Dear Mr. President, I cannot apologize for my grief, but I can apologize for making you its victim. If I resign now, I realize it would only confirm what I told Senator Johns and make your future relations with the Senate impossible. Therefore, it seems to me that I owe it to you to remain in Washington and to do my job as you have done yours. If it will make your cabinet problem easier for you to transfer me to the Treasury, please do so. I remain John Spencer.
Mr. President, I'm so glad.
Well, Fred?
Well, sir, personally, I'm delighted. But politically, it's as true now as it was before. Spencer in the cabinet still means dissension. I'm trying to put sentimentality aside,
Yes,
sir.
so am I, Fred, so am I. So we'll have to have a long talk.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes, what is it, Miss Sarah? What is it?
Of course, I'm only a woman and I'm supposed to be sentimental. But what's so terrible about that? You've just done a very fine thing. You saved a man from doing something he'd regret the rest of his life. And you may still get the treaty through. And, well, why are you so ashamed of it?
Miss Sarah, you're right. But instead of crying about it, don't you think we could smile?
Well, yes, Mr. President. I think so. I think so.
Well, that's better, Miss Sarah. Look, Fred, she's actually crying. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
Powerful, moving, nothing like it before. Those are just a few of the things people have said about ABC's Sunday program, The Greatest Story Ever Told. Every 30-minute dramatization draws its material from the oldest and greatest story, the story of one person who lived 2,000 years ago. During his lifetime, he was confined to a radius of 80 miles and reached only those within the sound of his voice. But his teachings and understanding knowledge left a lasting impression. The unforgettable story of this man is heard every Sunday on The Greatest Story Ever Told over most of these same ABC stations. Don't miss today's dramatization. Now here is Edward Arnold.
The time of our story was 1843, and John Tyler lived in the White House then as Mr. President. You'll recall he had been elected vice president and became president when William Henry Harrison died after only a month in office. Throughout his term, President Tyler fought for a treaty for the annexation of Texas to the United States. And this was done during his term by joint resolution of Congress. The mutiny on the USS Somers actually happened, and the son of Secretary of War, John Spencer, was executed in a case that made naval history. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of High Wall, starring Robert Taylor, Audrey Totter, and Herbert Marshall. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. This story by Paul Milton was suggested by incidents in the administration of President John Tyler. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company brings you another story of Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Our Mr. President story will begin in just a moment. But meantime, how extensive is your knowledge of our country's past presidents? For example, can you name the president who lost an eye while boxing in the White House? And the president who got the Russians and the Japanese to meet with him and settle the war? As for many colorful anecdotes about our former chief executives, it's not surprising we find the lives of American presidents fascinating. Perhaps it's because most of us can identify ourselves with their way of life. Their private ambitions, their relationships with their wives, children, and friends are so much like our own. Each week at this time, Mr. President removes the pedestal from under our famous leaders to reveal them as they were, human beings whose desires and ambitions were much the same as yours and mine. Now listen to this absorbing story and see if you can name the president whom it's about. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold. Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer, and down the long halls of the president's study.
Come in. Sit down, won't you? You know, in the White House, it's hard to keep one problem from getting tangled up with another. Even though the two problems seem to have no apparent relation, someone, usually a politician, will figure out a way to mix them up. That's what this story is about. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president these events really happened to, but meanwhile, you may be able to guess. It's often happened that while one president led our country through a war, another president had to solve the problems created by the war. One of those problems facing me began during the previous administration. A radical political leader had been convicted of trying to obstruct our war effort. Edward V. Debs was sent to federal prison under a 10-year sentence, and everybody thought that was the end of it. But about 2 years later, I found out otherwise from my secretary, Miss Sarah.
You remember, Mr. President, yesterday you asked me to receive that committee while you were with the cabinet?
Oh, yes. I hope you made my apologies.
Oh, they understood, of course.
And what did they want?
It's about Edward V. Drew, sir.
Oh.
They want you to help him.
In Atlanta Penitentiary, isn't he? Why should I want to help him, Miss Sarah?
You're familiar with his case, of course.
Well, in general, he made some strong pacifist speeches during the war, and he was convicted on the grounds that he obstructed the government in the prosecution of the war. The Supreme Court affirmed the conviction.
Mr. President, I should say this. They didn't come just to plead for Edward Drew. Almost 150 others were convicted under that same law. We feel that those...
We, Miss Sarah, we?
I mean that the committee feels those people deserve freedom now, sir. They left this written statement of their position on Drew and the other prisoners, and
This list of the sponsors of the committee and its supporting organizations, sir.
Freed? I'm surprised to find these individuals fighting for a man like Drew. He's against everything they believe in.
They don't believe in imprisoning a man simply because he's against us. One great strength of our democracy is we can afford to let its critics act in the open.
Critics, yes, Miss Sarah. But these people agitated against the war. They tried to obstruct recruiting for the services. They tried to weaken people's beliefs in what we were fighting for.
But they don't deny that, Mr. President. They rest their case entirely on this point. The war is over. They can't do any harm now, and their continued punishment is unjust. Their conviction grew out of a situation that no longer exists.
Miss Sarah, the ideas these people have are completely abhorrent to me. They're against our system, our way of life. My predecessor twice refused to free these prisoners.
All the committee asks, Mr. President, is that you consider the case again.
All right, Miss Sarah, I'll consider it. You can let the committee know.
Oh, that must be Senator Johns. He has an appointment, sir.
Very well, show him in.
Come in, Senator.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. President.
All right, Mr. Senator. Well, how can I help you this morning?
I'm glad to find you in this mood, sir. The Senate Finance Committee is working on a soldier's bonus bill.
Uh-huh. Did you draw up the bill?
We all drew it together.
I see.
Of course, Swift will introduce it first in the House, but I wanted to tell you. I belong to the opposition party, but I'm going to support that bill.
I'm very glad, Senator. I'd like to be one of the few presidents to carry out all his campaign promises. Now, how does the bill plan to raise the money to pay the bonus?
Raise it? We've got plenty of money already in the treasury.
I know. But I hope to use some of that surplus for national expenses. That way, we can reduce the income tax, and any bonus bill will run into so many millions, maybe billions of dollars, that the people ought to know exactly what it costs them. We've got to finance the country very soundly, or there'll be a crash sooner or later.
Then don't reduce income taxes.
Well, we promised to. That was an important plank of our platform. What I'd like to see done is for you fellows to enact a federal sales tax to pay for the bonus.
People hate sales tax.
But if they want our veterans to have the bonus, they'll be glad to pay it. My point is, they ought to have the clear choice.
Mr. President, our views on finance have always differed greatly.
Then why did you come here this morning?
Well, I always like to know what the opposition's up to, Mr. President, and the best way to find out is to ask. If the source of money is the best argument you've got against this bonus bill, I think you're licked right now. The Senate will take it up as soon as it's passed in the House.
For the release of Edward V. Drew and his fellow political prisoners in the records of the House. After this flight departs from our business, gentlemen, we can return to the bonus bill.
Will the gentleman yield, please?
Yes, Mr. Swift?
I do not think the Drew petition is a departure from the bonus bill. I think the two are closely related.
I don't see, sir.
The bonus bill is an effort to repay the men who fought for the things Drew would destroy. I find it incredible that any citizen of this country would agitate for the freedom of Edward V. Drew. We must realize that Drew's ideas are the ideas of a traitor, an enemy of the American government, a man who would destroy our institutions and substitute some wild, impractical plans of his own.
I don't see that.
No government organized as he would have it could exist except by force. There's the truth, gentlemen. We're asked to believe that Drew is a gentle soul, a believer in peace, an enemy of war. That every idea he preaches would lead to economic chaos and the destruction of our personal freedom. Gentlemen, Edward V. Drew is a violent apostle of radicalism. He must serve out the rest of his term in the penitentiary.
Children every time he takes exercise in the prison yard. Drew is a very gentle person. He simply loves people. There's no other explanation. He just talks to those men, and then they're different. We'll miss him if he's taken away from us. Signed, J.D. Coulter, Warden, Atlanta Penitentiary.
I'm sorry you read that letter to me, Miss Sarah.
What?
If Drew and the others are to be released, it can be for only one reason: the justice of their case. If we're to begin freeing criminals of all sorts because they're model prisoners...
Yes, I dare say you're right, Mr. President. Have you arrived at any opinion of his case meanwhile?
No, I've been over the entire record, and I must say I have a different picture of the man now than I had before.
Then you will release him in spite of his being a model prisoner.
Well, there are other considerations, Miss Sarah.
Mr. President, what considerations can stand in the way of common justice?
I'm not sure yet exactly where justice lies, Miss Sarah. However, I'm going to take at least one more step. I'm going to ask Attorney General Hickman to carry out a personal investigation.
Mr. Hickman, but he's one of the most cold-blooded politicians.
Miss Sarah.
I beg your pardon, sir. He's a member of the cabinet. I meant that Mr. Hickman will be totally unsympathetic to Mr. Drew.
Miss Sarah, that's exactly my point.
I beg your pardon, Mr. President. Attorney General Hickman is here for his appointment.
Have him come in, Miss Sarah.
Yes, please go right in, Mr. Hickman.
Thanks, Mr. Aaron. Hello, Mr. President. Are we in trouble?
Yes, we're in trouble. Sit down, Harry, sit down.
I'll name it. You mind if I smoke a cigar?
No, I know those things. Blow the smoke toward the window, will you? Harry, what do you know about Edward V. Drew?
Oh, that radical?
What do you mean exactly?
Well, he's one of those wild-eyed fellas always wanting to turn society upside down and destroy everything.
You've been seeing too many newspaper cartoons.
Huh?
I felt the same way about him until I got to studying his case. Let me read you a little something he said at the trial.
Oh, I'm sorry. The smoke won't go out the window.
Well, you just keep trying, will you? Well, here it is. He said, I have never advocated violence in any form. I always believed in education, in intelligence, and enlightenment. And I have always made my appeal to the reason and the conscience of the people.
I'm sorry, sir. I'd better kill this.
I wish you would. Thank you. Then he goes on. I believe in the Constitution of the United States and the very first amendment which says that Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech.
Uh-huh. Well, the devil can always quote Scripture to his own purpose.
Well, listen, just a moment. He ended up by saying, I am the smallest part of this trial. There is an infinitely greater issue that is being tried today in this court. American institutions. The First Amendment of the Constitution is on trial here before a court of American citizens. And the future will tell. Well?
That's fine, but the Supreme Court said that in wartime the right of speech may be limited.
Yeah, but now there's peace. And what Drew said is still right. The First Amendment is on trial. Besides, if he were a man who wanted to use violence to overthrow the government, I'd make sure he served the full days of his term. But he isn't. I've studied his case thoroughly. I don't agree with his ideas, but I do think he deserves fairer treatment.
Mr. President, what he said that day could easily be just words. Who knows if he's really that sort of man?
I want you to decide that, Harry.
Me?
Yes. Have him sent up here from Atlanta. Interview him yourself.
If that got out, you'd be in some fine soup.
I think he can be trusted to come here alone, secretly. See for yourself what kind of a man he is.
Well, all right, I'll do it, but suppose Swift and Johns hear about it.
I've got a choice, Harry, between standing between our precious American institutions as I see them and compromising my ideas for fear of political retaliation. If you tell me that Drew really deserves to be released, it'll take more than Swift and Johns to prevent me from doing it.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
This is a tip on an investment, the most profitable investment a person can make today. And anybody can make it. It doesn't call for hundreds or thousands of dollars. What it calls for primarily is common sense and an appreciation on the part of the investor that a return of $4 for 3 is a pretty good deal. That's what United States E-Class savings bonds pay at maturity. $4 for every 3 you put into them. What better way is there to ensure your future, to cinch that farm you hope to buy, or the business you hope to own? That trip abroad, your own home, college for your children, they're all very real for your future if you take advantage now of the opportunity to buy United States savings bonds. They can be purchased at banks or post offices or through the payroll savings plan where you work. Think of your future today and buy United States savings bonds. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
I wonder if you've guessed yet which president this story really happened to. Well, keep trying, and later on I'll tell you who it was. Once my decision was made to investigate the Drew case thoroughly, we had to take every precaution to keep the facts secret. In Atlanta Penitentiary, Drew was warned by the warden to expect nothing, and he was asked to keep his trip perfectly confidential. When he promised to do so, he came to Washington alone and visited the Attorney General.
Yes, sit down, Drew. Have a good trip from Atlanta?
Thank you, Mr. Hickman. Very pleasant. Although a sleeping berth does remind me a little too much of a prison cell.
Yes. How about a cigar?
No, thank you. Mr. Hickman, Warden Coulter told me this visit is to be kept absolutely secret. I'll say nothing, of course. Even my family knows nothing of it. Now, sir, perhaps I can make this interview easier for you if you understand that I expect nothing.
Don't you want to be freed?
Yes and no.
I don't get you.
It depends on why I'm freed.
Well, that's the whole point, Drew. I think it wouldn't be too hard to get the president to release you.
Well, that would be wonderful news, of course.
On one condition.
Uh-huh.
You see, Drew, you've got to understand certain realities about politics, especially in Washington.
A man who's been in prison for political ideas understands a great deal about politics, Mr. Hickman.
Huh? Yes, I suppose he does. But what I'm talking about is this. If the president frees you and about 150 others who went to prison for the same reason, well, a lot of people just won't understand.
Representative Swift, for instance.
Yes, for instance. He can make a lot of people sore at the president. You can see how bad it would look to the veterans.
Mr. Hickman, I'm hardly qualified to talk about that kind of political reality.
Drew, a moment ago I said the president might be able to free you easily on one condition. That you make a statement that you, say that you've learned your lesson. You've changed your mind. Some gesture of that sort. You understand?
But I haven't changed my mind about anything, Mr. Hickman.
You mean you prefer prison to freedom?
I prefer honesty to compromise.
Drew, I'm not asking you to crawl on your belly. Just a statement that might look good in print.
No dishonest statement could possibly look good in print. No, Mr. Hickman. I've fought all my life for certain principles. You don't agree with them, and of course that's your privilege. But I won't give them up. Not in 1,000 years would I repent for a single moment any one of the principles I possess. They're dearer to me than liberty, than life itself.
You've got at least 4 more years in prison.
I didn't need that reminder. But tell me, was this condition imposed by the president?
I'm sorry, Drew. I can't tell you that. He didn't bat an eye, Mr. President. He turned me down cold.
Harry, I wish you hadn't tried that trick on him.
Trick?
Well, asking him to recant.
Well, I wanted to find out if he really meant everything he said.
Well?
I'm convinced he does. I know a man with guts when I see one, and he's got them. I say release him, Mr. President. He deserves it.
Did you give him any hint of how you feel?
No, and he didn't ask. An amazing fella. Came up from Atlanta alone. He went back alone the same night.
Mr. President, Senator Johns is here. He's very anxious to see you.
Sit down, Harry, and let me find out what's eating John's up. Ask him to come in, Miss Sarah.
Yes, sir. Senator Johns.
Mr. President, I want to know if... Oh, hello, Hickman.
John?
Mr. President, I want to know if this wild story is true.
What wild story, Senator?
That Edward V. Drew was here in Washington and you're going to release him.
Yes, Senator Johns. Mr. Drew was here. And he's returned to Atlanta.
Are you going to release him?
Well, I don't know yet.
You know that the bonus bill comes up before the Senate in a few days, don't you?
Of course.
What do you think will happen to it?
I prefer not to say, Senator.
You hope it will be defeated, don't you?
Well, in its present form, yes.
Do you think it will be if the Senate learns you intend to release a lot of dangerous radicals from prison, including Edward V. Drew?
Those two things have no connection, Senator, and you know it.
I know there are 5 million veterans who will turn against you for opposing a bonus and freeing Drew.
Oh, you've been talking to Swift.
I can add up a political equation as well as the next man, Mr. President. And I don't mind telling you, I'm glad you intend to free Drew. 5 million veterans, the parents of other thousands who died. They'll turn against a president who cares nothing for them. Free Drew, Mr. President, and I guarantee you, the bonus bill will pass the Senate over anything you can do against it.
Senator, I'm going to do what's right about Drew without regard for the bonus bill, and I'm going to do what's right about the bonus bill without regard for Drew. And I'm not going to be counting votes while I'm doing it. You've tried a political blackmail on me, but I'm not going to retaliate the same way. I've got something else up my sleeve, Mr. Senator, and I think it'll surprise you. Gentlemen of the Congress, I have taken this unusual step of coming here before you have acted on the bonus bill because I wish to make my position unmistakably clear. I believe that this nation and every citizen in it owes our veterans a reward for the risk of their lives in our defense. However, this bill would undermine the confidence on which our credit is built. Let us have a bonus bill, but let us have it properly financed. Thank you, gentlemen.
Miss Sarah, let me have those reports. Huh?
Here they are, Mr. Hickman.
Look at these, Mr. President. There's the devil's own row breaking out. The veterans' organizations are wild. I'm afraid questions of abstract finance don't appeal to them or anyone else. I can hardly blame them.
They can learn, Harry. If our bonds go down in value, if we start handing out money right and left, we'll end up with a national debt we'll never be able to get rid of.
Then I'd leave Edward V. Drew in prison.
What?
Well, you said he deserved his freedom.
Yes, but Swift and Johns are right. If you free Drew on top of your opposition to the bonus bill...
Harry, the veterans and their families are only part of the population. My duty is to the entire country.
Any politician knows that the whole is made up of the parts.
I took an oath of office, Harry. And I owe it to that oath of office to fight for what I think is right in protecting the nation's money. I'm going to continue to fight that bonus bill until it's properly financed.
And I warn you, Mr. President, you've defeated us for the moment, but only for one reason.
And what's that, Senator Johns?
Because nobody understands the trick you're trying again.
Careful, Senator, careful.
It's you who must be careful. I promised you before, and I promise you now. The bonus bill will come up again. Eventually, people will realize that your arguments for sound financing are false. And if you release Drew and those others, your support in Congress on every issue will collapse. Then the bonus bill will pass.
If it does, I'll veto it. But I prefer to believe that there are many men in both houses who can keep these two questions apart.
How can you or anybody? They're tight together. You want to defraud our soldiers and reward an enemy.
Senator, you persist in twisting my views. Drew is not an enemy, but only an American who differs with you and me. And he has the right to do it. And I want a bonus bill.
There's one way you can make us all believe that, Mr. President. Leave Drew in prison where he belongs.
And then?
I'll make a bargain with you, sir. I'll go back to the Hill and fight for that blasted sales tax of yours to be attached to a new bonus bill.
Senator, I could answer that shameful suggestion in many ways. Let me answer it by opening the door. Mr. Drew, would you come in here, please?
Drew?
How do you do, Mr. President?
Senator Johns, this is Edward V. Drew.
How do you do, Senator?
Mr. President, what does his presence mean?
Tell him, Mr. Drew.
Senator, I've come here today to thank the President for releasing me, especially in time to be home with my family for Christmas.
Releasing you? Well, Mr. President, I understand your answer. You'll have mine in a very short time.
Mr. President, I seem to cause you nothing but trouble.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Drew. Please sit down, won't you?
Thank you. I also want to thank you, sir, for freeing some of the other prisoners. 23 all told, I understand.
Mr. Drew, you don't imagine that you've all been freed because I'm in sympathy with your ideas, do you?
I would like to think that, sir. But I'm afraid I know better. You do not agree with what I say, but you will defend my right to say it.
Exactly. I want you to be sure you understand me, Mr. Drew. I think your ideas are hopelessly wrong, but I don't think you should be made to suffer for them any further. You're an American citizen. You're as great an enemy as I am of violence, and justice entitles you to your freedom. My motives in this action are going to be twisted and turned. I want you at least to know exactly what they are.
I understand, Mr. President.
Good. And now let me wish you a very Merry Christmas. find many of them.
Well, adding it all up, Mr. President, you came out pretty well.
On Drew?
I must have read 500 editorials. I give you about 55% in favor, 45% against.
That isn't so bad, is it?
Well, 10 years from now, I guarantee you the history books will give 100% for you.
10 years from now. What about what the Senate's doing today? That interests me more. The House already passed the bonus bill over my veto.
Excuse me, Mr. President. Mr. Hickman, this just came for you, Mr. President.
Oh, from the Senate. Now we'll find out how high a price the country has to pay for a little justice with a badly financed bonus.
Please, Mr. President, don't take so long.
Well, it was close, Miss Sarah.
The Senate sustains you?
Oh, that's wonderful, Mr. President. Now your troubles are over.
Over? You hear what she says, Harry? And by the way, Miss Sarah, you got me into all this.
I did?
Yes, listening to that committee about Drew. If you hadn't got me all worked up with that sentimental talk about him being a model prisoner...
Yes, Mr. President, what would you have done?
Oh, well, you win, Miss Sarah, you win.
Mr. President, you've never told us anything about your interview with Drew.
Yes, sir. What did you talk about?
Well, I was mainly interested in telling him how I disagreed with his political ideas. But do you know what he wanted to talk about?
No, what?
About a plan he had for reforming conditions at the federal penitentiary in Atlanta. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know. And I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
Someone recently remarked that a good radio program, like a good book, was like an old friend. You know, you can count on it to supply a need. That's the way a lot of people feel about the program Theater Guild on the Air. It supplies the need for excellent theater on the radio, for the outstanding plays of Broadway adapted to radio. The list of actors Theater Guild has presented on Sunday nights reads like a who's who on Broadway. You've heard from such performers as Frederick March, Charles Lawton, Ellen Hayes, James Mason, and Ingrid Bergman. Fine actors offering fine entertainment. So won't you listen each Sunday when Theater Guild on the Air is heard over most of these same ABC stations. Now here again is Edward Arnold.
The time of this story today was 1921 and 1922. So you know that Warren G. Harding lived in the White House then as Mr. President. Few realize today that President Harding was a firm champion of sound national financing, even though his advice was later ignored in financing the bonus payments. He also had the courage, in the face of great criticism, to free the man we've called Edward V. Drew, but who was in reality Eugene V. Debs, leader of the Socialist Party. It is widely agreed today that the action did great credit to President Harding's kind heart and his regard for American concepts of fair play. Come and see me again next week, won't you? And I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold can currently be seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Technicolor musical Three Daring Daughters, starring Jeanette MacDonald, Jose Iturbe, and Jane Powell. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. This story by Paul R. Milton was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Warren G. Harding. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you another story of Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
In just a moment, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. But right now, I'd like to ask how many of our country's past presidents can you identify? For example, do you know how many presidents have held office? Are you familiar with the major events that took place during the terms of James Monroe or Theodore Roosevelt? Well, each week, Mr. President brings to life tense and gripping moments in the life of one of our former chief executives. Moments that most history books do not record. And you, as the listener, enjoy the thrill of trying to identify the president as another page of history is unfolded in these absorbing and stimulating dramatizations. Mr. President gives you the opportunity to test your knowledge of the men who've lived in the White House. At the close of the program, the name of the president about whom our episode is based will be announced. But first, try to guess who he is as his dramatic story is being told.
Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Hello. Sit down, won't you? Did you ever try to settle an argument or stop a fight? As you know, you can easily end up being the target of blows from both sides unless you use diplomacy. And that's an art in itself. Diplomacy is one of the oldest games in the world, but there are always new ways of playing it. But however you play it, it's only good if it works. And when you're dealing with a war, it's a pretty dangerous game. Once a president used it to try to stop a war. Later on, of course, I'll tell you who that president was. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. Japan and Russia were at war. The Japanese had just won an important victory at Mukden. The whole world was uneasy. The balance of power in Europe was threatened. The English and French thoroughly alarmed.
Mr. President, here are some more dispatches from our ambassadors in St. Petersburg and Tokyo.
What worries me, people in London and Berlin? Did you send word to Von Sternberg that I wanted to see him?
The German ambassador's on his way over, sir. I left word to have him sent right in when he arrives.
Fine. And, Miss Sarah, don't leave when he gets here. I'll want you to take some notes.
Yes, sir.
You know, the German emperor means well, I suppose, but he's an awfully jumpy creature.
Oh, what's he worried about now?
And since the Japanese victory, he's more worried than ever about the balance of power. He actually believes that England is planning to attack him and destroy his fleet. Perhaps with the help of France.
But surely, sir, the English aren't planning to do anything like that.
Of course not. They're in a panic themselves. They think the German emperor secretly intends to form an alliance against them with France or Russia, or both, and destroy their fleet.
None of which is true, of course.
Miss Sarah, it's as funny a case as I've ever seen of mutual distrust and fear bringing two people on the verge of war. Only I guess funny isn't quite the word for it. Oh, I wish the Secretary of State would get well and come back to work.
Yes. Isn't there any chance of making peace between Japan and Russia?
No, a long chance. I think they both want to talk peace, but neither of them wants to make the first move.
Well, then somebody else will have to make it for them.
Somebody else, Miss Sarah? The way things are going now, it looks like the neutral powers, in trying to make peace, are doing their best to go to war about it.
Mr. President, there's only one person they all have confidence in, and that's you, sir.
You mean I'm elected? I don't want the job, Miss Sarah, but I'm afraid it's going to be forced on me.
Forced on you how?
Well, there's a strong rumor that the German emperor might intercede on the Russian side. That will mean really setting off an explosion.
But he'll listen to you, sir.
He may not like what I'm going to say to him. I may not be diplomatic, but I'm going to have to be frank.
Frankness is a kind of diplomacy, isn't it, sir?
The best kind, I think, under the circumstances.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. President.
Surely. Oh, come in, Heinrich von Sternberg. I've been waiting for you.
Herr President. Miss Sarah.
Hello, Mr. Ambassador.
Mr. von Sternberg, His Imperial Majesty has repeatedly expressed his concern for peace.
His Imperial Majesty is willing to support any efforts to stop the war. He will even bring pressure to bear.
Pressure? Sir, there's an uncomfortable rumor that he plans to go to war on the side of Russia. Is that the kind of pressure you mean?
The situation is very complicated, sir.
Because if it is, and you go to war, you must know what that means. We will have to go to war, too, but on the side of the Japanese.
Herr President, this is a very shocking position to take.
Not really. Shocking or not. That's the way it'll be. His Imperial Majesty doesn't want the balance of power to be upset. Well, if he goes to war, he'll be the one to upset it. He'll leave me no other choice.
Herr President, your entire assumption is based upon a rumor.
If there's no truth in the rumor, there's nothing to worry about. However, I suggest that you remind His Imperial Majesty that the only way to make peace is to stop the present war, and not to provoke more war.
Sehr gut.
Sure.
I assure you that my Imperial Majesty values your opinions highly.
Sehr schön.
I will convey the substance of our conversation to him at once. Auf Wiedersehen, Herr President.
Auf Wiedersehen. Well, Miss Sarah, he didn't get too angry, did he?
More frightened than angry, I think. But, sir, you suggested we might enter the war.
Well?
You can't declare war, Mr. President. Only Congress has the power to do that.
Of course, Miss Sarah. You know that, and I know that, and the Congress knows that. But His Imperial Majesty doesn't know it.
Oh?
As long as he doesn't, it'll be just as effective as if I did have the power.
Yes, I see, sir, but...
You think I'm bluffing? Well, only up to a point, Miss Sarah. If this war goes on much longer, everybody will be in it. Even if we wanted to, we couldn't stay out of it. So we better see if we can't stop it. Miss Sarah, please send word to the Russian ambassador, Cassini, that I'd like to see him at once. But surely, Cassini, the Tsar realizes the danger of the Japanese advance?
Your Excellency, our country is big and strong. It is unconquerable. To this day, not one enemy soldier has set foot on our land.
Very well. But don't you think you'd better make peace before one does?
My government is resolved to continue the war until our inevitable victory.
An inevitable official statement, Mr. Cassini.
However, Your Excellency, the Tsar loves peace no less than any other man.
Of course.
But there is no peace without honor.
You said yourself no one has reached your territory. You can make an honorable peace.
We will not for a moment consider the question of indemnity.
If and when the Japanese enter your country, their terms will be even more severe.
The enemy will never set foot on our land. We shall crush him, destroy him completely.
Cassini, I'm speaking in the interests of your country, not Japan. That is why I urge you to listen to me now before it's too late. Tell the Tsar I don't blame him for not wanting to make peace at any price, but now is the time he can make a peace at the lowest price. My dear Takahira, with good luck, you may advance further and capture Harbin, and eventually maybe even Vladivostok.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. President.
But of course you realize that the further you go, the more you spread out your vital lines of communication. You've already drained your resources.
We do not expect success without a little expense, sir.
All right, you've made your investment. So wouldn't it be wise to stand pat on your gains so far and write off your enterprise while it's still in the black?
Oh, our enterprise, as you call it, Mr. President, can be even more profitable if we are following up our success with even greater successes.
Mr. Takahira, I'm speaking to you in the interests of Japan.
Yes.
Therefore, I must remind you that your land victories, glorious as they are, mean absolutely nothing as long as the powerful Russian fleet threatens your home waters.
Oh, Mr. President, we are not forgetting the Russian fleet. We shall meet that later.
Well, let's say that when you do meet it, the chances are 2-1 in your favor. That means that there is one chance in 3 or 4 that you would be beaten, in which case you'd have nothing left. Mr. Takahira, your Mikado is not only a fearless warrior, he is also a cautious man. Surely he will recognize the blessings of peace at this time.
Mr. President, Mr. Cassini and Mr. Takahira are here now.
Fine, Miss Aaron von Sternberg.
Oh, he was here first.
Good. So far, so good. Well, keep your fingers crossed, huh? All right, send them in.
Yes, sir. Gentlemen, the President will see you now. All of you, please.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Mr. President.
Your Excellency.
Hey, President.
Now, please sit down, gentlemen.
Thank you.
You know, I'm very pleased that your governments have agreed to begin direct negotiations for peace. I have asked Mr. von Sternberg to be present also as a representative of a most interested neutral power.
Thank you, Herr President. His Imperial Majesty sends his greetings in hopes for complete success in this meeting.
The fact that we meet here together augurs well. But might I suggest that while you represent belligerent nations, Mr. Takahira and Mr. Cassini, in this room, at least, we should have an atmosphere of peace. If we can prove that we can get along here together, it should serve as an example that our countries can get along together, too.
Oh, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Takahira.
So kind of you. We in Japan are most anxious to be on pleasant relations with others. The Mikado has expressed his satisfaction in our proceeding toward a solution to this so unfortunate situation.
Good. And how does the Tsar feel about this, Mr. Cassini?
Your Excellency, the Tsar is like a father. He wants his children to be happy and at peace. So he is pleased that you have taken the initiative in bringing this about as a possibility.
You see, gentlemen, both the Mikado and the Tsar want the same thing, peace. Then I'm sure that each will be willing to concede a little to secure it.
So pleased, Mr. President. The Mikado understands the desirability of agreement.
Your Excellency, Tsar Nicholas is a benevolent and reasonable man.
And I assure you, gentlemen, that my Imperial Majesty will be overjoyed.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get to work. Now, each of you has expressed certain conditions, so we have to find satisfactory compromises. Before the plenipotentiaries are appointed, first there is the subject of indemnity. Now, wait a minute, Mr. Cassini. I know what you're going to say, but I'm sure that we will...
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Yes, Miss Sarah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the Japanese embassy has just delivered an urgent message for Ambassador Takahira. Oh, here you are, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. Aha. Mr. President, I have the great happiness to announce the most glorious victory in our history.
Victory?
The Japanese fleet has joined battle with the Russian fleet. Mr. President, the Russian fleet is no more.
That is a lie.
Oh, Himmel.
Mr. President, so pleased for your courtesy, but now it will no longer be necessary to continue this discussion. Good day.
Well, that's not very good news for you, Cassini, is it?
Your Excellency, this cannot be true. This is a Japanese trick. But if it is true, we cannot talk peace anymore until we have brought Japan to her knees. Excuse me, I must get in touch with the Tsar at once. Goodbye.
Wait a moment, Cassini. I will go with you. Auf Wiedersehen, Herr President.
Auf Wiedersehen, Sternberg. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Cassini.
And everything seemed to be going so nicely, sir.
Miss Sarah, never was a message of victory delivered at a more inopportune time.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Do you take your rights and freedoms for granted? Many of us do, for we think we can't ever lose them. Well, that trend of thinking is dangerous, for history has proved that people start to lose their freedom the moment they think it is forever secure. That is why we must all work at keeping our American heritage of freedom, for freedom is everybody's job. Today, many nations of the world are standing at the crossroads between free government and dictatorship. And what Americans do, what we all do during the months ahead, can greatly influence the decision that the war-exhausted peoples will make. As a good citizen, remember your American heritage and work to defend your individual liberties. Do this by taking an active part in the affairs of your community and in fulfilling at all times the duties of citizenship. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Perhaps you've already guessed who the president was in this story, but remember, many presidents have offered their services mediated to other countries in a crisis. Later on, I'll tell you which one this was. For a few days, peace looked further away than ever, but on closer examination of the facts, there appeared a faint hope. I had reason to believe I could still get the belligerents together to resume negotiations, but I would have to use a new kind of diplomacy.
But, Mr. President, Ambassador Cassini acts as though the war is just beginning in earnest.
That's because he and his Tsar refuse to face the truth. But they'll have to face it, Miss Sarah. They can't explain away the loss of their entire fleet.
And Mr. Takahira is positively beaming. He's walking on air.
Did you ever try that stunt, Miss Sarah? It's not very safe. The Japanese have won an astounding victory. But it cost them a lot of money. In fact, they're shakier now than ever. They're in real financial trouble.
Well, then it's not so hopeless after all.
Not entirely. But we'll have to find a new kind of diplomacy.
The German Emperor?
Oh, good heavens. No, not yet, anyway. His Imperial Majesty has a lot of good ideas, but you know something? His Imperial Majesty has a lot of good ideas, but you know something? My little son has given me a better one.
Your son?
Mm-hmm. Oh, he didn't tell me this, Miss Sarah. I just remembered something. You see, once he was confined to his room. He'd misbehaved. I forgot how. Anyway, he wanted to get out to join some other boys in a game. But he had to get permission. So first he went to his mother and told her that I had agreed he could go out if she said it was all right. Naturally, she said that since I had agreed, it was all right with her. Then the little imp came to me and said that his mother had told him that he could go out if it was all right with me. Well, since his mother felt that way about it, I said I suppose it was all right, so he got out.
He deserved to. I hope you didn't punish him for it.
No, not the first time. But when he tried it again, well, there he outsmarted himself. But seriously, Miss Sarah, that child was taking the first step in maneuvering people to his own advantage. Later on, when the child grows up and becomes a statesman and begins to deal with nations, that's called international diplomacy. I guess I'll have to use a little of that, Miss Sarah. Please send for the Japanese ambassador.
Oh, very, very kind of you, Mr. President. But our glorious victories have assured us we can secure whatever terms we are asking when we wish.
Now, let's be honest, Mr. Takahiro. A few more glorious victories in Japan can become gloriously impoverished.
Oh, this is not the subject, Mr. President. If you please,
Money may be an uncomfortable subject to you, sir. But I'll wager it's important enough for you to want to talk peace again. I happen to know that the bankers who were financing your war has withdrawn all the loans. Oh. Mr. Takahiro, there's no denying that the Russians are in a bad way. At any rate, they have agreed to resume peace negotiations.
So? They have?
That is, if it's all right with you.
Oh, I see. Very, very interesting, Mr. President. I shall communicate this to the Mikado at once.
So you see, Mr. Cassini, you are no longer in a position to delay without causing complete disaster?
Your Excellency, I appreciate your intentions, but you do not understand. With each Japanese victory, the enemy is digging his grave deeper. We shall bury him forever.
Now, don't blow up again, Mr. Cassini. But you know as well as I do that your position is practically hopeless. Well, the Japanese have told me they agree to talk peace again. That is, of course, if it's all right with you.
So, they recognize their weakness, Your Excellency, I shall inform the Tsar immediately of this excellent news.
Mr. President, a message from Mr. Cassini.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, listen to this. The Tsar expresses his anxiety about the meeting place. He would much prefer the United States to any place the Japanese might suggest. Well, the Japanese have said the same sort of thing. They'd rather meet here than any place the Russians choose, so I'll tell them the U.S. is my own idea and let them both agree with me. Huh?
And then everybody will be happy, sir.
And to make it more happy, well, we'll meet on my yacht, the Mayflower. Already aboard, Miss Sarah?
All the envoys are in the lounge, Mr. President, and I'm sure everything's going to turn out fine. Now, please don't look so worried.
Miss Sarah, a single slip of any kind on my part, which might be construed as favoring one set of envoys more than the other, could be fatal. What did you do about the seating arrangements at the table?
Oh, I just took away all the chairs, sir.
You what?
A buffet luncheon, sir. There's no question of favoritism if everybody has to stand up, isn't it?
Very good, Miss Sarah. Very good. Well, it sounds peaceful enough inside. We'd better start the festivities before someone starts an argument. Come on.
Mr. President.
Oh, hello, Kimura. How are you? Hello there, Mr. Lukovsky.
Mr. President.
Gentlemen, I would like to propose a toast.
Yes.
Gentlemen, I propose a toast to which there will be no answer, and which I ask you to drink in silence and standing. I drink to the welfare and prosperity of the sovereigns and the peoples of the two great nations, whose representatives have met one another on this ship. It is my most earnest hope and prayer, in the interest of not only these two great powers, but of all mankind, that a just and lasting peace may speedily be concluded between them.
Mr. President.
Well, Miss Sarah, any news?
The envoys aboard the Mayflower in Portsmouth, they're in a deadlock, sir.
Oh, they're not going to close this conference until they accomplish what they came here for. If the envoys can't do that, I'll have to go over their heads, Miss Sarah. I'd like to send a message.
Yes, sir.
To the Tsar. Tell him peace can be obtained on the following terms. Russia to pay no indemnity whatever and receive back the north half of Saglian, for which they will pay Japan whatever amount a mixed commission may determine. Tell him the Japanese have assented reluctantly and only under strong pressure from me.
But, Mr. President, you haven't submitted any proposal to the Japanese.
I know it. The Russians don't know it, though.
Oh.
Now, I want a similar note sent to the Mikado, telling him that the Russians have reluctantly agreed, etc., etc., etc.
Oh, I see. Your son's diplomacy again?
That's right, Miss Sarah. But I can't forget that the second time he tried it, it didn't work. Sternberg, come in.
Takahira and Cassini are outside, but they're not speaking to each other again.
Well, that doesn't sound very good, does it? Well, Miss Sarah, have Takahira come in first and alone.
Yes, sir.
You stay here with me, Von Sternberg. I need your help.
His Imperial Majesty has sent another message to you.
Please, Von Sternberg, would you keep your Imperial Majesty out of this for just a moment?
Yeah.
Mr. President, Ambassador Takahira, sir.
Come right in, Mr. Takahira.
Mr. President, Mr. Von Sternberg.
Hello, Takahira.
Mr. President, the Mikado, after great consideration, has decided on the line of policy you suggest. He has withdrawn the demand of indemnity. Thank you very much.
Well, that's fine, Mr. Takahira.
Sehr gut.
Sehr schön. Miss Sarah, would you please have Mr. Cassini come in now?
Yes, sir.
Your advice, Mr. President, was very powerful and convincing. Your name shall be remembered with the peace and prosperity of Asia.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Ambassador Cassini.
Mr. Cassini?
Your Excellency, Mr. von Sternberg. Mr. Takahira. Your Excellency, I am proud to bear the decision of my Tsar, whose benevolence shines before the whole world. Recognizing the responsibility of humanity and the civilization, he has consented to your proposal.
Peace at last.
Ah, yes, peace. Very good, Mr. Cassini. That makes me very happy.
Herr President.
Yes, Mr. von Sternberg.
May I say, sir, that the whole of mankind must unite, and will do so, in thanking you for the great boon you have given it. I am sure His Imperial Majesty will celebrate your great achievement.
Will you tell your Imperial Majesty for me that the services have been indispensable throughout these proceedings? And to you, Mr. Cassini and Mr. Takahira, I offer my heartiest congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much. Gratitude, Mr. President. I would just like to call Mr. Cassini's attention to one small matter. It has been the Mikado's understanding of humanity and civilization.
Mr. Takahira, you have twisted the words. What I meant was that you have nothing...
Gentlemen, let's remember that peace has been declared.
Oh, yes. Goodbye, Mr. President. Just one thing, Mr. Cassini. When you said before...
Please, Takahira, you insist on...
Hasn't there been enough fighting?
Mr. President, don't you think perhaps Mr. von Sternberg should follow those two gentlemen and see them safely to their respective embassies?
No, I don't think that'll be necessary, Miss Zara. I'm sure they'll straighten the things out between themselves, and if they do have a little personal quarrel, well, that's harmless enough, as long as their nations are at peace. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know. And I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
Have you ever had this feeling? You've had an emotion you couldn't describe? Perhaps a painting has moved you or an exciting play. But try as you will, you can't convey that feeling to anyone else. Most of us have had that experience. It leaves us without adequate words to express it. We think you'll feel that way when you hear ABC's program, The Greatest Story Ever Told, on the air every Sunday night. It's a dramatic program that cannot be described in words alone. It's one you'll hear and thrill to. The American Broadcasting Company invites you to hear The Greatest Story Ever Told. Check your newspaper for the time Sunday nights, when The Greatest Story Ever Told will be heard over most of these ABC stations. Now, here is Edward Arnold.
Well, since this story happened during the Russo-Japanese War of 1905, you have probably guessed who the president was. Yes, that's right, Theodore Roosevelt. His success as peacemaker between the warring nations was one of his greatest achievements. Practically single-handed, he arranged, directed, and brought to a successful conclusion the Portsmouth Peace Conference. It not only required great daring and energy, which Theodore Roosevelt had in abundance, but it required the most ingenious kind of diplomacy. And it worked. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold can currently be seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Technicolor musical Three Daring Daughters, starring Jeanette MacDonald, Jose Iturbe, and Jane Powell. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. This story by Milton Merlin was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Theodore Roosevelt. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House, dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Our Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. But meanwhile, I wonder if you can identify these former leaders of our country. For instance, do you know the name of the president whose niece turned Washington topsy-turvy by riding horseback through the White House flower beds? And can you identify the president who kept his entire staff from resigning when he proved that a ghost in the White House was not real? If you didn't score so well on these two questions, our Mr. President show, through its fascinating human interest stories, will reveal many more behind-the-scenes episodes in the lives of our past chief executives. And Mr. President also enlightens the listener about American crises and conflicts in a manner calculated to build faith in America. It is true biography in its most revealing form, built around the men who have filled America's highest office. And now, listen to our absorbing drama and see how quickly you can guess which president it was.
And now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Oh, hello. Come in, won't you? Sit down. When a man becomes president, he might be happier if he could give up personal feelings and have everyone around him do the same thing. The trouble is we're all too human. Friendships are strong ties. Ed Randolph, my Secretary of State, was a personal friend of 30 years' standing, and it wasn't easy to divorce this personal relation from public business. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president this story really happened to. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. Outdoors that morning, the weather was fine, but inside it was a black day. To avoid a war, I'd sent a special emissary to the seat of a foreign government to negotiate a settlement of several dangerous disputes. This morning, we had amazing news. Gentlemen, I'm sorry to upset your day with this emergency meeting of the cabinet. However, if I withhold this news from you, it won't get any better. I will let Secretary of State Randolph tell you the plain facts, Ed.
Well, gentlemen, as you know, ever since the cessation of hostilities, this nation has tried to use its good offices toward bringing about a permanent peaceful solution to the controversies growing out of the war. Now, in this effort, we have been continually hampered by the actions and attitude of one nation. I need not tell you what nation I mean. The instructions given Mr. Day contain specific points regarding the disposition of movable properties, including slave labor, which have fallen into the hands of invading armies, together with instructions pertaining to permanent fortifications and boundary disputes. Now, gentlemen, when Arthur Day left, I gave him detailed and unmistakable instructions on every point. This morning, a copy of the treaty arrived. It is not the treaty we asked for.
Not the treaty?
It indicates a stupendous retreat by the American plenipotentiary.
You mean Day signed it without consultation?
That's right, Mr. Ellis.
Why do you think Mr. Day gave in?
I can answer your question only one way, Mr. Ellis. Mr. Day was beaten out of the strong position we instructed him to take because he's very pro-British.
Mr. President, I was one of those who urged you to send Day. Mr. Randolph ought not to throw doubt on his honesty by accusing him of being pro-British.
Yes, sir. Gentlemen. We can't change anything by quarreling with each other. We may soon have to fight elsewhere.
What?
We told Day to negotiate a treaty that would in no way endanger existing treaties with other sovereign states. However, that's what he's done. The result is, if we ask the Senate to ratify this treaty, France may be angered into war against us. If we reject it, England may turn to war. Under these circumstances, gentlemen, I want no displays of angry feelings. I want your best opinions of the treaty as it stands. Because on our decision to accept or reject, there hangs a war. Thank you for coming, gentlemen. Yes, Ed. Miss Sarah told me you wanted to talk to me.
Yes, sir.
Sit down. What is it?
I think I know why Day signed such a bad treaty, sir.
I gather from your remarks in the cabinet meeting this morning you think it's because he's pro-British.
Well, I opposed him as a special envoy in the first place. If any American was persona grata to the British, that man was Day. The British well know that he's always been in sympathy with their views.
That's very close to an accusation of treason, Ed.
Day's feelings for the British are well known. However, I don't think that's the entire reason he signed this treaty.
No? What else?
I think he was forced into it.
Forced into it? By whom?
A week or so before Day sailed for London, the Secretary of Treasury, Tom Ellis, told the British Minister Hammond that this country would probably not fight in support of our grievances. Now, our basic point was destroyed before Day ever got to London.
Ed, what do you expect me to do about it?
Don't you owe it to Ellis to ask him point blank?
Oh, I've known Tom Ellis almost as long as I've known you. I don't doubt his patriotism any more than I doubt yours.
But it's not the function of the Secretary of Treasury to be negotiating foreign policy, weakening our position with a foreign nation over my head.
You want us to reject Day's treaty?
Yes, sir. I think it endangers our treaty with France.
There's one clause in that treaty that may save our faces with France. Nothing in this treaty shall be construed in conflict with United States obligations to France.
Well, I doubt if I can make the French minister believe that clause has any strength.
Ed, when I get the written opinions of all the cabinet on the treaty, we'll decide how you're to talk to the French. Meanwhile, I've ordered the text of the treaty to be kept absolutely secret. We need a little time to make up our minds.
Mr. President, have you seen these papers, sir?
No.
British treaty signed. U.S. shamed and tricked by British diplomacy. President must reject it.
Well, how do you suppose the text got out, Miss Sarah?
I've no idea, Mr. President. Of course, quite a few members of the House and Senate have copies, and the Cabinet, sir.
And some of those gentlemen are pro-French.
Mr. President, do you mean Mr. Randolph?
What?
Well, he's against the treaty, sir. You don't think he let the text be published, do you, to arouse public opinion against it?
Miss Sarah, Randolph's one of my oldest and dearest friends.
I'm sorry, sir, but for a moment that's how it sounded.
I know Ed Randolph isn't capable of such a thing.
Oh. Well, is there anything you want done about the papers? A statement, a denial?
No. Sooner or later, people have to find out what's in the treaty. It might just as well be now.
There'll be an awful explosion when the French learn its contents, won't there, Mr. President?
Miss Sarah, there will.
Monsieur Randolph, my government must know what means this treaty.
Of course, Mr. Fauchet. I will try to...
The United States and my country, France, are dear friends. And we have a treaty about neutral rights. England blockades us. We need the supplies you can send us. Yet, you sign a treaty which gives up those rights.
Well, personally, I don't favor this treaty, but your government has to realize our danger with England.
Mais oui. But, Monsieur Randolph, all during these negotiations, you have led me to believe that your envoy to London had no authority to negotiate such a treaty. I have so informed my government. Your own minister in Paris has likewise informed my government.
Yes, I understand.
How shall I explain? Am I to tell my government that my information was incorrect? Or shall I say that I was misled?
Now, see here, Mr. Fauchet,
This situation places a great strain upon my personal position as well as upon the relations between our countries. When the information given me by the American Secretary of State proves incorrect...
Now, just a moment, Mr. Fauchet. The treaty has been signed, but not yet accepted by the President or ratified by the Senate.
But, monsieur, is there any reason to believe that it will not be?
Mr. Fauchet, it is my belief that certain steps can be taken to prevent the ratification of the treaty in its present form. Now, why don't you dine with me one evening this week, and I'll try to explain it to you further. It'll be easier for you to report to your government accurately.
urgent dispatch from London, Mr. Hammond.
Thank you. Confidential dispatch to His Majesty's Minister in Washington, Mr. Henry Hammond. The attitude toward Great Britain of the American Secretary of State, Randolph, has long given dissatisfaction in London. An opportunity has now arisen to remove him from all possibility of harm to us. Enclosed, you will find a dispatch from the French minister in Washington to his own government reporting his conversations with Secretary Randolph. This explosive document came into our hands by merest accident. One of our war vessels intercepted the French vessel bearing this dispatch to France. Please see that Monsieur Fauchet's document reaches the eye of the President without loss of time. It may help to get the day treaty ratified.
Mr. Hammond, I don't often have the pleasure of a visit from you without its being arranged by Secretary Randolph.
You'll see in a moment, sir, why this meeting could not possibly have been arranged by Secretary Randolph. Permit me to place this document on your desk.
What is it?
It's a letter written by Fauchet, the French minister, to his superiors in Paris, and fell into our hands by a fantastic accident. It describes some conversations which Monsieur Fauchet had with Secretary Randolph.
And what do you expect me to do with it?
Read it, sir, I trust.
I refuse to read documents obtained by underhanded methods.
I repeat, sir, it was a fantastic accident, and it's most important for you to read. For instance, this paragraph here. And remember, it's from a French minister reporting officially.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Randolph told me that money from the French government for influence against the treaty would be acceptable to him. Why, Mr. Hammond, this document is a forgery.
My word, sir, it is not. And I'm sure Monsieur Fauchet didn't invent these conversations. And doesn't it seem clear that much of the opposition to the Day Treaty is being stirred up secretly by Mr. Randolph, even now, and leading our two countries, sir, closer to a war neither of us want?
Mr. Hammond, may I keep this document?
Of course, sir.
Mr. Hammond, I want this note kept absolutely secret. I can't thank you for bringing me the evidence that my dearest friend is a traitor to his country. And I'm not glad to have it. I'm ashamed. Deeply ashamed. Good morning, Mr. Hammond.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Let me tell you about a fellow named, well, let's call him Bob. Bob died last year. People said it was a pity because he was only 32. But the real pity of the situation was that he'd be alive today if only he'd known he was stricken with tuberculosis. You see, tuberculosis no longer need be fatal. It can be cured if it is detected. It's estimated that right now 500,000 Americans are afflicted with TB, but only half of these are actively taking care of it. Remember, the sooner tuberculosis is detected, the quicker and easier the cure. So protect yourself and your family. Have your chest x-rayed. In some places, x-rays can be obtained free or at a nominal cost through a local tuberculosis association or health department. Check your chest. Get a chest x-ray tomorrow. Now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Maybe you've already guessed who the president was in this story. In any case, I'll tell you later on. The evidence of the Fauchet letter that my dear friend and Secretary of State Randolph had asked for money from a foreign country was overwhelming. But after a day or so, I began to think there must be some other explanation of Fauchet's amazing dispatch. I sent for Fauchet himself to come and see me.
Monsieur le Président, I am deeply honored.
Mr. Fauchet, I suppose you know that your letter to Paris about Secretary Randolph was captured by the British and turned over to me?
I am covered with shame, monsieur.
Then it's not true about Randolph?
I am covered with shame that the document was captured. It was a confidential report to my government based on conversation with Secretary Randolph.
Are you sure you didn't misunderstand the things Randolph said to you?
On so important a matter? Impossible.
But I've known Randolph and his family for 30 years. We grew up as friends. We hunted and fished together. He was my aide in the last war. And you ask me to believe that he's a traitor?
Monsieur le Président, may I tell you something that was not in the report? He asked for money, not only for, let us call it, influence, but for himself as well.
Mr. Fauché, I'm going to be exceedingly frank. I find your statement extremely hard to believe. Good day, sir.
Good day, monsieur.
Miss Sarah.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Fauché is leaving.
Good day, Miss Sarah.
Good day, sir. Well, Mr. President, what did he say, sir?
What he meant was more important. I wish I knew what he was up to. Miss Sarah, I think that fellow's far too sly for his own good or ours.
It's Mr. Ellis, Mr. President. He asked for a few minutes.
Oh, yes. Come in, Tom.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think it's important.
Oh, what is it, Tom?
I know the Day Treaty is a bad defeat for us on almost every point. But to reject it may mean war with England.
And acceptance of it may mean war with France.
That's what I came to see you about, sir. I believe I found a way to placate France.
Really? How?
Get to the bottom of the Fauché dispatch about Randolph.
You know about that?
Why, yes, shouldn't I?
Who told you?
Well, there are copies around. Many people in the government know about it.
First a confidential dispatch falls into the hands of the British, then copies of it get out here. Doesn't it seem to you that Mr. Fauché is being something less than careful with his reports?
But it can't be Fauché. People would favor the treaty if they found that the opposition to it was being paid for by France.
Then how could Randolph be to blame? He's against the treaty, too.
He's against the best interests of the country, if you ask me, sir.
Tom, I don't believe Randolph would turn against his country any more than I believe you did.
I did? What are you talking about?
I was told you made certain revelations about our policies to the British ambassador that resulted in this disgraceful treaty.
I did no more than express my own views. There was nothing improper in that.
I thought so, and that's why I didn't make an issue of it. Don't you think that maybe the same thing happened between Randolph and Fauché?
Why not ask him?
No. I'm going to give him the chance to tell me about it himself without asking. The cabinet reports are divided evenly, Ed, for acceptance and against it. Now, how about you?
And I think we might as well have sent an envoy who sold us out deliberately, sir.
You don't think Day was bought?
There are other coins besides money, flattery, intrigue.
You still feel the risk of war with France is greater than the risk of war with England?
I think our self-respect demands that we uphold our treaty with France, sir.
Would you risk war for self-respect?
I would.
Would you compromise self-respect for safety?
No.
If we lost the war and lost our standing as a nation, what good would self-respect be?
The price of self-respect is sometimes high, Mr. President. But it's always cheaper than dishonor.
Ed, did Fauché ever say anything to you or you to him that either of you might have misunderstood?
I usually make myself very clear, Mr. President.
Then there's nothing more you have to tell me before I make up my mind about the treaty?
No, sir. You have all the information I have.
I see. Then in that case, Ed, with a destructive war as the only alternative, I'm going to recommend that the Senate ratify the treaty.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. But even though I disagree, as your Secretary of State, I'll do my best to enforce it.
Thank you.
I protest, Mr. President. I protest in the name of His Majesty's government.
Please try to calm yourself, Mr. Hammond.
Yesterday, Mr. Randolph handed me a statement of your government's attitude toward the treaty. The paper itself is good enough. I protest Secretary Randolph's attitude.
Oh?
He openly informed me of his disappointment. London will not feel confident if he persists in a hostile attitude toward it.
Mr. Hammond, you and your superiors in London have been desperately anxious to get Randolph out of office. The moment you found the Fauché letter, you ran to me with it. Do you call that decent action?
What else could we have done?
Burned it.
Don't you want to know if your officials are corrupt?
That's my business, Mr. Hammond, not yours. I'm the first and last judge of the men in my cabinet, and I'll tolerate no more of your interference. We don't like palace intrigues in this country, and I won't have them in my administration. Oh, no, Mr. Hammond. I know a better way to get to the bottom of this. And I brought this letter before the cabinet, Mr. Randolph, because I want and expect an unprepared defense.
Mr. President, this is an outrage.
I see that every member of this cabinet is familiar with my affairs and with this extraordinary letter.
Are you familiar with it?
I never heard of it until this moment, sir.
Everyone else seems to.
I thought I deserved better of you than this, Mr. President. Why didn't you ask me about it before?
Suppose you had denied it to me. Suppose I, your friend, had said you denied it. Would that have convinced anyone of your innocence? No. I wanted to give you the best possible chance to deny it in the most convincing way. Not just to a personal friend, but even to your enemies.
These gentlemen and yourself, sir? Yes, I deny this letter. It's a recital of lies by a confused, stupid man. There's my word, but you'll soon have more than that. I'll send my resignation in the morning. You and I, sir, once talked of honor and self-respect. I'm able to say that I still have mine. Can any other man in this room say as much? Good morning.
What is the meaning of... Monsieur Randolph.
Hello, Fauché. Surprised I caught you?
See here, monsieur.
I'd heard you left the capital on your way home. Lucky I was able to locate you before you sailed.
But, monsieur, my successor has already been appointed. What can you possibly want of me now?
Don't play innocent, Fauché. It's obvious to me now what happened. You failed in your mission here. But rather than take any of the blame yourself, you tried to twist our conversation so that your country would believe me irresponsible. You thought you'd save yourself that way.
Monsieur, my word...
I suppose the statement about the money was calculated to worsen your country's opinion of the Secretary of State. Or did you hope to secure the money for me and then keep it yourself?
It is a great misunderstanding, monsieur. Believe me...
Yes, a misunderstanding which has forced me to resign in disgrace. But you are going to fix that, monsieur.
I? How?
Before I leave this room, you are going to furnish me with a written retraction of every one of your accusations. Then I'll publish it both in my country and in yours. It should prove quite a lesson to you in the futility of intrigue.
Excuse me, Mr. President, but it's Mr. Randolph, sir.
Ed? He's here?
He wants to see you, sir.
What can I say to him, Miss Sarah? What can I possibly say to a friend of 30 years who suddenly thinks I've turned against him?
You will have to explain, Mr. President.
I hoped that I was helping him, but he took it as a trick.
Shall I say you're busy, sir?
No, Miss Sarah. Show him in.
Yes, sir. Mr. Randolph, the President will see you now.
Thank you.
Come in, Ed.
Mr. President.
Just a moment before you start. Let me at least try to tell you how sorry I am. I wouldn't have humiliated you that way if I'd seen any other way to convince those others. I never believed Fauché's crazy accusations for one... But I needed a public and emphatic denial from you. I never mistrusted you. Well, that's all then.
I'm very glad, Mr. President. I'm very glad you said that before seeing this paper.
What?
I didn't come here to shout at you again, sir. I shouldn't have lost my temper, but I did want you to see this, sir.
Well, what is it, Ed?
It's a paper signed by Monsieur Fauché. I wish you'd read it.
Mm-hmm. I hereby declare that all accusations against Edmund Randolph reputed to have been made by me to be false. He never at any time asked me for money, either for himself or for any other reason. Well, and signed by Fauché. Huh. That's fine, Ed. That's fine. It's certainly a complete vindication for you.
I especially wanted you to see it, sir.
Well, I've already told you I never misunderstood... Well, I never mistrusted you. Now the others will have to admit the truth. Ed, I still have your resignation here on my desk.
Yes, sir. It was completely voluntary, sir.
I'm very sorry, but I'm compelled to accept it. If my actions were to be dictated by personal feelings, friendship, trust, and respect, I couldn't accept it. But I've got to think of more than friendship. What's best for this nation? Its relations with other governments.
I think I understand.
You see, Ed, I trust you, but the British don't. And the French don't trust Ellis. You and Ellis forgot diplomacy and destroyed your value. In the present controversy overseas, you were pro-French and Ellis was pro-British, when each of you should have been neutral. Now those nations don't trust either of you, and we've got to go on dealing with these nations from now on.
What are you doing about Tom Ellis, Mr. President?
Well, Oliver Wolcott is replacing him as Secretary of the Treasury, and I haven't decided on your successor yet.
Well, I'll stay on until you do, if you want me to, of course.
You know it. I think we'll get along better with England and France if you don't.
Thank you, sir. Well, I'm anxious to get back to my farm and take care of my tobacco plants anyway.
Let me know how you do. I've got some ground I've been thinking of putting into tobacco.
Well, I wouldn't if I were you, Mr. President.
Why not?
Tobacco plants really have to be handled with care. Oh. They're more sensitive and temperamental than either the French or British. But I'll let you know how I make out. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, and the very best of luck to you. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know. And I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
When most of us think about the Treasury Department, we think quite naturally that they're responsible for the manufacture of money. But did you know that the Treasury Department is also the oldest and largest law enforcement agency in the world, with over 12,000 agents? Treasury Agent is the exciting ABC show that dramatically portrays the work of this valuable department. Hear Treasury Agent each Sunday afternoon. You'll hear from Elmer Irie, the retired chief coordinator of all law enforcement agencies in the Treasury Department, who has often been called the world's greatest detective. Treasury Agent, Sunday afternoon over most of these same ABC stations. And now, here again is Edward Arnold.
Have you guessed now which president it was who had trouble separating personal friendship and public business? Well, the time of this story was 1795, when George Washington was Mr. President. He followed the advice of Alexander Hamilton, whom we called Tom Ellis, and finally accepted the John Jay Treaty with England only to avoid a war. The controversy involving freedom of the seas and the return of Negro slaves captured during the Revolution ruined the career of the Secretary of State, Edmund Randolph, who returned to his home in Virginia without bitterness. Randolph lived out his life a staunch friend of his great hero, George Washington. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
By arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, soon to release Frank Capra's State of the Union, starring Spencer Tracy, Katharine Hepburn, and Van Johnson. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. This story by Paul R. Milton was suggested by incidents in the administration of President George Washington. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again at this same time next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations brings you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Before we bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President, I want to point out that there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of Americans who have become the leaders of our country. Generation after generation of American men and women have found their greatest inspiration in the lives of the presidents of the United States. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind. That's why Mr. President has rapidly caught the attention of people everywhere. For here is the program that presents human, intimate anecdotes and incidents in the careers of our presidents, woven into the rich tapestry that is the American heritage. And you, as the listener, enjoy the additional thrill of trying to identify the president in the story being told. So test your knowledge of the men who have lived in the White House by listening now for today's fascinating Mr. President story. And now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Oh, hello. Come in. Sit down, won't you? You know, if there's one thing a president learns, it's that behind even the most dry and official actions, the personal fate of individual human beings is at stake. And he can never tell when what seems to be a cut-and-dried piece of official business is going to turn into a love story. In a way, that's what this story is. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president it happened to. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. The evening promised to be a pleasant one at the White House, especially in the dining room. My guests were Secretary of State Baird, Alex Kiley of Virginia, and his charming wife, Julia.
Mr. President, it'll be bad luck.
What's that, Julia?
Sitting down with one guest missing.
Oh, Miss Sarah. I thought she came in right behind us.
She was called back to her office just a moment ago, Mr. President.
I see. Thanks, Mr. Baird. Alex.
Yes, Mr. President.
And Julia, I'm putting you here on my right.
Thank you. Shall we wait for Miss Sarah?
Well, we can sit down, can't we?
Oh. Alex, as the new American ambassador to Italy, you will have to learn all about protocol.
Mr. Baird's been teaching me, Julia, by good example.
Don't let it worry you, Kiley. Protocol's not as important as some diplomats like to make it sound.
Well, you'll find out, Alex. Diplomats have a professional dislike of plain words. Normally, we just say etiquette or rules of procedure, but that's not good enough for them. It's protocol.
Here's Miss Sarah, Mr. President.
Miss Sarah, protocol says you're to sit down so that we can begin dinner.
I'm sorry to have delayed you, Mr. President, but this note was just brought over from Mr. Baird.
Oh, thank you, Miss Sarah. Must be important.
No, Miss Sarah, please sit down, won't you?
Thank you.
Now, before we actually and finally begin our little dinner of celebration, let me say a word or two. I'm very happy to have been able to appoint Alex Kiley our ambassador to Italy. It's a most suitable reward for his past public service and a new and important demand on his abilities.
Thank you very much, sir.
Alex.
Julia, for heaven's sake, don't cry.
Well, what's the matter, Julie? Did I say something wrong?
Mr. President, it's perfectly obvious why Mrs. Kiley is crying. She's happy.
Oh.
Thank you, Miss Sarah.
Oh, my.
Bayard, this dinner is a celebration. You needn't look so downhearted.
Mr. President, this note that was brought to me. The Italian government has just cabled that Mr. Kiley, as American ambassador, would be persona non grata.
What?
That's more of that diplomatic protocol, Mrs. Kiley. It means Italy refuses to accept Mr. Kiley as our ambassador.
Bayard, do you mean you just found this out just now?
That's right, sir.
Well, I'm terribly embarrassed, Alex. I never suspected anything like this would happen.
Please, sir, don't feel badly about it.
Mr. President, can a government simply reject an ambassador that way?
Diplomatic custom, Julia. Any country has the right to judge whom it wants in its capital. We can't quarrel with it.
But no reason at all? No reason even hinted?
Oh, Julia, please.
Now, let her ask, Alex. I'm sorry, I can't answer.
Perhaps I can, Mr. President.
Oh?
A few years ago, the Italian ambassador here called on the State Department to protest a speech made by Mr. Kiley in Richmond, Virginia. As you know, there was a controversy going on between the Vatican and the Italian government. The ambassador said Mr. Kiley defended the Vatican and sharply criticized the Italian government.
I'm terribly sorry to have embarrassed you, Mr. President.
Oh, you haven't at all, Alex. Frankly, I didn't think one little speech would cause so much fuss. We'll find another man for Italy. It's something else that bothers me. I don't want our diplomatic service to lose such a good man. Baird, wasn't it just yesterday we were talking about Vienna?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree with me?
I absolutely do, sir.
Good. Now this dinner can be a celebration after all. Julia, don't look so sad.
It's a little hard to feel gay, Mr. President.
What, when your husband is going to be ambassador to Austria?
What?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Alex, do you hear that? Mr. President, do you mind if I cry again? Just a little.
Mr. President, I didn't want to leave Washington for Vienna without thanking you again.
Oh, nonsense, Alex. I'm the one who's indebted to you.
Mr. President, you should have been a diplomat.
No, I mean it, Julia. That Italian business was very unfortunate. I wouldn't have blamed Alex for going right back to his legal practice in Richmond. And we do need really a good man in Vienna.
Mr. Baird hasn't given me any special instructions, Mr. President.
Oh, it isn't that. But even our ordinary relations with Austria, trade and so on, have to be handled tactfully. Austria's an old country, an old lady. And old ladies have to be treated just so.
Alex is simply wonderful with old ladies, Mr. President.
I'm sure of it, and you'll be there to help him, Julia.
I wouldn't go without her, sir.
What boat are you taking?
Alex is going on a liner tomorrow by way of France. I'm going to follow in about 2 weeks.
Says she has some extra packing to do, Mr. President, though what it can be, I
Just
don't...
last-minute things, Mr. President. Alex never understands.
Neither do I. Well, good luck, Alex.
Goodbye, sir.
And drop me a note personally now and then, will you?
Of course.
And, Julia, be sure to come in and see me again before you finally go, won't you?
Thank you.
There may be some last-minute things about protocol I want you to tell Alex, huh?
Please sit down, Baron von Schaefer. Cigar?
Thank you, no, Mr. Bayard. In fact, I do not know why the doctors bother to keep me alive. They forbid me all the pleasures of life except the ones I dislike. Yeah.
Isn't your health any better, Baron? You're looking as well as ever.
As one diplomat to another, Mr. Bayard, how a thing looks and how it really is are often two different things, aren't they? I have asked Vienna to send a younger man here to Washington as ambassador, Mr. Bayard.
We'll be sorry to lose you, sir.
Thank you. I wish my last official errand were a more pleasant one.
Oh?
I'm instructed by my superior in Vienna to protest the appointment of Mr. A.M. Kiley as ambassador to our government.
What?
They are most upset by his appointment and request that it be withdrawn. The reason is that Mr. Kiley was rejected by the Italian government, and we do not wish to offend the Italian government by accepting him ourselves.
One question, Baron von Schaefer. Did Italy make a protest to your foreign office in Vienna?
No, the matter was mentioned to me here in Washington by the Italian ambassador.
This is extraordinary, Baron.
Mr. Bayard, hardly anything seems extraordinary to me anymore.
Of course, you have the right to refuse an ambassador, but you have offered an amazing reason. And your action is insulting to the United States. You know as well as I do that Mr. Kiley is already on his way to Vienna.
It will be most embarrassing if he goes the rest of the way, Mr. Bayard.
Well, of course, I'll cable him to wait in Paris. But I must warn you, Baron, a very unpleasant situation has been created. To von Schaefer, Mr. President, that they had the right to refuse Kiley just as Italy had. But he did something the Italians did not do. He gave a specific official reason, and that permits us to fight back.
I'm glad you took that position, Baird.
Two things seem definitely wrong. Italy had no right to make a protest to Austria about Kylie, and Austria had no right to receive it. It amounts to letting a third nation pass judgment on our ambassadors.
Baird, can you find out if Italy really did protest?
I know the Italian ambassador here very well. He might tell me.
Uh-huh. And if you find out he did not make a protest, bring old Baron von Schaefer in here to see me, will you? Don't you realize, Baron, we can't allow a third nation to pass judgment on our ambassador to your government?
Mr. President, I am honored at this personal interview with you, but isn't the matter settled?
Hardly, Baron von Schaefer. I had a talk with Fava, the Italian ambassador.
You're a charming man.
He told Baird that he didn't make any protest to you about Mr. Kylie's going to Vienna.
Mr. President, I beg of you to drop this matter.
Baron, I'm not a diplomat, and so my choice of words may offend you. But I've got to say them anyway. Why did you tell us Italy had protested when she didn't?
Diplomatically speaking, Mr. President, we anticipated a protest. I mean to say, if we accepted Mr. Kylie, we would have offended Italy. We chose to avoid that by anticipating. It seems to me a very small point.
This is a new world, Baron. We have different ideas from yours about small points and big points. I have a strong feeling that your superiors have some other reason for objecting to Mr. Kylie. And we'd like to know what it is.
At my age, Mr. President, a real reason and a false reason have much the same value. The main point is we have a reason. Yeah.
Yeah. Baron, we've got to know what the real reason is.
It's got to come out, Baron, one way or the other.
Vienna is quite different from Washington, gentlemen. Social life, the traditional social life of Vienna plays an important role in Austria. It would be tragic if Mr. Kylie's usefulness were impaired because those social circles ignore him.
Ignore him?
What are you talking about, Baron?
Mrs. Kylie would not be accepted in Vienna society. Therefore, neither would Mr. Kylie. You see, she is of a different religion from Mr. Kylie's.
What? Do you mean the government of Austria objects to our ambassador, the official representative of the United States of America, because of his wife's religion?
This is most painful for me to tell you, Mr. President.
Painful? It's the most outrageous thing I ever heard. Alex Kylie is a fine man and an able public servant. His wife is a perfect helpmeet for him. If they're both good enough to be admired and honored by the state of Virginia, they're certainly good enough for Vienna.
We have only the highest opinion for Mr. Kylie. Personally, we simply do not wish to see him embarrassed and his usefulness to you therefore impaired.
Baron, our Constitution guarantees equal rights regardless of race, creed, color, or religion. We can't even recognize your protest.
Constitution or no Constitution, gentlemen, you must recognize facts. Mr. President, Mr. Bayard, I beg of you to let this matter drop.
Let it drop? Baron, we've hardly begun to fight.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
This Tuesday, our nation will celebrate Army Day, a splendid national anniversary on which to call public attention to the critical world situation existing today. As pointed out by President Truman, a strong Army is a guarantee of a strong America, and only a strong America can play a major role in the preservation of international peace. Nearly 3 years after the end of history's most calamitous war, the Army of the United States is still engaged in the task of building a firm, lasting security. Yes, America and its Army are working toward peace. But peace, unfortunately, depends on how strong we are. Today, our Army is shouldering responsibilities of worldwide importance. It is your Army. You have helped to build it up to its present size. But your continued help is needed for it to reach the strength authorized by Congress. And needed for world peace. So Tuesday, Army Day, pay homage to the man in uniform. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Maybe you've already guessed who the president was in this story. In any case, later I'll tell you which one it was. The more Secretary of State Baird and I thought about Austria's extraordinary objection to Mr. Kylie as our ambassador, the more we saw we had to fight the point to a clear finish. But the question was how. It was a question of having to deal with the slippery diplomacy and prejudices of the old world. Before we could arrive at a clear policy, and while Mr. Kiley himself was still waiting in Paris, in ignorance of why we told him to wait there, Julia Kiley came to see me.
I'd never have come to use up your valuable time, Mr. President, but you did ask me, remember?
Oh, of course, Julia, of course. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you. I had a cable from Alex in Paris saying that he'd been ordered to wait there. Is anything wrong?
No, Julia. Just a few matters of, protocol. The present ambassador to Austria hasn't had a chance to take official leave and to arrange for Alex's official presentation, so we asked Alex to wait.
I see.
Julia, it isn't 2 weeks since Alex left. Are you planning to leave sooner than you expected?
The moment I heard Alex was in Paris, I thought I might join him there a few days earlier.
Have you booked your passage?
Don't you want me to go, Mr. President? Something is wrong, isn't it?
No, really, Julia. But we hope that Alex will be on his way to Vienna before you could even get to Paris. Just wait a few days more, and I'll let you know.
Of course, Mr. President. We Kileys make you a lot of trouble, don't we?
If there was never any trouble, Julia, the country wouldn't need a president.
Then there is something wrong.
Oh, no, Julia. That was just a joke. Now, wait a few days more, and we'll have you on the way to Vienna, I promise you. Oh, Miss Sarah.
Yes, Mr. President?
Mrs. Kiley is just leaving. Goodbye, Julia, and try not to be too impatient.
No, I won't. Goodbye, Mr. President.
Goodbye.
Miss Sarah. Mrs. Kiley. Did you tell her, Mr. President?
How could I?
It might be fairer to her and to Mr. Kiley in the long run.
Oh, I'll tell her when it's settled, when we've crammed this thing down Vienna's throat. I don't think ever anything made me so angry, Miss Sarah. To victimize an able man because his wife professes a different religion from his and from Vienna's. And to make her suffer for it. Why, this thing might make a permanent bitterness between those two.
What are you going to do next, Mr. President?
Ask Mr. Bayard to bring Baron von Schaefer in here this afternoon. Baron, I have a protest to make of you.
Yeah, Mr. President?
We are not satisfied that you've given us the real reason for Austria's objection to Mr. Kiley.
What?
Will you give us a written statement of your government's objection?
That I will have to cable Vienna. The foreign minister may have to take it up with even higher authorities.
That's exactly what I want you to do.
Suppose I cannot get such a statement.
Then I'll send Mr. Kiley to Vienna and force you into the open.
You give us very little choice, Mr. President.
Exactly. I hope to have your statement before this week is over.
The State Department, Miss Sarah. They try to keep it quiet, but I found out.
Open talk isn't necessarily straight talk, Mr. Carpenter. The President will be seeing you in a moment. May I suggest you do not mention it to him?
Oh, no, I wouldn't. It's none of my business, but a thing like that can't be kept secret. When a man like Alex Kiley is refused by Vienna on account of his wife's religion,
Mr. Carpenter.
Well, naturally, people are going to talk about it. I've got nothing against her, of course, but her religion is the real cause.
Mr. Carpenter, please. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Mrs. Kiley.
Miss Sarah, I wonder if I could see the President.
He'll be free as soon as he's seen this gentleman, Mrs. Kiley.
I'd better be going, Miss Sarah. I tell the President I'll come in some other time. Let Mrs. Kiley... I'm terribly sorry you heard what I said, Mrs. Kiley. Good day, Miss Sarah.
I think the President's free now, Mrs. Kiley.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. President, Mrs. Kiley.
Oh, yes. Come in, Julia. Come in.
Thank you.
Julia, I suppose you're getting more impatient about going abroad. I'm sorry I haven't those special instructions ready for you just yet.
I was impatient, Mr. President. I'm not now.
What?
I tried all along not to suspect that was the reason. You know, before Alex and I were married, we talked about my religion and the difference between us. We thought times might come when it would hurt Alex, but we took the risk. After all, God is God everywhere, isn't he? But now, maybe, Mr. President, I made a mistake.
Mistake, Julia?
If I weren't Alex's wife, nobody could object to him, could they?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Julia, what are you thinking about? Julia, I think I know what's in your mind, but you've got to forget it.
I live with it, Mr. President. How can I forget it?
I won't let you run away from this problem. For your own sake and for the sake of a principle of toleration that this country stands for.
I'm thinking of Alex.
He won't be glad if you don't stand up to this.
Mr. President, I can't help Alex by being a burden to him.
Julia, we're not accepting this insult without fighting back. Now, I want you to promise me something. That you'll do nothing that would upset Alex, until we know who for sure. We've requested an official statement from Austria. And it'll only be a few days before we know.
No, Mr. President, I won't promise. I'm afraid you're wrong, and I wouldn't want to be bound. Goodbye, Mr. President.
But, Julia, listen to me just a moment.
Mr. President, permit me to read this note from my government to you.
Go ahead, Baron.
An answer from our foreign minister. He says, the presence of Mr. Kiley in the diplomatic corps of our capital would be extremely awkward. The Americans may run their country by what they call democratic principles, but we reserve the right to run ours in our way. Therefore, we must respect the social standards of our country. They will simply not accept Mrs. Kiley because of her religious status.
Baron, we believe in mutual tolerance and cooperation, and we'll punish no man because of his religious beliefs. This is a matter of human decency, and if nations start applying their own prejudices to each other, the world will stop progressing and go backward.
Mr. President, is anything to be gained by further discussion?
No, not now. We've got what we wanted. We've obtained a clear statement from your government, and we reject it. Now and forever into the future. When you reach Vienna, Baron, you'll inform your superior that he chose the wrong way to deal with us.
Then, with your permission...
Goodbye, Baron.
I'll pay my official respects to you before I leave Washington.
Yes, thank you very much. Good day, sir.
Good day, sir.
Miss Sarah.
Yes, sir.
Come in, please. Have Bayard cable Kiley to come home from Paris at once.
You're not giving in to them, are you, sir?
We've established our point. We've hauled our flag up a little higher. From now on, no diplomat in all Europe can ever say that he's in doubt where we stand.
But you're recalling Kiley.
Because I've got an idea how to prove to Vienna that we stand back of Kiley. And Miss Sarah, I want you to get on a train to Richmond as quickly as you can.
Mrs. Kiley?
Yes. I asked her to do nothing unless it turned out that she really was the basis of Austria's objection. Well, she really is. So don't let her out of your sight, Miss Sarah. Bring her here to me at once.
Mr. President, you were wrong.
Wrong? We've established a principle, Julia.
Principles are fine things, Mr. President. But it's still a fact that I've ruined Alex's career.
Oh, you haven't ruined his career. You've helped it. Besides, he wouldn't want a career without you.
A man doesn't want to be defeated by something that's not his fault.
Defeated? Julia, I don't know who's been defeated, except a few narrow, vicious minds in an ancient, decaying city of an ancient, decaying continent. Don't desert Alex, Julia. I'm not going to desert him. I need your help and his too.
Fine words, empty phrases. But I've hurt my husband. Don't you understand? I've hurt him.
Julia, may I read you a letter I had from him this morning?
Oh, Mr. President.
Dear Mr. President, I have just written Julia the facts about my ambassadorship. It was the hardest letter I've ever had to write. I don't know if I can make it clear to my dear wife that I am happy to have this chance to stand on the principles of our country and the principles of our wonderfully happy marriage, and to show our American contempt for the narrowness of old world ways. Please do your best, sir, to make Julia understand and tell her she has and will always have my dearest love and respect. Signed, sincerely, Alexander M. Kiley. Now, Julia, do I actually have to explain anything?
You said you were going to help him.
I am going to help him. I'm appointing him to the International Court of Appeals, and where he'll be above any ambassador, because he deserves it. And that will give me a chance to show Austria what we think of him and what we think of religious discrimination.
You've been awfully patient with me, Mr. President. I hope you won't blame Alex for the trouble that I've given you.
Julia, have I said something wrong again? You're crying.
Now, don't you remember what Miss Sarah said? I'm just crying because I'm so happy.
Julia, in a week, Alex will be back here. We'll have a nice dinner together. And do me a favor, will you? If you feel happy then, will you try some laughing? Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know. And I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
From the list of great names on Broadway come the illustrious stars you hear every Sunday night when it's time for ABC's outstanding dramatic series, Theater Guild on the Air. Theater Guild creates all the glamour and allure of the theater in each hour presentation. The formula for this show that is ranked among the top in awards is basic but expert. Take a successful play, adapt it for radio, keeping the spirit and mood of the play intact. Cast it with actors who know their work. Then put the whole thing together under talented directors. When the finished product is ready, the announcer says, Theater Guild on the Air. And you can be sure of 60 minutes of top theater. So don't be late when the curtain goes up every Sunday night on Theater Guild on the Air. Heard over most of these ABC stations. Now here's Edward Arnold.
The time of our story was 1885, and that means that Grover Cleveland lived in the White House then as Mr. President. His controversy with the Austro-Hungarian Empire over the appointment of A.M. Kiley as ambassador was one of the early and important examples of American championship of tolerance against the poison of intolerance that many years later helped bring Europe to such a bitter state. Mr. Kiley himself was subsequently appointed by President Cleveland to the International Mixed Court of Appeals and rounded out a long and honorable career. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, soon to release Frank Capra's State of the Union, starring Spencer Tracy, Katharine Hepburn, and Van Johnson. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. This story by Paul R. Milton was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Grover Cleveland. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Our Mr. President story will begin in just a moment. But meantime, how extensive is your knowledge of our country's past presidents? For example, can you name the president who once sold all the White House furniture, or the president who had a habit of bathing in the canal back of the White House? There are so many colorful anecdotes about our former chief executives that it's not surprising we find the lives of American presidents so fascinating. Perhaps it's because most of us can identify ourselves with their way of life. Their private ambitions, their relationships with their wives, children, and friends are so much like our own that we often feel their stories are our stories, too. Each week, Mr. President removes the pedestal from under our famous leaders to reveal them as they were, human beings whose desires and ambitions were much the same as yours and mine. Listen to this absorbing drama and see if you can name the president upon whom the story is built. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold as Mr. President.
And now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Hello. Sit down, won't you? You know, you can't always recognize the intrinsic value of things from their appearance. For instance, if you were to stub your toe on a 200-carat diamond in the rough, you might just be annoyed and kick it out of the way. The chances are you wouldn't take a second look at it. That's the way it was with a great undeveloped region in North America before it became part of the United States. Not many gave it a second thought, and it took a lot of convincing to prove that it was a diamond in the rough. Later on, of course, I'll tell you who was president then, but meanwhile, you may be able to guess. Perhaps I wouldn't have realized the importance of the great Oregon Territory myself if it hadn't been for the advice of the general, one of my oldest and dearest friends, a man of vision, a great statesman, an ex-president.
Sit down, sir. Sit down.
All right, General, but this chair knows you better than it does me. Well, I feel out of place on this side of the desk when you're in the room.
Out of place? I did a lot of work to get you on that side of the desk, Mr. President.
I know you did, and I'm very grateful to you, sir.
And so far, you've done all right. Read your inaugural speech. Yeah, not bad at all.
Well, coming from you, that's higher praise than I could hope for, sir.
The reason I know it's good is that the British don't like it. They got so hopping mad, they had a debate about it in Parliament. Know that?
Yes, it was brought to my attention all too quickly by members of the opposition, Senator Wells in particular.
Him? Bah.
Yes, he's thoroughly alarmed by the reaction in London to my speech.
Anybody that's going to get scared every time the British rattle their drums, well, don't pay any attention to them, Mr. President. I didn't.
I know you didn't.
I guess I made a lot of mistakes in my life. But if I've learned anything, it's this. When you believe in something strongly enough, you've got to act bold, or somebody's bound to talk you out of it.
General, everyone, and your enemies most of all, have always had the highest respect for your courage.
Of course. Now that I'm out of office, they all love me. But they didn't call it courage when I was sitting in that chair. You've been in public office a long time, Mr. President, but that particular chair is a target that's hard to resist. You'll find that out soon enough.
I know, General, but as long as I have you around to give me moral support, I think I can stand it.
Hang it all, Mr. President, you can't count on anybody else in this Oregon affair. Sure, you've made fine speeches. You're thinking right. But words and thinking aren't enough. You've got to act.
Well, I intend to, sir.
When?
Well,
That's just it. It takes more than good intentions. You've got to do it now before the British get a foothold in Oregon and swindle us out of it.
Well, our title to that land, General, is clear and unquestionable.
Sure it is. But the British say their title is clear and unquestionable, too. And you know what they're saying about you? They think you're weak-kneed, that you'll hesitate and shrink at the threat of war.
Well, there's been no real threat of war, General.
Not yet. But they're going to make a big fuss, and you know it. And you know why? Because Oregon is a great country for people who have eyes to see it. It's got timber and mountains filled with ore and land that'll grow anything. Sure, the British want it. If you don't do something about it pretty quick, they're going to get it.
General, all I can say is I intend to meet this issue with energy and promptness.
Good, but you can't be too prompt. Now, look, I hope you don't mind my friendly suggestions.
Of course not. I'm honored, sir.
You know, the older you get, the more you like to hear yourself talk. There isn't much else left to do.
Well, General, whenever you feel like talking, will you please come to see me? And I promise you I'll do everything I can about Oregon.
Well, that's all I came to see you about.
Well, you'll take care of yourself, of course, won't you, General?
Sure, I will. But, Mr. President, I think you'd better take care of your health, too. You're going to need it. Good day, sir.
Good day, General.
Goodbye, Miss Sarah.
Goodbye, sir.
Oh, Miss Sarah,
Yes, Mr. President.
I want you to get in touch with the Secretary of State, Mr. Buchanan, immediately. Have him prepare a new map and a survey of the Oregon Territory and bring it to me as soon as possible.
Here you are, Mr. President. Here's the new map of the Oregon Territory you wanted.
Oh, thank you, Jim. Now, let me see. Jim, there's been a lot of loose talk on the Oregon question.
Too much, sir, I'm afraid. It's only added to the confusion.
Well, I'm not confused. It's all very clear. Now is the time to make the first move. Look, the British claim all this area down here.
That's right.
And on the other hand, we have maps on file in the archives of England itself to substantiate it. We claim the territory up to here.
Yes.
Well, I suppose to strike a quick bargain, we'll have to make some kind of a concession. All right, now this is our offer. We'll divide the territory about here, along the 49th parallel. That is, of course, without free navigation of the Columbia River.
That's a very generous offer, sir.
I think it is. I hope the British realize it.
I'll take it to Sir Richard Pakenham at once, sir.
Fine. And will you make it clear to the British minister that it will be to his country's best interest to accept this offer now?
Mr. Buchanan, this is not an offer. This is an outrage.
Sir Richard, both the President and the State Department have agreed that this is the most equitable settlement of the boundary question.
I find it completely offensive, sir, and I reject it categorically.
But I think perhaps if you presented it to your government...
Mr. Buchanan, it would be an insult to present such a preposterous proposition to my government. Good day, sir.
So he didn't like it, eh, Jim? Called it an outrage, I suppose.
Mr. President, he wouldn't even refer it to his government in London.
He'll wish he had before we're through with him.
But how can we get him to do that?
It's very simple. By withdrawing our offer.
Withdrawing it? It hasn't even been presented yet.
You know, Jim, Sir Richard Pakenham has done us a great favor.
A favor?
The offer you gave him was a compromise. I did that in deference to commitments made by my predecessor. We didn't really want to settle for the 49th parallel anyway. Well, now he's rejected our offer, so we're free to ask for what we're really entitled to.
Oh, then you're making a new proposal.
Right. Now, look, Jim. Here's that map you brought me.
Mm-hmm.
Remember my first marking there? That's our claim, 300 miles north of the 49th parallel.
Yes.
And that's what we're going to ask for from now on. And we're going to do everything we can to get it. And the whole country will be in back of us.
But, Mr. President, if the British were so upset by your original demands, what do you think is going to happen when they're presented with this?
Well, they can't get any more upset than they are now. And they can't do any more than they've already done, unless they declare war, and I don't think they'll do that.
I hope you're right, sir. But what is Congress going to say about such a sudden change in policy?
Jim, I'm sending a message to Congress. I'm asking for an abrogation of the agreement, providing for joint occupation of the Oregon Territory. We'll give England 12 months' notice.
12 months?
That ought to give them plenty of time to think it over before they do anything drastic.
It will also give Senator Wells plenty of time to organize the opposition.
Oh, Senator Wells. Well, Jim, we'll have to meet that problem when it arises.
Mr. Speaker. Senator Wells has the floor. Senator? Gentlemen, you have heard the President's message to Congress. I am sure you are all as shocked and disturbed by its implications as I am. Gentlemen, I am astounded by the President's proposal. At the best, it's an idle dream. At the worst, it's a dangerous, unprofitable, foolhardy venture. Oregon! Gentlemen, what do we want with this vast, worthless area? This region of savages and wild beasts, of deserts, of shifting sands, and whirlwinds of dust, of cactus and prairie dogs. To what use could we ever hope to put these great deserts or those endless mountain ranges? Impenetrable, covered to their very base with eternal snow. What can we ever hope to do with the western coast? A coast of 3,000 miles of rock-bound, cheerless coast, uninviting, and not a harbor on it. What use have we for this country? Gentlemen, I say, if the British really want Oregon, let them have it.
Who's here?
Well, you did want to see Senator Wells, didn't you?
Wells? Oh, yes, of course I wanted to see him. I want to find out if he really believes all that nonsense he told Congress yesterday.
Senator Wells has a tendency to be carried away by his own eloquence.
Yes, so I've heard, and very often. You better have him come in, Miss Sarah.
Yes, sir. Senator Wells, the president will see you now.
Thank you, Miss Sarah. Hello, Mr. President.
Hello, Senator.
I assume, sir, that you've asked me to come here to discuss the Oregon matter with you.
You assumed correctly, Senator.
Have you read my speech to the Senate, sir?
Oh, yes, I have, and very carefully. Did you really mean all you said?
I beg your pardon, sir.
There's no offense, Senator, I assure you. I meant, do you really believe that Oregon is such a worthless area?
I said it, therefore I believe it, sir. Mr. President, although you are not a Westerner, you seem to have a sentimental affection in that direction. But, sir, I am speaking of the far west, and that is something else. Have you ever been to the Oregon Territory, Mr. President?
No. Have you?
No, but I've made a very thorough study of it.
And so have I.
And I can assure you, Mr. President, that if we should be so foolish as to accept responsibility for this region, we shall never cease to regret it.
We should have much graver regrets if we shirked that responsibility.
I cannot agree with that, sir. But even if this area did have any value, I would like to point out to you that Great Britain, by discovery, exploration, and settlement, possesses title to a very great portion of the area you've demanded.
You mean they claim to possess title, Senator? If we falter or hesitate in the slightest, England will immediately become more arrogant in her demands and will try to grasp not part, but all of the Oregon Territory.
But where is our right any better, sir? What can we honestly base it on?
On the Monroe Doctrine, Senator. The North American continent is no longer open for colonization.
Mr. President, that's a very easy statement to make in this room, but I caution you, sir. Such an attitude publicly expressed will not only split this country wide open, but also will provoke war with England.
Now, what makes you think that England wants war, Senator Wells?
If you make such impossible demands upon her, sir, you leave England no other choice.
Senator, there's only one way to deal with John Bull, and that is look him right straight in the eye.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Let me tell you about a fellow named, well, let's call him Bob. Bob died last year. People said it was a pity because he was only 32. But the real pity of the situation was that he'd be alive today if only he'd known he was stricken with tuberculosis. You see, tuberculosis no longer needs to be fatal. It can be cured if it is detected. Yet tuberculosis continues to be the leading death-dealing disease among people between the ages of 15 and 44. Here's why. It's estimated that right now 500,000 Americans are afflicted with TB. Remember, the sooner tuberculosis is detected, the quicker and easier the cure. So protect yourself and your family. Have your chest x-rayed. In some places, x-rays can be obtained free or at a nominal cost through a local tuberculosis association or health department. Check your chest. Get a chest x-ray tomorrow. Now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Perhaps you have already guessed who the president was in this story. But don't forget, many presidents looked to the west as the frontier of the United States of continental dimensions. Later on, I'll tell you which one this was. In making a new and greater claim for the Oregon Territory, I faced opposition not only from the British, who felt strongly that they had clear title to a large part of the region, but also from such influential members of Congress as Senator Wells. As the senator put it, if I pushed my demands, I risked the chance of splitting the country and provoking England to war. This was no easy decision. I had always depended upon my dearest friend, the General, for counsel, but he hadn't been to see me for several weeks. I had received word that he was ill.
Betsy, you here?
Yes, Papa.
Oh, Betsy, what a lucky son I have to have married you.
How do you feel, Father?
Pretty comfortable for an old man. Now, if you'd be so kind, pen and paper, please. I want to write a letter.
Couldn't you put that off until tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Huh. I may not be here tomorrow.
Papa.
And I kind of think my friend would like to hear from me.
All right.
Not that I'm worried, but maybe he is.
Here you are.
Thank you, Betsy. Now, let me see. Dear Mr. President, Betsy, I have a lot of faith in that man.
Everybody says he could well have been your son. He's so very much like you, sir.
Maybe that's why I feel so responsible for him. Maybe I... well, let's get on with it. Be assured, my friend, that it is truly grateful to learn from you that you have taken such a firm and fearless stand on the Oregon matter. I salute you, but I must caution you again. They'll make it as hard as they can for you. There is no easy way. You have only to do your duty, true to your trust,
boldly and with strong conviction. I say go ahead. You've got work to do. My faith is in you. I can write no more. Friendship has aroused me to make this attempt. Your friend.
This is the last letter the General ever wrote, Mr. President.
Yes, I know, Miss Sarah. He died before it reached me. It's dated June the 6th. And he passed away 2 days later.
The country has lost a great patriot.
And I have lost a great friend, Miss Sarah.
I just can't believe he's gone, sir.
Gone? Oh, he's not gone, Miss Sarah. A great man doesn't really die. I think the old gentleman is still with us. Oh, come on, Miss Sarah. What would the General say if he saw us blubbering this way, huh?
I can imagine, sir.
You know what he'd say? He'd say, read that letter again. It says, go ahead, you've got work to do. And he's right, Miss Sarah. We've got a lot of work to do. And if we're ever going to get Oregon, and if we do get it, Oregon will be a monument to the General's memory. Oh, thank you, Miss Sarah. Have him come in, please.
Gentlemen, the President will see you now.
Thank you, Miss Sarah. Mr. President.
Hello, Mr. Secretary. Sir Richard.
Greetings, Mr. President.
Sit down, gentlemen, if you please.
Thank you. Sir, I have already submitted a proposal to your State Department. But Mr. Buchanan suggested that I deliver it to you personally.
Yes?
Since it has been impossible to reach any agreement on the Oregon question, I have proposed that we arbitrate it.
Arbitrate it? You imply that the territory is to be divided and that the title is in dispute? We can't accept that proposition.
Then you reject my proposal?
Yes, I certainly do. And furthermore, if I am well aware that British subjects are occupying land north of the Columbia River in territory that we claim.
My government regards that as our territory, sir.
And I wish to remind you, sir, of the Monroe Doctrine. This continent is no longer open for colonization.
My government does not acknowledge such a doctrine.
Well, then what basis have we for arbitration, even if we would accept it?
I see, Mr. President, that it is useless to discuss the matter with you further. Good day, sir.
Mr. President, I've come to ask you to listen to reason.
Who's reason?
I understand that the British want to arbitrate, sir.
Yes, they made that suggestion.
I strongly recommend that it be accepted, sir. It's the best we'll ever get.
On the contrary, it's the least we could ever get. And by the way, Senator, your speeches to the Senate advocating compromise and suggesting that the British have title to a large portion of the country have only made the British more determined than ever to stand by their extravagant claims.
Mr. President, do you mean to accuse me of supporting the British position?
What else are you doing?
I'm looking into the future, sir.
And so am I looking into the future. I'm looking into it thoroughly. But I'm looking at it through the eyes of the American people. And, Senator, if Congress does not pass that notice to the British, I'll have to go over their heads and appeal to the American people.
President.
Hello, Jim.
Mr. President, I have good news. Congress has passed the resolution giving notice to England to terminate the joint agreement.
Oh, fine. Fine, Jim. I'm delighted.
The resolution, sir, contains a preamble.
A preamble?
Yes, assuring everybody concerned that it is a peaceful measure.
Peaceful? Jim, everything depends upon our maintaining a firm position. I would have preferred the resolution without the preamble, but this is better than no resolution at all, and it's the first great step forward. Jim, now that we've started moving, we've got to keep moving fast. This notice is still only a piece of paper. The British won't really believe we're serious until we begin moving to Oregon. And, Jim, we've got to start moving. we not call all Americans men of destiny? Our forefathers sailed a great and dangerous ocean to reach this land. Their sons beat a path through dense forests to build a great nation. And what was their direction? Westward. Always westward. And now who will carry on that glorious journey? Who will blaze the long trail to that other great ocean which bounds this land of ours? Once more it will be brave Americans who will fearlessly follow the course of the sun to the west.
Say, Jenny, of course we're still in Kansas. Look, I told you over and over again we got 2,000 miles to go before we get to Oregon.
A journey of 2,000 miles. The way lies over trackless wastes, wide and deep rivers, rugged and lofty mountains, and is beset with hostile savages.
Well, I reckon we better bank the fire, Jed. It's been a long day. Time to turn in now.
It's awful quiet, Sam. Kind of scary here, too. Only about 50 of us out here. Nobody's ever been here before. Not another living soul in 1,000 miles.
And I promise that we will establish a series of blockhouses to protect our brave settlers. For the journey is not easy, and the hardships are many. But no matter how deep the rivers, how high the mountains, what enemies there are, you are men and women found ready and equal to the occasion. And for you we have prepared large land tracts. And to ensure your security, we have extended federal law over the entire territory. It is your spirit which overcomes every obstacle, which makes a frontier of the impossible, and which has created our great nation. It is you, hardy people, who shall bring and bridge a land from the Atlantic to the Pacific.
The immigration westward has gathered such momentum that if many more go, we won't have anybody left,
Well, I don't think we have to worry about that yet, Miss Sarah. There's always Senator Wells and the people who think like him. They don't like Oregon.
Yes, I know.
And then there are some of us who have strong ties here or are just too lazy to get up and go. And then there are quite a number who happen to like it here. But seriously, the emigration westward is the greatest example of the courage and hardihood of a people who have a great dream and a great vision.
Excuse me.
Surely.
Hello, Miss Sarah.
Oh, hello, Mr. Buchanan.
Oh, Jim, come in.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I have just received a proposition from England for drawing the boundary of Oregon.
Oh, what are they asking for this time?
You won't believe this, sir, but they're offering us the old 49th parallel proposal.
Oh, no, they are they?
With slight modifications. But, Mr. President, I'm sure the majority of the senators would support this proposal vigorously. I myself must highly recommend it. Not only will it give us a sizable and desirable portion of the territory, but I am sure that we can get proposal from the Congress. And after all, Mr. President, this is the important...
Jim, wait a minute. You don't have to sell this to me.
I beg your pardon.
I'm in favor of it. After all, we'll only be accepting the exact offer we made in the first place.
But you have been so strongly committed to your larger demands.
Jim, one of the best ways of driving a bargain is to ask for more than you think you'll get.
I can see that that's an effective procedure, but, Mr. President, what really has brought England to terms is your encouragement of the great immigration west. After all, with the tremendous influx of American citizens on the Pacific coast, there is no longer any dispute as to its title.
Wait a minute, Jim. Wait a minute. Miss Sarah,
Yes, sir.
what day is this?
Well, Thursday,
No. I mean the date.
June 6th.
June the 6th. Oh, I thought so. You know, it's wonderful.
What is, Mr. President?
Miss Sarah, do you remember the last letter the General wrote me before he died?
Of course I do, sir.
That letter was dated June the 6th, too.
Was it?
Yes. And I'm sure the General, wherever he is, would be very pleased to know that exactly 1 year after he wrote that letter, the British have come to terms.
And our terms.
And our terms. You know something? I wouldn't be at all surprised if the old gentleman hadn't planned this way. Well, all the time, you know. Well, you've probably probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
Pearson predicts. Every Sunday night, you learn what's going to happen before it happens from the famous reporter Drew Pearson. Drew Pearson walks and talks with those in high places and brings you exclusive stories of what goes on behind political portals all over the world. Yes, Pearson's Newsbeat covers the globe, and his predictions of things to come are inside tip-offs on the biggest news events in the best first edition style. A keen student of national and international questions, Pearson, whose newspaper column is the most widely published column in the world, recently celebrated his 14th year as one of our country's top-ranking radio commentators and analysts. So to keep up on the trend of the times, be on hand when Drew Pearson broadcasts tonight and every Sunday night over most of these same ABC stations. Now here again is Edward Arnold.
The time of this story was 1845 and 1846, and the president then was James K. Polk, who was elected president under the famous slogan of 54-40 or fight. He took full leadership on the question of the Oregon Territory and almost single-handedly pushed it to a successful conclusion. And the old general and ex-president was none other than Old Hickory himself. Yes, if it hadn't been for the influence of Andrew Jackson and the courageous and determined battle of his protege, James Polk, who incidentally was known as Young Hickory, we might today be standing on British territory as we do this broadcast on the banks of the Columbia River in Portland, Oregon, USA. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Broadcast came to you as part of the inaugural ceremonies dedicating the increase to 50,000 watts of power of radio station KEX. Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, soon to release Frank Capra's State of the Union, starring Spencer Tracy, Katharine Hepburn, and Van Johnson. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. This story by Milton Merlin was suggested by incidents in the administration of President James K. Polk. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again at this same time next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
In just a moment, Edward Arnold will join us. But right now, I'd like to ask you how many of our country's past presidents you can identify. For example, do you know how many presidents have held office? Are you familiar with the major events that took place during the terms of James Monroe or Theodore Roosevelt? Well, each week, Mr. President brings to life tense and gripping moments in the life of one of our former chief executives. Moments that most history books do not record. And you, as the listener, enjoy the thrill of trying to identify the president as another page of history is unfolded in these absorbing and stimulating dramatizations we present each week. Mr. President gives you the opportunity to test your knowledge of the men who have lived in the White House. At the close of the program, the name of the president about whom this episode is based will be announced. But first, try to guess who he is as his dramatic story is being told. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Come in, won't you? Sit down. You know, many times in our history, the United States had to show its strength during a negotiation with another nation. That sort of thing in foreign affairs is a very delicate matter. The timing must be just right, and you must have a clean house at home. Well, that's pretty much what this story is about. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president had this problem. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. It was a Monday morning in March. I was back in Washington after a very pleasant weekend in New York, where I had attended a wedding. My desk was piled with work, but, well, you know how women are, and the moment Miss Sarah opened the door between her office and mine...
Good morning, Mr. President. How was the wedding?
Not how is the state of the nation, but how was the wedding. Just like a woman, Miss Sarah. Just like a woman.
Was the bride pretty, Mr. President?
Well, all brides are pretty, and my cousin was no exception. She looked rather lovely, and she certainly made a picture of grace and dignity.
Well, of course, she does sound a trifle serious.
That young lady is quite serious. I understand from her mother that she is very interested in social work. It gives her something to do with the time, I suppose. Huh?
And the groom, Mr. President.
Oh, a nice enough young fellow, I gather. A little too much money for his own good, perhaps.
Is he, good-looking?
Well, the women found him so. I'm no judge of that, of course.
Oh, now, Mr. President.
Now, Miss Sarah, you've had your touch of romance. It's time to get to work.
Yes, sir.
Have you read the morning paper, Miss Sarah?
Yes, sir. The editorial is as usual, sir.
They still don't like me.
I'm afraid they don't.
Well, this morning I find something I don't like. This story from California. A new law.
Passed already?
Not yet, but the papers are screaming for it.
What is it?
Segregate school children, will they? Build separate schools for Japanese children, will they?
I don't quite follow, sir.
Oh, it's quite simple enough. Just a question of setting up a few fences. On one side, our children. On the other side, Japanese.
And right in the midst of our negotiations with the Mikado.
Yes, it's not only embarrassing, but I call the whole thing un-American. If they can do this, they can separate children according to religion or the political parties their fathers vote for.
But it is a state matter, isn't it, Mr. President? How can you interfere?
Well, I'm not certain yet, but I have a couple of points to start with.
I'm sure you have, Mr. President.
Well, we'll begin this way. A letter to an old friend of mine, as follows. Honorable Tom Carter, Mayor Senator of San Francisco, California. Dear Tom.
California, dear Tom. Yes, sir?
You have been telling me for some time now that you intend to visit the East. If you can break away from your duties at this time, we would be happy to see you in Washington. I'm sure there will be room for you at the White House, and if you guess that I want to discuss something with you, you will be entirely correct. Please let me know when you will be here. Best regards to you and yours faithfully.
President, Mayor Carter of San Francisco and Congressman Norton of California.
Well, Tom, and Mr. Norton, how are you?
You're looking in the pink, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Congressman. I feel in the pink, but why this Mr. President formality? First names ought to be all right, even if the beds in the White House don't attract you, Tom.
I like the idea of calling you Mr. President. Reminds me of the hunting trips we took together. When I guess I teased you over the idea that you might be president one day.
Well, have it your own way, Mr. Mayor.
And I hear tell that the springs in your guest room go back to Tom Jefferson, so I'm at the Willard.
You're sure you didn't hear tell what I had on my mind, Tom?
A touch of it.
A touch of it. Something about a letter from the Federal Bureau of Education to California's Bureau.
And if I may, Mr. President, isn't your action an unwarranted, if not unconstitutional interference in the sacred rights of a sovereign state?
Sir, may I call your attention to the simple fact that your proposed law is causing a great deal of embarrassment to this administration in our dealings with the Japanese.
We see no reason to deal with the Japanese. Exclude them, sir. That's all. Exclude them.
Mr. President, there are terrific pressures on all of us on the coast from newspapers and business interests who want no influx of cheap Japanese labor.
But the school children...
Education is a problem of each state, sir. If we wish to segregate Japanese from white...
When you cause grave embarrassment to the government by so doing, you are prejudicing the only possible means of controlling immigration you want to control. California can't control immigration. That's a federal job.
I think you have a most important point there, Mr. President. Now, if I take this matter up personally with the governor and try to have that legislation pigeonholed for a while, will you try to bring negotiations with the Japanese on the labor problem to a quick conclusion?
I'll do my best, Tom.
Very well, sir. I shall be on the next train back to California.
Extra! Mayor of San Francisco, in plea to Governor of California, failure to segregate increases yellow peril.
United States insult Japanese people. Honor must be avenged.
Keep labor out of California. End Japanese immigration. Separate schools are the only way. Protect our children from the yellow peril.
Japanese government demand apology or honor must be restored with blood.
Is war imminent? Is administration policy creating war with Japan?
Mr. President.
Yes, Miss Arm.
Have you forgotten, sir? Ambassador Aoki is waiting.
Well, let's see now. 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Has he cooled down any, Miss Arm?
Cool down. He's at the bursting point right this minute.
Well, all right. Send him in.
Yes, Mr. President. Ambassador Aoki, the president will see you now.
Ah, Mr. Aoki.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Sit down, won't you?
Thank you, yes. Although perhaps one might say I have done much sitting this morning.
I'm sorry about that.
It was at your invitation I have come, sir.
Mr. Aoki, I have a question to ask you.
It will be a pleasure.
How can our two great nations avoid any further antagonism to each other?
Oh, it would appear most simple, sir. Order your newspapers to refrain from further insults. Prevent your local government in California from passing certain laws.
Ah, but that is a matter you seem not to understand.
We understand. When the head of the state commands...
Yes, in your country. When the Mikado gives an order, it's obeyed at once, by everyone. Here it is different. Our newspapers are free. Our state governments are given all powers not expressly given to the central government by the Constitution. And
Mr. President, is power to publish insults to our Mikado a freedom or a license? Are separate schools for Japanese children freedom for them? Even American-born Japanese?
Your points are well taken, sir, and I think there is much that we can talk over. Much room for negotiation.
Yes, as equals, perhaps, not as a yellow peril. This is a matter of grave concern to the Mikado and the people of Japan.
Mr. Aoki, I'd like to deal directly with your Mikado as one gentleman with another, as equals.
Well, perhaps then something may be possible.
Our problem is quite simple. If your government will stop emigration to the United States at the ports of embarkation in Japan, I will undertake as far as possible to prevent the enactment of exclusion and segregation laws in this country.
Well, I will do my humble best, Your Excellency. Japan is a powerful nation and a proud one.
Mm-hmm. But you will try.
Yes, I will try.
Very well, son. May I wish you a good morning?
Good morning to you, Mr. President.
Powerful, are they? Miss Sarah?
Yes, Mr. President.
Miss Sarah, I'm afraid Mr. Aoki has a mistaken idea about the relative power of our two countries.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. President. I don't follow you.
I think he actually believes the United States is a power secondary to Japan. And if he thinks that, he'll lead the Mikado to think the same thing. Miss Sarah, I have an idea.
Yes?
An excellent idea. We are a peace-loving nation, are we not, Miss Sarah?
Why, yes, sir. Everyone knows that.
If we carry a gun, it's not because we want to fight a war. Right again?
Yes, sir.
We have guns and a fleet, so we won't ever have to be afraid of anybody. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Then if we showed our guns, everyone would know that we aren't looking for a fight, but just telling everybody not to think for one moment that we aren't ready for a fight.
By everyone, you mean the Japanese, Mr. President?
Yes, Miss Sarah. I'm going to send the United States Navy straight into Japanese home waters. That ought to set the Mikado right on the matter of power.
Mr. President, as chairman of the Naval Affairs Committee of the Senate of the United States, I warn you, sir, that Congress will not tolerate this outrageous idea.
Senator Johns, may I remind you that I am the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the United States? I, and only I, give the orders to the United States Navy?
Orders to leave the seacoasts of this great country unprotected while every capital ship in our Navy is thousands of miles away on a wasteful, foolish junket? You won't be permitted to.
I won't be permitted?
The Congress will find ways, sir. That, I promise you. You've read the newspaper, sir. You know what they're saying.
I have, and I do. And you, Senator, do you take your orders from the press?
Mr. President, I'm shocked beyond words.
Very well, then. Since you are shocked beyond words, good day, sir.
Good day. Let me reiterate. The Congress will find ways and means, sir.
Miss Sarah?
Yes, Mr. President.
Come here.
Yes, sir. What is it, sir?
Miss Sarah, do I run the Army and the Navy?
Under the Constitution, you have that power, Mr. President.
Thank you, Miss Sarah. It's nice to know that one person on the Atlantic seaboard thinks I have some power. Now then, Miss Sarah, if you thought that the Japanese needed a look at a first-class Navy, if you thought it might be well worth the cost for us in time of peace to see just what we could do in the way of putting a battle fleet in the Pacific and not wait to make that experiment in time of war, if you thought the whole world needs to know that the United States wants peace but has no fear of war, what would you do, Miss Sarah?
I think, Mr. President, I would do everything in my power to send a fleet to the Pacific.
Exactly, and I'll go you one better, Miss Sarah. Come Congress or high water, I'm sending the United States Navy on a trip around the world.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
There was never a truer statement than this. Save a child, save the future. For the future of the world depends on the children of the world who will grow up to be its leaders. But in Europe, millions face starvation, sickness, death. One of the best ways we can help these children is by contributing to the American Overseas Aid, United Nations Appeal for Children. This organization has the full approval of the White House as an efficient economic aid program and can save millions of children through the mass contribution of food. This crusade for children has the combined support of 25 well-established private relief organizations, groups that will work together for European children without regard to race or color, even though government aid programs have helped greatly. So send your contributions to the Crusade for Children in New York. And now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Maybe you've already guessed who the president was in this story. In any case, later I'll tell you which one it was. Frankly, I was in a position at the time which seemed practically untenable. The Japanese were very sure of their power in the Pacific. The California legislature was almost uncontrollable. Congress was in outright rebellion. About all I could do was fight it out on all fronts simultaneously. So I dictated a letter to my good friend, Dr. Albert Shaw, in New York City. Now, let me see, Miss Sarah. Where was I?
Unless I am impeached.
Oh, yes. Unless I am impeached, I shall be president for the next 19 months. I will not tolerate an assault upon the Navy or upon the honor of the country, nor will I permit anything to interfere with my function as Commander-in-Chief. You know, that feels pretty good. Now, let's see.
Mr. President.
Yes, Miss Sarah.
Senator John, sir, he's still outside.
Oh, heavens above, yes, so he is. So he is. You know, Miss Sarah, you're one of those people who can't tolerate cruelty, not even to a senator. All right, send him in.
Yes, Mr. President. Senator John, the president will see you now.
And about time, too. Well, Mr. President?
I'm well, Senator. How are you?
Never better, sir. Never better. I have news for you.
Good news, I trust.
Mr. President, you as Commander-in-Chief have the right, of course, to send the fleet anywhere you choose.
Well, I'm glad you see that, Senator.
But Congress controls the purse strings, sir. Our wise founding father saw to that, sir. And it gives us the final veto, Mr. President. I'm here to announce that under no circumstances will the Congress appropriate the money with which you might implement this harebrained junket of the fleet, sir.
You're here to announce the Congress has the final veto under no circumstances? Well, Senator...
Mr. President, I have come here to warn you of our intention so that you may withdraw your idea before the Congress is forced to act.
Senator, I've had enough of this. I've had occasion to consult the budget and the current balance of the Navy Department. I find there is sufficient money at the present disposal of the Navy to send the fleet into the Pacific. There's not enough money, however, to bring them home again. Now, if you force me, Senator, I shall dispatch the fleet forthwith into the Pacific, and by Davy Jones and his locker, I'll leave them there. Until the Congress has sense enough to give me the money to bring them back. Good day, Senator. Good afternoon, Ambassador Oakey. Sit down, please, won't you?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Well, sir?
Well, sir, I am most pleased, Your Excellency, to advise that the Emperor of Japan has vested me with full power to discuss a treaty with you concerning immigration of Japanese nationals into the United States.
I'm afraid, Mr. Oakey, that I can't discuss a treaty at this time.
Oh, so? May I ask explanation?
Well, it's quite simple, Mr. Oakey. It's a treaty would entail ratification by 2/3 of the Senate of the United States. Such ratification at this time would be extremely difficult to obtain and might cause a long delay in our agreement.
Oh, yes, I begin to understand. You have perhaps an alternative?
I have given a great deal of serious thought to this matter. I believe it is within my power to conclude an executive agreement, that is to say, a gentleman's agreement, so to speak, between your Mikado and myself, as chief executive of the United States.
Yes. And this gentleman's agreement would entail, sir?
I would expect your government to prevent mass emigration of laborers to the United States by the simple process of withholding visas and passports.
And on your part, Mr. President?
I believe that our government's promise to that effect would be sufficient to prevent the passage of a Japanese Exclusion Act and the segregation of Japanese children in the California schools.
Oh, yes.
Now there is hysteria. Later on, after people have learned to live together, even though their creeds and culture are different, your people and mine may see things in a better light. I don't wish to jeopardize that possibility by forcing this issue now.
I see. You make a most persuasive offer, Your Excellency. Japan will increase her honor with the observance of such an agreement.
Then you accept this proposition?
I must consult my government. That much is all I can possibly advise you officially. But personally, Mr. President, I assure you that there will be little difficulty in concluding this agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Aoki. May I wish you good afternoon?
Thank you, Mr. President. It is a great pleasure to visit with Your Excellency.
Well, now, what do you think of that? If the boys from California behave like that, my blood pressure will stay normal for the next week or two, anyway.
President, spring or fall, it's a pleasure to be in Washington.
And spring or fall, Tom, it's a pleasure to see you. How are you, Mr. Congressman?
Well enough, Mr. President.
Will you want me, Mr. President?
Oh, you might as well stay, Miss Sarah. Now then, gentlemen.
We've been having a rough time in California, sir.
Well, then let me give you the good news. Japan has agreed to stop the immigration you complain of at her home ports.
Oh, that's wonderful news for California.
It's a help, sir, but there are a lot of ruffled tempers on the coast.
Yes, I imagine there are.
Yes, we believe that the administration has willfully invaded the rights of our sovereign state.
Mr. Norton, have I or have I not fulfilled the wish and the stated need of California in this agreement I have made with Japan?
Well, nonetheless, we feel that
Then you concede that the federal government has discharged its duty to the state.
I suppose it has.
Tom, Miss Sarah, I ask you to witness this. I have reached an agreement with the Mikado himself. I've done this to save the honor of the United States and avoid a possible war, have I not?
Yes, Mr. President.
I would say definitely yes.
But nevertheless, the state of California wants to negate the whole matter by its willful acts.
You have invaded the sovereign...
I have asserted the power of the nation. And I should be highly delinquent in my duty were I not to insist that California drop its proposed segregation act at once. I would be permitting a state to usurp a federal power by permitting that state to act in defiance of the nation's foreign policy.
Our concern is for California, sir.
Scarcely a day has passed since the Japanese ambassador sat where you're sitting now and made an agreement binding by a handshake. Are you a man of less honor than a man of the race you propose to exclude from your state?
I see no point in continuing this discussion.
But, Mr. Congressman...
Just a moment, Norton. I see every point in continuing this discussion, and I propose to place this matter before the governor and see to it personally that the wishes of the president in this matter are carried out.
Well, spoken like the fellow I went hunting with, Tom. It's very nice indeed, and thank you. Personally, I am of the opinion that the matter is closed and satisfactorily so.
Well, I'm happy to hear you say that, sir. Will we see you in San Francisco, sir?
Well, perhaps sooner than you think. Meanwhile, when the fleet stops there on its way to the Orient, give the boys a big welcome, will you, Tom?
None better, sir. To the limit of our present resources.
Thank you again, Tom, for the commuting you've been doing between Frisco and Washington.
Horace, sir, what have you said?
Well, what have I said now, Miss Sarah?
That's the final blow, Mr. President. You've called San Francisco by a nickname.
Oh.
Well, I can't bring myself to use the word.
Oh, I see what you mean. Tom, from now on, the word is only San Francisco. And when you go back to California, be sure to take my complete apology to your people by the Golden Gate. Goodbye, Tom, and thanks for all your efforts.
You are more than welcome, sir. Coming, Norton.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Mr. Congressman. Well, Miss Sarah, another job just about out of the way,
Only just about, sir? Looks pretty well completed to me.
Well, the political part of it is complete. I'm sure Tom will take care of the governor and the legislature. But there's one more thing's got to be done.
One more, Mr. President?
Yes, Miss Sarah, yes. On December the 16th, I'm due at Hampton Roads to review the fleet as they set sail for their trip around the world.
This Mayflower is a mighty trim little ship, Mr. President.
Yeah, she is, Victor. A worthy namesake of our doughty little ancestor.
And what do you suppose that first Mayflower and her passengers would have thought of that display out there?
Well, what do you, as Secretary of the Navy, think of it?
It's thrilling, Mr. President.
Thrilling? 16 ships of the line? Just thrilling? Magnificent, Victor. That's what they are, magnificent.
They stand to sea smartly, sir.
Well, they're the United States Navy. They're for all the world to see.
A few people, Mr. President, question their white paint.
People of small understanding, Victor. Of course they're white. White from the waterline to the main truck. Because they're a fleet for peace and not for war.
It's been a great controversy, Mr. President. I'm very happy that you've won it, sir.
Well, so am I, Victor. And let me tell you something. Here and now, a far greater achievement will have come out of this globe-circling voyage than a mere display of strength for the education of the Mikado. When those 16 ships and their 12,000 men return home, the United States will have become the first naval power and the greatest force for peace the world has ever known. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
There is no doubt about it. Here's one of the fastest-paced mystery shows around. I Love Adventure. And if you like excitement, don't miss one episode of I Love Adventure. The action begins when Detective Jack Packard gets a different assignment each week from the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Place, London. These 21 men are 21 men of every country who have joined together to help keep the world a decent place to live in by accomplishing things in a secret manner which could not be done through diplomatic channels. They hire Packard and 2 of his sidekicks to go out on a different mission every week, a mission filled with danger, action, and plenty of suspense. So if you love adventure, don't miss one episode of I Love Adventure when it's heard tonight over most of these same ABC stations. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
Well, you must have guessed it by now. The Navy left on its historic world-circling tour in 1907 and came home in 1909. And that means that Theodore Roosevelt lived in the White House then as Mr. President. Theodore Roosevelt believed that the quarrels between people sprang from misunderstanding, different cultures and different values, rather than from different race or creed. He used the fleet as a big stick in order to stop Japan from further provoking a serious issue that might have led to war. Later, of course, we did fight the Japanese. But it is the hope of all mankind today that our 2 peoples have learned that they can live in the same world in peace, the kind of peace Theodore Roosevelt sought to preserve. And incidentally, that wedding we went to in the first of our story was the marriage of 2 young and distant cousins of his, Eleanor and Franklin. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Homecoming, starring Clark Gable and Lana Turner. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. This story by Ira Marion was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Theodore Roosevelt. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Before we bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President, I want to point out that there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of Americans who have become the leaders of our country. Generation after generation of American men and women have found their greatest inspiration in the lives of the presidents of the United States. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind. People today are more interested than ever to know the intimate, interesting, and inspiring facts about the lives of their former chief executives. That's why Mr. President has rapidly caught the attention of people everywhere. For here is the program that presents human, intimate anecdotes and incidents in the careers of our presidents, woven into the rich tapestry that is the American heritage. And you, as the listener, enjoy the additional thrill of trying to identify the president in the story being told. So test your knowledge of the men who have lived in the White House by listening now for this fascinating Mr. President story. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer, and down the long hall to the president's study.
Oh, hello. Sit down, won't you? You know, most of us picture justice as blindfolded, holding the scales in her hand. But I like to think that justice really has her eyes open. It's hard enough to judge a man even when you can see. And it's just as important to find the punishment to fit the crime as it is to find a man guilty. Justice always has to consider the spirit as well as the letter of the law. For instance, there was once a man who was judged guilty. His life was at stake, and a president had to balance the scales of justice. Later on, of course, I'll tell you who that president was, but meanwhile, you may be able to guess. It was during a period of mounting diplomatic tension when we were on the verge of war. At the moment, one of the most pressing problems was the budget. A proposed tax bill was on my desk, and the Secretary of the Treasury, Oliver Wolcott, was waiting to discuss it with me.
And here are 2 more letters for you to sign, Mr. President.
Uh-huh. You think I'd better read them first, Miss Sarah?
You've just dictated them to me this morning, sir.
Oh, well, let me see. Was I in a good mood this morning?
Why, of course, in an excellent mood.
Well, then I guess I couldn't have changed my mind in the meantime. Well, there you are, Miss Sarah.
Thank you, sir. Shall I send Mr. Wolcott in?
Yes, please do. That's the most important business on the agenda today.
Very well, sir. Mr. Wolcott, the president will see you.
Thank you, Miss Sarah. Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Oliver. I've been looking over the new tax bill.
Oh, good. Mr. President, I'm sure it's the simplest and most direct way of raising the necessary funds to support the Army.
Well, I'm satisfied that it is, too, but let me see. It calls for 0.2% on every house valued from $100 to $500 on houses valued over $1,000, 2%. Well, it sounds all right. Do you think it might be a little high?
Oh, we've reduced it to the absolute minimum, sir. And you realize, of course, how imperative the tax is.
Oh, I know. I'm in complete agreement with you. But we need the money right away, and it's going to take a lot of time assessing the value of each house.
We've devised an expeditious method, sir.
Yeah?
The assessors will simply count the number and measure the size of the windows of each house.
Windows?
Yes. Houses with few and small windows will be rated lower.
Well, I guess that's fair enough. After all, the man who can afford a lot of windows in his house can afford to pay a higher tax. But just between us, Oliver, you'd better start counting windows right away before everybody starts boarding them up.
Don't worry, Mr. President. Our assessors are ready to go into the field immediately. All that is necessary to start them off is your signature.
Well, I won't hold you up any longer. Oliver.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Good day, Mr. President.
Good day, Oliver. Good day.
Good day, Miss Sarah.
Good day, Mr. Wolcott. May I see you for a moment, Mr. President?
Yes, come right in, Miss Sarah. Come right in.
I have some memoranda here from the Secretary of War and the Secretary of State, sir.
Oh, thank you. Well,
the situation is very grave, isn't it?
Oh, I'm afraid it is, Miss Sarah. We're practically at war already, and we need the money desperately. The only way we can raise it is by taxes, and more taxes. And, Miss Sarah, did you ever know anybody who wanted to pay more taxes?
Evening, Jenny.
Oh, hello, John. Come in. Sit down.
I got just a minute. Is Peter home?
Peter? John. John Freeze.
Oh, I'll be right there.
What do you think about them new taxes, Jenny?
I've got a big kettle of boiling water sitting on the back of the stove, just waiting for the first man that tries to measure my windows.
Good. Keep it boiling.
I will. Don't you worry.
Oh, how are you, John?
Hello, Peter.
Oh, excuse me, John. I got a bed for children.
Oh, yes. Well, I haven't seen you for 6 or 7 weeks, John.
I've been holding auctions upstate. Dropped over to see how you were. And what you think of them new taxes.
Taxes? I'll tell you what I think of them. They come around here collecting, I'll set my dogs on them.
Uh-huh. And what good's that going to do?
What? Well, don't tell me you're in favor of these here taxes.
I'm an auctioneer, and I like to see people spend money when they're going to get something for it.
Well, I've paid more than enough taxes already. And what am I getting for it? Don't help to grow any crops. But, John, you haven't said yet, are you for or are you against these taxes?
I'm against them, of course. They won't start raising taxes, there'll be no end to it. We've all been bled enough as it is. We won't stand for a lot of strangers poking their noses in our windows.
Yeah, but you said setting my dogs on them was no good, and why?
Well, just you alone won't do much good, Peter.
But we got to do something. We got to stop them.
Well, Peter, that's why I came here to talk to you.
Huh?
We don't have to pay them taxes if we don't want to.
Well, how? What are we going to do?
I got a plan. You and me and some of the other boys will cover 4 counties: Montgomery, Bucks, Lehigh, and Berks. And we'll get everybody to sign up, protesting the tax.
A piece of paper.
Sure, but we'll show them what we mean by that paper. We'll personally tell each and every assessor just what we think about his taxes. And if we have to, we'll run them right out of the country.
Mr. President, Senator Johns to see you.
Oh, thank you, Monsieur. Come in, Senator. Come in.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, what are you against today, Senator Johns?
I beg your pardon.
Well, when the senator from the opposition comes to visit me personally, I naturally assume that he's going to oppose me on something.
I beg to differ with you, sir.
You see what I mean?
You must admit there is one thing we agree upon, Mr. President. Arguments on a strictly partisan basis do nobody any good.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, Senator. Then I assume that you've come to agree with me on something?
Well, sir, the truth is I have come to protest.
So I wasn't wrong in the first place, eh?
Seriously, sir, you made a great mistake in approving the new tax bill.
Oh, I did?
Unquestionably. But it's not too late, sir. If you refuse to enforce it, no harm will be done.
Oh, just a minute, Senator. I happen to agree with this tax bill.
But, Mr. President, I should like to say
And not only that, even if I didn't agree with it, it's now the law of the land, and it's my duty to enforce it.
Is it your duty to cause trouble, sir?
Who said anything about trouble?
I don't know exactly what you think about the people of our country, but I think they have conducted themselves through a long period of stress and sacrifice with great courage and fortitude.
There's no doubt about it. I believe that too, Senator.
In that case, do you expect them to stand by and meekly submit to a further burden?
Burden? Senator, you seem to forget one thing. Taxes are less of a burden for the people than defeat in a war.
Provoking trouble here at home isn't going to help us in a war.
I'm afraid, Senator Johns, you aren't fully aware of just how dangerous our situation is. No matter how troublesome it may be to collect these taxes, that will be nothing compared to the kind of trouble we can expect if we don't collect them.
So you see, good people of Milford, all we had to do was to show them snooping assessors we didn't want them here, and they ran so fast the like is not all the way up to Quebec by now. Now, since we helped you folks, maybe you'll join us and help us run them out of Lehigh the same way.
Here are some reports from Pennsylvania, Mr. President. They're not very promising.
They're not, eh? Well, let me see them, Miss Sarah.
In some of the counties, there's been organized intimidation of the tax collectors.
Oh, there are always a few hotheads, Miss Sarah, but I'm confident that the majority of the people understand the necessity of this tax and will abide by the law of the land.
John, freeze.
Here I am, Peter. What's the rush?
The marshal's taken some of our men prisoners.
What?
Yes, they put them in jail over in Bethlehem.
Bethlehem? Well, what are we waiting for? Come on, Peter. Get the men together. Let's go. No, sir. Friends, listen to me. Friends, this is the 3rd day I've been out on this expedition. I had a skirmish yesterday, and if the prisoners are not released, I'll have another one today. Now, you observe that force is necessary. All right, but you must obey orders. We will not go without taking the prisoners from the jail. And these are my orders. You must not fire first. You must first be fired upon. And when I'm gone, you must do as well as you can, for I expect to be the first man that falls.
Mr. President.
Yes, Miss Sarah.
The Secretary of Treasury, Mr. Wolcott, to see you, sir.
Oh, come in, Mr. Wolcott. Come in.
Mr. President, I hope you've looked over the reports I sent you on the situation in Pennsylvania.
I have, and you know, Oliver, the resistance there is still of a local nature, but it's disturbing just the same.
Disturbing? That's an understatement, sir.
Perhaps, but Oliver, in a way, I think it's our fault. I wonder if the tax has been properly explained to those people in Pennsylvania.
My department has used every means, sir, to acquaint the public with the purposes as well as the details of the new tax.
Now, don't get excited. Don't get excited. I'm not accusing you. I'm sure you've done everything you could. Actually, I'm not too surprised that there have been complaints. Taxes are a universal complaint, aren't they?
But, Mr. President, these are no longer ordinary complaints. First, there were threats and intimidation, then violence, and then more violence. And now, sir, it's nothing less than a rebellion.
That's a strong word, Mr. Secretary.
It's a strong fact, sir. If we don't take some action now, it can get completely out of hand. It can grow into an insurrection threatening the foundations of our nation.
You really think it's as bad as that?
Mr. President, I cannot answer for the consequences unless you use the power of your office to stop John Freeze and his partisans.
Stop them? How?
With force.
Force? Are you suggesting that we send the militia against our own people?
What other choice have you, Mr. President?
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Now a word about the current Crusade for Children campaign. This campaign is being sponsored by American Overseas Aid, United Nations Appeal for Children. And in giving this project official White House endorsement, President Truman recently stated, the United States government is doing what it can to promote the economic rehabilitation of a number of countries. Through American Overseas Aid, the American people have an opportunity to back this policy with the voluntary support for private agencies which have proven their effectiveness in the field. I am convinced the American people are determined that the world's children shall have at least a chance to survive. And I know of no better way of transforming that determination into action than by supporting American Overseas Aid and the United Nations Appeal for Children. So, save a child, save the future, by giving generously today to your local Crusade for Children campaign. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Perhaps you've already guessed who the president was in this story, but don't forget, trouble over taxes is no novelty in American history, and many of our presidents have had to cope with public displeasure on this score. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which one this was. Resentment flared into repeated acts of violence in Pennsylvania, and a local incident seemed to be in danger of spreading into a national threat.
Here are the latest reports from the Secretary of Treasury, sir.
My, oh, my, they're still at it, Miss Sarah. I'm afraid Mr. Wolcott's right. The situation can get out of hand if we don't check it.
Well, it's mostly in Pennsylvania, isn't it?
Yes, I was hoping that once those people got it off their chest, they'd settle down, but they're making more of a commotion than ever, resorting to arms. Well, I hate to do it, but I'm going to have to issue a proclamation to the militia to disperse the rioters and suppress this insurrection.
Open up! In the name of the militia of the state of Pennsylvania.
Yes. What is it?
Is this the house of John Freeze?
I'm Mrs. Freeze.
We want to speak to your husband, Mrs. Freeze. Where is he?
I don't know.
Your husband is charged with a serious crime. Any attempt to conceal his whereabouts would only make you guilty as an accessory. You can be sure we'll find him anyway.
I told you I don't know where John is. Please, the children are asleep.
No use, Anna. There's no hiding from men such as these. What do they care if children are sleeping, if honest, hard-working people try to defend
John Freeze, you're under arrest.
Yes, I know. And the serious crime you talk about. Is it a serious crime for a citizen to stand up for his home, his wife, and his children? Is this a crime or a duty?
trial of John Freeze will only be a mockery of justice, Mr. President. You must do something about it.
What do you suggest I do about it?
John Freeze is being accused of treason. At the very worst, his offense, the consequence, I must add, of great provocation, amounted only to riot. John Freeze is no more guilty of treason than you or I.
You know what you're asking me to do? You're asking me to abuse my office of President of the United States and tell a court of law how they should judge a man. Senator, whether or not John Freeze is guilty of a crime, and what that crime is cannot be judged by either you or me, but only by a duly constituted court of law.
John Freeze, the crime of which you have been found guilty is treason. A crime considered in the most civilized countries in the world as the greatest crime that any man can commit. The end of all punishment is example. What remains for me is a very painful duty. It is to pronounce the judgment of the law. This court does award that you be hanged by the neck until dead. And I pray to God Almighty to be merciful to your soul.
Mr. President, I am fully aware of the fact that my pleas on behalf of John Freeze have met with little sympathy from you.
If I remember correctly, Senator Johns, you didn't ask me for sympathy. You asked me to take action.
Yes, I asked you to take action, which would have prevented an outrage against justice. You still have a chance, however, to alleviate this grievous mistake. I bring you a petition from John Freeze. He asks for mercy, Mr. President. You'll find added to this petition many other signatures of those who urge you just as earnestly as I to pardon John Freeze.
Thank you, Senator. I shall study this petition most carefully.
Sir, I would like to remind you of one other thing. John Freeze has been convicted of treason because he protested against certain taxes. Let us not forget that our own revolution was fought because we objected to what we considered an improper taxation.
I must point out to you, Senator Johns, that the cases are not entirely similar. However, I appreciate your sincere interest in this matter, and thank you very much for speaking to me as frankly as you have done. Good day, Senator Johns.
Good day, Mr. President. Good day, Mr.
Good day, Senator Johns. Mr. President, shall I send Mr. Wolcott in?
Yes, and have him come in, please, Miss Sarah.
Mr. President.
Hello, Oliver.
I am happy to report, sir, that the collection of taxes is now proceeding without any interruption.
It is, huh?
The conviction of John Freeze served its purpose as an example.
Oliver, I have here a petition from John Freeze and many of his defenders. They want me to pardon him.
Pardon? Oh, I beg you, sir, to consider this matter not as an isolated case, but as an issue of far-reaching importance to the future of our entire government.
I assure you, Mr. Secretary, that I will consider it as such. And thank you very much. Good day.
Good day, Mr. President. Good day, Miss Sarah.
Goodbye, Mr. Secretary. Mr. President,
Yes, Miss Sarah.
There's a woman outside who would like to speak to you, sir.
Oh, yes?
Her name is Mrs. John Freeze.
Mrs. John Freeze. Well, I suppose I'd better see her, Miss Sarah. Have her come in, please.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Freeze, the president will see you now.
Thank you, my dear.
Mr. President, this is Mrs. John Freeze.
How do you do, Mrs. Freeze? Won't you sit down, please?
Mr. President, I'll only take a minute of your time.
Now, please go ahead, Mrs. Freeze.
My husband has been sentenced to die.
Yes, I know.
They say that he's committed a great crime. Mr. President, I don't know what that crime is. I don't know what my husband is guilty of. I can't say whether he was right or wrong in what he did. But I can say that he did what he did because he believed in it. They call it treason, sir. I know of no man who has a greater love for his country. But then, these are all things that perhaps are beyond my understanding. One thing I do know. We have children, Mr. President. My husband is a good father. I ask you one question. Will this great country of ours gain more by taking John's life?
than will be lost by my children if their father is hanged.
You expect me to answer that question, Mrs. Fries?
Somebody should answer it, sir.
My dear lady, believe me, I understand how you must feel. But I must remind you also, I have not passed judgment upon your husband. That was done by the proper authority, a court of law. I hope you understand what I am trying to say, Mrs. Fries.
I think I do, sir. Thank you for listening to me. I'm disappointed in only one thing. I wanted someone to tell me how John could have hurt his country so much that his country would want to kill him. Goodbye, Mr. President.
Goodbye, Mrs. Fries.
Oh, Mr. President, that poor woman.
Miss Sarah, how can I be objective in this matter? You're crying, too, and I don't blame you. But I can't afford to let my emotions make a decision as important as this one.
The sentence is to be carried out Friday. There isn't much time, sir.
Yes, I know, Miss Sarah. I've got to make up my mind before the cabinet meeting on Thursday. I don't know just what Gentlemen of the cabinet, a certain domestic incident has become an issue of national importance, and it demands an immediate solution. I refer, of course, to the case of John Freed.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Wolcott.
I feel sure that I speak for the entire cabinet when I say that problem has already been satisfactorily solved.
Yes, gentlemen, I know how you feel, and I share your abhorrence to insurrection of any kind. But you must know, however, that I have been petitioned for clemency. That there are some who question the decision of the court and feel that the sentence has been unduly harsh.
Mr. President, John Freeze was convicted of the crime of treason. There is no punishment too harsh for treason.
I agree with you, Mr. Wolcott. There is no question about that. What is treason? Our Constitution says, treason shall consist in levying war against the United States or in aiding or abetting her enemies. I ask myself, has John Freeze made war upon the United States?
He has no.
There is no question but that he violated the law, but I cannot help but ask, is John Freeze a traitor? I also can't ask, what example could be exhibited to the nation by the execution of one obscure, impetuous man? Will this great country of ours gain more by taking the life of John Freeze than will be lost by his children if their father be hanged? I do not wish that the ineffectual defiance of a tax law be regarded as an example of treason. I therefore proclaim, as President of the United States of America, a full, free, and absolute pardon to John Freeze.
President.
Yes, Miss Senator.
Senator Johns is here, sir.
Oh, come in, Senator. Come in, please. I was just talking about you. Mrs. Freeze, this is Senator Johns.
Congratulations, Mrs. Freeze.
Senator, I can't tell you how grateful I am to you.
Why, thank you, Mrs. Freeze, but
The
really...
President has told me how you stood up for my husband.
Oh, well, thank you. But it was easy for me to speak up for him. But, Mrs. Freeze, I don't know whether you realize it or not. It took great courage for the President to make his decision in the face of vigorous opposition from his entire cabinet and practically his entire party.
Now, wait a minute, Senator, wait a minute. Let's leave my party out of this. The point is, if you hadn't kept after me the way you did, I might have heard only one side of the story. And I thank you for that.
You are thanking me?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's very nice and unusual. Sir.
I'm not finished yet, Senator. You can't take all the credit, you know. What really decided me was this lady here. She made me realize that John Freeze, guilty of one charge, might have become the victim of another, and that our country had more to lose than to gain by persecuting a citizen who was certainly rash, but nonetheless human. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
Among the great names of Broadway is the Theater Guild, symbol of fine and distinctive entertainment. Plays produced under the banner of the Theater Guild represent the finest in Mazda Lane. And the same high degree of showmanship and theatrical know-how is brought to its ABC radio program, Theater Guild on the Air. Every Sunday night, you have a front row seat by your radio to great dramatizations. And in case you'd like to know a few of the inside facts about Theater Guild on the Air, here are some interesting ones. During its radio career, Theater Guild on the Air has been witnessed by more than 100,000 persons. It has won more awards than any other dramatic program on the air. Don't miss Theater Guild tonight, when it's heard over most of these same ABC stations. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
The time of this story was 1798 to 1800, and the president then was John Adams. When war with France seemed imminent, the federal government endeavored to raise $2 million by a special levy, including a house tax based on the number and size of the windows. An auctioneer named John Fries led arid Pennsylvanians in armed opposition against the tax assessors. The Fries Rebellion was also called the Hot Water Rebellion, and it was so named because of the angry housewives who poured scalding water upon the heads of the tax collectors. Against the unanimous opposition of his cabinet, John Adams pardoned Fries, which, far from weakening the strength of the government, gave the people a deeper confidence in it. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Homecoming, starring Clark Gable and Lana Turner. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. This story by Milton Merlin was suggested by incidents in the administration of President John Adams. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations brings you Edward Arnold in another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
This afternoon's Mr. President story will begin in just a moment. But meantime, how extensive is your knowledge of our country's past presidents? For example, can you name the president who once sold all the White House furniture? Or the president who had a habit of bathing in the canal back of the White House? There are so many colorful anecdotes about our former chief executives that it's not surprising we find the lives of American presidents so fascinating. Perhaps it's because most of us can identify ourselves with their way of life. Their private ambitions, their relationships with their wives, children, and friends are so much like our own that we often feel their stories are our stories, too. Each week, Mr. President reveals our famous leaders as they really were, human beings whose desires and ambitions were much the same as yours and mine. Now listen to this story and see if you can name the president whom it is about. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Hello. Sit down, won't you? You know, most of this week I've been thinking of a way to describe my story. It's quite a combination. Politics, internal affairs, and even a touch of American progress south and west. And then I remembered an old American saying. It's that Missouri proverb. There's more ways than one to skin a mule. That just about sums up this story. Later on, I'll tell you who the president was, of course. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. It was a spring morning of a year that promised plenty of trouble before the snow came. I was in my office working on a message I knew Congress wouldn't like. It was a veto message. And then Miss Sarah bustled in. You know how women get when they're ripped about something. Well, that was Miss Sarah all over.
Some more papers, Mr. President.
Oh, thank you, Miss Sarah.
You're welcome, I'm sure.
Is there something on your mind, Miss Sarah?
Frankly, Mr. President, I wish you'd let me send away about half your callers. That is, if you're not going to see them, sir. I never saw an office so cluttered up as mine, and the way you keep them waiting.
Well, I take it that our Mr. Roberts of the Philadelphia Customs House is out there again. Hmm?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I can imagine demanding entrance, fuming that I've kept him waiting long enough, announcing that he won't cool his heels much longer, even in the president's waiting room. Yes, I know it.
Yes, sir, exactly.
Well, they're all pretty much alike, aren't they, Miss Sarah? Fawning and smiling when you're the president-elect. Exactly the opposite once they feel secure in their positions. Mm-hmm. All right, Miss Sarah, send them in.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Roberts, the president will see you now.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Mr. Roberts. Well, son?
I was given to understand, sir, that in any conversation, the president chooses the subject.
Even when we both know why you're here?
Apparently you know, Mr. President, and have entirely prejudged the question. As is indicated by the length of time you've kept me waiting to see you.
I realize, Roberts, that in Philadelphia the collector of customs is an important person. In the White House you are one of a number of similar office holders, and other matters may take priority.
Such as the situation in the South, sir, if I may say so.
You may not say so. I don't make it a practice of discussing matters of national policy with customs officers.
It might be to your advantage, sir, to discuss a number of things with me. I've acquired some influence
now
in
state
matters.
Your business properly, please.
Very well. I am here, as you very well know, to ask you to withdraw your order for the removal of a large number of the employees in my customs house. These people are guilty of nothing save certain political activities.
On government property and government time. Also, they happen to be incompetents you swept in from the streets of Philadelphia to give you more influence. Now, my order stands.
This blanket firing is going to look very bad in the papers.
Are you threatening me, Mr. Roberts?
If you care to take it that way.
Well, now, Roberts, I think you've done it.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow, Mr. President.
I've been very patient with you. I happen to dislike your tone, and I resent your threats. You have permitted a little power to go to your head. And I think your usefulness to the government of the United States is at an end.
Are you saying that I'm to
put it
resign?
in terms that are perhaps more familiar to you, Roberts, you're through. You're finished.
Now you've done it, Dad. Now you've really done it.
Have I, son?
Dad, you may be president, but your political acumen is certainly not of the best. Look at this newspaper.
It's a lot of newspaper. Where shall I look?
Now, here, the editorial. Now, listen. In the summary removal of Jonathan Roberts from office, the president has overstepped himself. Patronage is an accepted matter in our federal government, but when it reaches into the customs house...
A Philadelphia paper?
Yes, sir.
I thought so. Which party?
Our own, sir.
I'm not surprised.
I don't understand it, Dad. What do they want?
My scalp, son, and my job. Our old friend Senator Carter and the gentleman from Kentucky is particularly interested.
Well, you'll defend yourself, of course, Dad.
Defend? Oh, I don't think so. You see, in politics as in war, the best defense is an attack, and at the proper time.
Then you have made plans?
No, not quite. The first move is Senator Carter's. These newspaper attacks are merely opening skirmishes. I understand that Senator Carter is about to withdraw from the Senate to campaign publicly for the nomination that rightfully is mine, in my own party. Once he does that, well, We shall see, son. We shall see.
My friends, in announcing my retirement from the Senate, and without meaning at this time to say whether on any or on whom reproaches for the sad condition of the country should fall, I appeal to the Senate and to the world to bear testimony to the truth that no blame can justly attach to me. And now, Mr. President of the Senate and Senators, I bid you all a long, a lasting, and a friendly farewell.
The colossal nerve of the man, without meaning at this time to say whether on any or on whom reproaches
More
should
coffee,
fall.
son?
No, thanks. Look here, Dad, how long are
Coffee,
you...
Miss Sarah?
No, thank you, sir.
John, I think you should look in on your mother. She's feeling badly again.
Yes, Dad. But I still think the time has come...
What kind of a presidential household is this anyway tonight? My wife is ill, my son badgering me into action, my secretary silent as a grave. Well, almost that silent.
Mr. President, it upsets me to see you the target of so many unjust attacks.
Thank you for the unjust, Miss Sarah. I see by the papers, John, that I am now guilty of nepotism.
What?
Your job in the land office. Blair of the Globe was very vehement about it.
But every president before you was appointed a son or a nephew or some relative to that job.
I know. Undoubtedly, I shall hear more of this.
From Senator Carter, no doubt.
No doubt.
Mr. President, aren't you going to reply? A public speech, a statement to the papers?
The president cannot, or at least should not, engage in acrimonious debate with a senator or a private citizen, no matter how prominent.
But it's not fair, sir. You're attacked. But you can't answer.
Unfortunate, but true.
Aren't you going to do anything, sir?
You're not fooling us, Dad. We know what all this is doing to you inside.
I intend to have myself nominated for the presidency.
But Senator Carter...
On a third-party ticket.
What?
Dad, you'll be committing political suicide.
Will I? Well, look at the situation, son. Senator Carter is sure of the nomination in the party of which I happen to be a member. Mark Vandervetter controls our opposition. I can't hope to be nominated there. I'm political dead as of this moment. And dead men don't commit suicide.
But, Mr. President, no third-party candidate has ever been elected.
I know that, Miss Sarah.
Well, then why, sir? Why are you planning this?
Yes, sir. Why?
Well, let me say it as simply as possible. First, there is little choice between Carter and Vandervetter. Agreed?
Yes, sir.
Therefore, if my name is on the ballot, the people will at least have some choice in candidates and policies.
Your policies are so right, sir. I hate to see them turned inside out.
I believe they are right, Miss Sarah. Above all, I think I'm sure my ideas on the situation in the South are the only solution to that problem. The growth of this country is inevitable and must be encouraged in every way possible. And the only way I can think of to make sure my policies are acted upon is a third party.
But if you won't be elected in any case, Mr. President, how can you make sure your policies are continued?
That, Miss Sarah and John, is where politics as they are played in the United States enters the picture. And by way of political experiment, I'm going to see just how far a third party will go in this country.
Mr. Randolph and Mr. Mayhew, sir.
Well, gentlemen, it is good to see you.
You're looking well, Mr. President.
Never better, sir. Well, physically, I feel fine. Emotionally, well, you two know me well enough to understand.
Mr. President, when we get through in Baltimore, you'll feel perfect.
We've had promises of hundreds of delegates, sir, from all over the country. They'll represent thousands who couldn't come.
Well, I want to be sure of one thing, Randolph, that every state and every county is represented at the Baltimore Convention. It's the only way to make people believe we mean business with this new party.
We won't convene until every section of the nation is there.
Yes, come in.
Mr. President, there's an unscheduled visitor. Senator Carter is outside.
Carter? Oh, a farewell call, no doubt.
I think so, sir.
Well, I'll see him right away. Mayo, Randolph, keep in touch with me from Baltimore, and good luck. And bless you both for a pair of loyal friends.
Thank you, sir.
We're with you all the way, Mr. President.
Thank you, and use the other door, please. We don't want my caller to confirm the suspicions which brought him here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Well, now, Miss Sarah, shall we permit our senatorial Daniel to beard the lion in his den?
If you say so, Mr. President. Senator Carter, will you come in, please?
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. President.
Senator?
Shall we come directly to the point, Mr. President?
Why not, Senator?
Very well. I have called to see you for the sole purpose of protesting the confusion you've caused and are causing on the political scene. This third-party convention in Baltimore. The people, sir, no longer know what to believe or think.
Isn't that exactly the condition you want the people to be in, Senator?
Mr. President, if you persist, we'll see to it that you're finished politically when your term in office is over.
I am all too aware, Senator, that the party of which we are both currently members has no intention of nominating me for re-election. But that, Senator, is of little consequence in comparison to the Southern matter and its importance to the safety and welfare of this nation. This may seem strange talk to you, Senator, but I happen to be a man who loves his country and is loyal to his friends. It is quite clear to me that in this case, country transcends politics and political power as well as self-interest, even to the extent of losing the presidency.
In all my years in politics, I've never heard such nonsense, except on the Speaker's platform. Frankly, Mr. President, you're a new type of man to me.
Senator, any time hereafter that you are puzzled by my actions, think back to this statement. It is the guiding philosophy of my life. Country before politics. The nation and the people before personal glory. And, Senator, this may cost me the presidency, but may I point out to you, sir, that you have not been elected as yet. I believe it is unwise to plan the occupation of a new residence before you have signed the lease, even occupation of the White House, Senator.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Have you invested in the security loan drive now underway throughout the country? Security bond sales are of vital importance in the Treasury's management of the public debt, the nation's current battle against price inflation, and for the future welfare of the man in the street, the worker with good income, and the farmer whose profits are now at unprecedented levels. That is why it is so important for each and every one of us to buy as many security bonds as we can afford during this security loan drive. Security bonds are savings bonds, the same bond that pays $4 for every 3 invested at the end of the bond's maturity. The money you invest in bonds today will bring you retirement incomes, new homes, and funds for vacations and leisure time tomorrow. Remember, too, America's security is your security. So save U.S. security bonds the easy, automatic way where you work or where you bank. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Perhaps you've already guessed who the president was in this story, but strange as it may seem in the light of present-day happenings, several presidents have been faced with a third-party problem. Later on, I'll tell you which one this was. My friends gathered at Baltimore. Frankly, I was sorry I had to miss the incident, but the tactics that I outlined to Randolph and Mayhew were carried through to their logical conclusion when Randolph rose before a cheering crowded convention hall and he said,
"Order! Order, please! Will the convention come to order so the next speaker can be recognized?"
My friends, my good friends, may I have your attention for just a few moments? I have been given the privilege of a great honor. I will not bore you with details. You know the issues. You know that the future of our nation is at stake in our deliberations here in this convention hall. Therefore, I accept the honor, and I take the privilege, in the name of this new and vital political party, of placing in nomination the name of the man we all honor and respect, the name of the man who is our friend, the name of the man who is now and must remain for the next 4 years the President of the United States.
Yes, come in.
Mr. President, you have a visitor, sir.
No?
The chairman of the National Committee of the Opposition Party.
No. Well. By the way, Miss Sarah, which opposition? We have two opposing parties, you know.
Indeed, I do know. 2 parties and 100 newspapers, all against you.
Which opposition, Miss Sarah?
It's R.J. Walker, sir.
Mark Vanderventer's party, huh? Well, now. I think we'll see him.
Yes, sir. I don't know. This sort of thing never happened before. Mr. Walker, you may come in now.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning. Welcome to the White House, Walker. It's been a long time.
It has that, sir. I don't believe we've spoken since you withdrew from our party to become a candidate for vice president.
And look at me now. Can you say honestly that your party would have made me chief executive?
Well, after the beating we took when you were elected, honestly, no.
Well, Walker?
May I be blunt, sir?
My cards are on the table. Where are yours?
Sir, it's Senator Carter you're electing with this third party of yours.
Am I, Walker?
Mr. President, what are the chances of you withdrawing from the race?
Oh, so it's come to that, has it?
Frankly, yes. Is there anything that might change your thinking, sir?
There are certain conditions which might affect my thinking, Walker.
Such as?
First and foremost, no nomination for Mark Vanderventer.
Well, Mr. President, he's the most prominent member of our party.
Would you like to think this out, Walker?
Well, well, can you give me any word to take back to the party, sir?
Oh, you know better than that. It's your move completely.
You make this very difficult, Mr. President.
Well, you can't win without me, Walker, and you know it.
You play a hard game, sir.
When I believe the future of our country is at stake, I always play a hard game, and I play to win.
Dad, how much longer are you going to keep this up?
Keep what up, son?
This third party idea. Everybody's going crazy.
It might be a good idea. They're putting pressure on you, are they, son?
Everybody seems to think because I'm your son, I know what you really intend to do.
And, of course, you don't.
Honest, Dad, sometimes I think the closer people are to you, the less they know about what's going on in your mind. Miss Sarah, have you seen this letter? It's from the ex-president asking Blair of the Globe to stop attacking Father. Listen. Hail the president and his supporters. Welcome to the support of the great Democratic cause to aid in the defeat of Carter and his party.
Where did you get that?
Delivered by messenger with a note, show this to your father.
For heaven's sake, what next, I wonder?
Now, see here, Mayhew. You and your confounded third party are disrupting everything the president has ever stood for.
Are we, Walker?
You're electing Carter, and you know what that means.
I happen to believe that the president can be reelected on our ticket. There have been popular revolutions by ballot before, you know.
Nonsense. Both you and the president know it.
What do you want me to do?
Persuade him to withdraw. We've called up the press. We've intimated that Vanderventer's nomination is blocked. What more does he want?
Frankly, I don't know. But I'll ask the president the next time I get in to see him.
What more can I do, Mr. Randolph?
Have patience, Mr. Walker.
What is he, a sphinx?
Some people think that fox is the better word.
You must have some idea of his intentions.
Well, the president intends to run on our third-party ticket.
But he can't do that. He'll ruin everything. He'll elect Carter.
Patience, Mr. Walker. What would you like me to do?
Get me in to see him. I've tried Mayhew, and he makes jokes. I've talked to his son. He shrugs his shoulders and looks mysterious.
How about Miss Sarah?
That woman. The president is very busy, Mr. Walker. I've got to see him, Randolph. Do something about it, will you?
Walker's been in to see me again, Donald.
3 times in 2 days. Me, too.
What did you tell him?
That the president's intentions are as much a mystery to us as they are to him. He doesn't believe that, but it happens to be true.
Well, I think we'll know tomorrow.
At last?
At last. Miss Sarah sent word. The president wants to see us, and right after us, friend Walker has an appointment.
Good. Oh, but I'd hate to be in Walker's shoes tomorrow.
'Walker, I'm sorry I couldn't get to see you before this.
So am I, sir.
I've given quite some thought to your suggestions, Walker.
Thank you, sir.
My son showed me the ex-president's letter to Blair. I'm assuming John received it through you?
He may have.
Thank you for calling off the newspapers.
Fair is fair, Mr. President.
In politics, too? Well,
Sir.
How about the guarantees I asked for?
You have them, sir. Mark Vanderventer will not be nominated, and your friends will be welcomed back into our party.
Yes, that's very good. I wonder now, are you prepared to go a step or two farther?
Well, how much, Father?
Well, you know how strongly I feel about that southern situation. The United States must not be confined to its present boundaries. Now, if you were to permit me to write that particular plank in our platform, and then perhaps to select the man who will implement that plank...
Mr. President, when you said you play the game the hard way, you made a clear understatement.
Politics in a democracy, Walker. Well, it's your turn to make a decision.
And I haven't very much choice, have I?
Well, frankly, I hate to be in your spot right now.
Yes, I agree with you. All right, you shall have your plank. And your candidate is?
James Powers. You know how completely Jimmy agrees with my position on most matters?
Agreed. And you will announce your withdrawal?
Frankly, I'll have to talk that over with my friends first. They've been to considerable expenditures of time and money, you see.
Yes, of course, I can see that.
And now if I could take them further assurances, say that their positions in the government are secure, and if Jimmy is elected, they will receive equal treatment with your present party members, Well, if I can take those promises to my friends, I think my final decision might be swayed. Yes, I just think it might. Well, good morning. Good morning. I see my friends, my son and Miss Sarah, my most ardent supporters and my two severest critics.
Mr. President. Made up your mind, Dad?
Wait, easy now, not all of you at once, if you please.
Yes, sir.
Well, I do want you to listen. I've written this letter, which I propose with your approval to release to the newspapers at once. And since our Mr. Walker has seen fit to agree to all my terms, here it is. To my friends throughout the Union, when the hand of the Lord touched my illustrious predecessor, and I found myself suddenly the chief executive of a great nation, I tried to approach my responsibilities with humility and all the earnestness and sense of duty of which I was capable. Historians will record the facts. Let them decide between myself and my enemies. As for my friends, let it be recorded here and now that I deeply and honestly appreciate their high motives and their great self-sacrifice in nominating me. I know that their only expectation in creating a third party was the vindication of my character and the support of my administration. However, my objectives for the nation now seem secure. With that accomplished, I feel my only course is to withdraw as a candidate for the high office which I now hold and to offer my support to the candidacy of my good friend, James Powers.
Mr. President.
Dad, it's all wrapped up.
I take it you have news of the election.
Have we news on the election? Tell him, Miss Sarah, tell him.
The latest results have just come in.
Returns, Miss Sarah, returns. Elections never have results, only returns. The results come after the winners have been at work for a while.
Yes, sir. The returns are in, sir. From Pennsylvania.
No. Well.
Pennsylvania has gone for Mr. Powers, sir, and Senator Carter has conceded the election.
Congratulations, Dad.
Oh, yes, and there's a message from Mr. Walker. He says Mr. Powers would have lost the state but for your support.
Mm-hmm. So now it's over.
And you've won, Dad. The Southern matter will be handled your way. Your friends are protected.
This must be a source of great satisfaction to you, Mr. President.
More than you both realize, perhaps. And now, John, I think it's time to go upstairs and visit with your mother. She'll want to know the good news, too. Miss Sarah, will you take over, please?
Yes, sir.
Right with you, Dad.
You know, Miss Sarah, there's one thing about this president business. It's all right to keep the president's callers waiting, but never the president's wife. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It did really happen, you know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
What does this word mean to you? Adventure. Does it make you think of excitement, of daring, of the unsuspected? If so, then here's the radio show for you. I Love Adventure. Every Sunday over most of these ABC stations, I Love Adventure brings you 30 fast-moving minutes. The action gets underway when Detective Jack Packard gets an assignment from the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Place, London. These 21 men come from different countries, but they have one purpose in common, to help keep the world a decent place to live in. And to accomplish this, they hire Packard and two of his friends to go out on different missions every week, missions that entangle them with adventure. So don't miss today's I Love Adventure program when it's heard over most ABC stations. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
Well, I wonder now. Have you guessed who the president was in today's story? With his third party and his political intrigues? Let me tell you. The president was John Tyler, who became chief executive when Benjamin Harrison died in office 1 month after his inauguration in 1841. Mark Vanderventer and James Powers were Martin Van Buren and James Polk. And Senator Carter was that great orator from Kentucky, Henry Clay. That southern matter was the annexation of the state of Texas, later achieved by James Polk, John Tyler's protege. So you see, President Tyler did demonstrate that there is more than one way to skin a mule. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Homecoming, starring Clark Gable and Lana Turner. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. This story by Ira Marion was suggested by incidents in the administration of President John Tyler. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Our Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment. But meanwhile, I'd like to say a word about the generations of American men and women who have found their greatest inspiration in the lives of the presidents of the United States. To Americans, there are no more stirring stories in the world than the stories of the men who have become the leaders of their country. Their deeds are direction pointers for the American mind. Now, for the first time in radio history, the American Broadcasting Company takes listeners behind the White House reception rooms and ballrooms glittering with gold braid and famous personalities into the privacy of the breakfast room and study where presidents are shown as individuals with human doubts, laughter, love, and faith. Mr. President is true biography built around the men who filled America's highest office. We invite you to listen now for our story of Mr. President. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Oh, hello. Sit down, won't you? You know, it would be much easier for all of us if we could always do what we believe is the right thing to do, without hesitation, without compromise, without humiliation. But too often it doesn't work out that way, and sometimes we have to weigh our strongest convictions and loyalties against circumstances. Yes, sometimes we have to choose between two evils to save something we believe is good. A president had to make such a difficult choice once, but later on, of course, I'll tell you who that president was. Meanwhile, you may be able to guess. It was during a time when the financial integrity of our nation was in grave peril. I had already taken certain measures with limited success. I had not won a victory, only an armistice. And I knew that another trial of strength was inevitable.
Here are some more letters for you to sign, Mr. President, but there's no hurry.
Thank you, Miss Sarah. Thank you. Excuse me, Miss Sarah, what did you say?
Well, just some letters for you to sign, but they can all wait until morning, sir.
Mm-hmm. All right. I'll take care of them a little later. Thank you, Miss Sarah.
Mr. President, don't you think...
You sent word to the Secretary of the Treasury. I wanted to see him tonight, didn't you?
Well, yes, sir, I did. Mr. Carlyle should be here at any moment.
Good. As if you ever slipped up on a thing like that. Look, Miss Sarah, why don't you call it a day?
Oh, I've got a lot of things to catch up on, sir.
And if you stayed up all night, you'd still have more. Do you want to force me to issue a proclamation to get you to keep decent hours?
No, sir. I'll go quietly. But what about you, sir? You've been pacing this room for the past hour.
I have? Well, yes, I guess I have. Miss Sarah, I've been looking for the end of an endless chain.
Endless chain?
Oh, just a figure of speech, Miss Sarah.
Excuse me,
Surely.
Good evening, Miss Sarah.
Oh, hello, Mr. Carlyle. The President is waiting for you.
Oh, come in, John. Miss Sarah.
Yes, Mr. President.
This is an official order. No more working for you tonight.
Very well. Good night,
Good
sir.
night.
Good night, Mr. Carlyle.
Good night, Miss Sarah. I couldn't get here sooner, sir. I've had my department working overtime.
Well, John, how does it stand?
The gold reserve has dropped to $70 million.
Still falling. Won't it ever stop?
Not as long as gold is being exported or hoarded, or being drained to pay out for legal tender. And the worst of it is the free silver men are encouraging all this.
Yes, and any day now I expect Silver Byron to come here and offer to pick the pieces up, huh? I could just hear him. Sir, be all and end all is silver. Change the gold standard to silver and all the problems of the world are solved at once. Yes.
Congressman Byron has powerful support, especially in the South and West.
Not to mention a few silver mine owners. One thing you can be sure of, John, they won't miss a chance to force us off the gold standard. And if we don't replenish our gold reserve, we'll be at their mercy.
I realize that, sir. I've used every means at my disposal to try to maintain a safe margin. I thought our recent bond issue might tide us over.
John, we've got to try another bond issue.
But, Mr. President...
What else can we do? We're already down to $70 million. Unless we have at least $100 million in reserve, our treasury... Well, that means our country is in real trouble.
Yes, I know. Anything can happen.
Then I suggest that we offer another issue of 5% 10-year bonds, $50 million to be on the safe side. We sell for gold, and the bonds will be redeemable in coin.
Very well, sir. But you know the resistance to coin payment. Everybody wants gold.
I know, but we must proceed under the law, John, and that's the law unless Congress changes it. I'm sure that with the support from the bankers, the public will gladly buy these bonds.
In that case, I'd better speak to Munson.
Yes, Munson. King Moneybags himself. I guess you'd better talk to him. But, John, remember one thing. That government cannot, regardless of any public purpose, identify itself with private business or speculation. Just tell Mr. Munson that all his money won't be worth much if the United States Treasury collapses.
Mr. Carlyle, this is all vastly interesting. But tell me, why does the President insist on doing things the hard way?
Hard way, Mr. Munson?
You know as well as I do, if the government bonds were payable in gold, you'd have no trouble at all selling them. But everybody suspects payment in coin. What if the government chose to pay in depreciated silver?
Mr. Munson, the government's only interested in preserving a sound fiscal policy, not in making a profit from the purchases of its bonds.
Then I suggest, sir, that the government could save itself the possibility of embarrassment and failure if it arranged a confidential, that is, private negotiation with the banking syndicate. It would be very easy to market your bonds in that manner.
The President believes, and I agree with him, that a public issue open to all bidders will restore confidence in our Treasury.
Naturally, he expects the cooperation of the banks.
Naturally. The issue is plain. The Treasury's in trouble. Well, that concerns me, too. Now, mind you, Carlyle, I still disagree with the president and his procedure. However, under the circumstances, I will support your bond issue.
Thank you, Mr. Munson.
Thank me? For what?
Mr. President.
Yes, Miss Sarah.
Here are the final figures from the Treasury Department, sir. Mr. Carlyle just sent them over.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've sold almost 59 million. And we weren't sure we'd dispose of 50 million.
That's wonderful, Mr. President. With the bond issue a success, the crisis is over.
For the moment, yes, Miss Sarah.
Well, you don't sound very happy about it,
Oh,
sir.
of course, I'm pleased, but I'm not deceiving myself. I'm afraid the endless chain will start moving faster than ever now.
You never did explain to me what you mean by the endless chain.
Or call it a vicious circle if you want. You see, we've been trying to borrow gold faster than it's being drained from the Treasury. But now that we have more gold again, more people will want to redeem it for their pieces of paper. And so we'll have to issue more paper money to defray our expenses. And that means we'll need more reserve gold.
Endless.
Endless. We've got to face it, Miss Sarah. We're running at a deficit. And I don't know how we can get back on our feet unless I can persuade Congress to change existing fiscal provisions and grant the Secretary of Treasury more power to protect the gold reserve.
Well, what kind of power would he need, sir?
The best way we can build up large gold credits, Miss Sarah, is to issue gold bonds. What we need is an act pledging the government to repay its bonds specifically in gold.
Byron, but it seems certain that the president's going to ask Congress to authorize gold bonds.
Well, Larson, he could ask for the moon, too. That doesn't mean he's going to get it, does it? No, wait a minute. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. The moon's silver.
Oh.
If he did ask for the moon, we'd let him have it, wouldn't we?
Well, there's no chance of him changing his mind on silver, you know that.
Well, there's always a chance anybody will change his mind if he has to, even the president. And with the government in the red and the gold vanishing from the Treasury, I think he'll see reason before long, especially with all the outstanding notes to embarrass him. After all, with free silver coinage, all his worries and ours will be over. So you see, Larson, it doesn't look bad. Not bad at all.
It looks bad, Miss Sarah. Very bad.
The endless chain?
Worse
again?
than ever. The faster it goes, the more it squeezes. The last loan tided us over for 10 months. This time it's only taken 10 weeks for all the gold to disappear from the Treasury.
Why such a rush to redeem government bonds?
Fear, Miss Sarah. Lack of confidence in our Treasury. You know, the first thing a depositor does in a panic is to make a run on the bank. Well, if you have just bought a government bond and you're not sure that the government will be able to pay off in full value, you cash it in right away.
But on the other hand, if everybody kept his bond, he'd be in much less danger.
That's right. But don't blame the ordinary subscriber. Congress hasn't made any move to help the situation, and the bankers themselves have taken flight. Last month alone, they set a record of withdrawing over $43 million of gold. That doesn't inspire much confidence, does it?
Well, I can't believe it's all deliberate, sir, since everybody depends on a stabilized treasury.
Yeah, I don't believe anybody is deliberately trying to wreck the country, Miss Sarah. Who wants a panic? How will it help the bankers or the proponents of free silver? The trouble is, they're both so blinded by their special interests, they can't see that they threaten the general welfare.
Now they've forced you into the middle so that whatever happens, it's on your shoulders.
I don't mind the responsibility if I had the authority. If there were only some way to spot the flight of gold. If there were only... Miss Sarah, send for the Secretary of Treasury right away, would you please?
Believe me, Mr. President, I've explored every possibility. I frankly confess I don't know the answer.
Who does, John? Oh, yes, there are a lot of answers, but what is the right one? How much have we in the reserve now?
It's reached a new low point, sir. $45 million.
45 million?
There's no sign of withdrawals diminishing either. Why, a few large demands for sums of gold could cause...
John, we could talk all night and every day and night. And while we're talking, the Treasury could evaporate into zero. We have no time to talk. We've got to act. We've got to get out another bond issue at once.
And even if it's successful, how long are we safe? The more gold we get, the faster it leaves the treasury.
I don't care. I don't care how many times we have to do it. We've got to replenish the gold reserve whenever and as often as it becomes necessary.
I'm convinced of that, too, sir. But don't forget the trouble we had convincing Munson and the bankers on the last one.
I haven't forgotten. Believe me, I haven't. We'll probably have even more resistance this time. But this is an emergency. And this time we'll try to get Congress to authorize the issue of gold bonds.
Gold bonds?
Yes. That will please the bankers and the public subscribers, too. John, our job is to convince the Congress that we must sell bonds payable specifically in gold.
Mr. President, I've just heard what your plans are.
Oh, have you, Congressman Byron?
Bonds and more bonds, all payable in gold. Do you know what you're doing?
I think so, Mr. Byron.
You're completely wrecking the financial structure of this country.
There happens to be an emergency. You know that as well as I do.
Yes, an emergency manufactured out of your inflexible policy of a single standard of gold.
I'm not talking about policy. I'm talking about our national treasury falling.
It won't fall, not if you face the true facts. The reserve has dropped far below the danger point.
And you think you can save it with silver?
Somebody's got to save it or the whole country faces disaster. In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
If you're not interested in a job with a long-range future, then what I'm going to say in the next minute isn't going to interest you. But if you're like most people who plan now for that tomorrow, and if you're a young woman between 17 and 35, here's something you might want to think about. The field of nursing offers one of the most promising careers any woman could enter. A graduate nurse is always in demand. She may enter many fields, the armed forces, airline services, or the public health services. While you're taking the 3-year training course, you divide your time between classwork and nursing practice. In many cases, hospital training is supplemented by studies in college classes, laboratories, and public health. So, if you want a job that looks to the future, why not apply for admission to a school of nursing? Further information can be obtained from your nearest hospital. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You've already guessed who the president was in this story. But don't forget our Treasury has suffered a deficit several times in the past, and many of our presidents have had to face the gold versus silver controversy. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which one this was. I was greatly alarmed about the financial state of the nation, and I had a good reason to be. I had presented a special message to Congress proposing necessary financial reforms, but the free silver men seized advantage of the perilous situation.
Mr. Speaker. The congressman from Missouri, Mr. Byron.
Gentlemen of the House, you have heard the President's special message, or shall I say ultimatum, to this Congress. Yes, gentlemen, the President of the United States has issued a declaration of war against silver. The President says there is an emergency. The Treasury has obligations. All right, then. Why doesn't it pay these obligations in silver? The Treasury has ample supplies of silver. Well, then I ask you, what is the emergency? Why must we throw fear into the hearts of our people for the love of gold?
Miss Sarah, did you read Byron's speech to Congress?
Yes, sir. He said you love gold. Well, he loves silver.
Well, that's very good, Miss Sarah, very good. Only he took an hour to say the same thing. And what's more, they listened to him.
They say Mr. Byron always makes a great speech.
I guess he believes in what he says, too. I can't condemn a man for expressing his opinion, but when he uses his own country's imminent disaster as a platform for his own project, well, he must be wrong from the start and all the way through.
Unfortunately, sir, Congress was more impressed by his eloquence than his logic.
You mean lack of it. And do you know what it's doing? Miss Sarah, it's pushing me into the banker's camp. I'd better have the Secretary of the Treasury listen to their proposition.
I'm sure the
banking syndicate realizes just how precarious our position is, Mr. President. But Munson drives a hard bargain.
When you've got something somebody else needs desperately, John, it's easy to drive a hard bargain. What are the terms?
He offers to take bonds paying 3 3/4% to the syndicate up to $50 million.
But he knows we need at least $100 million to stabilize our reserve.
He knew that before I told him.
And the interest rate he demands is higher than another government bond.
He wouldn't budge a penny, sir.
And those outrageous terms are the reward for dealing privately with him. Is that it? Well, we won't do it, John. Send him a rejection at once and tell him that I believe more than ever in the public bond issues. And I'll keep on going to the public for help.
Very well, sir. Good day, Mr. President.
Good day, John. And John, don't mince words with Munson, will you?
I won't.
Thank you.
Good day, Miss Sarah.
Good day, Mr. Secretary. Mr. President.
Yes, Miss Sarah.
Congressman Byron would like to see you, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Send him in, please.
Congressman, will you come in, please?
Thank you, Miss Sarah. Good morning, Mr. President.
Oh, hello, Congressman. Thank you for saving me the trouble. I was going to send for you.
Oh? Well, Mr. President, I was sure you would eventually want to consult with me.
Now, don't misunderstand me, Mr. Byron. I don't want to talk about silver.
What then, sir?
Have you any idea about the seriousness of our financial problem?
Indeed I have, sir, and what's more, I have the answer.
Silver, I suppose?
Yes, sir, silver.
That wasn't hard to guess, was it?
There isn't a single monetary problem, sir, that could not be completely solved by the free coinage of silver. We have unlimited resources, which, if we availed ourselves of them, would bring prosperity to the entire country.
We've gone over all that before, Congressman. And you know I disagree with you.
But, Mr. President...
Mind you, I have nothing against silver. I understand it makes a very satisfactory filling for teeth.
Mr. President...
But that doesn't prove it will serve for money standard.
What about gold, sir? Where is your adherence to the gold standard leading you? To disaster, that's where.
Because you and your supporters are blocking every effort to make the necessary fiscal reforms. That's just what I want to talk to you about.
And who are your supporters, Mr. President? The bankers. Apparently, you would rather make a deal with them to prove a point than change your policy and save the country.
And you will have your free silver even if you have to wreck the country to get it. Is that it?
On the contrary, sir, as you may soon learn.
I may learn what?
I have good reason to believe, sir, that very shortly you will come to us. In fact, you will have no other choice.
I will have no other... Good day, Mr. Byron.
Please do not hesitate to call upon me.
Good day, Mr. Byron.
Good day, Mr. President. Thank you, Miss Sarah. Lovely day, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. Goodbye, Congressman.
Miss Sarah, would you come in, please?
Yes, sir. What was he so pleased about, Mr. President?
I was just thinking about the same thing, Miss Sarah. Well, whatever it is, I'm not amused. I want you to send word to the Secretary of Treasury immediately. Tell him I'd like to see Munson here in the White House.
Mr. Munson here, sir?
Yes, Miss Sarah. If you want to buy some chops or steaks, where would you go?
Why, to the butcher's, of course.
But if you want to buy great quantities of beef, you'd have to go to the biggest butcher, wouldn't you?
Well, I suppose I would.
Well, we need a lot of gold, so I guess I'll have to go to the biggest bankers.
I have repeatedly told Mr. Carlyle here, Mr. President, I am positive that it will be absolutely impossible for you to secure the necessary gold by a public bond issue.
Yes, Mr. Carlyle has reported your views fairly. Now go on, Mr. Munson, if you please.
The government must borrow gold from abroad. That is, the gold obtained for its bonds must be imported from outside so that it won't be promptly redeemable for legal tender.
Well?
I will undertake to get this gold, provided it is left in my hands. And if I succeed, that you will make a private contract for the gold.
You know, of course, how I feel about such private contracts.
I also know that an immediate supply of gold from Europe is the only means of averting panic and widespread disaster.
And your terms, sir?
The syndicate will furnish 3.5 million ounces of gold, or about $65 million worth. Half or more of it to come from Europe. In exchange for $62 million in 4% bonds. At 104.5 to the syndicate.
That will yield an interest of 3 3/4%.
That's correct, Mr. Carlyle.
Mr. Munson, is that the best offer you can make to save the country?
I am offering you a sound guarantee of delivery of a certain amount of gold. I can only make this offer on terms which will protect my investors from unreasonable risks.
Well, I guess I'll have to take risks if you won't. I'll have to go back to the public and Congress and act. Yes?
I'm sorry, Mr. President, but Congressman Byron insists on seeing you for a moment,
You
sir.
told him I was in conference?
Yes, sir, but he says it's urgent. He has information of great importance.
Mr. President, if you want, I think I can tell you what Silver Byron wants to see you about.
You can?
I assume you know that there is now less than $9 million in gold in the New York sub-treasury?
Yes, I know that.
You may not know, however, and I surmise that Mr. Byron has just made the discovery that there is one check outstanding for $12 million.
$12 million? John, did you know that?
Well, yes, I just found that out myself. I was including it in my new survey.
$12 million.
Mr. President, if that check is presented today, all is over.
Thank you, Mr. Munson. You needn't labor the point any further. Miss Sarah, please tell Congressman Byron that I have no desire whatever to speak to him.
Very well, sir.
Now, let's see, Mr. Munson. Just what is your offer?
I'm much obliged to you, Mr. Cornell, for allowing me to witness this little transaction.
Yeah, no, we're the ones obliged to you, Congressman Byron, for advising us about the appalling deficit in the sub-treasury. Each day means a greater loss for us, you know.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
Yes, I would like to speak to the comptroller, please.
I am he.
Oh, very well. My name is Cornell. I represent the corporation holding this draft in the sub-treasury for $12 million.
Oh, yes. How do you do, Mr. Cornell?
My board of directors have decided to turn the note in for gold, sir.
I see. Well, if you'll just be seated, sir, it will take a moment or two. I will have armed guards accompany you on a return trip, of course.
You mean you are able to cash this draft?
I beg your pardon, sir?
But I thought that...
Oh, you're Congressman Byron, aren't you?
Yes.
I had been told to expect a visit from you, Congressman. I was also advised to reassure you about the gold reserve in this sub-treasury. We can cover your check.
Well, Congressman.
Cornell, if you don't mind, I think I'll take a walk.
And then Miss Sarah, and then he said he'd take a walk.
I'm afraid I'd have done the same under the circumstances, Mr. President.
If I could have only seen Byron's face, I'll bet it wasn't the color of silver. You know, he thought he held a club over my head, and it proved lesser than a toothpick. And not even a silver toothpick, eh?
Well, you'll have to admit, sir, he did hold a club over you for a while.
Yes, he did, Miss Sarah. So did Munson. And that wasn't very comfortable either. You know, making a deal with Munson was the hardest thing I ever had to do. Nobody enjoys giving up or giving in when you really believe in your position. But sometimes you have to sustain a humiliating defeat in order to win the final victory. After all, Miss Sarah, our country is more important than my particular policy, Silver Barnes's faith in a certain metal, or even Mr. Munson's money. Well, you've probably guessed by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know. And I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
From the list of great names on Broadway come the illustrious stars you'll hear every Sunday night when it's time for ABC's outstanding dramatic series, Theater Guild on the Air. The formula for this show that is ranked among the top in awards is basic but expert. Take a successful play, adapt it for radio, keeping the spirit and mood of the day intact, cast it with actors who know their work, then put the whole working script under talented directors. So don't be late when the curtain goes up tonight on Theater Guild on the Air, heard over most of these ABC stations. For the three bests, best plays, best actors, and best presentation, hear Theater Guild on the Air. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
time of this story was 1894 and 1895, and the president then was Grover Cleveland. Caught between the demands of the Free Silver men, led principally by William Jennings Bryan, whom we call Silver Byron, and the bankers, led by J.P. Morgan, called Mr. Munson in this story, President Cleveland did yield a position in order to win a greater security. He made a bargain, but the stakes were great. And he did get the gold through the good offices of J.P. Morgan, which saved the Treasury in a time of grave crisis. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Homecoming, starring Clark Gable and Lana Turner. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. This story by Milton Merlin was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Grover Cleveland. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
In just a moment, Edward Arnold will step into his role as Mr. President. But right now, I'd like to ask you how many of our country's past presidents you can identify. For example, do you know how many presidents have held office? Are you familiar with the major events that took place during the terms of James Monroe or Theodore Roosevelt? Well, each week, Mr. President brings to life tense and gripping moments in the life of one of our former chief executives, moments that most history books do not record. And you, as the listener, enjoy the thrill of trying to identify the president each week. Mr. President gives you the opportunity to test your knowledge of the men who have lived in the White House. At the close of the program, the name of the president about whom this episode is based will be announced. But first, try to guess who he is as his dramatic story is being told. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Edward Arnold, as it is Sunday in the old mansion, resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Hello. Sit down, won't you? You know, once a group of people have made up their minds not to believe you, nothing you ever do or say will change their minds. As a matter of fact, the more you try to depend on your position, the more they doubt your reasons for it. They'll even go so far as to attribute wholly different reasons for your position, and some of them not good at all. Well, that happened to a president once, when he made a decision which determined the entire fate of his administration. Later on, of course, I'll tell you who that president was, but meanwhile, you may be able to guess. just been elected president after a hotly contested campaign. My immediate problem was the appointment of a strong cabinet. My political advisor, Edward Wire, was here discussing the matter with me.
You realize, Mr. President, that nobody is happier than I am about your victory.
Well, thank you, Ed, and thanks for helping to make it possible.
But we must face the fact that the contest was not only close, it was, well...
You mean fierce, Ed?
Yes, I guess you'd call it that, sir.
After all, if there weren't a little competition, it wouldn't feel like an election, would it?
No, I suppose not.
But once the election's over, people, even politicians, go back to being nice to one another again. Why, do you know, Ed? Senator Gibson not only took his defeat gracefully, he almost shook my hand off at the inaugural reception.
Yes, but don't be deceived by a few social amenities, sir. There's still a lot of ruffled political feelings around. That is why the question of your cabinet is so important.
Are you suggesting that I pass out appointments to those with the ruffled feelings?
Oh, nothing quite so obvious, sir, but you will agree that you can consolidate all sections of the party by a representative cabinet.
I do indeed.
And truthfully, sir, the key to the whole problem is your choice for Secretary of State.
Well, frankly, Ed, I don't think I have much choice. Do you have any suggestions?
Well, what about Richard Rash?
Oh, he's a good man. I've picked him out for the Secretary of the Treasury. After all, he's a wizard at finance, and I believe we ought to use his talents in the right place.
Yes, I guess you're right, sir. What about Southard?
Well, he did all right as Secretary of the Navy for my predecessor. I think we ought to keep him there.
Yes. How do you feel about Barber?
So what are you trying to do, break up the rest of my cabinet? I had him picked for the Secretary of War. You know as well as I do he would be unhappy anyplace else. Any more on your list?
I think you'd better start on yours, sir.
Well, I've thought of practically everybody, but I know of only one man whom I can appoint.
And who is that?
Tom Carter.
Carter? But, Mr. President, you've never liked Carter.
He doesn't like me much either. But there are times when you must sacrifice personal feeling for other considerations.
Oh, but no other consideration can be worth dividing our forces, sir. Oh, I beg of you, don't appoint Tom Carter.
Mr. President.
Yes, Miss Sarah.
Vice President Shelby has requested the privilege of speaking with you, sir.
No. I take it it's a direct quotation, isn't it, Miss Sarah?
Approximately.
Miss Sarah, you got to help me.
Help you, sir? How?
Yes, I have a vice.
Oh.
And unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to enjoy it as much as I should.
Then why don't you give it up, sir?
I can't.
Oh, there must be some way.
There's none, Miss Sarah. None whatever.
I'm sorry, sir.
Miss Sarah, I shudder every time I think I have to spend the next 4 years with Richard Shelby, Vice President.
Oh, that kind of vice. I don't think I'll be able to help you much then. Shall I show him in, sir?
Yes, I'd better start trying to find a way to make friends with him as soon as possible.
Just a moment, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Shelby, will you come in, please?
Thank you very much. Mr. President.
Mr. Vice President?
I debated, sir, whether or not I should allow you another day or two to become accommodated to your exalted position. But I felt that the urgency of the matter demanded immediate attention.
What is the matter, Mr. Shelby?
Mr. President, the success of your administration will depend largely upon the choice of cabinet members.
Thank you, Mr. Shelby, for relieving me of the entire responsibility of my office so quickly.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, nothing at all. I agree with you.
Well, then, to that purpose, I have drawn up a list of acceptable nominees.
Oh, I admire you for your alacrity and deep concern, sir.
Thank you, sir. Perhaps I had better just leave this list with you. You can study it at your convenience. However, I do want to urge you most seriously to consider my candidate for the Secretary of State.
Oh, yes?
Mr. Poinsett.
Oh, yes. He's a very able man. But I don't think he's had the experience with foreign nations that this job requires. Then, too, I'm not sure his personality would fit. However, I have someone in mind for that post myself. And I'd like your opinion of him. What do you think of Tom Carter?
Carter? Impossible.
Mr.
President, there's only one man qualified for that position. Mr. Poinsett. He will ensure the success of this administration.
Yes. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Shaw. I shall give your recommendations the most careful consideration.
should fail to be vice president.
Did you intend that remark to be frivolous, Senator Gibson?
Of course not. I was just thinking how we'd get along if I had been elected.
That would not change our relationship in the slightest, Senator. As you know, I place policy above personality.
Oh, I know you do. I know you do. You're a fine man, Mr. Shelby. Tell me, how are you and the president getting on?
Surprisingly well. I've already presented him with my proposals for the cabinet.
Oh, have you? And he accepted them?
Well, he has taken them under serious consideration. I think he looks upon several of them with high favor.
I assume you recommended Poinsett for the State Department?
Naturally. But he mentioned something about Thomas Carter.
Carter? No, he wouldn't dare.
Naturally, I oppose the suggestion vehemently.
Shelby, as you know, I clash with the president on a number of issues, but I have nothing but the highest respect for his integrity. I can't say the same for Carter.
One thing I cannot understand, Senator. Why did Carter throw his support to the president at the last moment of the election? He never liked the president.
I know that, but he likes me even less. Now, under the circumstances, if the president should have the effrontery to appoint Carter, then it's plain that he would do so for only one reason.
And that is?
A corrupt political bargain.
President.
Why such a long face this morning, Ed?
Mr. President, I hate to say this, but as your political advisor, I must. When we discussed the appointment of the Secretary of State, you mentioned the name of Thomas Carter.
Yes, I did.
As you will remember, I made strong objections.
Well, I remember that, too.
Did you mention this idea of yours to anyone else, sir?
Now, let me see. Yes, to the Vice President.
Well, that explains it, sir. Mr. President, the word has gotten around that you're planning to nominate Carter, and it's had the effect I've feared. Violent reaction from every quarter. Do you know what the people are saying?
When people disagree with you, Ed, they'll say anything to make their point.
Well, they're saying that you made a secret bargain with Carter.
Go on.
His support for you in the election if you'd give him the State Department.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for telling me how people feel about it.
Well, that's part of my job, isn't it, sir?
No.
Well, good day, Mr. President.
Good day, Ed.
Good day, Miss Sarah.
Goodbye, Mr. Wire.
Miss Sarah.
Yes, sir.
Will you come in, please?
Yes, Mr. President.
Sit down, Miss Sarah.
Thank you, sir. Did you want me to take notes?
No, I just want to think out loud.
Oh.
You know, there always has to be a first time, doesn't there? Well, this is the first time I'm president, and I have to make my first decision. And, Miss Sarah, I have a feeling that everything that's going to come afterwards depends upon that decision, don't you?
You haven't told me what your decision is yet, sir.
Oh, that's right, I haven't. I have to appoint a Secretary of State. There are some good men I could choose, but, Miss Sarah, I have to consider all the reasons and the consequences.
I don't understand, sir.
Well, if it wasn't for Tom Carter, I wouldn't be president. He thinks he deserves the post, and I happen to agree with him. But nobody else seems to agree with me. Well, Miss Sarah, there's only one thing I can do, and that is to have a showdown with Carter.
President?
Yes, and thank you for coming, Mr. Carter.
It gives me an opportunity to wish you good luck, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Carter, in the past we have differed on many issues, and I think perhaps I've been somewhat harsh in expressing that difference. However, I believe that in affairs of state it is sometimes better to be candid than just to be polite.
It is often possible to be both, sir.
Yes, I suppose it is. But when it isn't, I prefer to be frank.
I have found that out.
Well, then, I'll be frank again. I am fully in accord with your ideas in our foreign relations.
Then I trust you will incorporate them in your administration's foreign policy?
That will be within the jurisdiction of my Secretary of State. And the Secretary of State will be the key position in this administration. Fully as important as my own.
That is assuming that the Secretary of State will have a free hand?
Carter, I'm going to nominate you for that post. No, what's the matter? You've always wanted the post. Are you afraid that I won't give you a free hand?
Thank you very much for the honor, but I'm afraid, Mr. President, I will have to take the matter under consideration.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
You know, many people like to thumb through the pages of history and read about outstanding deeds of bravery, perseverance, and valor. Take Lieutenant Daniel Longstreet of the Marine Corps, for instance. He personally led an assault on Natchez, Mississippi in 1778 with a force half the size of the defending British troops. Through his efforts, some 40 Marines who were being held prisoner were released. Then, loading a captured British ship with supplies from the enemy's stores, Longstreet and his Marines started up the river to join George Rogers Clark in his march on Vincennes. They did get to Clark, and with him marched into what is now Indiana and Ohio. They helped make history, and the Marines still do. That's part of the proud heritage which over the years has made the Marines outstanding. So, men, if it's tradition and a career you want, join the U.S. Marine Corps. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Perhaps you've already guessed who the president was in this story, but don't forget the choice of cabinet members has often been a subject of controversy, and the success or failure of an administration often depended upon a president's decision. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president this was. My suggestion that Tom Carter be made the Secretary of State met with violent opposition, but despite that, I had to offer him the post. I had reasons to believe that he wanted the job, but much to my surprise, he hesitated. And I couldn't understand why.
But you expected the president to make such a proposal, didn't you, Tom?
Yes, I did, Frank.
And you wanted to be Secretary of State more than anything else, except to be president yourself.
I cannot deny that.
Well, what's holding back?
Frank Blair, you've been my closest friend for years. You know as well as anyone that I'm an ambitious man. For 8 years, I've wanted to be Secretary of State because I was sure that it would be a stepping stone to the presidency. Well, now that the door has been opened for me, I'm not so sure.
You mean you don't think you can get along with the president?
Well, I don't know. We haven't got along very well in the past. I'm not sure I could play second fiddle to him or any man.
Knowing you as well as I do, Tom, I don't think there's any danger of your playing second fiddle if you become Secretary of State.
There's a much greater danger, Frank, a danger that will split our party wide open. You've heard what they're saying, haven't you?
That kind of talk can't hurt you, Tom.
If it hurts the party, it hurts me. You see, everybody knows that I've never been friendly with the president. They also know that I unexpectedly gave him my support in the election. And now if I accept his appointment, well, they're already saying the president and I have made a bargain.
I have never known you to be so sensitive to political abuse before, Tom.
I'm not being sensitive, but I've got to be sensible. What if I accept this nomination? And what if the Senate, aroused by the opposition, should turn me down? Frank, every single move I've ever made has been pointed in one direction. Now, if I make the wrong decision, I'll have to throw away everything. My career, my dreams, my hopes.
Well, if that's the way you feel, Tom, you shouldn't take the job.
Mr. President.
Yes, Miss Sarah?
Mr. Thomas Carter's waiting to see you, sir.
Oh, thank you. Come in, Mr. Carter.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, sir. Well, have you arrived at a decision?
Yes, I have, Mr. President.
No?
Mr. President, you must be aware of the vigorous, and I might even say dangerous opposition to my becoming a part of your cabinet.
Well, didn't you expect it? After all, Mr. Carter, in the past you seem to have thrived on opposition, even mine.
This is a much more serious situation, sir. The consequences could be disastrous.
Yes, they could be, but that doesn't mean that they have to be.
We have no guarantee that they won't be.
Well, it seems that the hue and cry has affected you after all, Mr. Carter.
Mr. President, everybody in politics must be affected by the hue and the cry.
Then I suppose there's no further argument I can give you to urge your acceptance.
That's entirely unnecessary, sir. I have already decided to accept.
You... Well, why didn't you say so in the first place?
I wanted to make it perfectly clear that I know what we will be up against.
I know what we're up against. But we're in this together, Carter. We've got to work together to make sure we come out on top.
Come in, Mr. Shelby, or should I say Mr. Vice President?
Thank you, Senator Gibson.
Sit down, won't you? I'm glad you dropped by.
This is not a social call, sir. He's done it.
Who has done what?
The president. He's going to nominate Carter for the State Department.
He is? Well, the fool. I gave the president the benefit of the doubt. I thought at least he had political common sense. And Carter, that Judas. It's
So he's closed the contract to receive his 30 pieces of silver, huh? Well, his end will be the same.
It's most distressing.
Distressing? Why don't you call it by its right name, barefaced corruption?
I understand how you feel about the matter, Senator. But I must remind you that while the evidence is incriminating, there is no manifest proof of the charge.
Proof? What do you need? Their signatures on paper itemizing the terms of their perfidious transaction?
I am quite as shocked as you are, Senator, though I am not given to violent expressions.
Now, look, Shelby, you're vice president, and you'd like to be the next president. Carter would like to be the next president, too, and he's being moved into a very advantageous position.
You've neglected to mention that you would like to be president, too, Senator.
Why do I have to mention it? I ran the last time, and I'll run again. Let's face the situation honestly. The president and Carter have formed an unholy alliance. This forces us into a common fight against them.
You are very blunt, Senator Gibson.
I'll go further. I'm going to do everything I can to get the Senate to reject Carter as Secretary of State. I'll make the president regret he ever proposed the idea. And, Mr. Vice President, I expect you to help me.
Well, my position...
I don't give a hang for your position. You're going to have to help to protect your own interests. So, Shelby, for the time being, we join forces. Later on, when we've completely defeated the unholy alliance of the President and Carter, then we can square off against each other again.
Mr. Wire is here.
Oh, that's fine. Come in, Ed. Come in.
Hello, Mr. President.
Sit down, Ed. I want to talk to you. You know my nomination of Tom Carter is up for confirmation by the Senate tomorrow?
Well, there's more opposition than ever, sir.
I know, and I know what you're thinking. You advised me against Carter from the beginning. But I have my reason for asking him. And the Senate must pass this appointment.
Well, my opinion, Mr. President, was based on political expediency. But since you have made your decision, I'll do anything I can to help you carry it through.
Thank you, Ed. Normally, I would enlist the support of the Vice President, but Mr. Shelby, I'm sorry to say, is unfortunately a Vice President in opposition. However, I do want my views to be clearly expressed in the Senate. Now, whom do you suggest?
Well, Senator Randall of New York has been a consistent supporter of your policy, sir.
Good.
I think he'd be glad to present your case.
That's fine. Now, Ed, I don't believe in using undue pressure. However, I think the Senate should be reminded that my administration is just beginning. And if we are to accomplish anything for the good of the country, I urge them strongly to show their confidence in me by approving my choice for this key position in my cabinet. On this issue, I will not compromise.
Tom Carter to the Senate today. Now, what do you think of that, Senator Lathrop?
Think of it. Why, Senator Reed, you know what my constituents will do when they hear such an outrage? They will never tolerate the sale of public office.
But the president has the right to suggest his cabinet members, hasn't he?
He may suggest, sir, but we may reject. Wait till we hear what Senator Gibson has to say about this.
Have you a statement for the press on your position on the president's nomination of Mr. Carter?
Indeed, I have a statement, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
And I plan to make it to the Senate this afternoon. Gentlemen, you have heard the Honorable Senator Randall convey the nomination of the President and extol at great length the qualifications of Mr. Carter for Secretary of State. Well, gentlemen, at no time in the history of our nation has there been such a flagrant example of barter for office.
You are right.
Well, I, for one, will not be a party to this corrupt bargain which sells political favor to the highest bidder.
Senator Gibson has made his charges on the floor of the Senate. He's stirring up strong opposition, aligning his forces against you.
Oh, he is he? Ed, Senator Gibson, did he win the election, or did I? I'm the President of the United States, not Senator Gibson. And I'm the one who appoints my cabinet, not Senator Gibson. Ed, you go back there and have Randall tell the Senate that if they expect the cooperation of this administration for the next 4 years, they'd better give me their cooperation right now.
But, Mr. President, that's a very strong threat.
That's exactly what I want it to be. Now go do it.
Mr. President, your Secretary of State, Mr. Carter.
Oh, fine. Come in, Mr. Carter. Come in, please.
Mr. President.
My congratulations, Mr. Secretary.
Thanks, Mr. President. I suppose you've already heard what Senator Gibson had to say about this.
Did you expect him to say anything else, Mr. Secretary?
Under the circumstances, no.
Well, anyway, you're in the cabinet now. Now, when do you want to get to work?
That's one of the reasons I came by. First, to thank you again for your confidence in me, and secondly, I've been giving serious thought to the Panama Congress of the South American States. I think we should participate.
Then, happily, we agree on our first common effort, for I do too, Mr. Secretary.
Splendid. Then we can get together on this very shortly.
How's tomorrow?
Good. I'll see you tomorrow, Mr. President. Good day.
That's fine. Good day, Mr. Carter. Good day.
Good day, Miss Sarah.
Good day, Mr. Secretary.
Oh, Miss Sarah, will you come in, please?
Yes, Mr. President.
Miss Sarah, I want you to assemble all of my notes on the Panama Congress and leave tomorrow morning open for a conference with the Secretary of State.
Yes, sir. I'm so glad to hear that Mr. Carter's been confirmed by the Senate, sir.
I am too, Miss Sarah. You know, it would have been a very uncomfortable thing for me if the Senate had rejected him.
But you don't seem to be very happy about it.
Happy? It's not the right word, Miss Sarah. I needed the Senate's approval, and I have it. That's fine. But I don't imagine anyone is ever very happy right after committing suicide.
Suicide?
Political suicide. You know, that's just what I've done.
But, Mr. President, the majority in the Senate agreed with your choice.
Because I forced them to agree with me. And it didn't require any major concessions from them on their part. But I'm not deceiving myself. And I'm sure Mr. Carter isn't either. And for that reason, I have the greatest admiration for him.
But what do you think will happen now, sir?
Senator Gibson will never forgive either of us for what he calls a political bargain. And the senator is very popular and very eloquent. He's already shown his hand. He's going to use this issue to realign our party around him. And what forces he doesn't win over to his side, Mr. Shelby will take care of, I'm sure.
You mean the vultures are beginning to gather so soon?
Yes, Miss Sarah, and I'm afraid for the next 4 years I'm going to have to watch them circling around the White House, just waiting to pounce.
But if you knew all this would happen, Mr. President, why did you do it?
Don't you know, Miss Sarah?
Well, naturally, I know that the talk about the bargain is untrue. Mr. President, why did you insist on Mr. Carter?
Well, that's all very simple, Miss Sarah. He was the best man for the job.
Do you mean that was your only reason? Then why didn't you defend yourself?
Miss Sarah, the accusations were only based upon assumption. Had I given those assumptions the dignity of defending myself, I'd only be... Well, I've only would have strengthened them, that's all. Besides, nobody ever bothered to ask me why I wanted Tom Carter. Well, what's funny, Miss Sarah?
Mr. President, isn't it ironic that nobody ever thought that the only real reason you had was the only right reason?
And you think that's funny? Don't forget, Miss Sarah. Right reasons are often the most costly. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know. And I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
How do you feel about 3 on a match, walking under a ladder, a black cat crossing your path? Probably none of these means anything to you, but many people are victims of that arch enemy of reason, superstition. Superstition has always lived in the minds of men, and it thrives today. It affects the daily existence of millions, sometimes men's very lives. Starting tonight and every Sunday night, most of these ABC stations will present suspenseful dramatizations of how superstition changes individual destinies on the exciting new program, Superstition. For fascinating and educational entertainment, don't miss Superstition when it premieres over most of these same ABC stations tonight. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
Well, have you guessed who this president was? It all happened in 1825, and the president then was John Quincy Adams, who defied friends and foes alike and appointed Henry Clay, whom we have called Tom Carter, his Secretary of State. He was most violently opposed by the candidate he defeated for president, Andrew Jackson, whom we have called Senator Gibson. He was also opposed by his own vice president, John Calhoun, named Richard Shelby in this story. Because of this issue, a political party became reformed, and two great Americans, Adams and Clay, signed the death knell of their political careers, all because they put public service before political gain or personal glory. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Irving Berlin's Technicolor musical Easter Parade, starring Judy Garland and Fred Astaire. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. This story by Milton Merlin was suggested by incidents in the administration of President John Quincy Adams. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mr. President, starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Before we bring you Edward Arnold as Mr. President, let us make a point or two. Rarely before in the history of our country has the office of the presidency been of such vital importance in time of peace. This is due, of course, to the fact that this year we shall exercise our democratic rights in choosing a man who will be president of all of us for the 4 years beginning at noon on January 20th, 1949. Into this important picture enter the Mr. President stories, telling in warm human terms of the adventures, the troubles, and the joys of the men who have held the nation's highest office. What's more, you, our listeners, have the added thrill of testing your historical knowledge when you try to identify the president of each story. Test your knowledge now by listening to the Mr. President story which follows. In just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Oh, come in. Sit down, won't you? You know, I'd like to say that if the adage, all's fair in love and war, is correct, it's just as correct to say that all's fair in love, war, and politics. And while we're on the subject, politics takes good generalship, tactics, strategy, surprise attacks, just as war does. And that, of course, is what the story is about. Later on, I'll tell you which president was such a smart political general, but meanwhile, you may be able to guess. Come in.
Excuse me, Mr. President. He's here, sir.
Here? Who's here? Oh, my successor. Good. I'm ready for him to take over. Arthur, come in.
Mr. President.
No. It's just plain general from now on. Mr. President.
Mr. President. Sounds strange to be called that. I have you to thank for it.
Just do a good job and forget who you have to thank. Well, I'm all packed. Are you ready to take over?
Yes, sir.
Then let's get out of the way, Miss Sarah, and let Arthur go to work.
I hope I can do as good a job as you did, sir. But believe me, I know I'm stepping into a difficult spot. Country's bound to miss you, sir.
Oh, they won't miss me completely, Arthur. You know, once you've been president, you may still be able to pull a few strings without holding the office any longer.
I see what you mean, sir.
Are you ready, Miss Sarah?
Ready, sir.
Then let's leave this creaky old house to poor Arthur. Who thinks I did him a favor? After my successor served his term, the opposition elected a man who made a good president. But after a few years, my party had to think about getting back into the White House. So one morning in January, the leaders of my party in my home state gathered for a meeting with me in my own home.
Good morning, gentlemen. The president will see you now.
Good morning, Miss Sarah.
This way, gentlemen.
Thank you. Come in, everybody. Come in. It's good to see you all. Frankly, you don't look like a group of rascally politicians to me.
You're looking fine, Mr. President.
Aren't you ever going to understand that I'm not Mr. President anymore? Why do you all insist on continuing to call me that?
Old habits are hard to break, Mr.
Well, no, that's enough of this. We've work to do. When you want to make a president of this country, you've got to get up early. Early in January, that is.
What's on the agenda, sir?
Well, I think first we've got to straighten out the little matter of the Courier.
Something wrong with our newspaper, sir?
Yes, the editorial policy has been all right, Laughlin, but the editorials themselves have been terribly weak.
Well, not much I can do about that, Mr. President. The editorials are written by Mr. Hogan. He's the senior partner. It's his own paper.
Supposing the party offered him some financial support.
You're making sense, Governor.
I imagine the financing might be arranged. Any ideas who might be the writer?
Well, obviously Sam Laughlin here.
Well, if Hogan will accept me.
He'll have to accept you. You're on the staff now. And I'll take personal responsibility for what you write.
If I'm to take over, whom shall I list at the top of the party list in the Courier?
Arthur Vandergrift, of course. Is there anybody else?
Mr. President, we know how you feel about Van. After all, you made him president once.
And I expect to make him president twice.
Some of us, how shall I say it? Some of us have a feeling just a little close to distrust of Van.
You what?
He's been awfully shaky on the United States bank business.
And more important right now, we still don't know where he stands on foreign policy. He's never committed himself, either for or against the country's expansion of its boundaries.
Well, you know where I stand, gentlemen.
Well, of course.
Absolutely.
That's where Arthur Vandergrift stands. You may depend on that.
We hope so, sir.
You've been very silent, Governor. Have you any doubts?
Well, I'm in rather an embarrassing position, Mr. President.
How so?
As you know, there was a state committee meeting last night.
Uh-huh. Well, what happened?
The committee decided to put forward only one name for the vice presidential nomination in this state.
Whose?
Mine, sir. And as regards first place on the ticket, the committee decided again unanimously that because of Mr. Vandergrift's silence on the foreign policy issue, this state should have an uninstructed delegation at the convention in Baltimore.
Mr. Laughlin is here to see you, Mr. President. He says it's urgent.
Ever since Sam Laughlin became editor-in-chief of the Courier, everything is urgent. All right, have him in, have him in.
You may come in, Mr. Laughlin.
Thank you, Miss Sarah. Big news, Mr. President.
Is that so?
Yes, sir. Just had the message. Thought you'd better see it first.
Well, what'll you fellas do when I'm gone? You'll have no one to do your thinking for you. Maybe I ought to run for a third term myself. Well, let's have it, Sam. Let's have it.
Senator Carter has issued a statement on foreign policy. There's not a single doubt in Washington that he'll be our opposition candidate, so it makes important reading.
What does he say?
That he is against any move toward further expansion or annexation on the part of the United States, which will antagonize a foreign power and lead to a war.
What else would he say? He knows where we stand on the growth of the country in spite of any kind of opposition. So, of course, he takes the other side.
Well, he knows where you stand, sir. And Governor Powers.
Which is your political way of saying that Arthur hasn't committed himself yet, huh?
No, sir. Unless you've had some personal word from him, sir.
Oh, it's probably in the mail now, Sam.
Well, I hope so. I most urgently hope so, sir. More and more states are sending uninstructed delegations to the convention. And only because Mr. Vandergrift hasn't taken a position as yet.
What other position than ours can he take, Sam? Now, be a good fellow and run along back to your newspaper. Write a good, strong piece thumping Carter soundly. You know, America's place in the world demands action. We cannot stand by and see our national prestige threatened. America's march and the march of democracy was never stopped. Huh? You know how to do it.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time, sir.
Miss Sarah will show you out.
Oh, no need, sir. Thank you just the same, ma'am. I know the way.
Oh, Miss Sarah, almost like the old days in Washington, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Do you expect to hear from Mr. Vandergrift, sir?
I wish I did, Miss Sarah. You know, that gentleman has put me in a very embarrassing position.
Well, I'm sure he doesn't mean to, sir.
I'm not so sure. He has all the stubborn pride of a Dutchman plus a Yankee streak of willfulness. He's been president once, and he figures... he's deliberately not contacting me because he wants to run the show himself.
And after all you've done for him...
Politics knows no gratitude, Miss Sarah, unless there's a vote to be had on one side or a job on the other.
Is there anything you can do, Mr. President?
Not at the moment. I'm caught if I do and caught if I don't. The one thing the opposition is waiting for is some move on my part that will split our party. But there's some fight in the old boy yet, Miss Sarah. We'll pull this out of the fire. Just see if we don't.
Come in. Oh, Aaron Brown. Well, it's good on this earth. How are you?
Well, Mr. Vandergrift, well. And you, sir?
Same. What brings you here?
You have one guess, sir.
Sure thing is no guess. Politics.
You're right, of course. Intra-party politics. The foreign policy issue, to be perfectly frank, Mr. Vandergrift.
And like all the others, you want to know where I stand?
Yes, sir. With Great Britain showing a deep interest in the matter and a decision imminent, if not already forced upon us, well, you understand, sir.
Perhaps better than some. I have come to the conclusion that this matter is of such import that it ought to be taken out of politics.
But I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
Simple enough. Our national prestige is at stake. I don't think we ought to make a political football out of our foreign policy.
But how can you help it? Under our system, the voters
That is of no importance. In domestic issues, let them have a voice. But on this matter, I believe a bipartisan stand is essential. So I've written a letter to that effect.
But such action will split our party.
Only temporarily, Brown. They'll unite behind me after the first shock is over.
May I know what you've written, Mr. Vandergrift?
Of course. I wrote that I do not consider this time for further expansion.
What?
Such action would bring on war. And I asked if we could hope to stand perfectly justified in the eyes of mankind for the appropriation to our own uses of the territory, the sovereignty of which is in dispute between two nations, one of which we are to join in the struggle.
Why, your stand is exactly that of Senator Carter's. Sir, I beg you, do not send that letter.
I have already released it to the papers. That letter will appear in full in the Washington Globe tomorrow morning.
This has done it, I tell you. The party's split 5 ways from Sunday.
Give the letter to the Globe. That ties it all right.
Frankly, it's no more than we expected.
For heaven's sake, Governor, how can you take it so calmly? You may have to be Vandergrift's running mate.
Gentlemen, there's not much use in wasting our energies on each other.
What do we do, sir? There's only a couple of weeks until the convention.
May I suggest, Mr. President, that you have Laughlin here publish a letter in which you disavow Vandergrift?
If he did publish it, even if I asked him, I'd fire him personally for ineptitude in politics.
We are rather in a bad position, Mr. President. If we publicly repudiate Mr. Vandergrift, the people will laugh at us as a party and elect Senator Carter.
Exactly, Governor, exactly.
I've seen you in some rages, Mr. President. Frankly, I don't understand your attitude. And at the time...
Hello, listen to me for a moment or two, will you? You may learn something. I'm as much against this bipartisan nonsense of Arthur's as you are. And I'm certainly hopping mad over his behavior towards me. But I will not lose my head.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
And I will not have a party that I have kept together with spit and prayer wrecked either by my upstart protege or by my hotheads around here. Now listen.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Our convention must nominate with sufficient unanimity to ensure wholehearted support. Therefore, we adopted the two-thirds rule. Nomination only by two-thirds vote. Arthur may have enough strength to get himself two-thirds. If so, we'll go along with him. If not, well, then we'll open for the stable, gentlemen, and enter a dark horse.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Most of you listeners are well aware that millions of people in Europe are seriously in need of food and clothing. But not all of you are completely familiar with CARE, C-A-R-E. This is shown by parcel post figures. You see, exclusive of CARE packages, private persons sent $250 million worth of relief and gift packages to Europe last year alone. Now, CARE buys its supplies in huge quantities and operates on a non-profit basis. For $10, CARE sends by airmail one of 9 different types of packages to whomever you designate in 15 different countries. Just send $10 to CARE, New York. Give your name and address and the name and address of the recipient. You'll receive a signed receipt upon delivery. Remember, send more for less through CARE. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Permanent chairman, keynote speech, platform committees, and roaring, cheering delegates. I didn't go myself, nor did Sam Laughlin. But apparently the usual good time was had by all at the convention, and as usual, the real politics were played in the delegates' headquarters and convention hall, and in the rooms, the smoke-filled rooms of the Baltimore hotels. As I remember it, it was the third day in the convention. In the jam-packed hall, the speaker was trying to make himself heard.
And so, my friends, fellow believers in democracy, in the triumphant glory of our great nation, I place before you the name of a man who has filled the great office of the presidency before. The man who will be the next president of these United States, Arthur Vandergrift.
Well, George,
They're making a great try to stampede them.
That's a good start. I don't know what to say, Aaron.
I hope my bunch can hold the line.
There's still that two-thirds rule.
Sounds like more than two-thirds of the delegates are parading this minute.
Doggone it, Governor. I still think if you let us put your name.
My own state chose me for second place on the ticket. I'm satisfied.
You can be president, Governor.
From the sound of that demonstration, we're nominating Vandergrift.
If we do, we won't carry 6 states.
After that letter, Arthur Vandergrift couldn't carry his own suitcase.
I wish the old man were here.
Can't we get instructions from him?
Any ideas on that, Governor?
Well, I suppose I could send a message.
Why don't you?
Go ahead, Governor. It can't do any harm. Meanwhile, George and I will try to keep a third of the convention from going completely crazy.
Well, I'll see what I can do. You'd better get to work. They're hooping it up like Indians.
Now, it's my turn to ask it. Well, Aaron?
The governor plays it cagily, doesn't he?
He wants the old man in his corner.
George Pillow, my friend, do you know what you've just witnessed?
You tell me, Aaron Brown.
You've just seen the first step in the unwrapping of a dark horse. Shake on that.
Shake.
I recognize that great American, George Pillow, delegate from Tennessee.
My friends, I rise to make but one point. I will be brief. Arthur Vandergrift made a good president the last time. In this new era in which we live, we need a man who has breadth of vision and great courage. Arthur Vandergrift's letter to the Globe proved one thing, if it proved anything at all. In his foreign policy, Arthur Vandergrift has only the courage of our opposition's conviction. is afraid to let this nation grow. And I will never give such a man my vote. And there are millions of Americans exactly like myself.
How'd the balloting go, Governor?
Fifth ballot, Vandergrift got the third.
What?
Adams and Peters pulled ahead of him by a handful of votes.
Van must be furious.
Serves him right for crossing the old man.
Oh, this can go on forever. 2/3. 2/3. Not one of the four of them can get 2/3 unless Clark throws his votes to Van.
Never. I got that one sewed up nice and tight.
Oh, once and for all, Governor, will you let us place your name in nomination?
Once and for all, George, no. Not without approval from the old man.
Under no other circumstances?
Right.
Governor, how about a draft?
Yeah. What about a draft?
Look, gentlemen, I'm a practical politician. Don't talk to me about a draft.
But just suppose there were one and you were chosen.
If the people really wanted me, if I felt certain of that, I couldn't very well refuse, could I?
You've just got to answer Governor Powers. This is the third message in 3 days,
Or is
sir.
it the fourth and four?
The boys must learn to stand on their own feet.
But he's asking your preference only out of respect for you.
You know, Sam, for a political writer, you don't show much understanding. There's fire in your words, yes, but political understanding, oh, there's hardly any.
Why won't you support him, Mr. President?
Look here, you two. Suppose I sent a message saying, go all out for Powers, fine man for the job. What would happen?
Well, he'd be nominated like that.
Probably.
Then for goodness sake, why not?
Because, my dear Miss Sarah, the minute I do that, I've taken sides officially against Arthur Vandergrift. Our party is then two parties, ours and Arthur's. And Jim Powers is caught in the middle. He's nominated, but he falls between the two stools. And he doesn't get himself elected. And please remember, you can be nominated 1,000 times, but if you're not elected, you're not the president.
Oh. Sometimes I think men are such devious creatures.
There, I'll agree with you, Miss Sarah. And the more politics, the more devious they become.
Oh, we just sit tight down here.
Yes, correct. We sit tight. But you know, Sam, I have a hunch about this.
What do you mean?
I have an idea. There's going to be a draft.
What's that, sir?
The people will call.
Oh.
Now, I don't say the people might not need a hint or two, nor do I say that the hint may not have been given and in the right places. But I think we'll just wait and see. You know, it's interesting to watch from a distance and pull a small string now and then.
Sent for me, Mr. Pillow?
I did. This is Aaron Brown. Aaron, you know Dave Kearns, Massachusetts.
Glad to know you, Kearns.
How do you do? I must confess any reason at all to get off that floor for a while. Whew, 7 ballots. Vandergrift way down the list, no break in sight.
The break may be just around the corner, Kearns.
Closer than you think.
I wish you'd show me how. None of the names they're voting on will throw his delegates to anyone else.
We know that.
Indeed we do, Kearns. Indeed we do.
However, there is such a thing as drafting someone.
Someone acceptable to all the candidates and with some prestige of his own.
Ah, I see what you mean. You're talking about a dark horse. But who?
Governor James Powers, of course. And incidentally, we've heard from Wallace Thompson that the present incumbent in the White House may withdraw his third party from the race if we nominate Governor Powers.
Oh, that sounds perfect. But why do you talk to me? Surely you, gentlemen, are closer to Powers than I am.
That's just it. We're too close. A draft to be acceptable must come from an unexpected quarter, from a state delegation that one would least expect. You see what I mean?
Yes, I begin to see, Mr. Brown. I begin to see.
Now, we have enough influence with the chairman to arrange for you to be recognized within the hour. The rest will be up to you, Mr. Kearns. Entirely up to you.
I give you a new name, and yet a name known to all of you, a name that one day will be written in fire across the pages of our country's glorious history. I give in nomination for the presidency of the United States the name of the distinguished governor of a great and sovereign state, James Powers.
Well, we all meet again in the same room, but 6 months later. Sam Laughlin?
Yes, sir.
George Pillow?
Tired, but present.
And the governor candidate for the presidency of my party.
Ready for a big campaign, Mr. President. I don't know if I'll be elected, but the opposition...
Oh, nonsense, Governor. You're practically in the White House now. It's a creaky old place. I understand they copied it from a Duke's Palace in Dublin.
I wish I were as certain of election as you are, sir.
Oh, tell him, Pillow, tell him.
Very simple, Governor. The South backs you to the hilt on the expansion question. If it means war, they're ready and willing. And we've always carried the big cities in the North. It's an unbeatable combination, Mr. President.
Hey, not yet. You'll jinx him. Well, to me, that title will always belong to the grand old man of the party.
Nicely said, Governor. Nicely said. You'll go far, yes, indeed. Well, the last but hardly the least important member of our original circle, Miss Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. President. A message just came from Arthur Vandergrift, sir, pledging his support to the party and Governor Powers.
Well, good. Mr. President, I shall take the liberty of thanking him personally at the first
Of
opportunity.
course, Governor, of course.
Arthur Vandergrift is a gentleman and a good loser.
Of course, Miss Sarah, but I wonder what he'd say if he realized he never had a chance once that letter was printed.
But the convention, all those ballots, sir.
The 107th would have made no difference, Miss Sarah.
See here, what's been going on? I was drafted. I had no idea that Burns of Massachusetts was thinking of me.
You know something, Governor? Constance didn't know it either. So don't look so concerned, Governor. I'm sure you'll be an excellent president, even if yours should become a wartime administration, which we pray and hope with all our hearts it never will. But always remember this, my friends. A smart politician never pulls all of these rabbits out of the hat, nor does he place all his eggs in one basket. Am I right, Miss Sarah?
Yes, indeed, Mr. President.
Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
The ABC program David Harding Counter Spy recently had a dual reason for celebrating. It had just finished its 5th year on the air and had been awarded a citation for outstanding contributions to interfaith understanding and brotherhood. The citation was made by one of the largest religious organizations in the country. A sample Counter Spy script shows that while the entertainment side is kept in the forefront, the program still manages to combine themes of tolerance and good neighborliness as well. You'll want to hear every fast-moving Counter Spy drama, a regular Sunday afternoon feature broadcast over most of these same ABC stations. Make a date to hear Counter Spy today. Now, here again is Edward Arnold.
Well, in spite of its modern connotations, today's story actually happened in 1844. Our Mr. President was the ex-president, but still the fiery leader of his party, Andrew Jackson. And the foreign policy issue that was the basis of the fight was, of course, the proposed annexation of Texas, which eventually did lead to war with Mexico in 1846. The governor in our tale was James K. Polk of Tennessee, Jackson's own state. His opponent for the nomination was the former president, Martin Van Buren. As you will remember, Polk was elected and was the leader of the nation during the Mexican War. So you see, politics haven't changed very much in over 100 years. And what was true then is true today. That all's fair in love, war, and politics. Come and see me again next week, won't you? When we expect to broadcast from the convention in Philadelphia. I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy.
Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Homecoming, starring Clark Gable and Lana Turner. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. This story by Ira Marion was suggested by incidents in and following the administration of President Andrew Jackson. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.